Chapter 1, starting with a Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. My name is Yi Su, and I'm currently in Linglong City within the southern wastelands. On a main thoroughfare, I've just completed the construction of a pavilion. Carefully hanging up a plaque and unveiling the red cloth, the bold characters Heavenly Secrets Pavilion become clearly visible. Flanking the main entrance is a pair of couplets. The right scroll reads, Understand the future, master past and present. The left proclaims, Decipher yin yang, determine the 5 elements, while the horizontal inscription declares Heavenly Secrets measurable. Knowing past, present and future? What audacity! Passers-by cast sidelong glances at this suddenly appeared shopfront, most faces filled with disdain. In this realm, there exist divine beings who pluck stars and grasp moons, who burn mountains and boil seas. Yet even these mighty practitioners dare not claim omniscience of past and future, much less presume to fathom heaven's will, for the heavenly Tao brings retribution upon those who recklessly seek to divine celestial mysteries. For a mere youth to make such bold claims struck them as nothing short of grandiose arrogance. Grand opening of our humble shop, your kind patronage is sincerely welcomed. Dressed in verdant green robes, my handsome features bore a gentle smile as I greeted passers-by with a courteous bow and clasped fist. Yet most pedestrians paid me no heed. Who would believe some wet-behind-the-ears youngster possessed such skills? But I paid it no mind. Fortune-telling was always a game of the willing bite. With hands clasped behind my back, I strode into the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. Today is my second day after crossing over. The moment I arrived, I awakened the Heaven Secrets system and established this Heaven Secrets Pavilion. This system can calculate divine mysteries and deduce everything in the world. As long as someone enters the Heaven Secrets Pavilion, their past and present lives, all their histories, cannot be hidden from me. Moreover, inside the Heaven Secrets Pavilion, I am absolutely invincible. But the moment I step outside, I'm utterly powerless. In this world where cultivators are everywhere, I'm just an ordinary mortal without a shred of magical power. Until I gain enough strength, I'd better stay put obediently, I thought to myself. Sitting in the grand armchair, I casually pulled a copy of the Yuan Realm's historical records from the bookshelf and began reading with great relish. The history of the Yuan Realm teems with sacred figures, some even reaching the heights of imperial emperors repairing the heavens, composing poignant tales of human endeavor, much like the novels I devoured in my previous life. If I could swindle an imperial emperor or two, I wouldn't have to worry about Heavenly Secrets points anymore. Divining Heavenly Secrets requires Heavenly Secrets points, which can be exchanged for rare treasures, secret techniques, spiritual pills, or magical artifacts. Anything the system deems valuable can be converted into those points. I could also use them to directly enhance my strength, though for now, that remains wishful thinking. I returned to browsing the Yuan Realm's historical records. At this moment, 2 women slowly entered Linglong City. One was a beautiful woman who appeared to be around 30 years old, dressed in elegant purple palace robes, her long hair elegantly pinned up, exuding an air of dignity, yet a faint trace of anxiety lingered between her delicate brows. The other was a youthful maiden of 16, clad in snow-white garments, her silky black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her oval face was exquisitely refined, and her sparkling eyes brimmed with vitality. Master, it's been over 10 days, and we still don't have the slightest clue about the 9-petaled golden lotus. What should we do? The white-clad maiden, Yi Xiener, furrowed her delicate willow-like brows. The 9-petaled golden lotus is a supreme medicinal treasure. How could it be so easily found? Scolded the palace-robed beauty. Xiener, no matter how difficult it is, we must not give up. Yi Xiener's expression turned solemn. Only by finding the 9-petaled golden lotus could their honored sect ancestor be saved. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets? Yi Xiener's gaze flickered as she spotted the nearby pavilion. Foretelling the future, mastering past and present, discerning yin-yang, and breaking the 5 elements? Quite the bold claims. The palace-robed beauty snorted lightly, her eyes brimming with disdain. Linglong City was but a drop in the vast wilderness of the southern border. Yet whoever penned these couplets spoke with extraordinary audacity. Even sages dare not recklessly discuss heavenly mysteries. What qualifications could this pavilion of heavenly secrets possibly possess? As Yi Xiener stared at the pavilion, she suddenly experienced an epiphany. Energy flowed through her, and remarkably, her cultivation broke through to a new level. Xiener, you've broken through? The palace-robed beauty exclaimed in astonishment. Did you just have an epiphany? Yes, Yi Xiener nodded, perplexed. I don't know how it happened either. As I was watching, I suddenly understood, and then broke through to the divine spring realm. Master, shouldn't we go in and take a look? Yi Xiener felt her breakthrough was closely tied to the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Don't waste time. Xiener, you. The palace-robed woman tried to stop her, but Yi Xiener had already stepped into the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. The moment they stepped in, I instantly sensed them. 2 streams of information flooded my mind. I learned that the woman in palace attire was named Shi Honcho, with a cultivation level of Dao Palace 6 stars, noble rank, affiliated with the Tianqin sect, one of the top 10 sects in the southern wilderness. Her master was the 3rd elder of Tianqin sect, Shi Qingxi, who was currently severely injured. Their purpose was to search for the 9th-grade golden lotus to save Qi Qingxi. I also learned that Yi Xian'er possessed early-stage divine spring realm cultivation, was a disciple of Tianqin sect under Qi Hongqiu, and shared the same goal of finding the 9th-grade golden lotus to save Qi Qingxi. However, I did not rise to greet them. Instead, I set down my book and gestured to the teapot on the table with a gentle smile. Lady Qi, Lady Yi, our meeting must be fate. Please, have a cup of warm tea. Playing mysterious tricks. Qi Hongqiu scoffed but immediately realized something was amiss. How do you know me? Her heart skipped a beat as she shielded Yi Xian'er behind her, questioning sharply. Though she knew she was merely a minor figure among the Dao Palace 6 stars nobles in the vast southern wilderness, she doubted anyone would recognize her so easily unless this person had deliberately investigated her. This is the Tianji Pavilion. There's nothing I wish to know that remains unknown to me. I slowly rose to my feet, clasping my hands behind my back as I gazed at her with profound eyes. Nonsense! Qi Hongqiu's expression remained icy, clearly disbelieving my claims. Yi Xian'er, however, was visibly excited. She was more inclined to believe my words, for the Tianji Pavilion seemed like a world unto itself. Within its walls, she could keenly sense its profound mystery. Who are you, really? Qi Hongqiu fixed me with a cold stare, quietly channeling her magic power. But the next moment, she panicked. Somehow, her magic power had been sealed without her noticing. Not a single strand of strength could be summoned, leaving her utterly ordinary. Who exactly are you? This time, her voice trembled with fear. Being stripped of her magic so silently and swiftly meant terrifying power. She began to suspect I might be a celestial god. Relax, I mean you no harm. I chuckled. Hearing this, Qi Hongqiu felt slightly less afraid, though now she wondered if I might be some ancient monster skilled in preserving youthful looks unfathomably powerful. Since you've stepped into the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, it must be fate. For that reason, I can tell you the whereabouts of the 9th-grade golden lotus. Chapter 2. The senior indeed foresaw everything. I maintained an enigmatic and composed demeanor, which visibly stirred Qi Hongqiu's emotions. She had never uttered a single word about the 9th-grade golden lotus, yet I knew her purpose. She was convinced that I had glimpsed divine secrets and was a transcendent master. You, senior, do you know the whereabouts of the 9th-grade golden lotus? Qi Hongqiu changed her form of address, her breath quickening, her eyes filled with urgency. Yi Xian'er blinked and said even more reverently, Senior, my master and I have long sought the 9th-grade golden lotus. Would you be so kind as to enlighten us? The fish had taken the bait. I smiled inwardly. There's no such thing as a free lunch, I said calmly. The rules here are simple. If you have something that moves me, I can give you the information you want. Sitting in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, I heard Qi Hongqiu say, if you want to know the whereabouts of the 9th-grade golden lotus, it depends on how sincere you are. With a flip of her palm, she produced a small sword, only 2 inches long, as translucent as green jade, and presented it with both hands. She said it was a top-grade spiritual treasure and wanted to see if it could catch my eye. The sword emitted a serene glow, faintly humming with a sword chant. By now, Qi Hongqiu had lost all contempt for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, leaving only reverence in its place. Indeed, being able to reveal their master-disciple relationship and discern their intentions, such methods are beyond mortals and possibly even saints. In her eyes, I must naturally be an extraordinary figure. The moment I took hold of the small cyan jade sword, a system prompt echoed in my mind. Ding! An exceptional spirit treasure has been discovered, exchangeable for 30 heavenly mystery points. I silently asked the system, how many heavenly mystery points are needed to inquire about the whereabouts of the 9th-grade golden lotus? The system replied, 20 points. Without hesitation, I commanded, proceed with the query immediately. Instantly, clues about the 9th-grade golden lotus became clear. This 9th-grade golden lotus is a supreme great medicinal king, growing in the Kanglan Great Marsh 1,200 li southeast of Linglong City. Guarding the marsh is an ink flood dragon at the 7-star level of the Dao Palace realm, with a vulnerability, a single white dragon scale on its belly. Additionally, Du Ju, the chief disciple of the second elder of Tianqin sect, had secretly followed Qi Hongqiu. His strength had already reached the 8-star level of the Dao Palace realm, harboring ill intentions. I didn't reply immediately but fiddled with the small cyan jade sword instead. The 9th-grade golden lotus is a supreme-grade medicinal king. Although supreme-grade spiritual treasures are also invaluable, they pale in comparison. Qi Hongqiu's face turned pale. Gritting her teeth, she handed over her Qiankuan ring and even erased her divine sense imprint, saying this supreme-grade spiritual treasure was the most valuable thing on her. If it wasn't enough, she'd add the ring as well, but if even that fell short, she'd have no other recourse. Her disciple Yi Xian'er was heartbroken, but Qi Hongqiu said firmly, even if it costs me my life, it doesn't matter, as long as I can find the 9th-grade golden lotus to save master. I took the cosmic ring and opened it effortlessly. The most valuable item inside was a top-grade spiritual treasure. I asked the system, how many fate points can I redeem in total? The system replied, 20. 20 points, might as well take them since there's no harm in it. A few breaths later, I said to Chi Hongqiu, what you seek lies in the southeast of Linglong City, within the Kanglan Marsh. However, it's guarded by an ink flood dragon at the 7th star Dao Palace realm. Chi Hongqiu's face turned pale. She was only at the 6th star Dao Palace realm and had given her strongest spiritual treasure to me. How could she possibly be a match for the ink flood dragon? I continued, there's a white dragon scale on the ink flood dragon's belly, that's its fatal weakness. Chi Hongqiu's eyes lit up, and she quickly bowed in gratitude, moved to tears. Smiling, I said, since you're so sincere and filial, I'll give you another piece of information for free. Du Ju is following you. Chi Hongqiu's pupils constricted sharply. She knew Du Ju was a ruthless figure from the Tianqin sect. His intentions in tailing her were all too obvious. She thanked me again, evidently realizing how mysteriously powerful I was. She instructed Yi Xianer to wait for her at the Tianji pavilion, then stepped outside herself. The suppressing force on her vanished instantly. Marveling that I was divine, she transformed into a streak of light and flew southeast. Yi Xianer anxiously asked, Senior, will my master be alright? I shook my head. She'll be fine. Her worry vanished instantly. In her eyes, I was a god. If I said everything would be fine, then it absolutely would be. She obediently ran over to pour me tea, asked for my name, and I told her I was Yi Su. I then had her massage my shoulders before reclining in the Grandmaster chair to enjoy her attentive service. 2 incense sticks time later, Chi Hongqiu arrived at the 800-li Kanglan Great Marsh. With a flick of her divine sense, she scanned a 30-mile radius and flew toward the area where spiritual energy was concentrated. At the center of the marsh, a small island was shrouded in mist-like spiritual energy, where a stunning 9-grade golden lotus bloomed. Her heart leaped with joy. At that moment, an inky black flood dragon appeared with a roar. With a mere thought from Chi Hongqiu, a wave of sword energy slashed toward the creature as 6 Dao palaces materialized behind her. The ink dragon opened its maw and spat out thunder, shattering the sword radiance. Chi Hongqiu vanished from the ink dragon's sight, and sensing danger, the beast transformed its entire body into a sea of lightning. Yet Chi Hongqiu's 6 Dao palaces crashed through the lightning sea, charging toward the ink dragon with her sword as it commanded the thunder to meet her head-on. Suddenly, a wisp of azure light pierced through the ink dragon's white belly scales, striking a fatal blow. Chi Hongqiu regarded me with even greater reverence. Without my guidance, she would never have been able to slay this ink dragon. She channeled her magic power to lift the 9-rank golden lotus when Du Ju suddenly appeared, demanding with a cold sneer that she hand it over. His magic transformed into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, but Chi Hongqiu dissipated into green mist using the Heavenly Heart Sext's 2 polarities Heavenly Heart Art. Du Ju knew this secret technique required preparation time, realizing Chi Hongqiu had long anticipated his pursuit. Locking onto the remnants of Chi Hongqiu's aura, he stowed the black flood dragon's corpse and gave chase. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed. Duke Ju chased after Chi Hongqiu, who grew increasingly weak. She was never his match to begin with, and after casting the dual Cosmos Heart technique, her mana and vitality were depleted. Now, she was nearing exhaustion. Duke Ju shouted from behind, Junior sister, let's see how much farther you can run. I gazed ahead and saw Chi Hongqiu grit her teeth before performing the blood spirit escape art. Nearly all her vitality was drained in an instant as she transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing from Duke Ju's sight. Duke Ju sneered, a futile struggle. The blood spirit escape art is forbidden, with severe aftereffects. It only buys her a brief respite from me. Little did he know Chi Hongqiu was heading straight for my Heavenly Secrets pavilion. Half an incense stick's time later, Chi Hongqiu descended from the sky and crashed in front of the Heavenly Secrets pavilion. Having received my guidance, Yi Xianer had long been waiting there. Seeing Chi Hongqiu severely injured, she immediately helped her up and led her inside the pavilion. A dozen breaths later, Du Ju landed with a thunderous impact, his overwhelming aura enveloping the entire Heavenly Secrets pavilion. The ground shattered beneath his feet, and passers-by dared not even glance in his direction. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Some said the Heavenly Secrets pavilion had stirred trouble, while others claimed its arrogance would bring divine retribution. Du Ju swept his gaze across the scene before bursting into uproarious laughter. To think there are still such insolent fools, ha ha. Chi Hongqiu's lips were stained with blood as she weakly spoke, Senior, I truly have no way out. I smiled and said, no matter. You're my client. Within the Tianji pavilion, no one can harm those under my protection. Du Jie's voice exploded like thunder across the void, hand her over. Someone pointed at Du Jie and exclaimed, I recognize this man, it's Tianqin sect's Du Jie. He's already reached the 8th star of the Dao Palace realm, worthy of being called a marquis. Some people gloated, saying, the people of Tianji Pavilion are done for, how dare they defy the 10 titans of the southern wastelands. My voice rang out, I run a business that thrives on harmony and avoids conflict. Leave now, and we'll consider this matter closed. She is my client, I continued. As long as she remains with Tianji Pavilion, we will protect her for as long as this day lasts. Du Jue's face twisted with fury. A mere mortal dares to spout such nonsense? Find today, I'll wipe Tianji Pavilion from existence." With those words, his aura surged as 8 Dao palaces materialized in the void, and he strode into the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion with the domineering air of a feudal lord. Everyone had assumed the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was done for, but the moment he stepped inside, his body suddenly froze. After a single breath, his form exploded with a bang, vanishing into dust, while the 8 Dao palaces collapsed violently, their spiritual energy dissipating back into the heavens and earth. Just like that, an 8-star Dao palace king perished, soul scattered to the winds. The crowd was struck with awe and terror. Unable to comprehend what had transpired, they only knew an 8-star king had been instantly annihilated. One by one, they whispered of the terror of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and proclaimed me a transcendental master. With newfound reverence, they reassessed the pavilion, their hearts filled with profound awe. Yi Xian'er was also stunned by my methods. Shi Hongqiu was both astonished and delighted, thanking me for saving her life. She added, "But, Duju's master is the second elder of our Tianqin sect. His death will instantly alert the second elder." I waved my hand and said, "Whatever you know, I know too. No need to explain. The second elder of Tianqin sect is a false god." In the Yuan realm, cultivation realms are strictly defined. 9 levels of casting cauldron, true spirit, divine spring, dharma form, 9 stars of Dao palace, divine tribulation. The divine tribulation realm marks one as a false god. Overcoming this tribulation leads to transformation into a celestial god unmatched in power. But from my perspective, as long as someone hasn't transcended the heavenly Dao, I am invincible within this celestial pavilion. Shi Hongqiu was terrified, treading carefully to avoid offending me. She told me she needed to rush back to Tianqin sect to use a 9-petaled golden lotus to heal her master's injuries. Once her master recovered, they would visit me together. I kept a straight face, but inside I was grinning from ear to ear. A sect elder, albeit a minor one, counted as a big client who could surely bring in some profit. Shi Hongqiu asked Yi Xian'er to leave with her, but the girl shook her head, saying she wished to stay. Within mere hours, her cultivation soared straight upward, her comprehension of realms deepened, making her feel that a single day's training here equaled half a year's progress at Tianqin sect. Shi Hongqiu looked uneasy, fearing Yi Xian'er might offend me. I consented to the girl staying, praising her exceptional aptitude for deciphering the Mystic Pavilion's secrets, where cultivation yielded twice the result for half the effort. Moreover, her company would relieve my solitude. Dwelling alone in this pavilion had grown profoundly dull. Shi Hongqiu, overwhelmed with shame, quietly left dragging his injured body. Yi Xian'er began focusing on her cultivation. This young girl possessed extraordinary talent, entering a meditative trance within just a few breaths. I thought to myself, system, spend 30 destiny points to enhance my strength. With the command given, my destiny points reset to 0. A surging force flooded my limbs, bones, and internal organs, transforming my body through countless trials, elevating it to new heights. I was astonished. Just 10 destiny points had elevated me from an ordinary mortal to a cultivator capable of lifting 9 sacred cauldrons, utterly miraculous. I've read in the annals of the metaverse that those who reach the pinnacle of the cauldron casting realm possess strength comparable to ancient ferocious beasts in their infancy, with an unparalleled foundation that allows them to advance further on the path of cultivation. As for me, I don't even need to train. The feeling of growing stronger without doing anything is just too exhilarating. I rocked leisurely in my reclining chair, utterly content. At dusk, a piercing sound shattered the tranquility of Linglong City. "Who dares kill my disciple? Come out and face me." A thunderous roar echoed through the streets as the sky darkened instantly, ominous clouds looming over the city. A towering old man clad in crimson robes appeared, his temples graying yet his spirit vigorous. His eagle-sharp eyes burned with overwhelming killing intent as they locked onto the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The crowd exclaimed in surprise, "The second elder of the Tianqin sect has arrived." But as soon as someone spoke, they died a gruesome death with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, leaving the remaining cultivators silent with fear. Seeing this, the cultivators guarding Linglong City immediately went to the city lord's residence to report the situation. The red-robed elder roared arrogantly, "You coward, dare to act but not take responsibility?" With a voice like thunder, the red-robed elder took a step forward towards the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, drawing the gaze of countless eyes. At this moment, a hearty laugh rang out as the refined and elegant city lord of Linglong, dressed in white robes with dignified features, appeared before the celestial pavilion. Bowing courteously to the red-robed elder, he said, "Senior's arrival in Linglong City caught me unprepared. I am deeply ashamed for failing to greet you properly." Numerous cultivators promptly paid their respects to the city lord. "Greetings, Lord City Lord." This scholarly man was the strongest in Linglong City, a 9-star Dao Palace cultivator at the peak, just one step away from entering the divine tribulation realm and attaining demigod status. Yet the red-robed elder didn't even deign to acknowledge him, merely slanting a glance his way before coldly uttering a single word, "Scram." The city lord of Linglong stiffened with visible embarrassment. Forcing a strained smile, he said, "Esteemed elder, this is within Linglong City's jurisdiction. If you trust me, I can handle the matter." The crimson-robed elder took another step forward, his aura surging like an avalanche as he roared, "What right do you have? If you dare speak another word, I'll raze Linglong City to the ground and make you all pay with your lives for my disciple." The city lord of Linglong cowered, his eyes darting toward the Tianji pavilion while cursing inwardly. He could only pray this wouldn't bring calamity upon his city. The cultivators around trembled with fear. The Tianjin sect was a colossal powerhouse in the southern barrens, while Linglong City was utterly defenseless in comparison. Everyone believed the Tianji pavilion was most likely doomed. The red-robed elder turned and strode toward the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. The moment he stepped over the threshold, a surge of foreboding rose in his heart. With a cold snort, he muttered, "Something's amiss after all." I stepped into the Tianji pavilion. At that moment, I was seated in the Grand Master's chair while Yi Xianer, having completed her cultivation session, was massaging my shoulders. The elder in red robes, witnessing this scene, burned with fury, no doubt thinking, after killing my disciple, he still dares to live so carefree. I opened my eyes with a smile and said, "A guest from afar is always welcome. Please have a seat." I had already glimpsed all there was to know about the elder in red robes. His name was Qin Haishan, the second elder of the Tianjin sect, with cultivation at the peak of divine tribulation realm. His lifelong aspiration was to attain godhood. For a fleeting moment, Qin Haishan felt as though he had been seen through, but he dismissed it as mere illusion. Beyond the Heavenly Secrets pavilion, countless eyes watched the unfolding scene within. Qin Haishan responded with a single "very well," while Yi Xianer politely addressed him as Uncle Master Qin. Yet Qin Haishan didn't so much as glance at Yi Xianer, striding directly to sit across from me. His gaze settled firmly upon me as he asked, "Are you the master of the Heavenly Secrets pavilion?" I nodded. He then asked, "Was it you who killed my disciple?" I answered frankly, "It was me." He stared at me intently, his murderous intent spreading as he channeled his mystic arts to summon his power. But in the next moment, his expression froze. His entire cultivation had been sealed, and he hadn't sensed when it happened. Yi Xianer noticed his strange state and smiled faintly, her lips pressed together. She and I had encountered the same situation when we first entered the Heavenly Secrets pavilion. Qin Haishan trembled slightly, his murderous intent vanishing like smoke, leaving only fear in its place. To his horror, he realized he couldn't perceive my cultivation at all. Either a formation was masking my aura, or my power far surpassed his. He believed it was the latter, for within the Heavenly Secrets pavilion, he hadn't detected any trace of such a formation. I took a sip of tea and sat up straight, saying, "Weren't you about to take action?" Cold sweat beaded on Qin Haishan's forehead as he hastily replied, "A misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. My disciple has long been arrogant and overbearing within the sect, never learning restraint. In this junior's opinion, he must have offended you, senior, and brought this misfortune upon himself." As he spoke, a thought flashed through his mind, and he produced a battle halberd covered in bronze patina, its aura chillingly murderous. "Senior," he said, "this humble one offers this small token of apology on behalf of my disciple. I hope you will accept it." Yi Xianer gasped in astonishment, "A subdivine weapon?" Subdivine weapons were forged by pseudogods at the divine tribulation realm, surpassing supreme spiritual treasures but falling short of true divine weapons. Qin Haishan could produce this item, clearly showing he was thoroughly frightened. I silently asked the system, "How many celestial secrets points can I exchange?" The system replied, 100 points. My heart leaped with joy. Getting 100 heavenly secrets points without lifting a finger was quite a bargain. I said coolly, "You show some sincerity after all. I won't hold what just happened against you." Qin Haishan bowed deeply and was about to leave when I called out to him, "Wait." He abruptly halted his steps, stiffly turning around to ask, "Senior, what instructions do you have for me?" I said, "The Celestial Secrets Pavilion is a place of business. If you enter the pavilion and freely give me a semi-divine weapon without me doing anything in return, word might spread that the Celestial Secrets Pavilion bullies others with its power." Qin Haishan asked cautiously, as if treading on thin ice, "Then what should this junior do?" Frowning, I replied, "Isn't this forcing a sale? The Celestial Secrets Pavilion has no such rules." Qin Haishan was on the verge of tears. I sighed, helped him up, and had Yi Xianer bring him a hot cup of tea. I said, "You've been stuck at the peak of divine tribulation realm for 120 years now, haven't you?" Qin Haishan's mind reeled with shock as he looked at me in disbelief. "Senior, how could you know this?" I countered, "Have you forgotten where we are?" Suddenly recalling the couplets at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, he was overwhelmed with awe. Smiling, I asked him, "Do you want to ascend to godhood?" At first he was stunned, then overjoyed, while Yi Xianer stared at me in astonishment. A heavenly deity was an absolute powerhouse in the southern wilderness. Among 1,000 perfected pseudo-deities at the divine tribulation realm, perhaps not even one could achieve heavenly deity status. This was precisely why Qin Haishan had gone mad with desire. He pushed back his chair and fell to his knees with a thud, pleading earnestly, "This junior has dreamed of becoming a deity. I beg senior to show me the way." With profound depth in my gaze, I said, "There are many methods, but you possess something unique." Raising his head in confusion, he asked, "Why? You are now 996 years old, with withered vitality. You've long missed the prime time to ascend to godhood. Trying to achieve divinity through self-cultivation is utterly impossible," I said. He cowed out heavily on the ground and pleaded, "I beg for your guidance, senior." I continued, "For you to become a god, you can only rely on external aids." He let out a long sigh, looking utterly dejected. This junior knows that too, but divine medicines are hard to come by, and those capable of helping me ascend are even rarer. For over 100 years, I've been searching for leads, but found nothing. I glanced at Qin Haishan with a sunny smile and said, "Now, your destined opportunity has arrived." Qin Haishan suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming intensely, and hastily said, "If you, esteemed elder, could show this junior a clear path, I would willingly spare no expense and sacrifice everything." "Ah, after all the effort I've put in, this fish has finally taken the bait," I thought with a slight cough, feeling indescribably delighted. I silently communicated with the system in my mind. "System, scan and tell me where in the southern barren lands there might be divine medicines or opportunities that could help someone attain godhood." Ding! The system replied after a moment. After thorough scanning, 27 locations meet the host's requirements. Mount Bujo requires 200,000 celestial secret points to reveal its exact location. Tomb of the 100 Battles Sage King requires 30,000 celestial secret points to reveal its exact location. Purple Star Sage's Cave Abode requires 20,000 celestial secret points to uncover its precise whereabouts. Kunlun Valley requires 1,200 celestial secret points to inquire about its specific location. Hearing this, my scalp tingled with excitement. These hidden opportunities were virtually unheard of, whether awaiting the right time or the destined individual, none could say. And this was just within the southern wilderness. Who knows how many greater secret realms and chances might exist elsewhere in the primeval realm? Those places can be explored later. For now, Kunlun Valley is the cheapest option. Looks like we have no choice but to pick it. With this thought in mind, I turned to Qin Haishan with a knowing smile. This was truly a fat sheep ready for the shearing. Qin Haishan grew uneasy under my gaze and cautiously asked, "Senior, have you found a solution?" I coughed lightly and declared with solemnity, "The workings of heaven's path cannot escape my divinations." Would mere godhood ascension methods truly pose a challenge? Remember this, within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, there exists nothing beyond my knowledge. Qin Haishan exclaimed excitedly, "Please enlighten me, senior." Seated in the scholar's armchair, I lightly tapped the armrest with my index finger while watching him with an enigmatic half-smile. Qin Haishan suddenly came to his senses and said, "This junior was negligent." He understood there were no free lunches in this world. Obtaining opportunities required paying a price. He presented a divine blade, saying, "Esteemed senior, this is a demigod weapon forged by this junior. Please accept it as a humble gift." Yi Xianer's eyes immediately lit up as the system notified, "Glazed divine blade, demigod weapon, worth 200 destiny points." This blade was more powerful than the previous war halberd, capable of exchanging for twice as many destiny points. But I frowned. To inquire about Kunlun Valley required 1,200 heavenly secret points, while I only had 300, far from enough. Moreover, I couldn't divulge heavenly secrets for free without suffering divine retribution. I had to profit from it one way or another. Qin Haishan saw my frown, and his heart skipped a beat. He knew I wasn't satisfied with his offerings. Gritting his teeth, he took off his cosmic ring and handed it to me. As my consciousness probed the ring, I found 2 quasi-divine weapons, dozens of medicinal pills, over 10 supreme-grade spiritual treasures, and a formation diagram worth about 800 heavenly secret points in total. Still, he was short by 100 points. I said calmly, "Beneath the divine, all are but ants." It seems you still don't grasp the true meaning of those words. Or perhaps, fellow Taoist, you doubt my information? Qin Haishan was filled with apprehension. This humble one would never dare. I smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, external possessions cannot compare to one's own strength. Moreover, if the information from our Destiny Pavilion turns out to be wrong, you're always welcome to come back and find me. I'll return everything to you in full." Qin Haishan responded with a bitter smile. Senior overstates the matter. From the moment he stepped into the Destiny Pavilion, there had been no peace for him. Even if the information were false, he had no choice but to accept it. But then he thought to himself, if this turned out to be true, he could become a celestial being with greatly extended lifespan. I wasn't in a hurry either, waiting for him to make his choice. I had already deduced his trump card long ago. Qin Haishan gritted his teeth and retrieved a scroll from his purple mansion space. The scroll was entirely imperial yellow, radiating an aura of royal authority, truly extraordinary. He said, "Esteemed elder, this is the Great Zhou Divine Dynasty's national treasure technique, the Minghuang Xuandu Heart Sutra. Although it's incomplete, it's a sage-level cultivation method. I hope it might catch your discerning eye. The system prompt: the Emperor Ming's profound Capital Heart Sutra is valued at 600 heavenly mystery points. My expression flickered slightly. 600 points was proof enough of this cultivation technique's power, especially considering it was still incomplete. Yi Xian'er was both shocked and indignant. Even within the Tianjin sect, she had never seen a copy of this technique, proving Qin Haishan had kept it hidden from the sect, a move she found utterly contemptible. I accepted the scroll and said, honestly, fellow Daoist Qin, divining heavenly mysteries invites divine retribution upon me. That's why my price isn't cheap, but I guarantee you'll get more than your money's worth. I instantly converted what he gave me into heavenly secrets points, a total of 1700. He truly was a big fish. After deducting the points needed to investigate Kunlun Valley, I still had 500 left. What a huge profit! I thought to myself, a single Qin Haishan is worth 60 Qi Honkus. These old-timers are far more reliable. I hurriedly said to the system, retrieve all information about Kunlun Valley. Ding! 1,200 heavenly secrets points deducted. Kunlun Valley information query successful. The Kunlun Valley is the ruins left behind after the Kunlun sect's destruction 1,300 years ago. Among them, after the fall of one of the sect's celestial deities, their divine blood nourished a medicinal king herb, which over the course of 1,300 years grew into the divine herb, 7-star heavenly treasure lotus. Consuming its 7 lotus seeds can refine one's essence and rebirth their form, achieving the body of a celestial being. The Kunlun Valley is guarded by the Grand 5 Elements Sword Array. Therefore, a diagram of the Grand 5 Elements Sword Array is attached. With my hands clasped behind my back, I recorded all the information on a jade slip and tossed it to Qin Haishan, saying, this jade slip contains all the information you seek. Take it immediately to the destination and use the method to break the array to enter the secret realm. Qin Haishan widened his eyes in astonishment and said, there's actually a way to break the formation? I smiled and replied, of course. This formation is called the Great 5 Elements Sword Formation. With your current abilities, you wouldn't be able to pass through it without knowing how to break it. Since I've promised to help you attain divinity, I might as well go all the way. Qin Haishan carefully accepted the jade slip as if it were a priceless treasure. I added, don't waste time. If we're late, I can't guarantee the opportunity will still be there. Qin Haishan kept kowtowing. Thank you, senior. This junior will set off immediately. When he walked out of Tianji Pavilion, that terrifying pressure instantly dissipated. He bowed respectfully towards Tianji Pavilion, humble as a meek junior bidding farewell to an elder. This left all the cultivators around Tianji Pavilion utterly dumbfounded. The city lord of Linglong murmured blankly, is this truly the second elder of Tianjin sect? Everyone was puzzled. Where had Qin Haishan's once overbearing arrogance gone? Weren't he and Tianji Pavilion supposed to have a feud over his disciple's death? Why was he being so deferential now? Qin Haishan took a profound glance at the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, gripping the jade slip tightly in his hand as if transported to another era. A lifetime savings had been exchanged for the seemingly ordinary jade slip, and his heart convulsed violently. He exhaled a long breath and, following the direction indicated by the jade slip, transformed into a brilliant streak of light that soared toward the southeast. Only long after he departed did the crowd finally regain their senses. The city lord of Linglong gazed intently at the Celestial Secrets Pavilion and murmured, there's definitely something peculiar about this Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Chapter 6, The Creation Heart Sutra. When did the Tianji Pavilion appear? The Linglong city lord turned to his subordinates behind him and asked solemnly, I do not know, my lord. The subordinate hesitated before finally shaking his head. How could you manage Linglong city without even knowing when the Tianji Pavilion was built? What use are you to the city lord? The Linglong city lord said angrily. City lord, I heard that the Tianji Pavilion seemed to have appeared overnight, the subordinate replied. The Linglong city lord's expression turned solemn, and he nodded. The senior from Tianji Pavilion, who could effortlessly execute Du Ju and repel Qin Haishan, must indeed be an extraordinary figure. Even demigod-level figures fear this person, so naturally it's beyond our comprehension. Since we're in Linglong City, I must pay my respects to this senior. City lord, are you going empty-handed? One of the city's commanders hesitated before suggesting, in my humble opinion, we should prepare gifts for the visit. Well said. The city lord of Linglong suddenly saw the light and laughed, saying, this city lord shall return at once to make preparations. Once they had left, the remaining cultivators broke into another clamor of discussion. A day passed, and the Celestial Secrets Pavilion remained the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Yet in the eyes of the crowd, it was no longer a laughingstock, but rather a place to be feared. Senior, how could you simply give him the method to become a deity just like that? Yi Xian'er asked in confusion. What he gave you is far from enough to help him achieve godhood. Yi Su glanced at Yi Xian'er and replied nonchalantly, if you have enough to offer, I can make you a saint in an instant. I recall your grandmaster is also a demigod at the peak of the divine tribulation realm, isn't he? Yi Xian'er's dark eyes sparkled with realization. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I'll notify my master and grandmaster immediately, asking her to come pay her respects to you, senior. A teachable youngster indeed. Yi Su smiled, feeling quite satisfied. Without much effort, another fish was about to take the bait. His thoughts stirred as his consciousness sank into the system. Exploring news of Kunlun Valley cost 1,200 heavenly secret points, leaving him with only 500. This was a considerable fortune. He needed to use it wisely to strengthen his own abilities. After all, Yi Su had no intention of hiding within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion his entire life. When traveling outside, the most important thing is to have sufficient strength. If I want to continue cultivating, I must master a technique, Yi Su thought to himself. The next realm is the true spirit realm. In this realm, one cultivates the soul. It requires using the body's vital energy to open the purple mansion, guiding the energy of heaven and earth to temper the soul and forge the true spirit. This must be accompanied by the corresponding cultivation technique. System, search for cultivation techniques suitable for my practice, Yi Su commanded. Ding! The system has found appropriate cultivation techniques for the host. 10,000 stars Ascension Scripture, immortality worth 8 million heavenly secret points. Purple Astral Dragon Ascension Path, immortality worth 15 million heavenly secret points. Profound Capital Oblivion Tome, immortality worth 20 million heavenly secret points. Primordial Tao Scripture, Immortal King Class worth 50 million heavenly secrets points. Cosmic Sacrificial Rites, Quasi-Immortal Emperor Class worth 80 million heavenly secrets points. Creation Heart Sutra, Immortal Emperor Class worth 100 million heavenly secrets points. How can everything be so expensive? Yi Su's mentality collapsed. The 500 heavenly secret points he had on hand couldn't even cover a fraction of the cost. Of course, there were many lower-level cultivation techniques that could only reach the Dharma Aspect Realm or Tao Palace Realm, but Yi Su simply couldn't bring himself to settle for them. System, can I purchase them separately? Yes. Having received the system's confirmation, Yi Su asked again, if I want to buy the Creation Heart Sutra, can 500 Providence points buy me the Divine Spring Realm volume? Yes. Then purchase the Divine Creation Scripture, the Spiritual Spring Realm Cultivation Method. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have spent 400 Heavenly Mechanism points to acquire the Spiritual Spring Realm Cultivation Method of the Divine Creation Scripture. You actually left me with 100? Yi Su gave a wry smile. At least he hadn't been completely devoured. However, just thinking about the cultivation techniques beyond the Divine Spring Realm made his head ache. The mental cultivation method for the Divine Spring Realm alone required 400 Providence points. Wouldn't the Nascent Divinity Realm, Tao Palace Realm, Divine Tribulation Realm, and even the Heavenly Divinity Realm require twice the resources? The path of fleecing wealthy sheep remains long and arduous. Yi Su sighed. To gather the complete Creation Heart Sutra, he'd have to thoroughly exploit every great emperor and true immortal. System, use all remaining 100 heavenly secret points to enhance my strength. Boom! Almost simultaneously as the words fell, a surge of immense spiritual energy suddenly poured into Yi Su's body. The Creation Heart Scripture automatically circulated. Yi Su's entire body's vitality was mobilized by the technique, surging like a mighty flood, converging from countless streams into one immense flow, all rushing toward the crown of his head. Boom! The vast torrent of vitality crashed against the Violet Mansion, and within Yi Su's dim sea of consciousness, a glimmer of light seemed to emerge. This was the sign of the Violet Mansion's gate being opened. However, the first attempt to break through the Purple Mansion did not entirely succeed. Boom! Another impact followed. Yi Su's mind roared with thunder. He could no longer remember how many times he had attempted to break through the Purple Mansion. According to the records in the Creation Heart Scripture, the more solid the Purple Mansion, the firmer the foundation, and once opened, it would bring endless benefits. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, with a deafening boom in his mind, the Purple Mansion was finally breached. Vast surges of purple chi filled the previously dark and chaotic Purple Mansion, continuously expanding its boundaries. At last, Yi Su's Purple Mansion expanded to 99 miles. Simultaneously, the violet chi flew deep into his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Yi Su saw a vaguely featured miniature figure, 90% similar to himself, sitting cross-legged with hands forming seals, floating deep within the Purple Mansion. That was his soul. Strands of violet mist coiled around the soul, seeping into it through the eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and every pore of its being, purging impurities within while refining the soul's essence. After some time, the soul opened its eyes. Enveloped in shimmering violet haze, an aura of profound mystery began to stir anew. In Yisu's eyes, the soul fragment transformed endlessly, now resembling a dragon, then a phoenix, at times like the sun, at others like the moon, appearing as an emperor one moment and as an ordinary mortal the next, taking on countless forms without fixed shape. Such was the profound mystery of the creation heart scripture. The Tao of transformation is the fundamental truth. The vast world and boundless universe are in constant flux at every moment. Yi Xian'er was also astounded by the ever-shifting aura emanating from Yisu beside her. Just now, the imperial majesty radiating from Yisu was as weighty as a mountain and as vast as an ocean, as if the heavenly Tao itself had descended, leaving Yi Xian'er breathless. What a terrifying aura! Not daring to make a sound, Yi Xian'er stared at Yisu in awe. As expected of a senior expert, merely a wisp of his aura is enough to make my soul tremble. If she knew that Yisu was now only a cultivator at the true spirit realm, one can only imagine what she would think. Boom! In the next instant, the soul opened its mouth and inhaled, drawing in an endless stream of violet qi. To everyone's astonishment, the tiny soul began to grow continuously. 1 foot, 1 zhang, 10 zhang. The purple energy was continuously devoured and refined, while the soul madly expanded, ultimately reaching a height of 49 zhang, 9 qi, and 9 cun before ceasing to grow. This signified that Yisu had attained the pinnacle of the true spirit realm. The pinnacle of the true spirit realm is to cultivate one's spirit to a height of 49 zhang, 9 qi, and 9 cun. As the saying goes, heaven's numbers reach 49, with one reserved beyond. Those who have achieved this stage are all peerless geniuses through the ages, leaving behind their own legends in the river of time. Yisu reached it. It took only 3 short hours. What a pity! It still cannot help me break through to the divine spring realm. Yisu opened his eyes, a flicker of disappointment passing through them. The power of 100 heavenly secrets points had been completely exhausted. He could only stop at the peak of the true spirit realm, still unable to advance to the divine spring realm. Senior, were you just cultivating? As the aura dissipated and that terrifying pressure finally faded, Yi Xian'er looked at Yisu, cautiously inquiring. Yisu smiled and said, I had a sudden epiphany, so I cultivated for a short while. Did you gain any insights from it? This junior is dull-witted and didn't comprehend anything. Yi Xian'er lowered her head in shame. It doesn't matter. Yisu smiled and said, anyway, you're still at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The mysteries of this place are beyond ordinary people's comprehension. If you can fathom even a fraction of them, roaming freely across the southern wastelands, or even Yuan realm, won't pose much of a problem. Hearing this, Yi Xian'er's eyes immediately lit up. I understand, Senior. You may move about freely in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, but when I need you to run errands, you must pause your cultivation, Yisu said. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Yi Xian'er bowed deeply and immediately began exploring the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, searching for opportunities. Another customer has arrived. Yisu sensed something, picking up his teacup with one hand as his gaze turned toward the main entrance. Chapter 7, Clinging to the Senior's Coattails. The city lord of Linglong stood slightly hunched, followed by the city lord's mansion commander carrying a 3-foot jade box. Both wore expressions of reverence as they approached the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Your humble servant, the city lord of Linglong City, pays respects to the master of Tianji Pavilion. Standing outside the gate, the city lord of Linglong bowed deeply, his upper body nearly parallel to the ground. The city lord actually came in person to visit the Tianji Pavilion master, and even performed such a grand gesture, a passerby exclaimed in shock. Do you not yet know the origins of this Tianji Pavilion master? A practitioner said with reverence, this senior could scare away the second elder of Tianjin sect. He is a godlike figure, so naturally the city lord wouldn't dare show discourtesy. The master of Tianji Pavilion is truly divine. No need for formalities, city lord. Please come in, Yisu's voice sounded. The Linglong city lord hurriedly entered the Celestial Secrets Pavilion with his commander in tow. Greetings, senior. The Linglong city lord bowed once more, and after paying his respects, he stood nervously to the side, clenching his hands while stealthily observing Yisu, who sat leisurely in the armchair. Yisu's face was as smooth as jade, framed by sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, undeniably a handsome young man. Though young in years, Yisu's face showed not a trace of youthful immaturity. Despite facing a mere youth, the city lord of Linglong dared not show the slightest disrespect, for this was the divine being who had made a demigod flee in terror. At the very least, he was a heavenly god. City lord, please have a seat. Xian'er, come serve tea, Yisu instructed. Yi Xian'er, who had been wandering around the Tianji Pavilion, immediately stepped forward upon hearing this and bowed to pour tea for the Linglong city lord and Yisu respectively. "City Lord, please enjoy your tea." Yi Xianer offered a cup of tea. "Miss Xianer?" The city lord of Linglong showed a startled expression. Several days ago, Yi Xianer and Shi Hancho had visited the city lord's residence to inquire about the whereabouts of the 9-grade golden lotus, but how would the city lord of Linglong know? He never expected that Yi Xianer would actually be staying within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Before Yi Xianting, she seemed just like a maid. Yi Su, however, didn't have such thoughts. The only reason he allowed Yi Xianer to stay was because he felt too lonely by himself and wanted her to keep him company and chat with him, just to relieve his boredom. "It's me," Yi Xianer nodded. City Lord Linglong was utterly shocked. Yi Xianer was a core disciple of Tianqin sect, yet here she was acting like a mere maidservant. This completely overturned his understanding. The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is truly an unfathomable figure. "Senior, please have some tea." "Thank you." Yi Su expressed his gratitude. Yi Xianer was momentarily stunned, utterly overwhelmed by the unexpected honor. An elder was actually thanking her? "Senior." The Linglong city master took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, just about to speak. "I already know the purpose of the city lord's visit," Yi Su said lightly. "If you seek my protection for Linglong city, I'm afraid I must disappoint you." The lord of Linglong city shuddered violently, spilling tea all over his hand. Before he could even state his purpose, how did the master of Tianji Pavilion already know? He hurriedly wiped away the spills and forced a bitter smile. This junior understands that Linglong city is but a small corner of the world. It's only natural that someone of your stature would find it beneath notice. In the southern wastelands, cities like Linglong city were as numerous as stars in the sky. Being at the peak of the Dao Palace realm made one a top expert in Linglong city. Yet across the vast southern wastelands, such cultivators were as common as weeds. Though ruling over Linglong city, its lord spent his days in constant worry, fearing he might one day offend a divine tribulation realm expert and bring about the city's destruction. For example, when Qin Haishan appeared, the Linglong city lord could only grovel despite his initial arrogance. Yet with just one word from him, the Linglong city lord had to scurry away. This junior understands. The Linglong city lord forced a smile uglier than tears. "Do you understand anything?" Yi Su exclaimed in surprise. He had long discerned the purpose of the Linglong city lord's visit. It was nothing more than recognizing the unfathomable strength of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The Linglong city lord wished to invite him to serve as a guest elder, so that in times of crisis, he could step forth to safeguard Linglong city. If Yi Su possessed the capability, there would be no harm in acquiescing. After all, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is located in Linglong city, which serves as the foundation of his existence. However, Yi Su is invincible within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, but once he leaves it, he becomes an ordinary person at the peak of the true spirit realm, unable to protect Linglong city. Upon hearing these words, the lord of Linglong city grew anxious, fearing that his earlier remarks had displeased Yi Su. "Senior, I have prepared generous gifts for you, hoping that you, Celestial Star Iron?" Yi Su smiled slightly. The previously loquacious Linglong city lord seemed as if choked by an invisible hand, his face flushing crimson until not a single word could escape his lips. Yi Su had seen through all his thoughts. He felt that every notion, every step of his thinking was laid bare before Yi Su's gaze. "This is the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. There is nothing I do not know," Yi Su said calmly. "Senior's methods are unfathomable indeed. This junior has learned much," the city lord of Linglong said respectfully. "However, this celestial star divine iron is a sacred metal for forging divine weapons, something that even heavenly gods would covet." Yi Su finished Lord Linglong's next sentence for him. Lord Linglong was left speechless. In front of Yi Su, he better keep his mouth shut and play dumb. "What a shame, I'm not a heavenly deity." Yi Su's eyes were deep and profound. Not a heavenly deity? Could he be a sage then? The city lord of Linglong was ecstatic. Could there truly be a sage within his domain? But in the very next moment, despair washed over him. He was nothing but an insignificant ant, incapable of offering anything of value to Yi Su. If so, why would the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion even consider helping him? It was merely this junior's wishful thinking. "I beg the elder not to take offense." The Linglong city master sighed, as if drained of all strength, slowly turning his back. "City master, wait." Yi Su smiled faintly. "My Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is a place for business. The city master possesses divine iron, and coincidentally, I happen to have an array scroll in my possession. We could make a deal." At these words, City Lord Linglong abruptly turned his body around to face them. "This junior is willing. May I ask, esteemed elder, what kind of formation is this?" City Lord Linglong felt both astonished and overjoyed, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. "A formation taken out by a sage is certainly no ordinary item. Just a divine grade formation, that's all." Yi Su said lightly as a white light flashed, and a scroll fell into his palm. "A divine grade formation, and that's it?" The City Lord of Linglong and the commander exchanged glances, both falling into silence. In the vast southern wilderness, apart from the top-tier giants, only a few first-class forces with profound foundations possessed divine-grade formations. Even newly ascended first-class forces could scarcely produce a single divine-grade formation. Linglong City, tucked away in a remote corner, was pathetically weak. If we could build a divine-grade formation, no one would dare to bully us in the southern wilderness again. Take a look first. Yisu flicked his index finger, sending the scroll flying towards the city lord of Linglong. The city lord caught it with one hand and unfolded it to examine its contents. On the scroll, arrays of 5 elements runes were densely inscribed, appearing like ghostly scribbles that dazzled the eyes and left one dizzy at first glance. This formation was none other than the Kunlun Valley's killing formation, the Great 5 Elements Sword Formation. This was the Kunlun sect's ultimate protective array, capable, when fully activated, of slaying even heavenly deities. Senior, this is far too precious. The Linglong City Lord's eyes burned with desire, yet in his heart he knew that a single piece of celestial star divine iron couldn't possibly compare to the value of this Great 5 Elements Sword Formation diagram. That commander gently tugged at the Linglong City Lord's sleeve, yet the Linglong City Lord still refused to accept it. He wasn't sure if this was Yisu's test, and didn't dare take advantage of him. Another point was that he dealt with matters fairly, so accepting such a gesture went against his principles. Yisu gave a slight nod. This city master Linglong truly had the bearing of an upright gentleman. No problem. Yisu smiled and said, I'll be staying in Linglong City for the long term. If you feel a piece of celestial star divine iron isn't enough to buy the array diagram, you can compensate me later when you have more money. Consider it an IOU for now. Such a good deal exists. The city lord of Linglong widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. Thank you, senior. Overwhelmed with joy, the city lord of Linglong said, this junior will immediately draft an IOU for you, senior. Yisu shook his head with a chuckle. What a straightforward person. The city lord of Linglong took up his brush and swiftly drafted the agreement, then respectfully presented it to Yisu with both hands. Yisu didn't even glance at it before placing it on the table. If there's nothing else, leave the celestial star iron and go. Hearing this, the commander of the city lord's residence stepped forward and placed the jade box on the table. Both men then bowed deeply to Yisu before turning to leave the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion. System, redeem. Ding. Celestial star iron, worth 300 fate points, already exchanged. The joyful leader of Linglong City strode with vigorous steps, his spirit lifted by auspicious events, moving with the majestic bearing of a dragon and the powerful grace of a tiger. He produced a blank jade slip and inscribed all the materials required for forging the Great 5 Elements Sword Array before handing it to the commander of the city lord's residence beside him. Zhao Chang, I need you to gather these formation materials in the shortest possible time. With a stern voice, the lord of Linglong City added, let no word of this leak out. Lord, rest assured. Within 7 days, this subordinate will gather all the required materials without fail. Zhao Chang made his military pledge. The Linglong City Lord turned his head to glance back at the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. This is a thigh we must cling to tightly, the Linglong City Lord thought to himself. Through this incident, he saw the opportunity for Linglong City's growth and prosperity. All of this relies on the Tianji Pavilion. Chapter 8, Loyal Customer Qin Haishan. Qin Haishan grasped the jade slip, transforming into a radiant streak that vanished into the clouds. A day later, above a sheer cliff, the void suddenly split open. Qin Haishan emerged in the vast expanse between heaven and earth, his crimson robe billowing in the wind. This is a sheer cliff. In front of the cliff, a sea of clouds surges endlessly, vast and boundless. Behind lies an imposing mountain range, stretching far into the distance. Of the supposed Kunlun Valley, not a trace could be seen. Was I deceived? This was Qin Haishan's first reaction. A millennium's savings, exhausted in a single day, yet ultimately, it was all just a scam. Qin Haishan's eyes rolled back as he nearly fainted dead away on the spot. He wouldn't lie to me. My senior would never lie to me. Qin Haishan clutched the jade slip so tightly his fingers turned white. The master of the Celestial Calculations Pavilion could perceive his innermost thoughts and deduce every detail about him, undoubtedly a recluse of supreme cultivation. How could such a figure possibly deceive him? Moreover, the most crucial point was this: even if the pavilion master had deceived him, Qin Haishan wouldn't dare return to confront him now. The terror of the Tianji Pavilion still sends chills down Qin Haishan's spine to this day. Before Yisu, he felt like a powerless minor ghost, completely transparent with nowhere to hide his thoughts. There must be some hidden mechanism. Qin Haishan recalled Yisu's words. The Kunlun Valley's secret realm seemed not yet unveiled to the world. His gaze turned toward the rolling sea of clouds, vast as azure waves, submerging all things. Qin Haishan's divine awareness enveloped this stretch of heaven and earth. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Hidden within the sea of clouds was an extremely obscure aura. Moreover, the density of spiritual energy here was vastly different from the outside world. It was remarkably dense. Boom! Realizing this anomaly, Xin Haishan circulated his magic power. With a mere thought, a top-grade spiritual treasure materialized in his palm, an ancient bronze sword. As a demigod-level figure, Xin Haishan could only bring out a supreme-grade spiritual treasure now. Clang! With a resounding sword cry, Xin Haishan raised his blade and swung downward. A cylindrical sword aura, like a 100-jung divine sword, cleaved through the sea of clouds toward that eerie anomaly. Boom! The next moment, the sea of clouds parted as if cleaved in half by a single sword stroke. Xin Haishan's sword strike tore through the void, resembling the primordial separation of heaven and earth. A massive crack in reality appeared amidst the sea of clouds, from which surged forth a torrential eruption of spiritual energy reminiscent of a volcanic explosion. Such intense spiritual energy. Indeed, the elder didn't deceive me. Xin Haishan burst into laughter. Such dense spiritual energy couldn't even be gathered in the training holy land of Tianqin sect. He looked toward the spatial rift, activating his pupil technique as his eyes turned violet gold. Beyond the rift lay misty mountains and seas, a paradise-like sanctuary, as if it were a celestial realm. Xin Haishan's excitement surged, nearly unable to resist rushing straight into the secret realm. However, Xin Haishan suddenly remembered that the Kunlun Valley was protected by the Great Five Elements Sword Formation, a formation capable of slaying even gods, let alone a mere demigod? Xin Haishan immediately took out the jade slip, carefully reviewing it once more to engrave the secret techniques of the Great Five Elements Sword Formation firmly in his mind. Ensuring not a single error remained, he then soared into the spatial rift. Clang! 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 The moment Xin Haishan stepped into the Kunlun Valley, his aura was detected, and the sword formation activated. 5 divine lights soared into the heavens, with vast celestial energy condensing into endless elemental sword energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while runes filled the skies in a dazzling whirl. The void bore the imprints of 5 elemental runes, and 5 towering divine pillars stood erect across the 4 cardinal directions and the center of the world. This was the core source of the formation's power. The 5-element divine pillars. Xin Haishan mastered the profound mysteries of the formation, knowing the location of the life gate. After entering the Great Five Elements Sword Formation, he cautiously avoided each incoming sword energy, emerging unscathed despite the peril. Every muscle in his body was tense, being struck by even a single sword energy would mean death or crippling injury at best. What a treasure! Xin Haishan turned his gaze toward the 5 divine elemental pillars. If I were to become a god, I'd surely take this formation with me as a souvenir. Xin Haishan was brimming with ambition. Once he achieved celestial status and mastered a divine-grade grand formation, he would stand as a towering figure in the southern wastelands, equal in status to sect masters. He passed through the formation barrier and finally saw the full panorama of Kunlun Valley. This hidden realm was nestled in a basin, the ruins of the ancient Kunlun sect. A millennium has passed, and those divine temples and palaces have mostly fallen into ruin and decay, with only faint outlines still visible to recall the former glory of the Kunlun sect. Xin Haishan was somewhat moved by nostalgia. He was not yet born before the Kunlun sect perished. Nevertheless, he knew quite a few secrets about the Kunlun sect. This was once a sect that stood tall among the giants. Legend has it that after offending a mysterious sage, it was annihilated overnight. Only a powerhouse at the sage level could silently wipe out a giant sect without even destroying its protective grand array. Xin Haishan murmured. After all, even a divine king at the creation realm wouldn't be able to completely overpower such an established sect without encountering any resistance. Xin Haishan descended upon the ruins of the Kunlun sect, where his gaze fell. Not a blade of grass grew. The remnants of the Kunlun sect exuded a terrifying power, one capable of annihilating all life force. Even after 1,000 years, this energy had yet to dissipate. This must be the power of a sage. Terrified, Xin Haishan dared not step into the ruins of the Kunlun sect, fearing that disturbing the lingering divine might of the sage would scatter his soul to the winds. What he sought wasn't within the ruins of Kunlun sect. Following the information from the jade slip, Xin Haishan headed southwest, the herb garden of Kunlun sect. Moments later, Xin Haishan came upon a herb garden spanning over 100 acres. The herbal garden was filled with exotic flowers and rare herbs, countless treasures and sovereign remedies. At the center of the garden, a skeleton stood perfectly upright. Its bones appeared as if cast from pure gold, glowing resplendently, but Xin Haishan noticed the golden bones bore no traces of Taoist principles. Death without decay signifies that this skeleton was once a deity in life. The obliteration of divine imprints indicates it suffered an irresistible trauma before death, leading to the erasure of its primordial essence, perishing both physically and spiritually. Xin Haishan's focus wasn't on the skeleton itself. What truly concerned him was the divine herb lying before the skeletal remains. A 9-foot-tall divine lotus with roots and stems shimmering like pure gold bloomed brilliantly, its golden petals half open and half closed, forming what appeared to be a lotus throne. Upon the lotus throne rested 7 golden lotus seeds. The aura of the seeds was profoundly mysterious, containing boundless divine power. Xin Haishan was overwhelmed with excitement, his blood boiling with fervor. The 7-star celestial treasure divine lotus, the ultimate purpose of his journey. This object could help him ascend to godhood. This is most likely the deity of the Kunlun sect. After being slain, his divine blood nourished the 7-star celestial treasure Divine Lotus, and through millennia of transformation, it gave birth to this divine herb. Qin Haishan thought to himself, Senior's foresight is truly divine, his powers vast and boundless. Awe for Yisu spontaneously arose within Qin Haishan's heart. In that instant, he even began contemplating the future. Since Yisu could calculate all matters under heaven and knew everything, he must surely be able to deduce the opportunities of divine kings and even sages. As long as he clung tightly to Yisu's coattails, becoming a god or ancestor would be absolutely within his grasp. In the flicker of these thoughts, Qin Haishan had already charted his future path. Toiling away in cultivation was nothing compared to stumbling upon a single opportunity. All he needed was to acquire enough treasures, and then he could obtain even more resources. Qin Haishan suppressed his distracting thoughts. He examined the skeleton and chuckled darkly. Though its inherent Tao principles have been erased, it's still divine bone at least. Combined with other materials, it should suffice to forge a sub-divine weapon at worst. With a sweep of his sleeve, he stored the golden skeleton away. Qin Haishan channeled his magic power to pluck the 7-star celestial treasure lotus. This divine herb's millennia of essence were all concentrated within its 7 lotus seeds. Qin Haishan needed to consume these 7 seeds to break through to the celestial god realm. Moon grasping hand. With a sweeping motion of Qin Haishan's mighty hand, heaven and earth abruptly darkened, and the radiant glow of the 7 treasures heavenly lotus dimmed suddenly. As the divine technique manifested, all 7 seeds fell into his grasp. He sat cross-legged and placed a lotus seed in his mouth. Generally, divine medicine needs to be refined into pills to preserve its essence to the greatest extent, but Qin Haishan couldn't wait any longer. He aimed to break through to godhood in the Kunlun Valley. After ascending to divinity, he planned to plunder everything from the Kunlun sect, including the Great 5 Elements sword array, as resources for his second transaction with Yisu. Yi Shirua would undoubtedly be thrilled if he knew. In such a short time, he had already cultivated a loyal customer. Chapter 9, Shiqingxi. Another 300 destiny points acquired. Yisu lay on the reclining chair, tapping the armrest with his index finger, pondering the uses of his heavenly secrets points. 300 heavenly secrets points were enough for him to break through to the divine spring realm or purchase weapons and divine abilities. Weapons and divine abilities aren't of much use to me for now, Yisu contemplated before making his decision. Better to use them to enhance my strength. System, spend 300 heavenly secrets points to upgrade my strength. Clang! With the command issued, an immense surge of spiritual power appeared out of thin air within Yisu's body, and the barrier between the true spirit realm and the divine spring realm was instantly shattered. Yisu's aura skyrocketed. Yet in Yi Xianer's eyes, it was an entirely different spectacle. As Yisu broke through, the Heaven's Mystery Pavilion resonated as well. Countless Tao patterns manifested like divine chains in the void, accompanied by profound Tao chants. The energy of the great Tao boiled ceaselessly, as if the entire pavilion had come alive. Yi Shuzi was enveloped in an aura of purple qi, resembling both an emperor and an immortal, a god and a demon, a Buddha and a monster. In an instant, it seemed as though he had experienced countless cycles of reincarnation. Yi Xianer was utterly stunned. This transformation was far too mystical. With just one glance, she was completely immersed in the sound of the Tao, her pupils reflecting mysterious Tao patterns as her mystic energy began circulating automatically, her aura rising progressively. Yi Xianer had an epiphany. Whether it was just an instant or an eternity, Yi Xianer's cultivation surged from the early stages of the divine spring realm all the way to its late stages before finally stabilizing. When Yi Xianer regained her senses, all the grand illusions of the Tao had vanished without a trace, leaving her wondering if it had all been a dream. But the improvement in her cultivation told her this was real. Senior, are you an emperor? Yi Xianer asked with reverence. In her understanding, only an emperor could possess such an awe-inspiring presence. Yisu smiled mysteriously and said calmly, "Girl, your talent is indeed remarkable. To have 2 epiphanies in just a few days, such comprehension is truly extraordinary." Being praised by Yisu, Yi Xianer was both flattered and delighted, overcome with excitement and joy. "You flatter me too much, Senior," Yi Xianer humbly replied. Everything she had gained these past few days surpassed years of her arduous cultivation. "Girl, among the younger generation in the southern wasteland, who is the strongest?" Yisu inquired. Yi Xianer frowned and said, "My senior brother Yuqingda from the Tianqin sect is only 23 years old, but has already reached the Tao Palace realm as a prince. The 10 great powers of the southern wilderness, I imagine the strength of their younger generation is comparable to senior brother Yu's." Yisu smiled. "It seems the major sects have hidden their depths well. If I could create a ranking list, compiling the young generation across the southern wilderness, it would undoubtedly be quite an interesting endeavor. Of course, this is merely a fantasy. To truly investigate the young talents of the southern wilderness and obtain detailed information, the required amount of heavenly mystery points would likely be astronomical, something Yisu currently couldn't afford. But once an idea takes root, it is bound to sprout. It was only a matter of time before this came to pass. Little girl, cultivate well, and there will be a place for you on the future rankings. Yisu patted Yi Xian'er's slender shoulder and said mysteriously, "Rankings?" Yi Xian'er was utterly bewildered. Ding! Suddenly, the communication jade pendant in Yi Xian'er's embrace lit up. With a flicker of her mind, she received the message, "Your Grandmaster is coming." Nothing within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion could escape Yisu's notice. Before Yi Xian'er could even speak, he had already discerned the message's content. "The progenitor is wise. Our patriarch has taken the 9-grade golden lotus and has fully recovered. He is now traveling to Linglong City with our master to personally express his gratitude to you," Yi Xian'er said respectfully. Yisu maintained his smile, but his thoughts took a different turn. Another big fish has taken the bait. This time, he was determined to fleece them thoroughly. Over 8,000 miles beyond the borders of Linglong City, a golden vessel, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, its surface etched with continuous patterns, unmistakably a demi-divine artifact. 2 women stood at the prow, their sleeves rippling in the wind. One of them was Chi Hongqiu, standing respectfully beside a woman in green robes. The woman in green had delicate features, appearing like a maiden of 16, but her eyes seemed weathered by time, depth like starry skies, occasionally flashing with cold glints. Her lovely face was frost-like, exuding an aura that warned strangers to stay away. Suddenly, the woman in green shuddered slightly. Somehow, she seemed to sense that someone was watching her. "Master, after traveling another 8,000 li, we'll reach the Linglong City. With the speed of the Dragon Phoenix golden barge, it'll take no more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn," Chi Hongqiu said. "Is that master of the Tianji Pavilion really that formidable?" Shi Qingxi replied indifferently, her voice incredibly melodious yet devoid of any emotion. Chi Hongqiu had long grown accustomed to this. Over 100 years ago, when she became a disciple under Chi Qingxi, her master had always been like an iceberg, never revealing even a hint of warmth in her presence. All of this stemmed from the cultivation technique Chi Qingxi practiced. "Master," Chi Hongqiu replied, "the Lord of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion can deduce all things. He must at least be at the level of a sage. If we could obtain intelligence from him regarding your ascension to godhood, then this journey would not have been in vain." "Heaven's Secrets Pavilion?" Chi Qingxi's face remained expressionless as she murmured 3 words. Whoosh! 1 incense stick's time later, the Golden Dragon Phoenix boat descended upon Linglong City, its overwhelming might suppressing the void. The city lord of Linglong gazed from afar, his scalp tingling with dread once more. The Golden Dragon Phoenix boat, this was the exclusive vessel of that woman from the Tianqin sect. Thinking back to when Chi Hongqiu had once visited Linglong City, the city lord suddenly understood everything. She was truly a ruthless character. If the city lord had dared to approach Qin Haishan when he descended upon Linglong City, confronting Chi Hongqiu made him incapable of summoning even a shred of courage. This woman was utterly devoid of emotion, a complete lunatic. Ha! Chi Qingxi's indifferent gaze swept over Linglong City, her expression as cold as ever, yet a trace of surprise tinged her voice. Is Linglong City actually constructing an array formation? Chi Hongqiu also noticed the unusual activities in Linglong City. The cultivators were bustling with activity, lifting and carrying materials for refining treasures and array discs. Meanwhile, City Lord Linglong was directing and coordinating the operations. This array formation is extraordinary, Shi Qingxi remarked with keen insight. After just one glance, she discerned the formidable power of the Great 5-Element Sword Array. Once this formation is complete, even I wouldn't dare to enter it lightly. Master, should we summon City Lord Linglong here for questioning? Chi Hongqiu suggested. No need. An array formation held no allure for her. She cared about the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. The two landed in front of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, as the Dragon Phoenix golden boat transformed into a stream of golden light and flew into Chi Qingxi's sleeve. Chi Qingxi did not enter the Sky Mystery Pavilion immediately. Her gaze wandered over the Sky Mystery Pavilion, a trace of awe flashing in her beautiful eyes. The aura of the Sky Mystery Pavilion was far too extraordinary. Standing alone, it seemed to form its own world, completely isolated from this realm. The grain patterns on that pillar beam appeared naturally formed, captivating at first glance with their endless mystery, making it impossible to resist immersing oneself in their profound depths. The master of Tianji Pavilion is indeed a remarkable figure. A trace of solemnity flickered in Shi Qingxi's eyes. Master, do not underestimate the master of Tianji Pavilion, Shi Hongqiu cautioned. She initially looked down on the master of Tianji Pavilion, only to end up frightened and flustered. Shi Hongqiu certainly didn't want Shi Qingxi to follow in her footsteps and repeat the same mistake. Go on in. Shi Qingxi walked toward Tianji Pavilion. So she came for the sake of the senior. The distant Linglong City Lord witnessed this scene from afar, his expression complex. In just a few short days, 2 demigods had descended. Given time, the fame of the celestial pavilion was bound to spread across the southern wilderness. By then, experts would likely come in an endless stream to pay their respects. It is both a blessing and a curse, thought the city lord of Linglong. Linglong City was too weak. Should they inadvertently offend a powerful cultivator, it could easily lead to annihilation. But, yet this could also be an opportunity for growth. With the support of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, Linglong City could transform into a hub for powerful individuals, ensuring its development would skyrocket. Yet, striking the right balance is exceptionally difficult to achieve. Chapter 10, The Madwoman. As Qi Qingxi stepped into the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, her footsteps suddenly halted. Her magical powers and even her divine sense were beyond her control. The Tianji Pavilion seemed to possess a terrifying mechanism. Once inside, one became an ordinary mortal. There was another possibility. This was the Tianji Pavilion master's way of asserting dominance. Qi Hongqiu had warned her, so Qi Qingxi was prepared. Even with her strength sealed, she remained composed, utterly unruffled. Fellow Taoist Qi, what a pleasure to meet you. Yi Su looked at the two of them, extending a hand in invitation as he said, "Have a cup of hot tea first." Grandmaster. Yi Xian'er beamed with joy, darting toward Qi Qingxi and Qi Hongqiu, and eagerly looped her arm through Qi Qingxi's, displaying utmost affection. "Xian'er, you haven't been causing any trouble for the pavilion master lately, have you?" Qi Qingxi affectionately ruffled Yi Xian'er's hair, a faint smile playing on her lips. Qi Hongqiu felt a pang of envy. Even with herself, Qi Qingxi rarely smiled. Only when she was with Yi Xian'er would she occasionally show a tender expression. Truly, the bond between grandparents and grandchildren is special. No. Yi Xian'er shook her head slightly, activating her mystical powers like a child seeking praise from an adult after accomplishing something. "Elder ancestor, I've already reached the late stage of the divine spring realm. More impressive than I was at your age," Qi Qingxi chuckled. "Pavilion master, thank you for looking after Xian'er during this time. On her behalf, I express my gratitude to you, elder." Qi Qingxi bowed slightly to Yi Su with clasped hands, her expression unreadable, and said, "I heard that under the pavilion master's guidance, my disciple was able to gather the 9 grades golden lotus. You also eliminated Du Ju, allowing Hongqiu to depart smoothly. This divine weapon is my token of gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, pavilion master." Qi Qing's thoughts stirred, and a faint glimmer flew out from his violet mansion. Her complexion changed slightly. Upon entering the pavilion of heavenly secrets, her magical powers were suppressed, yet when she drew her demigod weapon, there was not the slightest obstruction. This could only mean one thing: every action she took, every thought she had, was under Yi Su's complete control. The master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is truly extraordinary, Qi Qingxi mused to herself. In Yi Su's sea of consciousness, a panel also materialized. Name, Qi Qingxi. Cultivation, Divine Tribulation Realm Perfection. Affiliation, Third Elder of Tianxin Sect. Techniques, Incomplete Chapter of the Supreme Indifference Path, derived from the Profound Heavens Indifference Scripture. Divine Abilities, Heaven Overturning Seal, Supreme Emotionless Seal, Star Grasping Hand, Celestial Annihilation Sword Chi, Divinity Demon Unbound Hand. Heart's Desire, to kill the Heaven's Heart Sect Master, the 2 Supreme Elders of the Heaven's Heart Sect, and Qin Haishan, to exact his vengeance. Within mere moments, all of Qi Qingxi's past flooded through Yi Su's mind. What a madwoman! Pitiful, wretched, lamentable. Yi Su sighed. Qi Qingxi's life had traversed from brilliant talent and soaring ambitions to family ruin and death, enduring betrayal, schemes, until finally severing all human emotions. Even Yi Su couldn't help but acknowledge that Qi Qingxi's life had been far too tragic. The root cause of all this can be traced back to the Skyheart Sect Master and his followers. No wonder her greatest desire was to eliminate the Skyheart Sect Master and his group. Qi Qingxi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Facing Yi Su, she felt utterly exposed, as if every part of her had been laid bare before him. This feeling filled Qi Qingxi with dread. Pavilion Master, please accept this token of gratitude. Qi Qingxi channeled her magic power as an eerie light shot towards Yi Su. Yi Su reached out and caught it. This subdivine weapon was a demonic blade, its surface covered with numerous eyes, all tightly shut. But once those demonic eyes opened, they would inevitably taste blood. Exchange for destiny points. Without hesitation, Yi Su accepted them and converted them into destiny points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 380 destiny points. You're too kind, fellow Taoist. Yi Su was overjoyed in his heart. Without lifting a finger, he'd gained nearly 400 heavenly secret points. Such good fortune, he wished it could happen every day. It's only proper. Qi Qingxi replied indifferently before saying to Qi Hongqiu and Yi Xian'er, "Let's go." Yi Su remained expressionless. He saw right through Qi Qingxi. In her heart, there truly wasn't any intention to inquire or negotiate a deal with him. This woman was extraordinarily stubborn and proud, she would never lower herself to ask others for favors. Shi Hongqiu's face dramatically changed color. The master of Tianji Pavilion can divine all matters under heaven, yet after finally getting this rare audience, you didn't even ask about the information you sought? Then didn't we come all this way for nothing? But Qi Qingxi clearly had no intention of changing her mind. Ancestral teacher. Yi Xianer also grew anxious, saying, Qin Haishan is about to become divine. Whoosh! Instantly, Qi Qingxi halted her steps and turned to glare at Yi Xianer with a murderous aura. Qin Haishan? That fool, how could someone like him possibly attain divinity? It's the elder. Yi Xianer felt a chill under Qi Qingxi's gaze. She'd never seen such a terrifying version of her before. Qi Qingxi's delicate eyebrows drew tightly together. Qin Haishan pursued us to Tianji Pavilion, intent on dealing with Senior. Yi Xianer recounted the entire sequence of events without holding anything back. Qi Qingxi's frown deepened. Was it the leader of the Tianji Pavilion who had shown Qin Haishan the path to divinity? Ancestral master, this Senior knows everything. As long as you can offer something that satisfies him, he can deduce the opportunity to achieve divinity. Then you too can become a deity, Yi Xianer urged anxiously, worried Qi Qingxi might miss this great fortune. Qi Qingxi was tempted. She had no doubt in Yi Xianer's words. The heavenly mystery pavilion was filled with hidden intricacies everywhere. Yi Xianer had only stayed a few days yet made a major breakthrough in her cultivation realm, proof that the pavilion master was no ordinary man. She and Shi Hongqiu shared the same thought. There was a strong possibility that Yi Su was a reclusive sage. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion trades in all manner of information. If you can afford the price, we can produce the knowledge. Yi Su spoke these words, deliberately stirring Qi Qingxi's desires. Being emotionless didn't mean lacking the desire to grow stronger. Moreover, Qi Qingxi still harbored hatred deep within her heart. Only by becoming stronger could she achieve her vengeance. Indeed, Yi Su's words immediately drew Qi Qingxi's gaze toward him. Can the pavilion master also provide me with a method to attain godhood? Qi Qingxi asked sternly. The supreme emotion forgetfulness scripture you cultivate originates from the mystic capital forgetfulness heavenly scripture, Yi Su remarked calmly. Even among the myriad realms, this technique ranks among the foremost. I wouldn't mind offering some guidance, he said, but I'm afraid the price is beyond your means, fellow cultivator. Yi Su was spouting utter nonsense with a straight face. What did he know about the mystic capital's emotionless heavenly scripture? But he couldn't afford to lose his cool demeanor. Swish! Qi Qingxi's pupils constricted. The supreme indifference scripture she cultivated was the highest secret of the Tianjin sect, known only to the sect master and the two supreme elders. Yet Yi Su had pinpointed it with startling accuracy. This was utterly inconceivable. Moreover, even Qi Qingxi could only sense the imperfections in the cultivation technique she practiced. She dared not confirm it was merely a fragment, let alone realize that the Supreme Forgetting Emotions chapter originated from the mysterious capital Forgetting Emotions heavenly scripture. In fact, she had never even heard of the profound Tao of Oblivion scripture. Just this alone dispelled the last trace of doubt in Qi Qingxi's heart. May I ask, Master of the Pavilion, how can I become a god? Qi Qingxi set aside her pride and asked earnestly. However, her expression remained cold and indifferent. The supreme detachment scripture had altered her temperament. There was no returning to who she once was. Girl, tell your grand teacher the rules of this place, Yi Su said. Yi Xianer immediately explained, Ancestor Master, when making transactions with Senior, payment must be made first before receiving information. No problem. Qi Qingxi took out one divine weapon after another and vials of elixirs in one go. Numerous divine weapons and elixirs hovered midair. This is because the small table couldn't fit them all. Yi Su's glance swept across the display, a full 18 divine weapons and 16 bottles of elixirs. System, calculate how many heavenly secret points I can exchange for, Yi Su thought to himself. Ding! A total of 8,000 destiny points can be exchanged. Hiss! Yi Su was laughing wildly inside. 8,000 destiny points, this time he struck gold. Who would have thought that Qi Qingxi and Qin Haishan, both elders of the Tianjin sect, would have fortunes differing by tenfold? After all, Qi Qingxi still had her reserves. Yi Su wasn't the type to take advantage of others, and what Qi Qingxi had offered was likely more than sufficient. System, check how many places can help Qi Qingxi achieve godhood. Ding! A soft sound rang out. Yi Su was dumbfounded. Kunlun Valley again? Chapter 11 Killing two birds with one arrow. The opportunity lies in Kunlun Valley. Unlike Qin Haishan, the opportunity Qi Qingxi seeks is hidden within the ruins of Kunlun sect, contained within that single saint-level divine ability. The divine ability cultivated by this saint bears some resemblance to Qi Qingxi's own Tao. The system determined that given Qi Qingxi's innate talent, breaking through to the divine realm would naturally follow once she comprehended divine abilities. This is the difference between a heaven's favored child and an ordinary mortal. Qin Haishan's aptitude was dull. Reaching the perfected divine tribulation realm was already his limit. Only by relying on divine elixirs and miraculous medicines could he barely ascend to heavenly godhood. Shi Qingxi only needed a single opportunity. The sage's divine power is precisely that one crucial opportunity. Yi Su was overjoyed. He spent 1,200 destiny points, yet killed 2 birds with 1 stone, gaining 8,000 destiny points for nothing. May I ask the pavilion master, is there any opportunity suitable for me? Shi Qingxi inquired. Yi Su remained impassive, yet excitement surged within him. He said lightly, there is indeed a destiny suited for you, and it lies within Kunlun Valley. Kunlun Valley? Shi Qingxi frowned. She had never heard of this place before and presumed it must be a secluded realm yet to be revealed to the world. Why here? Yi Xianer asked curiously, eyeing Yi Su. Senior, isn't this Kunlun Valley the opportunity you instructed Qin Haishan to seize? At these words, Shi Qingxi's expression instantly turned peculiar, flashing with unmistakable wariness. Yi Su chuckled and said, who told you the Kunlun Valley contains only one divine opportunity? Qin Haishan needs the 7 stars divine lotus, but what you need, fellow practitioner, is not divine medicine, it's an opportunity, a moment of enlightenment to achieve godhood. Yi Xianer was utterly confused. Shi Hongqiu seemed to grasp it vaguely. Of course, both women treated Yi Su's words as absolute truth, without the slightest doubt. Only Shi Qingxi seemed to understand Yi Su's words. In the Kunlun Valley, there lay divine herbs meant for the foolish Qin Haishan. Yet the opportunity she sought also rested there, though even if placed right before Qin Haishan, he wouldn't be able to grasp it. This insight made Shi Qingxi feel a tinge of awe toward Yi Su. Still, she couldn't quite shake the doubt, was Yi Su truly trustworthy, or was he deceiving her? In its heyday, the Kunlun sect was a dominant force, yet it was tragically reduced to ashes by a single divine technique of the sage, truly pitiable. Yi Su stood up, folding his hands behind his back, his gaze as profound as the starry sky. Shi Qingxi trembled slightly. The reason for the Kunlun sect's downfall had always remained a mystery, yet Yi Su stated it outright. Fellow Daoist, the reason I chose Kunlun Valley was with your interests in mind, Yi Su said mysteriously. Where there's vengeance to be taken, grudges to be settled. May I ask, Pavilion Master, what exactly is this destined opportunity? Shi Qingxi interrupted Yi Su, her breathing becoming rapid as her tone carried newfound respect. From the moment she'd entered the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, she had mentally maintained an equal footing with Yi Su. But Yi Su's words had triggered a shift in Shi Qingxi's mindset. He knew about his feud with Qin Haishan. Delving deeper, Yi Su was even aware of her tragic past experiences. Shi Qingxi interlaced her fingers tightly, nails digging into her flesh without noticing. The reason people yearn to deduce the heavenly Tao is because the celestial mysteries are profound, allowing one to glimpse endless transformations within. If spoken outright, it would lose all meaning. Yi Su stood with his back to the 3, exuding the demeanor of a true master. You are a perceptive one, once you enter Kunlun Valley, you will understand. A jade slip flew towards Shi Qingxi. Thank you for your guidance, Pavilion Master. Shi Qingxi caught the jade slip, cupped her hands in salute, and said to Qi Hongqiu and Yi Xianer, you two stay here at the Heaven Secrets Pavilion and wait for me. Master, Ancestral Master, be careful. The 2 women spoke in unison. Shi Qingxi had already transformed into a streak of azure swordlight, darting out of the Tianji Pavilion. Senior, our master's journey, it won't be dangerous, will it? Shi Hongqiu asked. Yi Xiu shook his head. He saw through everything in Shi Qingxi's mind in a short time. There was no danger with her, but his current worry was Qin Haishan. The 2 harbored a sea of blood feud, and should they meet in Kunlun Valley after both ascending to godhood, it would likely be a fight to the death. Regardless of who emerged victorious, for Yi Su, it would mean losing one loyal client. Kunlun Valley. Shi Qingxi rode her flying sword and arrived at the cliff in just a day, where the sea of clouds churned endlessly, stretching as far as the eye could see. The void gate had opened, and Shi Qingxi keenly sensed the anomaly in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She transformed into a streak of swordlight and darted into the rift in the void. Mastering the secret technique to break formations, Shi Qingxi, like Qin Haishan before her, entered through the formation's life gate and eventually exited the great 5 elements sword formation with ease. The master of Heaven's Secrets Pavilion did not deceive me, Shi Qingxi thought to herself. This great 5 elements sword formation was a divine great array, the protective formation of the Kunlun sect in ancient times. No ordinary place could possibly be concealed by a divine array. Passing through the grand 5 elements sword array, Shi Qingxi beheld a scene resembling an earthly paradise, yet deeper within, there was nothing but desolation, barren and lifeless. She arrived before the ruins of the Kunlun sect. The ruins of the Kunlun sect lay in utter decay, its grand halls teetering on the brink of collapse, each one consumed by rot. Even more terrifying was the aura that emanated from within. Dead silence and despair, as if struck by divine punishment, devoid of any trace of vitality. This aura, it resembles my supreme indifference seal, Qingxi murmured. Boom! Suddenly, a mighty aura emanated from the back mountains of the Kunlun sect, with divine mist swirling and sacred lights filling the sky. Qixingxi caught sight of a figure seated atop a lotus throne, while a magnificent Taoist palace hovered in the heavens, with 7 celestial stars orbiting around it. Inside the palace, a colossal primordial spirit sat in full lotus position, a divine being astride 2 fire dragons, its entire body blazing with sacred flames. Strands of divine patterns coiled around the spirit as it began merging with the physical body. These were the divine patterns of cosmic laws, transitioning into the fleshly form. Once the physical body is imprinted with divine patterns of law, every movement carries the majesty of natural laws, transcending the mundane and breaking free from the limits of mortal flesh. Clearly, Qin Haishan had devoured 7 lotus seeds and was refining their power. He was too hasty, neglecting to set up any defensive measures. Even when Qixingxi entered Kunlun Valley, Qin Haishan remained completely unaware. In Qin Haishan's mind, Kunlun Valley was an undiscovered secret realm, remote and unlikely to attract any visitors, and he only needed a few days to refine the 7 stars' heavenly treasure divine lotus, achieving godhood in one fell swoop. No one would possibly be able to disturb him. How could he have expected that Yi Su would kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Should we strike now and kill Qin Haishan? Qixingxi restrained her aura, yet murderous intent brewed in her heart. Qin Haishan was at a critical moment of breakthrough. If she were to strike now, there was a 50% chance she could slay Qin Haishan and avenge her grievances. The odds are too slim. Qixingxi shook her head and abandoned the thought. If I become a god, killing Qin Haishan will be as easy as turning my hand. Qixingxi, who strives to attain godhood through her own power without external aid, would undoubtedly surpass Qin Haishan in strength once she achieves divine status. At that point, she would have a 90% chance of victory. There's no need to take risks now. My opportunity must lie within this divine power that annihilated the Kunlun sect. Qixingxi, being exceptionally intelligent, immediately guessed the opportunity's location upon discovering the similarity between the sage's divine power and her own supreme emotion severing seal. The supreme emotion severing seal was her innate divine ability. If she could glean even a shred of insight from the sage's divine power, her supreme emotionless scripture could reach new heights, allowing her to break through and ascend to celestial godhood. Qixingxi stepped toward the ruins of the Kunlun sect, advancing fearlessly. Chapter 12, Super Doubling. Clang! The moment she stepped into the ruins of the Kunlun sect, Qixingxi's hair stood on end as a terrifying aura of annihilation swept over her, and she saw a horrifying illusion. A strand of sword light descended from the distant void. As the sword light cut through the emptiness, everything in the Kunlun sect froze in an instant. The souls and consciousness of every member seemed to be ripped away in a flash, leaving only hollow shells behind. No one in the Kunlun sect survived. This is the method of the sage. The heavenly heart is without emotion, the sage is without emotion, and I too am without emotion. Qixingxi, lost in thought, activated her profound technique. Her primordial spirit flew out of the Tao Palace, sensing the qi on the ruins of the Kunlun sect, as if merging with heaven and earth. She was using her primordial spirit to comprehend the divine abilities of the sage. Gradually, Qixingxi merged into this divine power. In the void above, strands of divine patterns emerged, profoundly mysterious. A terrifying aura revived, vast and enigmatic, utterly merciless, like divine retribution descending. More and more insights flowed from the saint's divine power into Qixingxi's mind. Though 1,000 years had passed, the divine power remained undiminished. This is the formidable power of a saint. Within Qixingxi's sea of consciousness, an anonymous Taoist figure also manifested, wearing a feathered crown and draped in starry robes, muttering indistinct words as if imparting teachings. The treatise on the supreme indifferent harmony activated spontaneously, bringing endless epiphanies flooding in. Boom! Strand after strand of divine patterns flowed through Qixingxi's physical body, suffused with annihilation and heartless energy, vast as the heavens, merciless as the heavens. This was the law of the Supreme. The Supreme forgets emotions. The Supreme has no emotions. Qixingxi attained enlightenment. At this very moment, her mind was free of distractions, as if she had transformed into the heavens and earth. Within the Tao Palace, that divine soul of hers was entirely wreathed in sacred light, with divine patterns of the great Tao dancing around it. Qixingxi's aura grew increasingly powerful. Like Qin Haishan, she too was undergoing a metamorphosis. However, Qixingxi's transformation was far more profound. She attained divinity through self-cultivation. Qixingxi's foundation was incomparably profound, far surpassing Qin Haishan and all other practitioners of her realm. This key moment directly propelled her to celestial divinity. The Kunlun sect trembled violently, its buildings collapsing one after another, turning into swirling clouds of dust that danced across the sky. The millennia-old sacred powers and saintly energies all poured into Qixingxi's flesh, becoming nourishment that accelerated her rapid ascension. Strands of divine patterns began to etch themselves onto Qixingxi's bones. The sun rose and the moon set, as days swiftly passed like ravens and hares in flight. 9 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. At Qin Haishan's location, with a long cry, his eyes snapped open, gleaming with brilliance, concealing divine radiance, as the patterns of divine laws swirled within them. He had finally completely refined the 7-star celestial treasure lotus. He was going to become a god. Once he weathered the divine thunder tribulation, he would join the ranks of the new deities on the southern desolate land. What's causing this commotion? Right at that moment, Qin Haishan finally noticed the disturbance at the ruins of Kunlun sect. Every structure was collapsing, swirling clouds of dust obscuring his vision. His eyes gleamed with divine radiance, piercing through the smoke and dust to behold that green-robed figure. The next moment, Qin Haishan froze as if he'd seen a ghost. Qi Qingxi? This can't be. How could she appear in Kunlun Valley? Qin Haishan instinctively felt horrified. Qi Qingxi and he bore a deep-seated blood feud. Within the Tianqin sect, under the protection of the sect leader, Qi Qingxi still didn't dare to attack him, but outside, Qi Qingxi would never hesitate. Thus, Qin Haishan seized the opportunity while Qi Qingxi was severely injured, sending Du Ju to snatch the 9-petaled golden lotus and prevent Qi Qingxi from detoxifying and healing. So what if they've come? I've already mastered the laws of nature. Once I survive the heavenly thunder tribulation, I'll become a celestial. Qin Haishan took a deep breath, assessing the situation clearly. His confidence was unshakable. Something feels off. Qin Haishan's brows furrowed deeply. Is that little vixen breaking through to godhood as well? How did she enter the ruins of Kunlun sect unscathed? Countless questions surged through Qin Haishan's mind. After much deliberation, the only possibility he could think of was the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. You should know, Yi Xianer is at the Tianji Pavilion. She might very well tell Qi Qingxi that she's in the Kunlun Valley. Qi Qingxi dreams of killing him and would never miss such an opportunity. Even now, Qin Haishan hasn't doubted for a moment that it was Yi Su who betrayed him. After all, my ascension to godhood depended entirely on my senior's guidance. How could my senior possibly betray me? Boom! Above the firmament, a thunderstorm erupted abruptly from the clear blue sky. 100-mile-wide tribulation cloud manifested, its tempestuous winds tearing through the boundless sea of clouds as the annihilating aura of heavenly tribulation enveloped the entire Kunlun Valley. Qin Haishan immediately collected his thoughts. Now, the most crucial thing is to survive the divine thunder tribulation. As long as I can survive the divine thunder tribulation before her, Qi Qingxi won't be a concern. There's just one thing, I cannot kill her. Qin Haishan hadn't forgotten the immense efforts the Heavenly Heart Sect's leader and the Grand Elder had invested in Qi Qingxi. If he killed her, the Heavenly Heart Sect would never let him go. Boom! The calamity clouds continued to grow, and the heavenly tribulation was still brewing incessantly. The terrifying aura was like the destruction of heaven and earth, and the void, as fragile as a mirror, began to crack under the overwhelming pressure. Qin Haishan sensed a hint of foreboding. He had witnessed divine thunder tribulations before, but ordinary ones were never this terrifyingly powerful. Could it be that Qi Qingxi is also undergoing a tribulation to ascend to godhood? Qin Haishan turned his gaze toward Qi Qingxi. Qi Qingxi also opened her eyes. Their gazes met. Qi Qingxi's expression was icy, only casting a glance at Qin Haishan before looking up at the tribulation clouds that had now expanded to nearly 300 miles. Streaks of crimson lightning slithered through the clouds like coiling dragons. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a 1,000-mile radius was drained in an instant, transformed into nourishment for the heavenly tribulation. Could it be because two individuals ascended to godhood at the same time and place, causing the heavenly tribulation's power to double? Qi Qingxi also thought of this possibility. If this were truly the case, the might of the divine calamity's thunder would undoubtedly be terrifying beyond measure. The heavenly tribulation's super-amplification isn't merely 1 + 1 = 2. A single misstep could cost them their lives. Whoosh! Qi Qingxi summoned an inferior divine weapon, a set of dragon-scale armor. With a single thought, the weapon transformed into a stream of light and draped over her body. Purple dragon scales emerged one after another on her skin, accompanied by faint echoes of a dragon's roar. At the same time, Qi Qingxi drew out 2 more divine weapons. In her right hand, she held a massive 4-sided seal, while her other hand supported a bronze umbrella. Both were supreme-grade inferior divine weapons. In comparison, Qin Haishan appeared much shabbier. Almost all his possessions had been given to Yi Su. Now he could only produce a treasured armor, which, although a quasi-divine weapon, was far inferior to Qi Qingxi's violet dragon armor. He then summoned an ancient 3-legged cauldron, its surface intricately carved with celestial bodies, stars, sun, moon, along with mountains, rivers, earth, and depictions of flowers, birds, insects, and fish. This was Qin Haishan's very life-bound magical artifact. 2 secondary divine weapons were all Qin Haishan possessed. Crack! In the sky, an earth-shattering thunderclap erupted, causing beasts within thousands of miles to prostrate, trembling beneath heavenly might. The tribulation clouds continuously contracted as spiritual energy from heaven and earth frantically condensed. Divine runes imbued with the law of destruction coiled through the void before ultimately merging into the divine thunder. Qin Haishan's pupils constricted, his heart gripped by primal fear. Qi Qingxi merely furrowed her delicate brows slightly. She was fully prepared. Boom! Another thunderclap resounded. The first cataclysmic divine thunder descended from the heavens. This bolt of lightning, measuring a full mile in diameter, descended from the heavens, completely tearing through the void as if splitting the very fabric of heaven and earth in two. To hell with you, damnable heavens! Qin Haishan cursed furiously. Is this the heavenly tribulation for ascending to the celestial god realm? It's nothing short of divine punishment. Chapter 13. The southern wasteland trembles, Shi Qingxi ascends to godhood. The mystic talisman palace. A white-robed elder with the complexion of a child despite his snowy hair was deep in meditation when his eyes suddenly snapped open. His gaze held no trace of worldly vicissitudes, only crystalline clarity. The primordial spirit drifted out like a wisp of smoke, gazing toward the borderlands where the southern wilds met the western regions. A tribulation cloud stretched 400 miles across, as the laws of heaven and earth resonated in unison. Someone was clearly undergoing divine ascension through heavenly tribulation. Palace Master. Two enormous human faces appeared in the sky above Xuanfu Palace and, upon seeing the white-robed elder's primordial spirit, called out respectfully, "Palace Master, the heavenly might is so imposing, could it be the emergence of a heaven-defying prodigy?" One of the aged, wrinkled faces asked. "We shall see soon enough." The Palace Master of Xuanfu replied impassively, "The southern barren lands haven't seen the birth of a new deity in ages. For such an event to occur in such a remote place likely signifies the emergence of a hidden realm. Junior brothers Xin Jing and Xin Feng, the two of you shall go. If circumstances prove favorable, bring that secret realm under our mystic talisman palace's banner. As you command." Two human figures vanished into the void. The Red Dust Demon Sect. A child with pigtails, wearing a red dress and with delicate features was catching fish in a pond when the thunder tribulation struck. She immediately put down her fish basket and looked towards the horizon. "Come forth." The pigtailed girl's voice was childlike, yet in an instant, she seemed transformed, no longer a playful child but rather a seasoned leader who had weathered countless trials. "Your subordinate is here." A dark shadow wriggled in the void, gradually taking human form. "Investigate it." Yes. The shadow vanished, and the little girl resumed catching fish. Heavenly Demon Hall. A golden-robed elder sat upon a lofty throne, his eyes shadowed with malice, his entire being exuding a sinister aura thick with demonic energy. The golden-robed elder gazed at the young man dressed in brocade clothes standing below the steps. "After many years, someone from the southern wastes has ascended to godhood again." The golden-robed elder's voice was hoarse, like fingernails scraping against a coffin board, utterly unpleasant. "Wu Dao, you've been stuck at the peak of divine tribulation realm for quite some time now." The golden-robed elder gazed toward the heavenly tribulation zone. "That place borders the western region. It's no proper ground for achieving godhood. There must be something unusual about it. Make the journey. You might just gain something from it." "Yes, father." The brocade-clad youth had a face as fair as jade, with striking handsomeness and refined elegance, yet his expression remained cold and unreadable, giving no hint of his thoughts. "Wu Dou." Just as the brocade-clad youth was about to exit the grand hall, the golden-robed elder's voice drifted over, murmuring deeply, "All my hopes rest upon you. The future of the Sky Demon Palace now lies squarely on your shoulders. You must ascend to divinity as soon as possible, and not disappoint your father's expectations." The brocade-robed youth stood with his back to the golden-robed elder, a faint sneer curling his lips as he nodded and said, "Wu Dao will certainly not fail the nurturing grace of his foster father." The heavenly tribulation emerged, and nearly all the heavenly gods of the southern wilderness sensed it almost instantly. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation was too powerful, its divine might so overwhelming that major sects had dispatched their strongest experts. The once tranquil southern wilderness was once again shrouded in hidden undercurrents. Kunlun Valley. As the first annihilating divine thunder descended, Qin Haishan and Qi Sisi simultaneously activated their demigod weapons to resist. Boom! Struck by the divine lightning, Qin Haishan's body turned into charcoal, emitting a fragrant scent of roasted flesh as he was nearly cooked alive. Shi Qingxi's violet dragon armor surged to its peak, manifesting a colossal purple dragon that roared between heaven and earth. Defying all odds, it forcibly devoured the annihilating divine lightning in one gulp. Cracks began to spread across each of the dragon scales. Shi Qingxi's delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly. The first destructive divine thunder had already pushed the purple dragon armor to its limits. How incredibly powerful must the next two heavenly tribulations be? Boom! Rumble! While lost in thought, the second destructive divine thunder was already gathering strength. Crack! In just a few breaths, the massive tribulation clouds shrank once more, their terrifying energy condensing into a second divine thunder of destruction, fully 10 miles in radius, that crashed down upon them. Boundless heavens and earth, all things returned to unity. Qin Haishan roared as he pushed his three-legged cauldron to its limits. Sun, moon, and stars materialized while mountains and rivers crisscrossed, seemingly forming another world. Shi Qingxi likewise activated her bronze umbrella with all her might. On the bronze umbrella, divine patterns manifested one after another, transforming into layers upon layers of barriers, 36 in total, stacked intricately like a folded umbrella. Boom! The second destructive divine thunder descended. Sun and moon shattered, mountains and rivers crumbled. The 36 layers of barriers were continuously collapsing. Qin Haishan suffered catastrophic damage as the divine thunder of destruction struck him. The laws of destruction invaded his physical form, commencing a frenzied erosion of his divine law patterns. No! Qin Haishan panicked. This was the foundation of his godhood. Once obliterated, all his efforts would be reduced to nothing. He frantically mobilized his magical power to suppress the force of the law of destruction. Qingxi's condition was like heaven compared to Qin Haishan's, which was akin to hell. The second divine destruction thunder barely shattered all 36 layers of barriers. The bronze umbrella dimmed and shattered abruptly, transforming a divine weapon into mere scrap. Yet, Qingxi remained at her peak condition. Qingxi gave Qin Haishan a cold glance, her expression icy. The third heavenly tribulation would be Qin Haishan's undoing. Perhaps she wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Qin Haishan would perish beneath the thunderous calamity. Qingxi, you madwoman, you cursed star. If not for you, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't have strengthened to this extent. I loathe you. I loathe you with every fiber of my being. Qin Haishan's hair was disheveled, his demeanor utterly deranged. Boom! The third destructive divine thunder erupted. The calamitous clouds devoured the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, merging with the laws of destruction to form a massive divine thunderbolt 30 miles wide. Where it passed, the void shattered, and even the Kunlun Valley trembled violently. The void sea of clouds vanished completely into nothingness. Disaster star! Disaster star! Amid Qin Haishan's unwilling roars, the third divine thunder descended, erasing all divine patterns from the tripod cauldron as Qin Haishan's precious armor turned to dust. Ah! Qin Haishan let out a wretched scream as his entire body was vaporized into ashes by the divine thunder. Supreme Heartless Seal, Qingxi activated the Great Seal in her palm, unleashing its divine power. In this instant, she imprinted her heart upon the will of heaven. That monumental seal in her hand transformed into a domain, a complete world of its own, standing firm against the third divine thunderbolt. Squelch! Yet the terrifying force of the heavenly tribulation still pierced through Qingxi's divine power, striking her body in a single devastating blow. Crack! A purple divine dragon manifested, its divine might circulating to resist the heavenly tribulation. Scale by scale, the dragon's shadow shattered, growing increasingly faint until it was completely erased. The purple dragon armor transformed into wisps of purple smoke. Qingxi let out a crisp battle cry as divine patterns erupted from that massive seal. She activated the scripture of the Supreme Emotionless, causing the divine law patterns imprinted in her body to manifest completely, merging seamlessly with the seal, becoming one in weapon and wielder. From within the seal surged a vast devouring force, which unexpectedly began to consume the annihilating divine thunderbolt. Not only did she want to survive the heavenly tribulation, but she also aimed to harness the power of the apocalyptic divine lightning to temper her lifebound treasure, ascending it to the rank of a divine weapon. Put! The divine thunder of annihilation was devoured by the Great Seal, each sacred rune being obliterated one after another. Qingxi's spirit suffered a devastating blow, and crimson blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Her expression was weary, with disheveled black hair. The heaven's tribulation clouds had dissipated, signaling she had survived the heavenly calamity. She had now attained the form of a celestial deity. After a period of recuperation, she would regain her peak strength. Qingxi withdrew the celestial mind seal into her dantian, then gazed at the enveloping Great Five Elements sword formation around Kunlun Valley, a trace of hesitation flickering across her expression. This sword formation is a divine-level killing array. Once refined and mastered, it becomes another lethal trump card. Moreover, within the ruins of the Kunlun sect, remnants of their cultivation manuals remain. As one of the former major powers, their techniques and records naturally constitute invaluable treasures. Such a massive disturbance will surely attract attention from all sects in the southern wastes. We shouldn't linger here. Qing pondered for a moment before deciding to leave. Just another grand formation, nothing more than frosting on the cake. What needed to be done now was to stabilize his realm. Otherwise, allowing the destructive laws to ravage his physical form could very well damage his foundation, and he might fall from the heavenly god realm at any moment. Qingxi flew out of the Kunlun Valley, disappearing into the distant sea of clouds. Chapter 14. Could such a remarkable person exist in this world? Whoosh! Qingxi vanished into the void, racing toward the Tianjin sect at breakneck speed. Though she harbored a deep hatred for the patriarch of the Tianjin sect, at this moment, the place that could best protect her was still the Tianjin sect. As for the Tianji Pavilion, she had reservations. Firstly, it was the attitude of the Tianji Pavilion's master, and secondly, she feared causing trouble for the Tianji Pavilion. A sapphire dragon soared through the sky, pulling a magnificent treasure carriage behind it. Sensing Qingxi's aura, it turned its head and spoke in human language. "Young master, this old servant has detected an aura, it must be from a deity." The azure-scaled dragon's gaze turned grave as it stared in the direction where Qi Qingxi had fled. The holy son of the celestial demon palace, Ning Wudao, clad in a purple brocade robe, sat leisurely inside the jeweled carriage, sipping tea. Hearing the words, he remained utterly composed, his expression unreadable as he instructed indifferently, "This is Qi Qingxi." He counted Qi Qingxi as a contemporary figure, having had several dealings with her and was very familiar with her presence. "Qi Qingxi?" Qingjiao said in confusion, "Isn't she the third elder of the Tianqin sect? What is she doing here? Moreover, that aura is unmistakably divine in nature. Could it be that she's the one ascending to godhood today?" "Quite possible," Ning Wudao remarked calmly. "Most unlikely." The azure flood dragon rejected the idea again. Qi Qingxi lacks the profound foundation needed to attract such a colossal heavenly tribulation. Ning Wudao couldn't be bothered to argue. He was certain Qi Qingxi had ascended to godhood. Yet, he couldn't determine whether the commotion that shook the entire southern wilderness had been caused by her. "Check Qi Qingxi's recent movements," Ning Wudao suddenly said. "There's no rush to head to the heavenly tribulation site yet." The azure dragon guardian looked troubled. "Young master, this is the hall master's personal order for this old servant to accompany you to the heavenly tribulation site. There might be rare opportunities awaiting you there. If you truly gain such fortune, young master's ascension to divinity would be imminent." I said, "Check on Qi Qingxi." Ning Wudao set down his teacup, his voice icy. "Your servant obeys." The azure dragon dared not oppose him further. Despite possessing the cultivation level of divine tribulation perfection, it was no match for Ning Wudao, especially since Ning Wudao was the holy son of the heavenly demon temple. "Oof," the azure dragon sneered inwardly. "Once I return to the heavenly demon temple, I'll report today's events to the temple master." The azure dragon was furious. While nominally Ning Wudao's servant, it was actually a spy planted by the heavenly demon hall's master to monitor Ning Wudao's movements. Tianqin sect. On the expansive rear mountain where a stream gurgled, a four-cornered pavilion stood by the water. Inside the pavilion, two elderly men were leisurely playing chess. The two elders wore black and white robes respectively, their auras unfathomably profound. Beside them stood a middle-aged man in blue robes. The middle-aged man appeared flustered and anxious. "Two revered uncles, someone has attained godhood, aren't you the least bit concerned? How tiresome." The robed elder clutching a black chess piece looked thoroughly irritated. "I'm about to lose this game, can't you shut up and let me concentrate?" The Heavenly Heart sect master wore an aggrieved expression. While other major sects dispatched disciples to investigate the commotion at the tribulation site, the Heavenly Heart sect alone remained conspicuously inactive. He wanted to act, but matters of the sect weren't his to decide alone. The two supreme elders before us were the true decision-makers of everything. "No need to rush," the white-robed elder chuckled. "That area borders the western regions, too many monks and too little meat. If everyone swarms there at once, it'll inevitably lead to a deadlock. There's no harm in waiting until we finish this game of chess before going." Whoosh! A streak of light pierced through the sky, plummeting into the heart of heaven sect. Swish! In that instant, the black-robed elder and white-robed elder withdrew their eyes from the chessboard. Two pieces landed on the board as their divine consciousness surged forth like a tidal wave. An immortal has trespassed into the heart of heaven sect. The Heavenly Heart sect master also sensed that familiar aura. It was a heavenly god. Within the Heavenly Heart sect, aside from the three of them, there were only two reclusive ancestral elders in deep slumber among the heavenly god realm experts, with no other existences of this level remaining. Thus, it was most likely an intruder. Wait, the white-robed elder's divine sense enveloped half of Tianqin sect, locking onto that particular aura. Frowning in astonishment, he murmured, "This aura, it seems to belong to that Qi girl." "That Qi girl?" The black-robed elder's expression shifted slightly. "Could it be, has that Qi girl ascended to godhood?" Hearing these words, the Tianqin sect master felt a chill surge from the base of his spine to the crown of his head, his entire body turning ice-cold. "Has Qi Qingxi become a god? Does that mean she's coming to settle scores with me?" "Don't worry." The black-robed elder glanced at the sect master of Tianqin sect and said, "As long as we two old fogies are still alive, even if that Qi girl wants to make trouble for you, she'll have to reckon with our faces." Junior pays respects to both uncle masters. As the words fell, Qi Qingxi, clad in emerald green robes, landed gracefully before the pavilion. "Ah, girl Qi, you've truly attained godhood now." The black-robed elder was wildly excited, as if Qi Qingxi's ascension to deityhood was the grandest event imaginable, surpassing all else in importance. "Just a stroke of luck," Qi Qingxi replied indifferently. Having long grown accustomed to her cold demeanor, the white-robed elder asked, "Girl Qi, was that heavenly tribulation because of you? How did you become a god?" Qi Qingxi was a peerless genius, but the timing of her apotheosis didn't match the calculations made by the two elders. It came at least 50 years earlier than predicted. This niece was fortunate to receive guidance from a senior master, ultimately achieving godhood in Kunlun Valley, Shi Qingxi replied. Kunlun Valley? Never heard of it. The Heavenly Heart sect master gazed at Shi Qingxi with a complicated expression, a mix of terror and envy. Shi Qingxi had attained divinity through the supreme emotionless scripture, wielding power that likely rivaled his own. Kunlun? Could this be the ruins of the Kunlun sect from 1,000 years ago? The black-robed elder and the white-robed elder exchanged glances, both voicing their bewilderment. Shi Qingxi nodded. She girl, it's fate's design for you to ascend to divinity. The black-robed elder laughed heartily. That Kunlun sect, after being annihilated 1,000 years ago, vanished without a trace, utterly unfindable. Who would have thought you'd actually discover it? By the way, the white-robed elder noticed the key point in Shi Qingxi's words and asked, you just mentioned guidance from a senior. Which senior was it? Across the vast southern wilderness, there were truly few who Shi Qingxi would address as seniors. Having roamed the southern wilderness for thousands of years, he prided himself on having broad connections. If this senior truly came from the southern wilderness, they might even be an old acquaintance of his. The master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion in Linglong City. The master of heavenly secrets? The two elderly men furrowed their brows, lost in deep thought. After several breaths, they slowly shook their heads. Never heard of it. Linglong City? Isn't that just some small backwater? The Heavenheart sect leader interrupted. Could there possibly be hidden masters living there? His eyes revealed a trace of disdain. What hidden masters could possibly emerge from such an obscure corner of the world? Most likely just Qingxi's lies. This senior can divine heavenly secrets and see through human hearts, truly omnipotent. Not just me, Qin Haishan also received guidance from the master of the Tianji Pavilion. He refined the 7 stars heavenly treasure lotus in Kunlun Valley and stepped into divine cultivation. Sadly, our heavenly tribulations descended simultaneously, doubling their power. Qin Haishan couldn't withstand it, turned to ashes. Shi Qingxi recounted mechanically. Only when the Celestial Secrets Pavilion was mentioned did a glimmer of light appear in Shi Qingxi's eyes. In Shi Qingxi's heart, the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion had already become a towering figure, inspiring reverence and awe. Foretelling celestial secrets? The Tianjin sect master snorted coldly. Does such a person exist in the southern wilderness? Even a sage wouldn't dare make such presumptuous claims. Junior sister, if you don't want to tell the truth, at least don't feed us lies that even a 3-year-old would scoff at. Believe it or not, that's up to you, said Shi Qingxi, not bothering to explain further. This patriarch naturally doesn't believe. The Tianjin sect master was about to continue. Enough! Shut your damn mouth. The black-robed elder, with his fiery temper, pointed at the leader of the Tianjin sect and cursed harshly. Did you get your head smashed by a door? Even Shi's girl has ascended to godhood, why bother lying to us with such childish tricks? Linglong City isn't far anyway, just verify it if you doubt. Don't be hasty yet, the white-robed elder said slowly, since the tribulation site is the ruins of the Kunlun sect, we should also get a share of the spoils. Once we've dealt with the Kunlun sect's affairs, there will still be time to pay our respects. The white-robed elder's gaze was profound. Uncle Master, this senior only engages in transactions, not relationships, Shi Qingxi said. Don't harbor any improper intentions toward him. No one can wield magical power in his presence. The black-robed elder and the Heavenly Heart sect master were visibly startled. Such a remarkable individual actually exists in this world? The white-robed elder smiled faintly. I truly wish to pay my respects to him immediately. Second brother, come, let's take a walk together. We'll start with a stroll around Kunlun Valley. The two elders of the Tianjin sect, holding the jade slip recording the Great Five Elements sword formation, vanished into the heavens and earth. Shi Qingxi shot a cold glance at the Tianjin sect master before turning away. Rather than wait for my two martial uncles to finish their business, I might as well go meet them first. The heart of the Tianjin sect leader stirred with restless anticipation. Chapter 15, an even more ruthless one arrives. Young master, this old servant has investigated. In an ancient city, Ning Wudao sat by the window of a tavern, sipping wine while gazing at the majestic riverscape outside, its vast waves surging and rolling, his expression slightly dazed. The azure flood dragon transformed into an elderly man in green robes, bowing respectfully as he said, Shi Qingxi barged into the burial ground a month ago, only to emerge gravely wounded. And a few days ago, her disciple Qi Hongqiu arrived in Linglong City. Ning Wudao listened in silence. The azure dragon continued, I heard that Qi Hongqiu, under the guidance of the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, found the 9-grade golden lotus in the Kanglan Great Marsh, but was later relentlessly pursued by Du Ju. The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Ning Wudao's eyes flickered slightly. This was a name he had never heard before. He had a feeling that the unfolding events would be inextricably linked to the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. What then? Asked Ning Wudao. Before even stepping into the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, he was inexplicably suppressed and killed, the azure flood dragon revealed with a trace of shock in its eyes. How intriguing. Ning Wudao chuckled. In such a small insignificant Linglong city, someone actually dares to kill a disciple of the Heaven's Heart sect. Not only that, the Cyan dragon grew more and more alarmed as it spoke. After Du Ju's death, Qin Haishan, the second elder of the Tianqin sect, personally rushed to Linglong City demanding justice, only to leave the Tianji pavilion after the time it takes an incense stick to burn. It is said that Qin Haishan was utterly terrified. Ning Wudao narrowed his eyes. This had just gotten more interesting. Eliminating insignificant ants held little appeal for him, but Qin Haishan was the second elder of the Tianqin sect, a pseudo-divine being at the pinnacle of divine tribulation realm. Qin Haishan had entered the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion with murderous intent yet left in fearful reverence, undeniable proof that the pavilion master surpassed even divine tribulation experts. 2 days ago, Shi Qingxi also visited the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The Green Dragon spoke again. This humble servant has learned that just 2 days ago, Shi Qingxi's cultivation was still at the peak of the divine tribulation realm. Swish! This single sentence sent Ning Wudao's heart trembling. The person he encountered on the road was undoubtedly Qi Qingxi. Moreover, it was Qi Qingxi at the heavenly god realm. With Qing Jiao's words, Ning Wudao could confirm that Qi Qingxi's transformation was absolutely related to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion master. Even that heavenly tribulation that shook the southern wastes might very well have been caused by the master of the Celestial Pavilion. The Celestial Pavilion definitely harbors secrets. When did this Celestial Pavilion suddenly appear? Ning Wudao asked, looking at the Azure Flood Dragon. This old servant does not know. Azure Dragon frowned slightly. Rumors say it appeared quite suddenly just a few days ago. It was originally just a small Tinji pavilion. Though its prophecies were utterly arrogant, few paid it any attention. But after successive visits from Qin Haishan, the city lord of Linglong, and Qi Qingxi, Tianji Pavilion has become practically common knowledge throughout Linglong City, known to every household. This Tianji Pavilion is quite intriguing. Ning Wudao smiled eerily and said to the Blue Flood Dragon, let's make a trip to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion first. Holy Son, what about the realm of heavenly tribulation? The Blue Flood Dragon hesitated, his words trailing off. I won't repeat myself. Ning Wudao stood up and left the tavern, summoning his treasure chariot. A trace of resentment flashed in the Azure Dragon's eyes as it transformed into a majestic mythical beast. Ignoring the alarmed expressions of the crowd, it pulled the jeweled carriage toward the horizon. 2 incense sticks time later, the Azure Dragon trod upon auspicious clouds, appearing above Linglong City. Ning Wudao lifted the curtain, gazing down at the city with visibly moved emotions. The protective grand array of the city lord of Linglong City has taken initial form, enveloping the entire city within its boundaries, yet it does not hinder the passage of cultivators. However, the skies that once freely allowed cultivators to soar are now restricted by the array. This is because, just 2 hours ago, the city lord's mansion issued a decree. From this day onward, a no-fly order is in effect. Those below the heavenly god realm are forbidden to traverse the skies of Linglong City. This command proves that Linglong City's lord still has some sense and dares not act against the heavenly gods. This formation is terrifying. A voice emerged from the Azure Serpent's throat, its expression filled with fear. This Linglong City lord must have received guidance from a master, otherwise, there's no way he could have set up such a formidable killing formation. Perhaps it was the work of the Tianji Pavilion. Ning Wudao said calmly, since there are rules, we shall act according to them. Holy Son, your status is so noble that you need not heed the orders of the Linglong City Lord at all. Xingjiao frowned. If word gets out, it might tarnish the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Temple. Smack! Ning Wudao whipped the Azure Wyvern with a barbed iron flail, stripping off scales still clinging to flesh and blood. The Wyvern growled in agony, its pain making the void tremble. Spare this old servant, Holy Son. The Wyvern groveled on the ground. That was just a warning, Ning Wudao said impassively. Next time, it won't be just a single lash. Thank you, Holy Son. Thank you, Holy Son. The Azure Dragon transformed into an old man in cyan robes, continuously kowtowing until his head bled. Ning Wudao landed on the ground. The surrounding cultivators still bore expressions of astonishment. They all heard the dragon's roar. However, no dragon's shadow was seen. A master and his servant entered Linglong City, and Ning Wudao casually asked a passerby, may I ask where the Tianji Pavilion is? You don't even know the Tianji Pavilion? The passerby wore a look of disdain. Nowadays, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion served as the face of Linglong City, drawing crowds of onlookers daily, yet few dared to step inside. The Azure Flood Dragon's gaze grew increasingly sinister. If not for Ning Wudao, it would have devoured this person outright. After ascertaining the location of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Ning Wudao straightened his attire and strode toward it. Senior, why hasn't our esteemed ancestor returned yet? After waiting nearly 2 days, Yi Xianer and Shi Hongqiu grew increasingly anxious, pacing restlessly within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Rest assured, Taoist Qi possesses profound blessings and will come to no harm. Little did Ji Su know of the specific events unfolding in Kunlun Valley. Once he left the Tianji Pavilion, he was completely in the dark, knowing nothing at all. But Qi Qingxi would be fine. Qin Haishan, however, was likely in grave danger. Before Qi Qingxi arrived, Qin Haishan's life path had been straightforward: achieve godhood and return to the Tianjin sect. But as soon as Qingxi arrived and ventured into Kunlun Valley, the threads of time became tangled. All previous conjectures were completely overturned. Yi Su felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He had utterly disrupted the workings of heavenly law, twisting the threads of cause and effect, making those who should never have become gods ascend, and those who should not have died perish too soon. Once he stepped beyond the heavenly divination pavilion, who could tell how many heavenly punishments he would suffer? What a pity for my loyal customers. Yi Su sighed with regret. With just one word from Yi Su, Yi Xianer and Qi Hongqiu felt as if they'd swallowed a calming glutinous rice ball, their worries dissipating. After all, Yi Su could deduce anything. His words held more weight than an imperial edict from an emperor. Ning Wudao also walked up to the entrance of the Tianji pavilion, raising his head to examine the ancient yet simple building before him, with upturned eaves at every corner and carved beams painted rafters. Upon its roof beams were carved various auspicious beasts, all enveloped in an arcane aura. Though outwardly ordinary, it secretly gave people an unfathomably profound impression. Young disciple Ning Wudao requests an audience with the master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Ning Wudao stood outside the door, meticulously observing proper etiquette. Outside the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, numerous cultivators had gathered. Another one who's come seeking fame. It really makes my heart itch with envy. A practitioner stirs with restless ambition. I've heard the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion master charges exorbitant fees. Unless you're a wealthy pseudo-deity like Qin Haishan or Qi Qingxi, you'd best abandon such notions, someone remarked dismissively. Well said. Another commented, this young man carries himself with extraordinary bearing and has attendants in tow clearly born of notable lineage. If he dares seek an audience, he certainly has the means. The Azure Flood Dragon was unconvinced. As for this Heavenly Secrets Pavilion being praised to the skies, if they truly possess such impressive abilities, wouldn't they have already made their name across the southern wastes? Why confine themselves to some backwater town? Ancestor, someone approaches. Qi Hongqiu's gaze flickered uncertainly. It's the Heaven Demon Temple's young saint. Should we avoid them for now? Whatever you say. Yi Su remarked indifferently. Fellow Daoist, please come in. Still as polite as ever. Xianer, serve the tea. Upon hearing the voice, Ning Wudao and Xing Jiao stepped into the Tianji pavilion. Both of their gazes fell upon Yi Su. Young, handsome, and unrestrained. Xing Jiao's brows furrowed tightly. This was the rumored Heavenly Mystery Pavilion master, who turned out to be so young? Most likely just undeserved fame, Xing Jiao thought to himself. Ning Wudao remained calm, but even he couldn't help feeling a trace of doubt as he gazed at Yi Su. Yi Su was far too young. Perhaps the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion is someone else? Yet in Yi Su's eyes, Ning Wudao appeared as a fat sheep ready for shearing, his gaze practically glowing with anticipation. However, when Yi Su fully grasped all the information about Ning Wudao, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Just as Qi Qingxi left, here comes someone even more ruthless. Is the fantasy world always this insane? Chapter 16, Half-Demon Ning Wudao. Name, Ning Wudao. Birth name Ning Xian, half-human half-demon. Cultivation, great perfection of divine tribulation realm, continuously suppressed. Technique, 7 slaughter scripture. Divine abilities, 9 nether soul devouring art, life eradicating fist, primal chi great seizing hand. Aspirations, cultivate into a heavenly god, eradicate the flaws of the 7 slaughter scripture, slay the heavenly demon hallmaster, and take his place. Yi Su wore a strange expression on his face. The heavenly demon hallmaster was Ning Wudao's adoptive father, yet this brat actually wanted to kill his father and seize the throne. From Ning Wudao's past memories, Yi Su also learned that Ning Wudao had lived an extremely miserable life. Bought by the heavenly demon hallmaster, renamed Ning Wudao, and thrown into the outer sect of the heavenly demon hall, he was left to grow on his own. In the end, like raising poisonous insects to fight until only one remained, Ning Wudao was chosen to become the holy son of the heavenly demon hall. If he had been a strict master, that would have been one thing. Yet the heavenly demon hall leader harbored ill intentions, coveting Ning Wudao's heavenly demon bloodline. He schemed to extract the purest essence of this bloodline precisely when Ning Wudao was ascending to divinity, aiming to achieve the divine king realm himself. Moreover, the 7-kill scripture that Ning Wudao cultivated was deliberately left flawed by the hall leader, a hidden vulnerability designed to counteract Ning Wudao should the need arise, ensuring absolute control. Their relationship could be described as remarkably fatherly kindness and filial devotion. Yi Su's gaze fleetingly swept over Qin Jiao. Ostensibly serving as Ning Wudao's servant, this man was in truth the hall leader's planted spy, monitoring Ning Wudao's every move. May I ask if you are the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Ning Wudao had no idea that in the briefest instant, All information about his origins and background had been completely perceived and grasped by Yi Su. "It is me," Yi Su nodded. Both Ning Wudao and the Azure Dragon were shocked. Could the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion truly be this young? Junior pays respects to senior. Without the complicated maneuvers of Qin Haishan and Qi Xingxi, Ning Wudao immediately bowed in salute after confirming the identity. "It seems you've investigated me too," Yi Su smiled. Ning Wudao shook his head. Naturally, one must make thorough preparations before visiting a senior. Qi Hongzhou nodded slightly. It was said that Ning Wudao was the most outstanding prodigy of his generation from the Heavenly Demon Palace, and indeed, his demeanor now proved extraordinary. "In that case, let's not beat around the bush, speak your mind plainly." Without wasting words, Yi Su got straight to the point. "May I ask, senior, how can I escape this predicament?" Ning Wudao pondered for a moment before responding indirectly, adopting a relatively tactful tone to inquire. Hearing this, the Azure Flood Dragon nearby twitched his brows slightly. He was somewhat aware of the subtle dynamics between the Heavenly Demon Hall Master and Ning Wudao. That's why he dared to repeatedly contradict Ning Wudao. This was because, in Qing Zhao's view, Ning Wudao would inevitably be devoured by the Heavenly Demon Palace Masters sooner or later. By then, with the Palace Master's assistance, he too could ascend to godhood. Thus, while Qing Zhao appeared respectful toward Ning Wudao on the surface, in truth, he harbored profound disdain for him. There are countless ways to break free from this predicament. Yi Su looked at Ning Wudao and lightly tapped the armrest, saying, "It all depends on how much sincerity you can show." Qi Hongzhou frowned. If Ning Wudao were to become a god, the strength of the Heavenly Demon Palace would undoubtedly surge. This matter should be reported to Qi Qingxi and the Tianqin sect. "Esteemed senior, these two are from the Tianqin sect, aren't they?" Ning Wudao glanced at Qi Hongzhou and Yi Xianer. "Yes." Qi Hongzhou nodded. This humble disciple was taught by Qi Qingxi. "Greetings, holy son. I've seen you before." Ning Wudao nodded. After casually replying, Ning Wudao turned to Yi Su and said, "Senior, this matter concerns this junior's very life. The fewer who know of it, the better. I must beg your forgiveness." Yi Su nodded. With a mere thought, Qi Hongzhou and Yi Xianer vanished without a trace, their presence completely erased from within the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. "Have they been transported away by the senior?" Ning Wudao asked in astonishment. Such a method was truly unfathomable, beyond mortal comprehension. "He's still at Tianji Pavilion," Yi Su said indifferently, "only I've hidden him away in an isolated spacetime." Boom! These words struck deep into their hearts with overwhelming force. To be able to create an independent spacetime, what kind of power is this? This person's strength is undoubtedly above even the Hall Masters, Green Dragon thought to himself. Today's events must be reported to the Hall Master with utmost urgency. He had a strong premonition this Celestial Secrets Pavilion Master would significantly disrupt the Hall Master's plans. "Senior, this humble junior has prepared a modest gift for your consideration." Ning Wudao produced a Qiankuan ring. Yi Su stretched out his hand, and the Qiankuan ring landed in his palm. 12 subdivine weapons and 10 bottles of quasi-divine elixirs, totaling 5,420 providence points for exchange. Not bad at all. Yi Su was quite satisfied. System, look up a solution. In short, resolving Ning Wudao's predicament ultimately came down to boosting strength. Mount Buzhou requires 200,000 Heavenly Secrets points to inquire about the specific location. Tomb of the Azure Lotus Demon Emperor requires 180,000 Heavenly Secrets points to inquire about its exact location. Palace of the Great Sage Panwu requires 40,000 Heavenly Secrets points to uncover its precise location. Immersive Translate. Tomb of the Heavenly Capital Divine King requires 4,200 Heavenly Mystery points to pinpoint its exact location. Over 4,000 Heavenly Mystery points? That won't leave much left, will it? Yi Su showed a troubled expression. After the last major windfall, Yi Su was no longer satisfied with such small gains. Ning Wudao observed Yi Su's expression and sensed his dissatisfaction, his heart sinking involuntarily. "Saint's son, don't listen to him." Qing Jiao, with indignant fury, feigned admonishment as he said, "This man is jacking up prices out of greed, clearly trying to exploit your noble status to extort a fortune. If you're truly in trouble, you might as well seek help from the Hallmaster. My Heavenly Demon Palace has stood firm in the southern wilderness for tens of thousands of years. Could we possibly be inferior to some unknown master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion?" This admonition appeared to be for Ning Wudao's benefit. In reality, it was merely the Green Serpent's ploy. He even secretly hoped Yi Su would make exorbitant demands, forcing Ning Wudao to retreat in the face of difficulties. "Esteemed senior, all of my possessions are within that Qiankuan ring. Aside from that, I possess only a life-bound magic treasure cultivated with my very essence. If the price is insufficient, I am willing to offer my 7 Killer's sword." Ning Wudao knelt on one knee, his sincerity evident. Yi Su was slightly moved. Within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, no one could deceive him. Ning Wudao's words held not a trace of falsehood. Yi Su sighed lightly, another pitiful soul. Ning Wudao trembled violently, his fist clenched tightly, but his eyes held only hatred and fury, his expression firm as iron. He had been an orphan since childhood, adopted by a middle-aged human man. That middle-aged man treated him decently enough, but was hopelessly addicted to gambling houses, unable to free himself. At last, one day, the middle-aged man lost all his money and had to sell Ning Wudao to a black market dealer. That period was the darkest time of Ning Wudao's life. After several transfers, Ning Wudao was sent to the arena, where he had to fight beasts and monstrous creatures every day. Winning was the only option, as losing meant death. Once you lose, you become prey for the beasts. Until 200 years ago, when Ning Wudao accidentally awakened his heavenly demon bloodline in the arena, catching the attention of the passing golden-toed demon god, lord of the heavenly demon hall, who brought him to the heavenly demon hall and adopted him as a foster son. Ning Wudao thought his days of suffering had finally come to an end. Yet what followed was the merciless actions of the heavenly demon hall lord. He was cast into the outer sect, left to fend for himself, and forced to battle numerous demonic beasts. Simply because he was half human and half demon, he became the target of countless demonic beings. During that period, Ning Wudao endured betrayal and assassination attempts, scarcely finding a night's peaceful rest. After great effort, he defeated the elite disciples of the heavenly demon hall and became its holy son. Yet, upon discovering flaws within the scripture of 7 slayings, he refrained from rash action. Scarred by past horrors, Ning Wudao chose caution. 80 years ago, he finally guessed the heavenly demon hall master's intention. He was merely a pig raised by the heavenly demon hall master, destined for slaughter once he achieved godhood. Fragments of the past flashed through his mind. Ning Wudao's nails dug deeply into his palms, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. 80 years ago, he could have become a god, but he endured for 80 long years. At this moment, Ning Wudao was like a water vat filled to the brim. Sooner or later, the water would overflow. The green flood dragon remained unmoved. Ning Wudao's background had always been a subject of reproach, which was also one of the reasons why Qingjiao disdained and looked down on him. Very well, I shall guide you to the right path. Yi Su's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Ning Wudao's background was too tragic, and the achievements he had attained today were entirely the result of his own step-by-step struggles. He also wanted to lend Ning Wudao a helping hand. System, query all information about the tomb of the heavenly capital divine king. Yi Su commanded. Ding! Tomb of the heavenly capital divine king, located in the 10,000 poison forest in the western region. 9,000 years ago, the heavenly capital divine king suffered fatal injuries while attempting to seize the heavenly demon immortal slaying technique and ultimately perished in the 10,000 poison forest. Within the great tomb, the celestial capital soul refinement array is arranged. This formation targets the Tao heart, and currently, there is no known method to break it. Yi Su's expression turned surprised. A formation that targets the Tao heart? And even the system can't find a way to dismantle it? That makes sense. In the cultivation of the mystical world, beyond the physical body and mana, the Tao heart is also essential. The deeper one's cultivation, the more one relies on the support of Tao heart attainment. Otherwise, reaching higher realms becomes impossible. There is a place that can help you through hardships. Yi Su still took out a blank jade slip, inscribed the information about the heavenly capital divine king's tomb on it, and placed it in Ning Wudao's hand. Senior's great kindness. This junior will never forget it for the rest of my life. If I can return alive, whenever senior has any command in the future, even if it means climbing a mountain of blades or crossing a sea of fire, I shall obey without hesitation, even at the cost of 10,000 deaths. Ning Wudao kowtowed in gratitude. I'm very pleased by your sincerity, Yi Su said with great satisfaction. Having a super genius willingly serve as his vanguard was naturally an excellent thing, but will still need to charge fees in the future. Yi Su stated with a straight face. Naturally. Ning Wudao smiled and accepted the jade slip. Qingjiao, let's leave now. We shouldn't disturb our senior any longer. Ning Wudao glanced at Qingjiao before walking out of Tianji Pavilion alone. As soon as the two left, Qi Honcho and Yi Xianer materialized out of thin air. Has Ning Wudao left already? Qi Honcho's expression turned serious. Senior, have you agreed to help him? The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is a place for business dealings. Since he has paid sufficiently, of course I shall trade with him. Yi Sun's voice paused slightly as he added, don't tell me how to conduct my affairs. Qi Honcho looked flustered and hastened to apologize. This junior spoke out of urgency and begs the senior not to take offense. Yi Xianer also spoke up to plead for her master's forgiveness. Just this once, Yi Su said coldly. As the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, he must maintain his authority. When it came to establishing dominance, Yi Su never hesitated. Yi Xianer showed a trace of fear. The outburst from the senior earlier was utterly terrifying. Chapter 17, The Breaking Point. Son of the Saint, that represents over 2 centuries of your accumulation. If it turns out to be deceit, wouldn't all your painstaking efforts over 200 years go down the drain? Xing Jiao sighed repeatedly. To the western regions, Ning Wudao held the jade slip in his hand, the information about the heavenly capital Divine King's tomb now etched in his mind. The 10,000 poison forest in the western regions, he had heard rumors of it. It was a forbidden land, perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma, teeming with venomous creatures and hiding ancient poisonous insects capable of killing even celestial beings. Ning Wudao, with 3 parts confusion, 3 parts anticipation, 3 parts awe, and 1 part curiosity, steered his azure dragon chariot out of Linglong City's gates and soared westward. The azure serpent transformed into a flood dragon, its magical power condensing into lines of text that flowed into his dantian, merging with a message jade slip. However, upon completing his message, he suddenly realized this jade slip could not be sent. The void was sealed off as a gaze brimming with killing intent settled upon the azure dragon. It was Ning Wudao. 80 years ago, when he sent you to follow me, I already understood his motives, Ning Wudao said impassively. It was nothing more than assigning you to monitor me. Young master. The azure dragon's expression turned panicked, yet he maintained restraint, still pulling the precious chariot as they soared across the heavens. He was uncertain, and even less dared to act recklessly. Though he looked down upon Ning Wudao for his half-demon bloodline, Ning Wudao was ultimately the holy son of the heavenly demon hall. Acting against him would constitute insubordination, giving Ning Wudao legitimate grounds to execute him. Today, I've finally found the way to break this deadlock. Ning Wudao exhaled a turbid breath, his gaze settling on the azure flood dragon. This thorn had been lodged in his heart for 80 years, and today he could finally remove it. Whoosh! Upon hearing these words, the green flood dragon immediately swayed its body, breaking free from the jeweled carriage, and slithered through the air in an attempt to flee into the void. Ning Wudao remained motionless. Bang! The void was as hard as iron, impregnable. With a crash, the azure dragon collided headfirst into it, blood gushing from its wounds. Young master, do you wish to kill this old servant? This patch of void had already been sealed by Ning Wudao through immense magical power. Realizing escape was impossible, the azure dragon turned to stare at Ning Wudao, speaking in human tongue. I was assigned by the Hall Master. If I die, the Hall Master will be furious and will surely capture you for punishment, Xing Jiao threatened. Even at this moment, he was still trying to send a message, but it was to no avail. The moment he obtained the jade slip, Ning Wudao was ready to strike and kill Xing Jiao. Otherwise, keeping him by his side would be like carrying a radar. Sooner or later, the Hall Master of the Heavenly Demon Palace would locate him. You've lived 80 years longer than you deserved. Consider yourself fortunate. With a mere thought, Wu Ning summoned 7 divine weapons from his dantian, 7 gleaming swords, each corresponding to one of his 7 primal powers. These were his lifebound artifacts, forged specifically for him according to the tenets of the 7 Slaughter Sutra. Wu Ning, you damned bastard. Do you truly believe you can kill me alone? Now that all pretenses had fallen away, the azure floodlong no longer bothered to conceal his contempt. I am also at the great perfection of divine tribulation realm. If we truly fight, who will emerge victorious is still uncertain. Boom! The robed elder transformed into a shadowy figure, half-man, half-dragon. With a dragon's head and a human body, his entire form was covered in sturdy cyan dragon scales. In his grip was a dragon bone sword, forged from the bones of a dragon. Crack! The void abruptly shattered as the robed elder wielded the dragon bone sword. The blade transformed into a divine dragon, tearing through the void as if it were a skeletal beast. With gaping jaws, it swallowed the celestial carriage whole, devouring Ning Wudao along with it. Clang! 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 Countless sword beams crisscrossed within the skeletal dragon's body, attempting to grind Ning Wudao into mincemeat. Ning Wudao stood motionless like a mountain, his body enveloped in a golden divine radiance. His form glittered like colored glaze, and as the sword beams descended, they couldn't even scratch his defense. Glazed golden body? The azure dragon's expression changed dramatically. You've actually mastered this divine ability? Both at the pinnacle of divine tribulation realm, their strengths were entirely on different levels. Even if Ning Wudao didn't fight back, the azure flood dragon wouldn't be able to break his defense. Boom! Ning Wudao raised his hand and pressed down. The 7 kill swords erupted with power. The 7 divine swords formed the 7 kill sword formation, their terrifying killing intent shattering the dragon bone sword completely. Boom! 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 Ning Wudao pointed a finger at the green flood dragon. 7 sword energies surged like a roaring torrent, slashing toward the green flood dragon. Ning Wudao, kill me, and you'll be exposed immediately. The temple master will personally come to capture you, the the green flood dragon howled hoarsely. I don't want to die. Crack, crack, crack. The 7 slaughter sword array surged forth, instantly reducing the azure serpent's scales to dust, its body shredded by the sword formation. Even its primordial spirit had no chance to escape. In the blink of an eye, a peak divine tribulation realm expert was instantly annihilated by Ning Wudao. Ning Wudao's expression remained as calm as water. Killing the azure flood dragon was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. Though both were at the same cultivation realm, within the divine tribulation realm, Ning Wudao was practically invincible. Not even 10 azure flood dragons combined could match him. With a mere thought, 7 divine swords flew in succession, disappearing into his dantian. Put! With one hand, he reached into his chest and forcibly tore out his own heart, which pulsed vigorously as blood gushed without cease. Ning Wudao summoned his magical power and forcibly extracted a tiny black worm, nearly invisible to the naked eye, from the heart. This was the heart-devouring goo. After entering the heavenly demon hall, the hall master secretly implanted it in him. Not just him, every elite disciple of the heavenly demon hall carried the heart-devouring goo. Ning Wudao fought his way through, slaying 8 elite disciples, and discovered this object on each of them. He had investigated its origins and knew exactly what it was. It was the hall master's means of tracking his successors' locations. Moreover, he could remotely manipulate it to inflict unbearable agony on those corrupted by the heart-devouring goo. However, this only applies to practitioners below the heavenly god realm. For someone like Ning Wudao now, it couldn't cause much influence anyway. Ning Wudao dug out the heart and exterminated the parasite in one fluid motion, his expression never faltering. Truly a ruthless man through and through. Killing the informant and forcing out the goo worm signaled Ning Wudao's complete break with the heavenly demon hall master, the father-son relationship crumbling to dust in an instant. Crushing the heart-devouring goo in his grasp, Ning Wudao turned his gaze toward the heavenly demon hall's direction. Golden Toad, the next time I return will mark your death anniversary. Heavenly Demon Hall. The hall master, the golden toad demon god, sat on the throne in the great hall. Dressed in lavish robes, his towering figure exuded a dark and oppressive aura, his eyes brimming with cruelty. Suddenly, the golden toad demon god sensed something and turned his gaze toward Ning Wudao's direction. With a mocking smile, he said, "It seems you found a way to break the deadlock. Truly worthy of being a celestial demon's body. Truly worthy of being the one this sovereign has chosen." The heart-devouring goo was slain, and with its death being mentally linked to the golden toad demonic deity, everything was instantly perceived. Ning Wudao has rebelled. He had long known that Ning Wudao had seen through his intentions, yet chose to turn a blind eye regardless. The golden toad demon god also wanted to see how much potential Ning Wudao, who possessed the heavenly demon bloodline, could unleash under his pressure. Report! A man stumbled into the hall, kneeling on the ground without daring to look at the golden toad demon god, and reported, "My lord, the soul lamp of Zhao Qingshan has extinguished. This lord is aware. You may leave." The golden toad demon god waved his sleeve. Yes. The demon disciple dared not speak further, withdrawing from the hall with lowered head. Even Zhao Qingshan has been slain, it seems this venerable one should be next. The golden toad demon god's expression remained inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Good son, you've endured for 80 years. Why tear off all pretense with your father before even attaining godhood? Attend me. Golden toad demigod summoned. Your subordinate is here. A great perfection divine tribulation realm demonic cultivator strode into the hall. You have 3 days to investigate the Saint Child's recent whereabouts. The golden toad demonic deity left these words behind as he flew out of the sky demon hall, heading straight for the site where the azure flood dragon had perished. An ominous premonition gnawed at him. Ning Wudao breaking free from control marks a crisis warning. Chapter 18, Gods Gather at Kunlun Valley. Kunlun Valley. The shattered sea of clouds gradually reformed over time, billowing and rolling like an endless ocean. Celestial beings from various sects gathered before the spatial rift, yet none dared to rashly enter Kunlun Valley. The great 5 elements sword formation there was far too formidable. Each of them had attempted to breach the formation, only to be defeated and forced to retreat. At this moment, the assembled deities were deliberating about joining forces. This great 5 elements sword formation must be an inheritance from the ancient Kunlun sect. This place is likely the ruins of the Kunlun sect from 1,000 years ago. The heaven god from the mystic talisman palace spoke up. 1,000 years ago, the Kunlun sect held a prominent position even in the southern wastelands. If we join forces, every sect here can still claim their share. That makes sense. The heaven god of the red dust demon sect, formless like a shadow, let out a chuckle. I agree to an alliance. The mystic talisman palace and the red dust demon sect are the 2 most formidable forces in the southern wilderness, with lineages spanning over 100,000 years. Their foundations are profound, and even today, it's highly possible that saints still exist within their ranks. Ah, fellow Taoists, my brother and I have arrived late. A hearty voice rang out from the sky. The 2 supreme elders of Tianqin sect, one in black and one in white, descended upon the sea of clouds. Mu Yunshan, Mu Chenfeng, you 2 have finally arrived, spoke a heaven god. I thought the people of Tianjin sect were pure of heart and capable of restraining their desires, someone else mocked with a sneer. The 10 great titans, each embroiled in their own disputes. The white-robed elder Mu Yunqing chuckled lightly. You've been here for so long, why are you still standing outside? Mu Chunfeng grinned slyly. Most likely, they're stumped. Otherwise, how could a bunch of cat-smelling fish resist the temptation? The two played good cop and bad cop, drawing displeased looks from many heavenly deities. Your methods are indeed admirable. A heavenly deity from the Xuanfu Palace smiled and said, why don't you step forward and break the formation? What's so difficult about this? Mu Chunfeng was a man of quick temper. Mu Yunsheng reached out to stop his younger brother, saying, fellow Taoists, if we too manage to break this formation, what then? Surely you wouldn't let our efforts go to waste, would you? Ha ha ha. Many heavenly deities couldn't help but chuckle. Each of them had tried breaking the formation, but all returned empty-handed. Among everyone present, Mu Yunqing and his brother were merely average in strength. With only the late-stage heavenly god realm cultivation, how could they possibly dismantle such an array? The heavenly god from Profound Talisman Palace spoke those words precisely because he wanted the brothers to suffer the same humiliation. If you two can break through the great 5 elements sword formation, he said, you may take half of Kunlun Valley's treasures. The other half will be divided among the rest of us. The heavenly god of Xuanfu Palace gazed at the assembly. Does any fellow Daoist here have objections? Of course not. The crowd answered in unison. Since that's the case, this old man expresses his gratitude to all fellow Taoists first. Mu Yunqing cupped his hands in salute, then soared into the void rift with Mu Chunfeng, charging straight into the grand 5 elements sword formation. That old fox is craftier than a monkey. His quick agreement this time reeks of deception, frowned a white-haired celestial being. Among the celestial beings, those familiar with Mu Yunsheng were filled with profound bewilderment. This grand 5 elements sword formation could stump even a gathering of celestial beings. Even men from the profound sigil palace were turned away. Yet Qi the Lass and Qin Haishan entered unscathed. That senior's power truly rivals the very workings of creation itself. Mu Yunsheng and his companion stepped into the sword formation. The two strolled leisurely, completely undisturbed by the formation's mechanisms. Witnessing this scene, the gods stared dumbfounded. Damn! A middle-aged celestial deity erupted in curses. How do these two old fellows seem to know the formation's operation pattern like the back of their hand, not triggering it at all? How strange, how strange. Many celestial deities wore grim expressions. Half of Kunlun sect's legacy might well fall into the palms of Tianjin sect. They knew the method to break the formation. The heavenly gods of the mysterious Talisman Palace remained extremely composed and quickly reached a conclusion. That makes sense. The shadow deity of the Red Dust Demon sect echoed, if it weren't for this, how would those two dare barge into Kunlun sect's grand protective killing array? Array? Where did they get the formation diagram? And how did they learn the method to break it? Someone raised the crucial question. There is only one answer. The celestial deity of Xuanfu Palace spoke gravely. The one undergoing tribulation here is from the Tianjin sect. Simply investigate the recent affairs of Tianjin sect to find out. Boom! As the words fell, the entire great 5 elements sword formation abruptly dissipated, and the 5 divine flying swords flew into Mu Yunqing's sleeve. Fellow cultivators, the formation has been broken. Please enter. Mu Yunqing's voice came through. The crowd flew into Kunlun Valley. The ruins of the Kunlun sect had already collapsed, but the herb garden remained intact. The shattered remains of celestial beings lay strewn among the broken rubble. Fellow cultivators, was this formation truly so difficult? Mu Chunfeng remarked with sarcasm in his voice. To think it could actually confine you all, utterly unbelievable. Second brother, we merely got lucky. Mu Yunsheng added. The two men's coordinated mocking tones made everyone break out in cold sweat. Fellow Daoist Mu, have you already claimed those 5 array cores? The shadow celestial inquired. Mu Yunsheng nodded. So as not to block everyone's way, this old man decided to retract the formation. Hearing these words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. This old bastard really knows how to mock people. Mu Yunsheng, wasn't the one who crossed the tribulation earlier a member of the Tianjin sect? Suddenly, the celestial being from the Xuanfu Palace spoke. Mu Yunsheng was stunned. If you refuse to admit it, that's fine too, the celestial being continued. My Xuanfu Palace possesses a mystical art called the Traceback Radiance Technique, which can reveal everything that happened within a location over the past 3 days. Mu Yunsheng frowned. He was aware that the tracing light technique was one of the secret arts of the Profound Talisman sect, containing a trace of the mysteries of time and space. Good. Mu Chunfeng openly admitted, the ones undergoing the tribulation are indeed disciples of our Tianjin sect, and there are 2 of them facing it together. 2 people undergoing the tribulation simultaneously? The middle-aged heavenly god suddenly understood. No wonder the commotion of the heavenly tribulation alarmed the entire southern wasteland. Have both of them survived the heavenly tribulation? Another person asked. If the Tianqin sect gains 2 more heavenly gods, its standing among the 10 major powers of the southern wasteland would likely rise another level. Only one. Mu Yunqing's expression turned sorrowful. It's our Tianqin sect's 3rd elder, Qi Qingxi. Some have heard of Qi Qingxi's name, while others have never encountered it before. As for the one who fell, Mu Yunqing sighed deeply. It was 2nd elder Qin Haishan. Such is the cruelty of the path of cultivation. Each person harbored their own thoughts. Most were profoundly relieved. For now, no one was openly kicking them while they were down. Gentlemen, I wonder if your promises still hold. Mu Yunqing changed the subject, unwilling to dwell on the matter any longer. After all, anyone with half a brain could sense something unusual about it. If the identity of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master were exposed eventually, that would be the last outcome he wanted. However, but it was already too late. The deity of Xianshu Palace frowned deeply, staring fixedly at Mu Yunqing as he said, Mu Yunsheng, Qi Qingxi and Qin Haishan are merely at the pinnacle of the divine tribulation realm. How could they possibly bypass the Great Five Elements sword formation and enter the ruins of the Kunlun sect? And what's more, they almost all underwent the heavenly tribulation at the same time. Bang! As these words fell, the gods were in an uproar. Piercing gazes locked onto Mu Yunqing and his brother. Chapter 19, 20% discount for group purchase. Mu Yunqing sighed deeply in his heart. The old foxes of the profound Talisman Palace, as cunning as ever, instantly grasped the crux of the matter from Mu Yunqing's speech. In an instant, Mu Yunqing and Mu Chenfeng became the center of attention. No wonder you could easily break through the Great Five Elements sword formation and claim those 5 divine weapons, a heavenly deity said with a sinister smile. So you had pawns scouting the path for you. Fellow Taoist Mu, would you care to explain the reason to us? The shadow heavenly deity of the red dust demonic sect spoke up. Mu Yunqing smiled and said, Everyone, please remain calm. It was entirely due to their own fortune that Qi Qingxi and Qin Haishan were able to enter the ruins of the Kunlun sect. I only learned about this matter after Qi Qingxi returned to the sect. Think about it, everyone. If Qi Qingxi had already looted the Kunlun ruins, why would I make another trip? That makes sense. Several celestial beings nodded in agreement. Esteemed colleagues, the legacy of Kunlun sect remains within this place. Let each rely on their own abilities to claim it, Mu Chenfeng declared before transforming into a swordlight streak that shot into the ruins. Though Mu Chenfeng appeared physically imposing, his mind was far from simple. This move of his was precisely meant to divert attention. Sure enough, as soon as Mu Chenfeng left, the gods immediately rushed toward the ruins of Kunlun sect. The divine beings from Xuanfu Palace and the shadow deities remained motionless. They were still pondering how Qi Qingxi and Qin Haishan, given their cultivation levels, had managed to breach the Great Five Elements sword formation. Fellow Taoists, fate varies for each person. Some things simply cannot be forced. Mu Yunqing chuckled before also entering the ruins of Kunlun sect to scavenge for remnants. Senior brother, this old man is definitely hiding some crucial information. Another deity from the mystic rune temple frowned and said, So what? The ancient deity snorted coldly. Do you dare to raise a hand here? Then never mind. The man laughed awkwardly. The Great Five Elements sword formation in Mu Yunqing's hand was no trifling matter. Without this sword formation, Mu Yunqing probably wouldn't have gotten off so easily just now. Notify the palace master and have him send someone to investigate the recent movements of Qi Qingxi and Qin Haishan. The elderly heavenly deity of Xuanfu Palace said solemnly. I have a strong feeling there's something much deeper going on here. The shadow deity of the red dust demon sect vanished before their eyes without uttering a word. The divine power enveloping the ruins of the Kunlun sect had already been completely absorbed by Qi Qingxi when she ascended to godhood. The aura of the sage still lingered, but it posed no threat anymore. Rumors say the Kunlun sect was destroyed by a sage. It seems the legends are true, said one deity with lingering fear. Who cares how it's gone? I just want my share of the spoils. Some rushed deep into the Kunlun sect, while others flew straight for its medicinal gardens. Within just 1 hour, the Kunlun sect was completely plundered. By the time the crowd departed from Kunlun Valley, they suddenly realized Mu Yunqing and Mu Chenfeng, the 2 brothers, had long vanished without a trace. Big bro, there are still plenty of good things inside. Why are we sneaking away? Mu Chenfeng frowned. Are you afraid those little bastards might make a move? Mu Yunqing's face was as calm as an ancient well, his tone indifferent. The 2 old relics from the profound Talisman Palace, along with the people from the Earthly Desires demon sect, have already set their sights on us, he said coolly. Besides, the inheritance within the Kunlun sect doesn't contain many valuable items. This set of the Great Five Elements sword formation is already considered the finest treasure among them. Where should we go now? Of course, it's the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Mu Yunqing's heart swelled with anticipation. At last, he would pay a visit to the extraordinary man Qingxi had spoken of. Linglong City. The Skyheart sect master, clad in blue robes, hovered hidden in the void, gazing at the scene below. The entire city was enveloped by a divine-grade formation, as impregnable as a fortress, which even made him feel somewhat unnerved. His gaze fell upon an ancient-style building. It was none other than the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Ever since Mu Yunsheng and his companion left the Tianqin sect, and the sect leader had also quietly departed, he had been hovering above Linglong City for nearly an entire day. During this time, he witnessed Ning Wudao's departure but remained motionless as planned. According to Qi Qingxi, this Heavenly Secrets Pavilion master only conducts trades. I wonder if the things I possess could exchange for a piece of his advice, the Heavenly Heart sect master murmured. He felt both nervous and hopeful. Forget it, I'll check it out first. The Skyheart sect master descended from the clouds and stepped into Exquisite City. He arrived outside the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, took a deep breath, and prepared to enter. Brat, what are you doing here too? Suddenly, an astonished voice rang out. Mu Chenfeng and Mu Yunsheng stared at the Skyheart sect master with strange expressions. Uncle Masters, have you finished your business? The Heavenly Heart sect master was startled, acting as if he had a guilty conscience, and hastily changed the subject. Mu Yunsheng nodded. Since you wish to meet the Tianji Pavilion master, then come with us. The Heavenly Heart sect master's little schemes, how could they escape Mu Yunsheng's notice? Li Yuanshu nodded repeatedly, overcome with shame. To think that he, the dignified leader of a sect, had been reduced to such embarrassment, what a disgrace. The three of them entered the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion together. Ha! Yisu sensed something and looked toward the door. They actually sent three at once, and all of them are from Tianqin sect. Yisu's expression grew peculiar. Tianqin sect truly is their most loyal major client. Grand Master. Yi Xianer had met Elder Mu Yunsheng before. Seeing the two elders enter, she hurriedly served them tea, her face beaming with joy. Grand Ancestor. Shi Hanzhou also bowed in greeting, then turned to pay respects to Li Yuanshu. Could it be that you are the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Mu Yunsheng turned to Yisu, his demeanor exceedingly humble, completely different from Qi Qingxi's attitude. It's me. Yisu nodded. With a casual glance at Li Yuanshu, he smiled and said, Brotherly, you must have been quite bored staying atop Linglong City all day. Why not come have a cup of tea first? Fellow Taoists, please take a seat. Li Yuanshu dug his toes into the ground, wishing he could find a crevice to crawl into. This time, he'd not only lost face before his elders, but also suffered humiliation before juniors, a complete social death. Yi Xianer, Shi Hanzhou, and the elders Mu Yunsheng were all staring at Li Yuanshu with peculiar expressions. This senior truly possesses incredible divine powers. Normally arrogant and impulsive, Mu Chenfeng felt an oppressive suffocation within the Tianji Pavilion. Upon hearing Yi Su's words, he was utterly astonished. Li Yuanshu was, after all, a celestial deity. Yet the Tianji Pavilion master had tracked his movements so precisely, even Mu Chenfeng himself doubted he could achieve such a feat. My abilities far surpass your expectations, so there's no need to marvel at my powers any further, Yisu remarked calmly. Yi Xianer added, Honored Grandmasters, Elder Sect Master, this senior is truly formidable. Even our innermost thoughts cannot escape his deductions. Gasp! Mu Yunsheng and the other two were utterly astonished. Such methods are truly miraculous. The two ancestral figures by my side, even with their half-sage status, are far inferior to the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. In that case, Senior must already be clear about our purpose for coming, Mu Yunsheng said with a smile. First, there were Qi Hongzhou and Little Yi, then Qin Haishan and Qi Qingxi, and now three more of you. Your Tianqin sect truly counts as a loyal client of my Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Yi Su beamed with delight. Everyone's faces brightened with joy. Who would have thought there was this connection? In light of this, I can offer you a slight discount. Yi Su smiled. I'll give you 20% off. Chapter 20, Opportunity and Inner Demons. Many thanks, Elder. Mu Yunsheng, Mu Chenfeng, and the Tianqin sect master were overcome with excitement. The southern wilderness's Tianqin sect evolved from an ancient Taoist sect, yet despite reaching this day, it has still declined. Yisu glanced at the elderly Mu Yunsheng brothers and spoke at length. Their hearts trembled with shock. The true origins of the Tianqin sect were its most closely guarded secret. Over 30,000 years ago, the founding patriarch of Tianqin sect broke away from an ancient Taoist sect, establishing this lineage. Though it was technically a branch of the ancient Taoist tradition, it was never officially recognized by the main sect nor received any support. For tens of thousands of years, the Tianqin sect had survived entirely self-sufficient. Now, with no strong successors to carry on the legacy, the Tianqin sect teetered on the brink of collapse. Once the two grand elders passed away, it would immediately lose its status as one of the 10 great sovereign powers. We beseech our senior to impart wisdom. Mu Yunsheng bowed deeply to the ground. Creating a sage might seem as difficult as ascending to heaven in your eyes, Yisu said lightly, but to me, it's as easy as lifting a hand. However, the price may be more than you can bear. That Zvi Sage's cave was indeed a sage's dwelling, located right within the southern wastes. A sage's legacy could naturally give birth to a new sage. Mu Yunsheng and Mu Chenfeng's eyes lit up. Neither of them doubted Yisu's words, and they immediately said solemnly, Elder, please speak freely. 3 sacred artifacts, Yisu said. Sacred artifacts? And 3 of them? The brothers Mu Yunsheng were stunned. Although the Tianqin sect had been passed down for 30,000 years, only its founding patriarch had attained sainthood, leaving behind just a single sacred artifact. At this moment, it's simply impossible for Tianqin sect to produce 3 sacred artifacts. 3 sacred artifacts are merely a standard valuation, Yisu added. If you can offer enough divine weapons and pills equivalent to the value of 3 sacred artifacts, you can still trade with me. That would probably require Tianqin sect to bankrupt itself, muttered the sect master of Tianqin. Humph. Mu Yunsheng gave a cold snort and looked dissatisfied at Li Yuanshu. If bankrupting the family could produce a saint, then what does it matter going bankrupt? After saying this, Mu Yunsheng's face twisted into a bitter expression. The most crucial point was that even if Tianqin sect went bankrupt, they still wouldn't be able to gather enough resources. Looking across the southern barren lands, probably only Xuanfu Palace and the Red Dust Demon sect could muster 3 sacred artifacts. These 2 great sects were the most ancient legacies in the southern barren lands, each with a history spanning over 100,000 years, having produced several saints. Even now, it's highly probable that there might be a sage within the sect. In that case, there's nothing more I can do, Yisu said helplessly. Reviving a declining sect, how could it be anything but difficult? Yisu also wished to help the Tianqin sect, but just one purple microcosm sage's cave abode would require 20,000 heavenly mystery points. Even if he were willing to assist, his strength simply couldn't match his good intentions. Senior, the 2 of us have thought it over. Since we cannot assist our elders in achieving sainthood, we too wish to seek our own opportunity. Mu Yunsheng and Mu Chunfeng exchanged a glance. As twin brothers, they shared a deep connection, understanding each other's thoughts with a single notion. You wish to advance further, refine your inner worlds, and ascend to divine king status? Yi Xiu saw through their intentions, stating it plainly. Truly worthy of a senior. Such cultivation has indeed reached the pinnacle of excellence. We are in awe. Mu Chunfeng delivered a shameless flattery. Second brother, you'd better shut up. Mu Yunsheng frowned. His younger brother's bootlicking was truly grating to the ears. Giggle. Yi Xianer couldn't suppress a laugh, her expression amused. Brat, shut your mouth too, Mu Chunfeng snarled in irritation. Yi Xianer playfully stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. System, inquire how many opportunities there are to advance to Divine King, Yi Su thought to himself. Clang! The tomb of the heavenly capital Divine King, located in the western region's 10,000 poison forest, contains the inner world of a divine king. Once refined, one can ascend to divine kinghood. Yi Su shook his head. This wasn't because he changed his nature or was refusing easy money, there was another reason entirely. The tomb of the heavenly god king is Ning Wudao's opportunity. This half-demon prodigy is the seed Yi Su intended to nurture carefully and draw under his command. He would never let Mu Yunsheng and his brother venture into the 10,000 poison forest to compete with Ning Wudao for this chance. Continue the inquiry. Clang! Sunlong Divine King's Cave. Detailed inquiry requires 8,000 heavenly secret points. Yi Su furrowed his brows slightly. 8,000 heavenly secrets points was indeed a rather steep price. Fellow Taoists, I now know the location of the opportunity. The next step depends on your sincerity, Yi Su said with a smile. Mu Yunsheng had come prepared. He took out a Qiankuan ring and smiled. Esteemed senior, please take a look. The Qiankuan ring landed in his palm. Thoughts flooded in, revealing all items within the ring at a glance. 1 divine weapon, 12 demi-divine weapons, several elixirs, and a few scrolls of formation diagrams. Value, 6,800 heavenly secret points. Second brother. Mu Yunsheng nudged Mu Chunfeng's shoulder. Mu Chunfeng immediately understood. Unlike storing items in a Qiankuan ring, he had instead released a flood of treasures from his Zifu space, allowing them to float mid-air. 2 divine weapons, 14 secondary divine weapons, over a dozen bottles of elixirs, and piles of divine metals and ores. Staring at the overwhelming trove of treasures, Mu Yunsheng's face twitched. You crafty rascal, you've been hoarding this many treasures? Had. Mu Chunfeng gave an awkward smile. Big brother, I obtained all these from the Yuan magnetic secret realm last time. Some were handed over to the sect, while I kept the rest for emergencies. Grandmaster is truly wealthy, Yi Xianer sighed in admiration. Li Yuanshu's eyes burned with greed. Keeping these treasures would be enough for him to cultivate to the mid-stage, or even the late-stage heavenly god realm. Value, 8,000 heavenly secret points. Yi Su's eyes flickered with intrigue. Good heavens, merely the possessions of Mu Chunfeng could already buy the opportunity from the Sanlong Divine King's cave abode. This deal was certainly no loss for him. When all was said and done, he had indeed given them a 20% discount. After all, there were 2 of them. System, inquire about the Sunlong Divine Sovereign's cave abode. Clang! Sunlong Divine Sovereign's cave abode, located on the shores of the East Sea, that Sunlong Divine Sovereign is a celestial dragon who cultivated to divinity. He dominates the North Sea as its sovereign, possessing early-stage creation realm cultivation. The Sunlong Divine Sovereign has already lived over 7,000 years and is approaching the end of his lifespan, with his cultivation drastically weakened. If one can slay the dragon and refine its inner world, they may ascend to the Divine King realm. Attached are the weaknesses of the Azure Dragon Divine King. Yisu was stunned. This opportunity turned out to be a living Dragon King, and to become a Divine King, one must slay the dragon. Moreover, only one person could achieve the Divine King rank. This result was completely different from what Yisu had anticipated. Gentlemen, are you aware of the Eastern Sea shore? Yisu suppressed his emotions and asked slowly. Mu Yunqing and his companion nodded. The Eastern Sea shore lies in the eastern continent of Yuan realm, neighboring the southern wilderness. Is our destiny by the eastern shores? Mu Yunqing immediately asked. Yisu nodded. By the eastern shores, there lies the dying Dragon King known as the Azure Dragon Divine King, Yisu said calmly. This Dragon King's remaining lifespan is nearly spent, and he retains scarcely a tenth of his former strength. The two of you may slay him and claim his inner world. As to which of you will ascend to divine kinghood, that depends on your own fortunes. Only one person can advance to become a divine king? Mu Chunfeng frowned deeply. Second brother, one shouldn't be too greedy, Mu Yunqing reassured him. The little we offered in exchange for even a single opportunity to attain the divine king realm is already taking advantage of the senior's generosity. Mu Chunfeng also let go of his dissatisfaction. Indeed it was so. At first glance, it seems like a pile of treasures, but converted, it's only worth the price of a single divine king weapon. The only challenge is how to slay the Azure Dragon Divine King, Mu Yunqing said with a grave expression. Even if it's an aged dragon king, it's still a divine king. Once one cultivates an inner world, they gain an inexhaustible source of power. Even nearing the end of its lifespan, it would still be extremely difficult to deal with. You two fellow Taoists need not worry. Since I'm asking you to slay the dragon, I wouldn't have you attempt something uncertain. Yisu smiled and took out a jade slip. Take a look at this. The two men accepted the jade slip and examined it carefully. This, brothers Mu Yunqing and Mu Chunfeng's faces lit up with wild joy. With this jade slip, their chances of slaying the Dragon King would increase by at least 70%. Unspeakable, unspeakable, Yisu shook his head with a knowing smile. This junior understands. Mu Yunqing and Mu Chunfeng nodded repeatedly. Yuanshu, is there anything you'd like to ask? Today we can have the senior divine of fortune for us together. Mu Yunqing calmly tucked away the jade slip as he looked at Li Yuanshu. This junior does indeed have a question. Li Yuanshu wore an awkward expression. I'm just not sure if the belongings I have can suffice for a single transaction with the senior. Speak freely, said Yisu. I wish to seek a method to dispel inner demons, Li Yuanshu pleaded earnestly. Demons within? Mu Yunqing and Mu Chunfeng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing these two words. Shi Hongqiu's gaze became slightly focused. Only Yi Xianer appeared utterly bewildered. Yisu smiled but remained silent, his stare making Li Yuanshu's scalp tingle with unease. Fellow Taoist, regarding this matter, there's no need for any transaction between us. I'll gift you 7 words. Whoever ties the bell must untie it, Yisu said with his hands clasped behind his back. When you make a mistake, you must bear the consequences yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Yunqing and Mu Chunfeng also visibly darkened in expression. They had already guessed at the origin of Li Yuanshu's inner demons. Xing Si Qi. That incident back then was entirely their scheme, carried out by Li Yuanshu, which nearly drove Qixingxi to madness. But the two of them believed they were acting for the revival of their sect, so their consciences were clear. For Li Yuanshu, however, his heart was filled with guilt. As a result, in recent years, he had not dared to meet Qixingxi. Even when forced to see her, he maintained an attitude of irreconcilable hostility. All of this was merely to conceal his inner turmoil and remorse. I understand, senior. Li Yuanshu sighed inwardly, his heart exceedingly heavy. In recent years, this matter had become his inner demon, lingering relentlessly and growing ever more powerful, now obstructing his cultivation path. As for Yisu, it wasn't that he didn't want to make money, but watching Li Yuanshu suffer under this demonic torment pleased him far more. This is the price he must pay. Only he knows how tragic Qixingxi's fate truly was. Xianer, you two shall return to Tianqin sect with us. There's no need to trouble the senior by staying here any longer. Mu Yunqing addressed Yi Xianer and her master. Grandmaster, senior permitted Xianer to remain at Tianji Pavilion. Cultivating here allows her to progress much faster. Shi Hongqiu explained. Such a thing exists? Mu Yunqing's expression was one of astonishment. Senior, perhaps you and Xianer should return to Tianqin sect together? Yi Xianer's pitch-black eyes shone with clever mischief as she said, you stay in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion day in and out without ever stepping outside. Why not take this chance to tour the southern wasteland with us? Chapter 21, Beneath the Heavenly Gods, All Our Ants. Xiener makes an excellent point. Mu Yunqing's eyes shone brightly as he secretly marveled at Yi Xiener's cleverness. Who would have thought of such an idea? If they could get Yisu to move to Tianqin's sect, not only would they be able to seek his guidance at any time, but they would also gain an intimidatingly formidable ally. As long as they maintained a good relationship, why would they worry about Yisu refusing to aid Tianqin sect? Yisu inwardly sighed in resignation. He did want to take a stroll after all. Staying cooped up in the Celestial Secrets Pavilion all day was rather dull. But with all the heavenly secrets he had leaked, who knows how many divine retributions wait upon him. The moment he stepped outside the pavilion, he'd likely be struck by lightning. He was still far too weak. I appreciate your kindness, Yisu replied calmly. The universe is vast, yet there is nothing unknown to me. The world is wide, yet I seek only to dwell in this place. Worldly life, splendid landscapes, hold no meaning for me. Senior truly embodies detachment and nobility. It was our oversight. Mu Yunqing sighed with emotion and said to Li Yuanshu and the others, let's not disturb the esteemed elder any longer. It's time to set off back to the sect. I won't leave unless our senior does. I want to stay in Tianji Pavilion, Yi Xiener declared. So be it. Mu Yunqing shook his head. For our senior to allow you to stay is a rare opportunity. Xiener, you must curb your playful nature, stop being willful, and dedicate yourself to cultivation. Understood, Xiener replied. Esteemed senior, this junior will visit again in the future. Mu Yunqing bowed deeply to the ground as the group flew out of Tianji Pavilion. What a shame. Yi Xiener lamented in a world-weary tone. I originally wanted the senior to properly guide our sect ancestor, but it seems there's no hope now. Yisu was left utterly confused. When he clearly saw Yi Xiener's inner thoughts, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl actually wants to play matchmaker between him and Qi Qingxi? Yisu was speechless. Focus on your cultivation, Yisu said with a stern face. Oh, Yi Xiener lowered her head, not daring to meet Yisu's gaze. Clever as she was, she surely knew her little scheme had been seen through by Yisu. She stuck out her tongue and entered a quiet chamber, sitting cross-legged to cultivate. With so many heavenly mystery points, how far can I advance in my cultivation? Yisu thought to himself. Now, he possessed 16,400 heavenly mystery points. Back then, just 100 points had helped him reach the peak of the true spirit realm. With this many points, he might even be able to ascend to godhood in one go. How much time has passed? Of course, this was just an idealized notion. After all, he only possessed cultivation techniques for the Divine Spring Realm. System, how many providence points are needed to reach the great perfection of the Divine Spring Realm? Yisu asked. 400 points. Break through. Yisu gave the order, and a surge of immense power suddenly manifested within his body. The creation heart scripture began to operate, transforming his dantian into a vast ocean of spiritual energy. Streams of magical power gushed forth from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones. It was as if a divine spring had emerged, washing away impurities and cleansing his physical form. The divine spring realm required plundering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then condensing a bridge connecting the celestial palace to the dantian. Like a spring's water, the magical power would circulate endlessly, nourishing the body. Upon reaching the perfected divine spring realm, the magical power would flow ceaselessly, eternally cycling between the celestial palace and dantian, maintaining the body's innate purity. 400 heavenly secrets points, when converted into spiritual energy, amounted to an enormous quantity. Yisu spent a full day and night absorbing it before finally advancing to the perfected divine spring realm. Breaking through an entire major realm in just a few days without having to cultivate himself, that feeling was absolutely exhilarating. I must find a way to use these 16,000 heavenly secrets points to earn even more, Yisu pondered. Money makes money, only then can you earn more. Mystic Talisman Palace. After hearing the reports from the two heavenly gods, the Lord of Mystic Talisman Palace remained silent. Palace Master, though the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has only appeared for a few days, it has already drawn visits from 3 generations of the Heavenly Heart Sect and even the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Hall, Ning Wudao. It must be extraordinary. Moreover, they were able to guide Qin Haishan and Qi Qingxi to achieve godhood in the same location and even crack the Great Five Elements sword formation. This must be a method of divining heavenly mysteries. The ancient deity spoke in a solemn tone. For such talent, if we don't act and let the Red Dust Demon sect take the lead, it would be disastrous. Hearing this, the master of Xuanfu Palace finally raised his head. Han Donglu, called the master of Xuanfu Palace. Your subordinate is here. An early-stage heavenly god realm elder stepped forward, the same one who had gone to Kunlun Valley together. Take my decree and proceed to Linglong City to invite the master of the Tianji Pavilion to be our guest at the Xuanfu Palace. With a wave of his hand, the palace master of Xuanfu sent a golden light falling into Han Donglio's palm. It was a golden talisman, its front depicting a celestial palace, while the back was interwoven with Taoist inscriptions, containing the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. The Xuanfu Talisman. Not only a treasure, but also a representation of the will of the Xuanfu Palace Master. What if, What if he refuses? Han Donglu hesitated before asking. The southern wildlands are still under the dominion of my Mystic Talisman Palace. The Palace Master of Mystic Talisman replied indifferently. Understood, my lord. Han Donglu, clutching the Mystic Talisman order in his hand, transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Linglong City. The aged divine being looked displeased, his eyes flashing with a trace of dissatisfaction. He had been the first to investigate the Tianji Pavilion, yet Han Donglu had stolen the credit. Elder Tianfeng, you may withdraw for now. Yes. As Luo Tianfeng exited the Mystic Rune Hall, the Mystic Rune Lord's gaze instantly turned sharp. The southern wastelands hasn't produced anyone this intriguing in a long time. Divining the heavens' mysteries, he. The Mystic Rune Lord's eyes deepened with profound thoughts. If this proves true, then the day I achieve sainthood may not be far away. Whoosh! Xuanfu Palace ranked among the top 10 colossal powers of the southern wastelands, stationed at its heart. The distance to Linglong City was merely a little over 90,000 li. Han Donglu flew all the way and finally arrived at Linglong City by dusk. Oh! Han Donglu gazed in astonishment at the exquisite city below, finding the formation array remarkably familiar. Isn't this the Great Five Elements Sword Array? Han Donglu exclaimed in shock. It seems the master of the Mystic Bureau indeed has ties to the ruins of the Kunlun sect. The Great Five Elements Sword Array that was none other than the Kunlun sect's guardian killing formation. What a pity, it's merely a semblance. Han Donglu sneered. The Great Five Elements sword formation of the Kunlun sect required 5 divine swords as its core. Only with these 5 elemental blades could the formation unleash its full potential. The city lord of Linglong just copied the outward appearance. Though the formation was set up, lacking the essence, its power was at best equivalent to that of a newly ascended heavenly god. To the city lord of Linglong, this was a remarkable feat. But in the eyes of Han Donglu, who hailed from the Xuanfu Palace, it was nothing but a ludicrous imitation. No-fly order? Han Donglu glanced disdainfully at the city lord's decree posted on the city wall and scoffed. A puny Linglong city dares to set rules in the southern wasteland? Though the no-fly order didn't apply to celestial beings, Han Donglu was still thoroughly displeased. If one day a disciple of the Xuanfu sect comes to Linglong City, wouldn't they also have to abide by Linglong City's rules? Linglong City? As if it even deserves such respect. He himself would personally change this rule, making sure Linglong City learned its lesson. In the southern wastelands, not just anyone gets to set the rules. To him, it was nothing more than a trivial effort. He channeled his magic, shattering the no-flight decree with a surge of power, and in an instant, he dashed straight into Linglong City. Boom! In that moment, divine runes manifested across the void in all directions: east, west, south, north, and center. 5 towering beams of divine light shot into the heavens as boundless spiritual energy surged ceaselessly, converging to form 5 colossal swords that pierced the sky. The Grand 5 Elements sword formation has been activated. Outrageous! A guard from the city lord's mansion shouted angrily, "Impudent thief! How dare you defy the city lord's orders? Come down at once and receive your punishment." Interesting. How dare an insignificant ant like you bark orders at me? Han Donglio's faint smile held an eerie quality as a terrifying aura emanated from his body. The void turned snow-white, slowly beginning to freeze over. Layer upon layer of frost rapidly spread, sealing vast territories in ice. Within moments, half of Linglong City was frozen by this glacial power. Many shivered uncontrollably, while others, assaulted by the deadly cold, perished instantly. Beneath the gods, all are but ants. The literal meaning of ants is that the people of Linglong City are not human. At least, in the eyes of the celestial beings high above, mortals are indeed mere grass. Chapter 22. Our Palace Master requests your presence. You, just who are you? Stop this at once. Ah! The city lord's guard was still speaking when his physical body was instantly frozen. Han Donglu smirked coldly, and the cultivator's body exploded into fragments, both his flesh and soul utterly annihilated. Chew quickly, inform the city lord. The remaining guards, completely terrified out of their wits, immediately tried to contact the Linglong City lord. The citizens of Linglong City all stared fearfully at Han Donglu in the sky, their eyes filled with despair. That was a celestial being. Even with the Grand Formation's protection, blocking such a deity remained an impossible task. Clang! A sword's resonance reverberates across the vast sky as the Great 5 Elements sword formation begins to operate. Sword chi twists through the void, shattering every inch of icy frost. 5 divine swords stand towering between heaven and earth, radiating awe-inspiring might. Fellow Daoist, isn't it too overbearing of you to attack our Linglong City at the slightest disagreement? The city lord of Linglong appeared alongside Zhao Chang, his expression shifting slightly as he gazed at Han Donglu in the sky. Why would someone from the profound Talisman Palace come to Linglong City? Han Donglu had a golden talisman embroidered on his chest, and the Linglong City lord recognized it as the emblem of the Mystic Talisman Palace. The Mystic Talisman Palace, the foremost power in the southern wilds. So it's a fellow Daoist from the Mystic Talisman Palace. I am the lord of Linglong City. Greetings, fellow Daoist, the Linglong City lord said with a cupped hand salute. fellow Daoist? Han Donglu sneered in disdain. You dare call yourself my fellow Daoist? The arrival of the city lord of Linglong did nothing to make Han Donglu restrain his magical power. Suspended mid-air, his vast energy infiltrated the formation, exuding a bone-chilling coldness that formed a dense white mist. My lord! Though burning with humiliation, the city lord of Linglong suppressed his indignation and called out respectfully, "Humph!" Han Donglu let out a disdainful snort as he finally withdrew his magic power. The bone-chilling cold dissipated swiftly from the heavens and earth, yet the great five elements sword array continued its operation, gleaming sword lights radiating an oppressive murderous aura. The city lord of Linglong didn't dare deactivate the formation, fearing Han Donglu might unleash a massacre. "This seat asks you," Han Donglu said coldly, "how dare a mere city lord like you set rules? Do you hold our Xuanfu Palace in such contempt? I wouldn't dare." The Jade Tower city lord knelt promptly with fearful reverence, saying, "How could my petty rules possibly apply to an esteemed official from the Mystic Talisman Palace?" "That regulation isn't entirely unacceptable," Han Donglu remarked coolly, "but exceptions must be made for the Mystic Talisman Palace." Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, the Jade Tower city lord immediately complied. Zhao Chang watched the scene unfold, seething with silent indignation. Still too weak, thought the city lord of Linglong. Even with the protection of the Great Five Elements sword formation, facing a behemoth like the Mystic Talisman Palace would still leave them powerless. They couldn't even stand firm against Han Donglu, who was merely at the early stage of celestial being. If only the senior were willing to serve as an honored guest of our Linglong city, why would we need to fear him? Why fear the Mystic Talisman Palace? The city lord of Linglong murmured indignantly. Some time had passed since Han Donglio's arrival, yet the Celestial Secrets Pavilion showed no signs of movement. The city lord of Linglong was utterly desperate. Just as Yisu had said, their relationship was merely a transaction. "What's the matter? Are you still not going to deactivate the formation?" Han Donglio's gaze swept over them, revealing a murderous intent. It was this humble one's oversight. The city lord of Linglong immediately activated the token. The five divine swords dissolved into spiritual energy, and the divine patterns vanished into the void, returning Linglong City to its ordinary appearance. "You've got some sense," Han Donglu said. "Take me to the Celestial Secrets Pavilion." The lord of Linglong City was startled. It was another visitor seeking the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Recently, the Celestial Secrets Pavilion had gained renown. Elders and disciples from the Heavenly Heart sect across generations, as well as the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Palace, had paid their respects. Now, with a deity from the Mystic Talisman Palace arriving, though the lord of Linglong City was surprised, it was nothing more than that. "My lord, please follow me," he said. The Jade City Lord led the way ahead, guiding Han Donglu toward the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. A short while later, a small building came into view. "Is this the Celestial Secrets Pavilion?" Han Donglu frowned. The pavilion was far too simple. Any random structure within the Mystic Talisman Palace could easily overshadow it. Moreover, the Celestial Secrets Pavilion looked utterly ordinary. Only that pair of couplets at its entrance appeared outrageously arrogant. "Can the secrets of heaven be measured? How arrogant!" Han Donglu murmured to himself. Even the sages of Xuanfu Palace dared not rashly speak of heavenly secrets, yet in this small city, there actually existed someone so presumptuous. He had truly broadened his horizons. "You can scram now." Han Donglu drove away the two from Linglong City. "The people from Xuanfu Palace are too arrogant. I truly hope the senior would step forward and teach them a lesson," Zhao Chang said resentfully. "Can't you see it?" The city lord of Linglong sighed and shook his head. "This senior only conducts business and won't interfere in worldly disputes." A sigh. Zhao Chang sighed repeatedly. The city lord of Linglong made an extremely valid point. If the senior truly cared about Linglong City, he would have intervened the moment Han Donglu made his move, and innocent lives wouldn't have been lost. Han Donglu of the Profound Talisman Palace has come especially to pay a visit to the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Han Donglu declared loudly. "Fellow Taoist, please come in," came Yisu's voice. Han Donglu frowned slightly. The master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion had such an air of importance, he didn't even send anyone out to greet his guest. He suppressed his anger and stepped into the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Yisu's gaze turned toward him. Name, Han Donglu. Cultivation, initial stage of the Heavenly God Realm. Divine abilities, Great Sun Demon Subduing Fist, 3 Heaven Reckoning Demon Slaying Blades. In an instant, all of Han Donglio's information flashed through Yisu's mind. So arrogant? Yisu's eyes narrowed slightly. Upon learning that Han Donglu had forced his way into the Great Five Elements sword formation while pressuring the city lord of Linglong, a trace of displeasure arose in his heart. "That's quite intriguing." Yisu stroked his chin, his expression calm. He already knew the purpose of Han Donglio's visit. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, those who dared to harbor treacherous intentions were either eliminated or personally suppressed by him. Qin Haishan could be considered as having been tricked by Yisu, perishing within the heavenly tribulation. Han Donglu would be the third. To be precise, Xuanfu Palace was the third. Shinner, pour the tea. Yi Su wasn't in a hurry. After all, now that they had stepped into the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, Han Donglio's life was in his hands. Whether he lived or died was entirely at his whim. Han Donglu took his seat as Yi Xianer poured tea for him. The Pavilion Master truly lives in luxury. To have such a stunning beauty serving by your side, I couldn't be more envious. Han Donglu laughed heartily and downed his drink in one gulp. Yi Xianer frowned slightly, her delicate brows knitting together. You misunderstand, fellow cultivator. She is a disciple of the Tianqin sect, cultivating under my guidance, Yi Su explained. Han Donglio's eyes flickered with intrigue. A Tianqin sect disciple, practicing cultivation at the Celestial Secrets Pavilion? Now rumors are spreading throughout the southern wasteland that the master of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion is enigmatic and unfathomable, capable of divining heaven's mysteries and knowing past and present. Presumably, Pavilion Master already knows my purpose for coming? Han Donglu emptied his teacup once more and gazed at Yi Su with an amused smile. Yi Su nodded. I understand your purpose perfectly, fellow Daoist. Ha ha ha, in that case, this matter is easily settled. Han Donglu let out a hearty laugh as he took out the decree from the Mystic Talisman Palace's lord from his bosom. With hands clasped in a deep bow, he spoke respectfully, by order of my palace lord, I humbly invite the Pavilion Master to visit the Mystic Talisman Palace for discourse. He remained motionless, as if unwilling to rise unless Yi Su consented. Yi Su likewise stayed silent, quietly sipping his tea. Xianer, the tea's brewing fell short today, Yi Su remarked with dissatisfaction. Oh, Yi Xianer pouted her lips, perhaps Senior isn't in a good mood. Having spent some time in the Tianji Pavilion, she could somewhat discern the shifts in Yi Su's temperament. At this very moment, Yi Su was undoubtedly in low spirits. If you were to ask for the reason, 9 times out of 10 it would be because of Han Donglu. Yi Xianer truly wanted to give Han Donglu a piece of advice. Even the invitation from the Heavenly Heart sect couldn't move our senior. Why would he go to the Mystic Talisman Palace? Listening to their conversation, Han Donglu felt left out, leaving a sour taste in his heart. He raised his head, looked at Yi Su, and said, What does the Pavilion Master mean by this? Han Donglu had already shed his earlier deference, his face now showing a trace of impatience. In the southern barren lands, apart from a few sect masters and those hidden old monsters, scarcely anyone dared to slight him. Han Donglu was overcome with fury. If I refuse, are you going to resort to force? Yi Su set down his teacup, looking at Han Donglu with a faint, ambiguous smile. Chapter 23, Well done, Senior. The palace master's orders must be obeyed. Han Donglu straightened his posture, retrieved the imperial edict, his expression sharp as a blade. You intend to make a move within the Tianji Pavilion? Yi Su chuckled. Seeing Yi Su smile, a sense of foreboding rose in Han Donglio's heart, but the backing of the profound Talisman Palace gave him the courage to continue spouting threats in front of Yi Su. Pavilion Master, our profound Talisman Palace has stood firm in the southern wilderness for over 100,000 years. Our palace lord is a top-tier divine king, just one step away from ascending to sagehood. The palace master personally sent me to invite the sect master, wishing to establish friendly relations. Now that the sect master has refused, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Han Donglio's gaze turned icy as he activated his profound arts, preparing to use his magic power to capture Yi Su. The next moment, Han Donglio's expression froze. His magical powers, even his divine consciousness, couldn't be mobilized in the slightest. He couldn't even summon the divine weapon nurtured within his violet mansion space. At this moment, he was practically as weak as a newborn kitten. What have you done to me? Han Donglu exclaimed in terror. Do you have any idea how formidable the Mystic Talisman Palace is? Yi Xianer gazed at him with pity. Among cultivators who contemplated taking action at the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, Han Donglu wasn't the first, but he was certainly the most foolish. Like Qin Haishan, who immediately offered apologies the moment he sensed danger. None were as foolish as Han Donglu, resorting to threats in the name of Xiangong Palace to intimidate Yi Xiu. Xuanfu Palace? Yi Su smiled. Forgive my bluntness, but it wasn't until you stepped into the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets that I even learned where Xuanfu Palace truly was. Fellow Daoist, you violated the cardinal rule of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Even an entire Xuanfu Palace isn't enough to shield you from the consequences. Since you chose to strike in Linglong City, causing 26 innocent deaths, I shall have you die 26 times over. This will serve as atonement for your sins. Han Donglio's eyes widened in shock. Yi Xianer was also astonished. How could one life end in death 26 times? Soon, both of them understood Yi Su's meaning. The first death saw Han Donglio's flesh obliterated by sword energy, his primordial spirit shattered, vanishing without a trace. The second death saw Han Donglu thrown into a boiling oil cauldron, his skin charred and flesh burst open, a sight too ghastly to behold. The third time, after enduring for half an hour, Han Donglu had died a total of 26 times. This time, Han Donglio's primordial spirit was obliterated, and his physical body was cast out from the Tianji Pavilion. Yi Xianer was stunned into silence. Elder, you're simply incredible. Would you consider becoming my master? To kill the living and revive the dead, repeating this 26 times, such methods can only be described as supernatural and unimaginable. Han Donglu had it too rough. He got off easy, Yisu said coldly. A single life could never compensate for 26. This man treated lives like weeds and common folks as ants, slaughtering at will. He deserved to die 26 times over. Originally, Yi Xianer had been worried about Yisu facing revenge from the Profound Talisman Palace, but now it seemed that the uneasy one should be the Profound Talisman Palace, not Yisu. Han Donglio's divine weapon, spatial ring, and all valuables were kept by Yisu. System, redeem. 1 divine weapon, 6 sub-divine weapons, total value of 4,000 destiny points. Yisu was highly satisfied. Killing and arson paved the road to fortune's ancestors never lied about this. He already had 20,000 points of heavenly secret points. Boom! Outside the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, a corpse was flung out. Charred like coal, its flesh was nearly completely scorched, with only a faint semblance of its original features remaining visible. Only the golden talisman on the robe and the mysterious talisman token in Han Donglio's hand stood out conspicuously. I know who this is. A passerby, upon seeing Han Donglio's corpse, said furiously, this bastard's clothes are identical to those of the mystic talisman palace intruder who broke into Linglong City. It's definitely him. The master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is truly a good person, eliminating a scourge for the people. The passing crowd cheered and jeered, shouting that Han Donglu deserved to die. Among the crowd, a shadowy figure silently wriggled on the ground, faintly revealing a human face. It was none other than the shadow deity of the Red Dust demonic sect. Isn't this Han Donglu? The shadow deity's gaze trembled. Though Han Donglio's face was beyond recognition, he could still recognize him. A deity was slain on the spot and cast outside the gate. The master of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was indeed a ruthless figure. It seems I shouldn't act rashly either. I must consult the city lord of Linglong first. The shadow deity was thoroughly terrified and immediately set off for Linglong City. Lord Linglong was studying the Great Five Elements sword formation in his hall when footsteps suddenly echoed outside his door. My lord, good news. Zhao Cheng's face was flushed with excitement as he beamed. That bastard was killed and dumped outside the Tianji Pavilion. Who? City Lord Linglong still hadn't grasped Zhao Cheng's meaning. The heavenly deity of the Mystic Rune Palace, Zhao Cheng added. Not knowing Han Donglio's name, he could only refer to him by the Mystic Rune Palace. Ha ha ha. The Linglong City Lord burst into laughter, even choking on his own spittle and coughing violently. When he finally caught his breath, he slapped the table in approval. This matter, the way you handled it, Elder, was truly brilliant. Within Linglong City, apart from the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, no one could have killed Han Donglu. Moreover, abandoning Han Donglu directly outside the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was tantamount to declaring war on the Profound Sigil Palace. If they knew that Yisu simply lacked the power to influence the world beyond the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, one wonders what they would think. How capable is that Heavenly Secrets Pavilion master? Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed through the Linglong Hall. A shadowy mass writhed in the void, coalescing into a twisted humanoid figure, its face indiscernible, utterly uncanny. Who are you? Zhao Cheng panicked and urgently called out, guards! The dignified city lord's manor had actually been infiltrated by someone of unknown origin, leaving Zhao Cheng both shocked and furious. Don't be nervous. The shadow deity chuckled softly, a token materializing in his palm. The city lord of Linglong took a closer look and immediately felt relieved. So it's a senior from the Red Dust Demon sect. Your humble servant is the city lord of Linglong, paying respects to the senior. The shadow deity said, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is located within Linglong City. As the city lord, you must be quite familiar with the situation, aren't you? I don't know much about it. Tell me everything truthfully. After Linglong City's master revealed all he knew, the expression of the Shadow Celestial became peculiar. There's actually a senior who only loves doing business? Senior is a recluse of profound cultivation, naturally unlike worldly folk, said Linglong City's master. This divine artifact is my gratitude to you. The shadow deity casually tossed a dark gold divine ring to the Linglong City Lord before dissolving into shadows once more within the Linglong Hall. Omniscient and omnipotent, versed in past and present, if this is true, then the sect master's path to sainthood is within reach. His figure soared toward the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Since they knew the master of Tianji Pavilion wasn't some bloodthirsty demon lord, the Shadow Celestial naturally felt no fear. Their immediate priority was to head straight to Tianji Pavilion. After all, he had come on orders. Mystic Talisman Palace. Report! A pseudo-deity flew hastily from the Mystic Lantern Hall toward the Mystic Rune Divine Hall, stumbling as he rushed into the sacred chamber. With grief written across his face, he knelt before the throne where the Mystic Rune Palace Lord sat. I beg to report, Palace Lord Elder Han has fallen. The pseudo-deity was overwhelmed with sorrow, his face streaked with tears as he wept uncontrollably. What is the meaning of all this sniveling and wailing? The palace master of Xuanfu Palace let out a cold snort, his expression dark as he demanded, "What exactly happened here?" Just 1 cup of tea's time ago, Elder Han's soul lantern flickered wildly, dimming and brightening intermittently for a full 26 cycles before extinguishing completely. The false god tasked with guarding the Hall of Mystic Lanterns reported dutifully, 26 flickers? The primordial talisman palace lord's expression darkened as he roared in fury. When a man dies, his light goes out. How could a soul lantern possibly flicker 26 times? You insolent fool! How dare you spin lies to deceive this venerable one? Guards! The primordial talisman palace lord summoned. Your subordinate is here. A false deity stepped into the mystic rune divine hall. Confine this fiend to the great prison for 1 year, commanded the lord of mystic rune palace. My lord, I've been wrongly accused. Every word I spoke was true, not a single syllable was false. Lord, spare me, I beg you. The false god of the Xian Deng Hall wept and pleaded. But the heartless lord of the Xianfu palace paid no heed to the man's wails, allowing the guards to suppress his cultivation and drag him out of the Xianfu divine hall. 26 cycles of light and darkness, doesn't that mean Han Donglu has died 26 times? This is utterly ridiculous, sheer nonsense. Unable to contain his rage, the palace master of Mystic Rune first burst into bitter laughter before quickly regaining his composure. Whether true or false, one thing was certain. Han Donglu was dead. Leader of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, you really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The palace master of the Mystic Talisman Palace let out a cold laugh and summoned Luo Tianfeng. Soon after, Luo Tianfeng entered the Mystic Talisman Divine Hall alongside a man clad in silver armor, tall and powerfully built. Han Donglu is dead. The palace master's words struck like thunder. What? Luo Tianfeng was utterly shocked. That master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion dares to oppose our Mystic Rune Palace? The silver-armored man frowned slightly. He had never heard of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Whether it was the work of the Tianji Pavilion remains unknown for now. Lu Yu, you and Luo Tianfeng go investigate the cause of Han Doliu's death. If it truly was done by the Tianji Pavilion, then we'll raze it to the ground. The master of Xuanfu Palace glared with sinister eyes. For over 100,000 years, my Xuanfu Palace has ruled supreme in the southern wastes. Now someone dares to challenge the tiger in its den, they must have a death wish. Your subordinate obeys your command. Chapter 24. Kind words can't save those doomed to die. Left protector of the mortal demonic sect requests an audience with the master of Tianji Pavilion. A shadowy figure gradually coalesced, as the shadow deity bowed in reverence. Come in. As the words faded, the shadow deity stepped into the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. With each step he took, the shroud of shadows enveloping him slowly dissipated, revealing a heroic physique. This was a young man, his handsome features sharp as carved blades, a prominent nose, piercing eyes, and an aura brimming with masculine vigor. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly god realm. When he was outside, he usually stayed in shadow form, but when requesting an audience with the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, he dared not show the slightest disrespect. Therefore, he resumed his true form to show his reverence. This guy is quite handsome, though still a bit inferior to me, Yi Su thought to himself. If this shadow sky god were on Earth, he would undoubtedly be considered a male idol. With a single thought, the young man's information surfaced in his mind. Name, Du Yue Hung. Cultivation, Heavenly God Realm, Pinnacle Stage. Affiliation, Red Dust Demon Sect, Left Protector. Aspiration, to spend a lifetime safeguarding Yi Hongqian, sovereign of the Red Dust Demon Sect. So he's still a simp, Yi Su thought to himself. Junior pays respects to senior. Upon seeing him in person, Du Yuehang was momentarily stunned. After all, Yi Su looked far too young. Though he carried an imposing aura with striking handsomeness, the youthful innocence on his face remained unmistakable. In fact, Du Yuehang couldn't even be certain whether the person before him was truly the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Senior, please have some tea. Yi Xianer offered the tea. Thank you, young lady, Du Yuehang said courteously. Yi Xianer glanced at Du Yuehang, feeling an involuntary sense of fondness arising in her heart. She had served tea to many, yet apart from Yi Su, no one had ever thanked her. This alone set Du Yuehang apart from the rest. Dare I ask, senior, was it you who killed Han Donglu? Du Yuehang inquired. Yi Su did not respond. Yi Xianer couldn't wait to say, Han Donglu was arrogant and reckless, wantonly killing innocents in Linglong City. He absolutely deserved to die. Master made him die a full 26 times. Du Yuehang's heart shivered. Died 26 times? How was that even possible? Fellow Taoist Du, have you come seeking marriage prospects first? Yi Su said mildly, or inquiring about your future? Du Yuehang felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't revealed his identity, yet Yi Su knew his surname and even his purpose for coming. The master of the Tianji Pavilion truly lived up to his reputation. The next moment, Du Yuehang suddenly realized he shouldn't ask about marital destiny. Yi Hongqian was too outstanding, hailed as the most talented genius in the history of the Scarlet Dust Demon sect, on the verge of becoming a saint. Though untalented himself, he was content just to have spent his life by Yi Hongqian's side. Fellow Taoist, if you can't even follow your true heart, how can you advance further? Yisu shook his head and said, I'm afraid in the end, the gap will only grow wider, and you won't even be able to maintain the status quo. What Yisu really wanted to say was that being a sycophant till the end gets you nothing. But Du Yuehong probably wouldn't understand. Senior's words are most reasonable, this junior has learned much. Du Yuehong felt somewhat moved, but quickly suppressed his wandering thoughts and said to Yisu, this junior has come this time on other important business. This junior was sent by the sect master to inquire about the path to sainthood. Beside them, Yi Xianer's heart was shaken. The Red Dust demonic sect already had a saint overseeing it. If Yi Hongchen achieved sainthood, there would be 2 saints, guaranteeing the sect's power would skyrocket to stand equally with the Xuanfu Palace as the 2 dominant forces. Yet their Tianqin sect lacks even a single saint to preside over it. Though both are among the 10 great sects, the gap between them is as vast as heaven and earth. I possess countless opportunities for achieving sainthood. Name your quantity, I can provide as many as you desire. Of course, you'll need sufficient sincerity, Yisu said with a smile. Yi Xianer inwardly scoffed. Yisu's idea of sincerity always meant treasures. If you can produce a treasure that catches his fancy, everything is open for discussion. Otherwise, forget it. Suddenly, Yi Xianer noticed a gaze devoid of emotion fixed upon her. Oh no, Senior saw right through me. Yi Xianer flushed with embarrassment and irritation. Senior is just a peeping Tom. When I usually bathe, surely he wouldn't. At the thought, Yi Xianer's face turned scarlet. Black lines appeared on Yisu's forehead. With just a thought, Yi Xianer instantly vanished from Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Senior, this. Du Yuehong looked utterly bewildered. No matter, let's continue our discussion, said Yisu. How many treasures would it take to exchange for an opportunity to attain sainthood? Du Yuehong carefully phrased his question, his voice solemn. Yisu chuckled and extended 5 fingers, 5 sacred artifacts. Tianqin sect was practically destitute, even 3 sacred artifacts would be beyond their means. As for the Red Dust Demon sect, they were filthy rich tycoons. Having stood firm for over 100,000 years, Yisu naturally wouldn't hesitate to fleece them mercilessly when the chance presented itself. After all, divulging the opportunities of a sage would bring divine retribution upon oneself. 5 sacred artifacts? Du Yuehong clicked his tongue in astonishment. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Yisu's asking price still shocked him. In the over 100,000-year history of the Red Dust demonic sect, the number of sages never exceeded the fingers on both hands. Currently, the sect had only 1 surviving sage, who remained perpetually in seclusion. From what Du Yuehong knew, the entire Scarlet Dust Demon sect likely possessed no more than 10 sacred artifacts. It's not much more than that. With his opening words, Yisu demanded half of the mortal world's demonic sect's foundation, truly asking for the lion's share. Fellow Daoist, as merely a left protector, you don't have the authority to decide this. You should go back and ask Yi Hongchen, Yisu added. That was the plain truth. When it came to matters affecting the sect's foundational resources, it was naturally beyond his power to decide. Although Du Yuehong held the position of left protector, he was merely a pawn in the grand scheme. Regardless, this journey confirmed one thing for him: the master of Tianji Pavilion truly possessed extraordinary powers, capable of divining the mysteries of heaven and discerning the workings of the universe. A thought suddenly surfaced in Du Yuehong's mind. Stop dwelling on it. Yisu frowned and said, I won't go to the Red Dust Demon sect with you. Did you know you're the 3rd person who's tried to invite me to leave the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Du Yuehong wore an awkward expression and forced a smile, saying, this junior indeed had such intentions. Pretending casualness, he asked, I wonder who the first 2 were. Brothers Yun Shang and Yun Yan from Tianqin sect, and Han Donlu whom I just tossed outside. Du Yuehong instantly lost his mood. The way Han Donlu died was truly tragic, and to die 26 times at that, what absolute torment. The Xuanfu Palace operates with brute force. They probably intended to coerce him, otherwise he wouldn't have died so violently in the streets, Du Yuehong thought to himself. Senior, this junior will return to report to our sect leader first before paying another visit. Du Yuehong cupped his hands in salute. This junior takes his leave. Fellow Taoist, gather ye rosebuds while ye may, Yisu said with a beaming smile. If you have the inclination, I would be most happy to lend you a helping hand. Du Yuehong's body stiffened, his heart pounding wildly. Clearly, Yisu had stirred something within him, yet the voice of reason within told him this was mere wishful thinking. He dared not linger, afraid he couldn't suppress the throbbing in his heart. That kid's willpower is quite strong, Yisu laughed. However, this was only the surface. Du Yuehong's inner desires had already been unleashed by Yisu. Once released, they could never be suppressed again. Once Du Yuehong set his mind on pursuing her, he would undoubtedly turn to Yisu for help. After all, the only gap between him and Yi Hongchen was their strength, and Yisu held countless opportunities in his hands. This was clearly a long-term investment, a win-win deal. Du Yuehong rushed out of the Tianji Pavilion, his heart pounding even more violently, his breath came in rapid gasps, every exhale searing hot. Hongchen is the sect master, a future saint destined for sainthood. I cannot harbor presumptuous thoughts. Love between men and women is nature's decree. Even if she becomes a saint, I still have the right to pursue her. How can I know the outcome without trying? Two diametrically opposing thoughts clashed violently within Du Yuehong's heart. Senior. Du Yuehong turned back to look at the Tianji pavilion, laughing and crying all at once. Once inner desires are unleashed, they can hardly be restrained again. He took a deep, measured breath, circulating his inner energy to clarify his mind and expel all distracting thoughts. However, this is only a temporary solution. If left unresolved, it would surely breed inner demons, affecting his future cultivation. Yi Su had presented him with a difficult problem. Better return to the sect first and report this concerning Hongchen, the sect leader. Du Yuehong instinctively uttered Yi Hongchen's name but corrected himself immediately. He transformed into a shadow and vanished into the void. Elder Luo, who is the master of Tianji Pavilion? After leaving the Xuanfu Palace, the silver-armored man frowned and asked. Recently, a demonic figure who's been stirring up trouble in the southern wilderness, Luo Tianfeng said coldly. The ruins of the Kunlun sect discovered days ago were deduced by the master of Tianji Pavilion himself. This matter was practically an established fact, already known by both the Xuanfu Palace and the Mundane Devil sect. The remaining sects are also investigating. It is believed that in time, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will be exposed to the sight of the 10 giants of the southern wastelands. That impressive? The silver-armored man exclaimed in surprise. The ruins of Kunlun sect had lain untouched for a millennium, yet were actually discovered through calculations by the master of Celestial Secrets Pavilion? Then our chances of success on this trip are probably quite slim, the silver-armored man worried. Luo Tianfeng laughed. Guardian Ning, you're a divine king, surely you can't be subdued by some old relic who calculates heavenly secrets? You should know, those who excel at divining heavenly mysteries rarely achieve high cultivation levels. That makes sense. Protector Ning nodded in agreement. Exhausting one's spirit to deduce celestial secrets leaves no time for actual cultivation, does it? Moreover, those who divine heavens will invariably meet premature deaths. Take the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion master's actions, leaking celestial mysteries brings divine retribution upon oneself. Perhaps one day, the master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will drop dead without warning. Below us lies Linglong City. Luo Tianfeng pointed at the city below as he spoke. The Great Five Elements Sword Formation? Seeing the sword formation enveloping Linglong City, Luo Tianfeng became even more convinced that the ruins of Kunlun sect had been divulged by the master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. A small town has divine great formations? Guardian Ning laughed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void cracked open as a shadow flowed out, coalescing into a tall figure, none other than Du Yuehong. Luo Tianfeng? Du Yuehong exclaimed in surprise. It seems your profound talisman palace can't swallow defeat, coming for revenge now? Du Yuehong? I never expected you to come as well? Luo Tianfeng's gaze sharpened. You're in such a hurry to leave the city, could it be you've already met the master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Yes. Du Yuehong chuckled. The master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is truly a remarkable man, omniscient about all affairs between heaven and earth. Only pity that the profound talisman palace's overbearing ways have already angered the venerable senior. Your trip there will likely end with rejection at the gates. Humph. Elder Ning snorted coldly. In the vast expanse of the southern wastelands, there is no place the mystic talisman palace cannot reach. Du Yuehong glanced at Protector Ning, his heart stirring slightly. So they've sent out a divine king, no wonder they're brimming with confidence. He looked at Luo Tianfeng and said, the Red Dust Demonic Sect and the Mystic Talisman Palace are both giants of the southern wastelands. As fellow cultivators, I advise you to behave like obedient grandsons in the Divine Mechanism Pavilion and abandon any thoughts of revenge. Don't even think about it. No need for further talk with him. Elder Luo, let's go, Guardian Ning said impatiently. Farewell. Luo Tianfeng clasped his hands in salute and took his leave. Watching the departing figures of the two, Du Yuehong shook his head with a sigh. Well-intentioned advice can't save those destined to die. After today, the Xuanfu Palace is likely to lose 2 more of its top warriors. Chapter 25, Inviting the Gentleman into the Jar. Unlike Han Dolio's arrogance and domineering, Law Protector Ning and Luo Tianfeng entered Linglong City with their auras concealed, blending in like ordinary people. With divine consciousness unleashed, he swiftly located the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. The moment the two arrived before the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, their expressions instantly darkened beyond measure. Outside the pavilion's gates lay a charred corpse, its body entirely blackened, while the mystic talisman order lay discarded on the ground like trash. Junior brother Han. Luo Tianfeng's expression was filled with sorrow. Although he resented Han Donglu for snatching away his chance to earn merit, they were, after all, fellow disciples. Han Donglio's death at the hands of an outsider still filled Luo Tianfeng with rage. Though Guardian Ning was angry about Han Donglio's death, it didn't stir deep emotions in him. However, when he saw the mystic talisman order discarded on the ground, Guardian Ning completely lost his temper. The mystic talisman order symbolized the mystic talisman palace and represented the status of its master. For the Tianji Pavilion master to throw it to the ground was tantamount to showing utter contempt for the mystic talisman palace. No need for further investigation. Law Protector Ning's eyes turned gloomy. The master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion has gone too far, exposing the corpses of our profound talisman palace disciples on the streets and even discarding the profound talisman order on the ground. If we don't avenge this insult, I swear I'm no disciple of profound talisman palace. If this grievance is not avenged, I, Luo Tianfeng, swear I'm no longer mortal. Luo Tianfeng vowed to the heavens with a raised finger. Boom! Law Protector Ning channeled his magic power, striking toward the Celestial Secrets Pavilion with a crushing palm. The heavens and earth underwent tumultuous changes as raging winds swept through roiling clouds. A palm imprint large enough to blot out the sun descended from the sky, its creases like crisscrossing mountain ranges, its terrifying aura crushing the void into fragments. The delicate citizens of Linglong City prostrated themselves on the ground in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Boom! As the colossal palm imprint struck downwards, strands of azure light shimmered across the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Upon contact, the immense palm dissolved effortlessly like snow meeting the morning sun. The Celestial Secrets Pavilion remained unscathed. Ning Hufa and Luo Tianfeng's expressions changed drastically. You should know that Guardian Ning is a divine king, yet a single strike from him couldn't even destroy an ordinary pavilion? In Jade City, the city lord in Zhao Cheng took delight in others' misfortune, smirking as another unlucky fool was about to meet their doom. Fellow Taoists, if you're angry, direct your rage at me. Why vent it on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Yi Su's voice echoed from within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. So you're the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Ning Hufa and Luo Tianfeng stood outside the attic, staring intently at Yi Su seated in the grand chair. That would be me, Yi Su said with a smile. If you two don't mind the humble accommodations, please come in for a chat. Xiener, serve tea to our esteemed guests. Protector Ning, shall we go in? Luo Tianfeng asked with a furrowed brow. So what if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? Elder Ning's killing intent surged. Today, unless he kneels and begs for forgiveness before the mystic talisman palace, then returns with us to atone with bared back and thorny branches. Otherwise, I will take his head. I fear it might be a trick, said Luo Tianfeng. The Ning Guardian said indifferently, if he truly is as formidable as the rumors say, and if the two of us act against the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, he will undoubtedly strike at us. But not only did he not lay a hand, he even invited us in, clearly unwilling to push Xuanfu Palace to the point of open confrontation. The reason why Protector Ning thought this way was that he could not sense any formation aura, nor could he detect the peculiarities of the Mystic Pavilion. This Celestial Secrets Pavilion can divide heaven and earth, forming its own independent world. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to shield against divine retribution. Luo Tianfeng pondered the Guardian Ning's words and found them reasonable. After a brief moment of deliberation, he followed Guardian Ning into the Tianji Pavilion. Finally made it in. Yi Su's smile was radiant, but he didn't strike immediately. Today's matter has caused quite a stir, and he must assert his authority through these two individuals. Otherwise, such incidents will continue to occur one after another. Please, have a seat, Yi Su said with a faint smile. Xiener, serve tea to our two guests. I won't. Yi Xiener turned her head and said angrily, Senior, since they dared to attack the Tianji Pavilion, sparing their lives was already showing mercy. Why are you still being so polite to them? Stupid girl, are you tired of living? Luo Tianfeng flew into a rage out of humiliation and struck out at Yi Xiener with his palm. At that moment, Luo Tianfeng's expression changed drastically. His magical powers had vanished without a trace, and he couldn't summon his divine weapons either, reduced to nothing more than a mere mortal. Primordial Chaos Divine Palm. Yi Xiener instinctively activated her divine ability, unleashing a palm strike straight at Luo Tianfeng. Boom! Luo Tianfeng's arms cracked like brittle branches, fracturing inch by inch until bones pierced through his elbows, sending him flying backward over 10 meters. Elder Luo? Guardian Ning was utterly stunned. Luo Tianfeng was a divine being, while Yi Xiener was merely at the Divine Spring realm. Yet she had managed to severely wound Luo Tianfeng with a single palm strike. This was utterly bizarre. Guardian Ning, there's something strange. Luo Tianfeng coughed up bloody foam, his condition truly pitiful as he lay on the ground, unable to move for a long time. Senior, I actually injured a god, Yi Xiener murmured in exhilaration. Her attack was just an instinctive reaction. She never expected it would seriously injure Luo Tianfeng with a single palm strike. Yi Su rolled his eyes. Yi Xiener instantly understood. Yi Su had secretly intervened. Luo Tianfeng's power had been restrained by Yi Su, reducing him to an ordinary person in an instant. How could an ordinary person possibly contend with a Divine Spring Realm cultivator? Fortunately, Luo Tianfeng's physical foundation was quite solid. Otherwise that single palm strike could have taken his whole life. Sir, if you wish to negotiate properly with us, Why do you allow your servants to maliciously harm others? Guardian Ning attempted to channel his magic power but immediately fell into despair. His magic power could no longer be summoned either. Thus, shifting tactics, he abandoned his aggressive stance and instead turned the tables with counter-accusations. Why was I able to exert my full strength outside the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, yet all my magic vanished the moment I stepped inside? Guardian Ning's thoughts raced like lightning. My God, could it be that the true terror lies in the Celestial Secrets Pavilion itself, rather than the man before me? A crucial realization struck Guardian Ning, but now he had no way to verify this, nor would he ever get another chance to confirm it. First, it was this old fool who struck first. Second, Yi Xianer is not my servant. Third, I never said I wanted to have a proper talk with you. Yisu gently swirled the teacup lid to clear the floating tea leaves before speaking unhurriedly. So you're determined to make an enemy of my profound talisman palace? Elder Ning's gaze turned icy. It seems you still don't understand your current situation. Before Yisu could finish speaking, Guardian Ning's leg bones suddenly shattered, forcing him to kneel before Yisu. He stared at Yisu in disbelief, his face filled with humiliation. How could he, a revered guardian of the mystic rune palace, kneel before someone? I'll give you a chance to live. Do you want it? Yisu rose to his feet, looking down at the furious Guardian Ning with an air of supremacy. The Guardian Ning was momentarily stunned, then burst into mad laughter. Ha ha, so this is all the renowned master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion amounts to, afraid of my mystic talisman palace after all. Boom! An explosive sound rang out, followed by Luo Tianfeng's agonized scream. One of his arms exploded into a mist of blood, yet not a single drop fell to the ground. Instead, it flowed into an unseen space. Shut up! Yisu shouted sharply, and Luo Tianfeng opened his mouth in a wail, but no sound could be heard. Guardian Ning was utterly terrified. Such methods undoubtedly surpassed the Divine King realm. The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion before them was very likely a sage. Indeed, only a sage could make a sage wary, which is why he didn't kill me. Guardian Ning thought to himself. It's all that idiot Luo Tianfeng's fault. From now on, if anyone dared to tell him that those skilled in divination were weak in cultivation, Guardian Ning would slit their throat without hesitation. Seeing through Guardian Ning's thoughts, Yisu couldn't be bothered to expose him. After all, he had no intention of sparing the man anyway. He merely wanted to use Guardian Ning as bait to lure out the experts of Xuanfu Palace, aiming to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. This way, he wouldn't have to deal with the endless nuisance of weaker disciples being followed by their stronger elders. Senior, please give your instructions. Seeing Luo Tianfeng's miserable state, Protector Ning had no mind to think further. He immediately kowtowed upon the ground. This matter originated with Palace Master Xuanfu. You shall inform him to come to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Yisu said calmly. This, Protector Ning hesitated. Bang! Luo Tianfeng let out another silent scream of agony, yet another of his arms was gone. He still has 2 legs left, so you've got time to think, Yisu said with a smirk. Luo Tianfeng let out muffled sounds through his mouth, continuously signaling to Protector Ning. Protector Ning shuddered. Yisu was too terrifying. Esteemed senior, should this junior report the events here truthfully? Protector Ning asked. Yisu smiled slightly and said, that's entirely up to you. You have half a day. If the Palace Master of Xuanfu Palace doesn't come, then you two shall set off on your final journey together. This junior understands. Guardian Ning broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly took out his messenger jade talisman. At that moment, he suddenly realized his previously sealed magic power could be mobilized again. This discovery filled Protector Ning with even greater dread. It proved that everything about him was under Yisu's complete control. He hastily wrote down a series of messages, pouring streams of divine inscriptions into the communication jade talisman. Honored senior, I have already informed the palace master. Yisu nodded slightly and reclined once more on the grand armchair. Senior, could you treat Elder Luo? Otherwise, I fear he won't last until the palace master arrives, Protector Ning pleaded. Luo Tianfeng looked at Protector Ning with gratitude. The grand armchair swayed gently up and down as Yi Xianer massaged Yisu's shoulders, but he seemed entirely indifferent. Luo Tianfeng's heart was as ashes. The two of them were prisoners. What right did they have to make demands? The profound talisman palace. The mystic rune palace lord fell into deep contemplation upon receiving that string of messages. A line of characters materialized in the void. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master is about to reveal the opportunity to attain sainthood. Yi Hanchen will arrive shortly. Palace Master, come quickly. These were the exact words of Protector Ning. He did not reveal his true situation to the Mystic Talisman Palace Lord, instead using a lie to lure him forward. As the right-hand man of the Mystic Talisman Palace's master, Guardian Ning knew him all too well. The Palace Master of the Mystic Talisman Palace was a genius of unmatched talent, renowned alongside Yi Hanchen as one of the 2 greatest prodigies of their era. After a lifelong rivalry spanning half a century, his greatest desire was to surpass Yi Hanchen and achieve sagehood before him. Thus, the Guardian Ning added the lie about Yi Hongchen's imminent arrival to his deception. Reading these words, the master of the mystic rune palace felt unbearably intrigued. He stood merely one step away from the realm of sainthood, yet the mystic rune palace master also wondered, could this be a trap? The whole affair was far too abnormal. From beginning to end, Protector Ning never mentioned the cause of Han Donglio's death. I must request an audience with the ancestor. After deep contemplation, the palace master of mystic runes faded from the divine hall. When he reappeared, it was within the halls of a shadowy palace. In the great hall, 9 blue lanterns hang on the walls. Only one of the 9 blue lanterns remains lit, while the other 8 have already gone out. At the center of the great hall sits an old man in meditation. His eyebrows are extraordinarily long, merging with his hair and trailing onto the ground. He appears completely fused with the earth, motionless as stone. The entire floor of the grand hall was inscribed with divine patterns. It was as if the entire hall itself was composed of an array formation. The palace master of Xuanfu Palace bowed with utmost reverence. The elderly man before them was the 8th generation sage of Xuanfu Palace, who had lived for over 9,000 years and was on the verge of breaking through to 10,000 years of longevity. The master of Xuanfu Palace was none other than his disciple. Master, your disciple has encountered trouble. The master of Xuanfu Palace swept his robes aside and prostrated himself on the ground. Please enlighten your disciple and show me the way. The old man's eyebrows twitched slightly. A pair of dark, profound, turbid and murky eyes slowly opened. Chapter 26, The Plump Sheep Yang Xuanzhan. You've already reached the peak of Zhaohua realm, just half a step away from attaining sainthood. Since you seek my guidance, I presume it concerns your path to sainthood? The old man's lips trembled as he spoke, layers of thick dust cascading from his body and drifting through the air. He had sat here for over 200 years without moving once, his body long covered in dust, the very air around him stale with age. Yes and no. The palace master of Xuanfu Palace spoke slowly. Our master has been in seclusion for more than 200 years and likely doesn't know that in the southern wilderness, a master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has suddenly appeared, claiming to interpret yin and yang, determine the 5 elements, and comprehend the past and future. The palace master of Xuanfu Palace narrated in detail. You dare kill my disciples of the Dark Rune sect? The old man's tone intensified, causing dust to shake loose from the ceiling, his aged eyes now blazing with fury. Good. The Dark Rune patriarch continued. I have already dispatched Protection Elder Ning to the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Yet, but half an incense stick's time ago, Elder Ning sent back a message. He fixed his gaze on the elderly man and declared with chilling force, the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion possesses the fateful opportunity to attain sainthood. Thud. At this moment, the old man's breath grew heavy, his eyes filled with naked anticipation. The intensity of his gaze was so scorching that even the master of the profound Talisman Palace felt uneasy. Xuanzhan, the old man restrained his gaze and called out leisurely, your disciple is here. Yang Xuanzhan knocked his head against the floor and said, I await your instructions, master. Our Zhuangfu Palace has stood unshaken in the southern wilderness for generations precisely because each era has produced sages. This generation is particularly flourishing, with 2 sages guarding our lineage. This is an opportunity you must seize firmly. The elderly man fixed Yang Xuanzhan with blazing eyes. If you can obtain this chance to become a sage, our Zhuangfu Palace will then have 3 sages. We can finally begin preparations to unify the southern wilderness. Unify the southern wilderness? Yang Shengan clearly didn't expect the old man to have such grand ambitions, his expression shocked. Those so-called major sects, though ranked alongside Xuanfu Palace as giants, take Tianqin sect for example, don't even have a single saint among them. What qualifications do they truly possess? The old man's face was full of disdain. With 3 saints presiding over us, sweeping through the southern barrens would be more than sufficient. Yang Xuangan's thoughts began stirring with possibilities. The entire southern wilderness has only 1 sect with a saint overseeing it, the Red Dust Demon sect, and they possess just 1 saint. If he seizes Yi Hongchen's opportunity this time and ascends to sainthood, then the master of Xuanfu Palace would hold an overwhelming advantage over the entire southern wilderness. Your disciple understands. Remember, my disciple, all grievances can be set aside in the face of attaining sainthood, the old man said, gazing intently at young Xuanzhan. Take a heaven and earth creation pill with you and head to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. This, isn't it too precious? Yang Xuanzhan pondered deeply. The heaven and earth creation pill was a sacred elixir. Even for a divine king-level expert, as long as they still had a breath left, it could revive them within 10 breaths. Truly capable of raising the dead and regrowing flesh from bones, it was undoubtedly a treasure beyond measure. Compared to your attainment of sainthood, it's not worth mentioning. The elder said impassively, you must understand that your becoming a saint isn't just your own affair, it's also the foremost priority of the mystic Talisman Palace. Hearing these words, Yang Xuanzhan felt immensely grateful in his heart. Teacher's nurturing, this disciple will never forget for my entire life. Master, please rest well. The next time your disciple comes to see you, I will surely have achieved sainthood. Go forth. Yang Xuanzhan kowtowed 3 times with resounding thuds before backing out of the grand hall. After waiting over 100,000 years, I finally see the dawn. As he watched Yang Xuanzhan depart, the old man curled his lips into a smile, but it appeared unnaturally sinister. He closed his eyes once more. Within the great hall, the final blue lantern seemed to dim ever so slightly. Yang Xuanzhan headed to the treasury, retrieved the heaven and earth creation pill, and took numerous other treasures before setting off for Linglong City. Clutching the heaven and earth creation pill tightly, his heart swelled with excitement. After the time it takes to burn 1 incense stick, Yang Xuanzhan arrived at Linglong City. His figure flickered and instantly appeared outside the Tianji Pavilion. Yang Xuanzhan didn't hesitate, striding directly into the Tianji Pavilion. Boom! The moment he stepped into the mystic pavilion, a terrifying force sealed Yang Xuanzhan's magic power and consciousness, like the heavens collapsing upon him, utterly unstoppable. Then, Yang Xuanzhan saw the barely alive Luo Tianfeng, as well as Protector Ning, who knelt on the ground with both legs shattered. Finally, Yang Xuanzhan laid eyes on Yisu. Palace Master of the Profound Talisman Sect, long time no see, Yisu said coldly, staring at him. Palace Master, save me. A glimmer of hope surfaced in Luo Tianfeng and Protector Ning's eyes. Even though Protector Ning knew the Profound Talisman Palace Master had come for the sagehood opportunity, this junior pays respects to the senior. The Palace Master of Xuanfu knelt on one knee with a reverent expression, presenting a precious box with both hands as he said, Xuanfu Palace has repeatedly shown disrespect toward you, senior. I have come specifically to offer my apologies and present this modest gift for your gracious acceptance. What kind of game is this? Yi Xianer was completely baffled. Wasn't the Xuanfu Palace Master here to accuse and demand justice? Yi Su was momentarily stunned but quickly retrieved information about the Xuanfu Palace Master. Originally, he didn't want to bother, but the sincerity of the Mystic Talisman Palace Master piqued Yi Su's interest a little. After all, the Mystic Talisman Palace Master was right there in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. If he had any schemes, they wouldn't escape Yi Su's notice. With a single thought, information about the Mystic Talisman Palace Master surfaced. Name, Yang Xuanzhan. Cultivation Realm, Great Perfection of the Divine King Realm. Affiliation, Profound Talisman Palace, Palace Master. Cultivation Technique, 9 Transformations Nirvana Sutra, contains fatal flaws. Divine Abilities, Supreme Taiji Divine Eyes, 7 Ultimate Primordial Talismans. A fatal flaw? That's interesting. Yi Su looked at the skill column, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips as a plan formed in his mind. There was no need to dirty his own hands to teach Xuanfu Palace a lesson. Pushing aside those thoughts, his gaze fell on the treasure box in Yang Xuanzhan's hands as he remarked with a smile, the Heaven and Earth Creation Pill, a saint-grade elixir, is indeed a valuable item. Considering your sincerity, I'll temporarily set aside the grievances between Xingong Palace and myself. Before the words even faded, the treasure box flew onto the table before Yi Su. Yang Xuanzhan's gaze turned sharp, without even looking. He already knew the box's contents. The deductions of heavenly secrets were truly mysterious indeed. It must be noted that he had placed restrictive seals upon that treasure box. Yi Su effortlessly saw through the restriction and took out the Heaven and Earth Creation Pill, displaying at least the skill of a sage. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 8,000 destiny points. Yi Su was overjoyed in his heart. The master of the Profound Talisman Palace had gifted him 8,000 destiny points right from the start. Truly a big, fat sheep. Fortunately, he hadn't rushed to take action. He really fell for it, Yi Su mused inwardly. Yang Xiangan came for the opportunity to become a sage, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so extravagant with his spending. As long as there's a deal to be made, there's always another chance to fleece them. The legacy of the #1 sect in the southern wastes must indeed be profound. Yi Xianer grumbled inwardly. Yi Su's so-called sincerity simply meant money had to be on the table before anything could be discussed. At this thought, she immediately turned her head and indeed found Yi Su staring at her. Yi Xianer stuck out her tongue and hastily cleared her mind of distracting thoughts. Senior is magnanimous. Why haven't you thanked him yet? Yang Xuanzhan said to Guardian Ning and Luo Tianfeng. Thank you for sparing our lives, Senior. Luo Tianfeng and Protector Ning endured the humiliation in their hearts, kowtowing to Yi Su in gratitude. Yang Xuanzhan walked up to Protector Ning and channeled his magic power to reconstruct the severed legs, saying solemnly, Protector Ning, take Elder Luo and return first. Be cautious, Palace Lord. Protector Ning naturally understood Yang Xuanzhan's intention and quickly left the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion with Luo Tianfeng. Once the two had departed, Yang Xuanzhan's gaze fell upon Yi Xianer and he said, Esteemed Senior, the matter I wish to discuss with you is of utmost importance. Might I request this young lady to step aside for a moment? Of course. With a wave of Yi Su's hand, Yi Xian'er vanished once more. Yang Xuanzan had personally witnessed it, yet couldn't detect even a trace of her disappearance. His admiration for Yi Su's abilities grew even stronger. This junior humbly requests that the senior enlighten me on the method to achieve sagehood. Yang Xiankan half knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with intense longing. He had waited far too long. What use was pride if it meant obtaining the method to achieve sainthood? No need for such formality, fellow Taoist. Yi Su gave a light laugh as he rose to help Yang Xiankan up. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is a place of business. So long as you can produce something that satisfies me, I'll naturally share the knowledge you seek. If you want to know, I can make it happen. Yi Su added another sentence. Yang Xuanzan was stunned. Could it really be that incredible? It really is that incredible, Yi Su said. In this moment, Yang Xuanzan's doubts vanished instantly. Even his every move, thought, and intention were under complete control. Yi Su was like the heavenly Tao itself. Senior, name your price. So long as this junior can afford it, I will not hesitate, Yang Xuanzan declared generously. 6 sacred artifacts. Yi Su grinned, flashing his teeth. Even as the lord of Xuanfu Palace, Yang Xuanzan, whose wealth rivaled nations, was stunned by this number. 6 sacred artifacts represented fully 1/3 of Xuanfu Palace's accumulated heritage. Deal. After a moment's calculation, Yang Xuanzan agreed without hesitation. He was the master of a grand palace, with the full support of his revered teacher. No one dared to object when he exchanged 6 sacred artifacts for a chance to attain sainthood. If he could achieve sainthood in one fell swoop, it would be worth it. Yang Xuanzan was well prepared, producing 6 sacred artifacts in one go: a blade, a spear, a bell, a cauldron, a furnace, and a scroll of formation diagrams. These 6 sacred artifacts were left behind by the sainted predecessors of our mystic talisman palace, each being their life-bound sacred weapons. I humbly request your inspection, Venerable One. Yang Xuanzan's heart ached terribly, but his gaze remained unwavering with resolve. System, check how many heavenly secret points can be exchanged. A total of 60,000 heavenly secret points can be exchanged. Would you like to proceed immediately? 60,000 heavenly secret points. Yi Su was practically ecstatic. Even after using the celestial points to inquire about the Violet Sage's cave dwelling, he still had 40,000 celestial points left. It was truly an overnight fortune. Exchange. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 60,000 celestial points. In a single breath, Yi Su's celestial points soared to 88,000. Yi Su looked at the Xuanfu Palace master again, noticing not a trace of killing intent or anger. The more he looked, the happier he became. However, Yi Su always kept his identity in mind. As the master of the Tianji Pavilion and a senior grandmaster, he needed to maintain a solemn demeanor. Have you ever heard of the Ziwei Sage? Yi Su asked with a smile. Yang Xiangan nodded. The Purple Star Sage was a roaming cultivator who suddenly emerged 30,000 years ago, said to have come from the central divine realm. He originally intended to establish a sect in the southern wilderness but was forced to leave after the region's powerhouses united against him. A fierce battle broke out during the confrontation. After that battle, the Purple Star Sage vanished without a trace. To this day, it was the first time Yang Xuanzan heard the term Purple Star Sage from Yi Su's mouth. Senior, does the opportunity you wish to tell me about relate to the Purple Star Sage? Anyone capable of becoming the leader of a sect was far from foolish. He immediately grasped Yi Su's implication. Chapter 27. Senior, please save me. You've guessed correctly, fellow Taoist. The path to sainthood is indeed related to the Purple Star Saint, said Yi Su. Yang Xuanzan was utterly exhilarated. The origins of the Purple Star Sage are shrouded in mystery, and his strength is overwhelmingly formidable. Otherwise, 30,000 years ago, he wouldn't have provoked the combined forces of the Southern Sea's myriad sages, forcing him to flee to the desolate southern wildlands. But Yang Xuanzan had no idea that the Violet Holy One had been severely wounded and would soon perish. His cave dwelling was located in the southern wastelands. For over 30,000 years, no one has managed to discover the meditation site of the Sage of Ziwei, clearly indicating it was concealed with extraordinary secrecy, hidden away in another dimension of time and space. System, inquire about the Ziwei Sage's cave mansion. Ding! Ziwei Sage's cave mansion. 30,000 years ago, the Ziwei Sage was severely injured by a joint attack from the myriad sages of Manhwa, ultimately passing away 23 years later at Mount Taizong. The sage's cave mansion is protected by a Beidou-killing array, a saint-level formation. Inside the cave mansion lies the remains of the Ziwei Sage and an inner world. 20,000 destiny points were deducted instantly, leaving Yi Su with 68,000 points. Yi Su felt a sting of pain. Then, may I ask where Senior's Violet Mansion of the Sage is located? Yang Xuanzan inquired cautiously. This jade slip contains the location of the Sage's Violet Mansion, as well as the method to break the Northern Dipper killing array, Yi Su said as a jade slip flew toward Yang Xuanzan. Yang Xuanzan was overjoyed. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Yang Xuanzhan bowed deeply to the ground. If this junior succeeds in becoming a saint, I will certainly visit you again, senior. With these words, Yang Xuanzhan prepared to leave the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Hold on. Yi Su spoke slowly. Senior, what are your instructions? Yang Xuanzhan seemed puzzled as he halted his steps, turning his head to regard Yi Su. Friend, fortune follows misfortune, and misfortune lurks within fortune. With an enigmatic air, Yi Su remarked, achieving sainthood now might not be the favorable turn of events you believe it to be. Hearing these words, Yang Xuanzhan furrowed his brows tightly, his heart hanging suspended in midair. Please enlighten me, senior, Yang Xuanzhan said with cupped hands. Very well. Yi Su let out a light sigh. Considering your sincerity, I'll share another piece of information with you. Your ascension to sainthood this time will likely bring mortal danger. If you maintain the status quo, you might still eke out survival. Yang Xuanzhan's pupils constricted sharply. He had already taken Yi Su's words as absolute truth, utterly convinced. These words drained all joy from Yang Xuanzhan's face, leaving only terror behind. Senior, why would this happen? Yang Xuanzhan urgently questioned. Compared to the grand scheme of achieving sainthood, one's life is undoubtedly more important. If your life is lost, what use is achieving sainthood, even if you succeed? Does the profound Talisman Palace have two saints? Yi Su asked. Yang Xuanzhan, not understanding his meaning, nodded heavily. What does this have to do with the mystic Talisman Palace? Yang Xuanzhan asked in confusion. One of the sages is named Jade Firmament Sage, who cultivated the supreme polar talisman scripture and achieved sagehood 1,200 years ago. Currently at the early stage of sage realm, isn't that correct? Senior's discernment is indeed profound. Uncle Jade Firmament did attain sagehood 1,200 years ago, Yang Xuanzhan replied. The other sage would be your master, Gu Lingxiao. Yi Su said calmly, the problem lies with him. Master? Yang Xuanzhan was incredulous. My master is related to my death? That's impossible. When I was young, my master took me in as his disciple, his only direct successor. He treated me like his own son, imparting all his skills to me. How could he possibly harm me? Yang Xiangan dared not accept Yi Su's answer. Take your time. Yi Su smiled faintly and said, I will tell you the reason for it. The Mystic Talisman Palace possesses two sacred-level cultivation techniques. One of them, the Supreme Origin Talisman Scripture, was created by the first-generation patriarch of the Mystic Talisman Palace, the Sage of Mystic Talisman, am I right? Yang Xiangan nodded blankly. This is common knowledge throughout the southern wastelands, hardly a secret. The second sacred-level technique is the 9 Revolutions Nirvana Sutra. Yi Su's tone suddenly shifted, his voice turning sharp. The problem lies precisely with the 9 Revolutions Nirvana Sutra. Yang Xiangan looked up. The cultivation method he practiced was none other than the 9 Revolutions Nirvana Sutra. After the first patriarch of Xiangong Palace passed into eternity, a prodigious talent emerged out of nowhere. This man, named Lu Fengming, became the palace's second sage. Having mastered the Supreme Ultimate Talisman Sutra to perfection yet unable to progress further, Lu Fengming devoted his entire life to blazing a new trail, ultimately creating the 9 Revolutions Nirvana Sutra. Yet even so, Lu Fengming failed to ascend beyond. His lifespan exhausted, he entered eternal rest within Xiangong Palace. But, although Lu Fengming perished, this manual of the 9 Revolutions Nirvana Sutra was passed down, producing 8 sages for the Xuanfu Palace over more than 100,000 years, whereas the Taiji Primordial Rune Sutra only produced 5 sages. The cultivation method created by Lu Fengming had clearly surpassed that of the sect's founding patriarch. Yang Xuangan's lineage had always practiced the 9 Revolutions Nirvana Sutra. Senior, are you trying to tell me that I might die in the conflict between the two lineages? Yang Xiangan asked. Yi Su shook his head. I've already told you, the one who will kill you is your master. Yi Su stared at Yang Xiangan with a sly grin. Don't you want to know who your master truly is? Yang Xiangan frowned. Of course, he knew the origins of his master, but Yi Su's words clearly carried another layer of meaning. Please enlighten me, senior. The culprit is none other than Lu Fengming, the creator of the 9 Turns Nirvana Sutra. Your master, the current Gu Lingxiao, is Lu Fengming, Yi Su declared, every syllable ringing with conviction. Impossible. Yang Xiangan couldn't believe it, this was utterly absurd. Lu Fengming had been dead for over 100,000 years, how could he possibly become his master? Watching Yang Xuangan's devastated appearance, Yi Su couldn't help but sigh deeply. Even if it were him, he wouldn't believe it either. But the celestial oracle revealed it could never be wrong. Yang Xuangan's master was indeed Lu Fengming. Everything begins 170,000 years ago, with this very scripture, the 9 Revolutions Nirvana Sutra. Yi Su narrated in detail. 170,000 years ago, Lu Fengming encountered a bottleneck while cultivating the Tai Chi Yuanfu scripture. His cultivation stagnated at the peak of Sage Realm, unable to progress further to Sage King. Thus, he created the 9 Revolutions Nirvana Sutra. As the name suggests, Cultivating this method involves enduring 9 tribulations. After undergoing 9 rebirths by fire, one can transcend and attain sagehood. Yang Xuangan's body trembled. Yi Su's analysis was entirely correct. But for the creator, those who cultivate the 9 transformations Nirvana Sutra are merely nutrients. Once they achieve sainthood, Lu Fengming will devour them. Consuming one is clearly not enough. One must devour 9 to break through the bottleneck and ascend to Sage King. Now, he has already consumed the 8th. You will be the 9th. Yang Xuanzhan's mind reeled, completely losing control of his thoughts. His body collapsed like a limp rag onto the ground, his imagination too terrified to continue. Toiling tirelessly since childhood, the master who raised him had actually been nurturing him as mere fodder, waiting only for the moment he achieved sainthood to devour him in one fell swoop. The truth was too cruel. Had Yang Xuanzhan not endured the terror of life and death, his mind would surely have shattered. Even so, Yang Xuanzhan teetered on the brink of collapse. You might recall that when Lu Fengming was alive, the first sage emerged after the 9th Nirvana Sutra was created. 30 years later, Lu Fengming passed away in meditation. And when the third sage who cultivated the 9th Nirvana Sutra was born, the previous one also perished after 30 years had passed. This is because Lu Fengming needed 30 years to completely devour his disciple's soul, spiritual essence, and laws before accomplishing his goal of seizing another's body. Yi Su spoke calmly, but his heart was surging with emotion. In the fantasy world, the weak are meat for the strong to feast upon, more naked and brutal than the world of his past life. Here, truth belongs to the strong. By now, Yang Xuangan was completely convinced of Yi Su's explanation. Every word Yi Su spoke matched reality without a single discrepancy. What should I do then? Yang Xuanzhan's lips trembled, torn between terror and rage. His lifelong revered master turned out to be a demon who usurped another's body and murdered his own disciple. This shattered Yang Xuanzhan's entire belief system. Senior, please save me. Yang Xuangan prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing in complete submission. Chapter 28, Forming an Alliance? The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion only conducts transactions and does not interfere in worldly affairs, Yi Su said. Yang Xuangan raised his head with a bitter laugh. Lu Fengming has lived for 170,000 years, already at the peak of the Saint Realm, just a step away from the sovereign Saint Realm. He is undoubtedly the foremost figure in the southern wasteland. Apart from seeking help from Yi Su, Yang Xuanzhan had no other options. Yi Su's refusal plunged Yang Xuanzhan into complete despair. Fellow Daoist, once Lu Fengming succeeds, he will be invincible in the southern wasteland. Who do you think should be the ones worried? Yi Su said, his face betraying disappointment. A mighty figure was actually scared out of his wits. Yang Xuanzhan was truly pathetic. As if sensing Yi Su's disappointment, Yang Xuanzhan flushed with shame and immediately understood. If Lu Fengming achieved the Sage King realm, he would undoubtedly unify the southern wastelands. Before departing, Lu Fengming's words still echoed in his ears. Since we share a common enemy, this should be straightforward, Yi Su remarked coolly. Your wisdom is profound, senior. Junior understands, Yang Xuanzhan said solemnly. Yet, upon deeper reflection, Yang Xuanzhan once again felt powerless. To make the great figures of the southern wasteland believe this would be as difficult as reaching the heavens, for a sage who has lived for 170,000 years is an absurdity in itself. Yi Hongchen of the Mortal Dust Demon sect requests an audience with the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. At this moment, a tender voice spoke up. It seemed to belong to a young girl. A little girl walked into the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, her hair tied into 2 horn-like buns. On her left wrist hung a purple bell, and on her right, a golden bracelet. Her face was youthful, appearing to be only 12 or 13, yet her eyes held the weariness and wisdom of one who had seen through the illusions of the mortal world. Yi Hongchen? The moment Yang Xuanzhan spotted the girl with sheep-horn braids, his eyes instantly narrowed sharply. The two were old rivals, locked in confrontation for centuries without ever determining a victor. They hadn't seen each other for decades, never imagining they'd meet again at the Tianji Pavilion. Yi Su fixed his gaze on Yi Hongchen, a flicker of something strange passing through his eyes. Name, Yi Hongchen. Cultivation, great perfection of the God King realm. Affiliation, sect master of the Red Dust Demonic Sect. Cultivation arts, the Red Dust Tribulation Scripture, saint level. Divine abilities, myriad phenomena sword art, mortal tribulation finger. Aspiration, to attain the Tao. For so long, Yi Hongchen stood unique among all. Her heart held but a single aspiration. She sought only to attain the Tao. Du Yuehong's path to courtship is likely to be difficult. Yi Su silently sympathized for a second. Yi Hongchen's heart was free of distractions, solely focused on seeking enlightenment, a true Tao fanatic, a resolute seeker of the way. Unless something major happened, nothing could possibly change her mindset. Yang Xuanzhan? Yi Hongchen also spotted Yang Xuanzhan, her eyes gleaming mischievously. Du Yuehang told me the profound Talisman Palace sent someone to invite the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master. It seems they've failed. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made someone of your exalted status as a palace master come in person. Yang Xuanzhan felt both awkward and afraid Yi Hongchen really knew exactly which wounds to poke. Yi Hongchen, have you also come for the chance to attain sainthood? Yang Xuanzhan scoffed. Of course. Yi Hongchen didn't hold back. After cultivating for hundreds of years, I've hit a bottleneck. Now that I finally have a chance to attain sainthood, of course I can't let it slip away. This journey of mine is precisely for the opportunity to achieve sainthood. Senior, I'm truly sincere about this. Yi Hongchen blinked at Yi Su with a mischievous smile. Yi Su's heart stirred slightly. Qi Qingxi's path was one of supreme detachment from worldly emotions, severing ties to all things in heaven and earth. Yet her heart held deep affections that proved nearly impossible to relinquish. Yi Hongchen's Samsara Tribulation Sutra presented a complete opposite to Qi Qingxi. Outwardly vivacious and unrestrained, flesh and blood, passion and loyalty, her heart contained only the great Tao. The two women stood as polar opposites in every way. Brother Yang, fellow Taoist Yi is an excellent ally, Yi Su remarked, glancing at Yang Xuanzhan. Ally? Yi Hongchen blinked, failing at first to grasp Yi Su's meaning. What do you mean, senior? I've been battling Yang Xuanzhan for centuries, how could we possibly be allies? Yang Xuanzhan's expression grew grave. Yi Hongchen was the sect master of the Red Dust Demon sect, a half-saint level prodigy, with a true saint backing her from behind. Just as Yi Su had said, she was the most suitable ally. But Yang Xuanzhan felt there was more to Yi Su's words. Brother Yang, if you agree, I'll sell this second-hand information to Brother Yi. What do you think? Yi Su added. Upon hearing this, Yang Xuanzhan instantly understood. Yi Su intended for him to trade the sagehood opportunity from the Purple Star Sage's cave abode in exchange for Yi Hongchen's assistance. Yi Su could also earn a second fee from this. Yang Xuanzhan smiled wryly. I agree, Yang Xuanzhan nodded. But my consent alone means nothing, it depends on Yi Hongchen's decision. Leave it to me. Yi Su smiled as he looked at Yi Hongchen. Fellow Taoist Yi, fellow Taoist Yang has already agreed. If you consent to ally with Yang Xuanzhan, then I can offer you the chance to attain sainthood at a discounted price. Senior, may I ask what exactly happened? Yi Hongchen keenly sensed something amiss. Yang Xiangan was the master of the mystic Talisman Palace. With two saints backing him, why would he form an alliance with her without reason? Something major must be happening. You must know Lu Fengming, right? Yang Xuanzhan took the initiative to speak. Although it involved the secrets of the Xuanfu Palace, in this life-or-death moment, Yang Xuanzhan could no longer hold back. Yi Hongchen nodded. Lu Fengming was renowned far and wide, the top sage who established the foundation of the Xuanfu Palace's status. Of course Yi Hongchen knew of him. He's not dead yet. Yang Xuanzhan added. Huh? What? Yi Hongchen couldn't believe her ears. Her wide, dark eyes stared fixedly at Yang Xuanzhan. Are you joking with me? A full 170,000 years, how could Lu Fengming still be alive until now? He wasn't joking. Yi Su spoke up. At this moment, Yi Hongchen fell silent. If Yang Xuanzhan had any possibility of lying, then Yi Su, as the master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, would absolutely never deceive her. Lu Fengming truly was still alive. This is absolutely earth-shattering secret. Yang Xuanzhan, why would you tell me this? Yi Hongchen frowned. A patriarch who has lived for 170,000 years might have already become a sacred king. Just one such existence could sweep across the southern barren lands single-handedly. Given that, why would Yang Xuanzhan want to form an alliance with her? What exactly are you scheming? Yang Xiangan gave a bitter smile and revealed the truth about Lu Fengming's creation of the 9 Revolutions Nirvana Sutra to Yi Hongchen in great detail. Once I achieve sainthood, my days will be numbered, Yang Xiangan said with a bleak expression, his face twisted in something between laughter and tears. Yi Hongchen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Yang Xuanzhan was a peerless genius. Having fought each other for centuries, the two could be considered friends of sorts. Yang Xuanzhan's plight filled her with sorrow as well. Yang Xuanzhan, on a personal level, I pity you greatly. But as leader of the Red Dust Demonic sect, all I need to do is kill you, and Lu Fengming's scheme will come to nothing. Yi Hongchen calmed herself for a moment before speaking in an icy tone. She had decided to kill. If Yang Xuanzhan remained alive, he would be a ticking time bomb. Once he achieved sagehood, Lu Fengming could devour him to break through to the Sage King realm, becoming a threat to the entire southern desolate land. As the leader of the Red Dust Demonic sect, Yi Hongchen's judgment was absolutely justified. Killing Yang Xuanzhan would ensure that Lu Fengming wouldn't find another person who had mastered the 9 Revolutions Nirvana Sutra for at least a millennium. That's why fellow Taoist Yang agreed to let me resell the sage's opportunity to you. Yi Hongchen's words were exactly what Yi Su had anticipated. This was precisely the significance of persuading Yang Xuanzhan to allow him to personally disclose the information about the Ziwei sage's cave abode to Yi Hongchen. Senior, killing Lu Fengming, who has perfected the sage realm, is no simple task. Compared to that, purchasing the sage's opportunity is almost risk-free for me, Yi Hongqian said solemnly. Dealing with Lu Fengming might cost even the entire Hongqian demon sect, and success is still not guaranteed, unless we gather the combined forces of all the major powers in the southern wasteland. Yi Hongqian, if you agree, I am willing to hand over the Violet Star Sage's cave abode to you. Yang Xiangan gritted his teeth, clutching the jade slip tightly in his hand. He had burned his boats. If Yi Hongqian refused again, he could only wait for death. Yi Su looked at him with sympathy. Yang Xiangan was truly wretched. His newly acquired opportunity hadn't even warmed in his hands before he had to surrender it. Most importantly, with Yang Xiangan stirring up such a fuss, it became impossible for him to earn that second payment. Yang Xuanzhan took a deep breath and declared resolutely, if you refuse to agree, then I'll go to the Violet Mansion of the Saint alone. Whether I die or not, before my end comes, I must attain sainthood. Perhaps there's still a sliver of hope. Chapter 29, My Decision is Final, Journey to the Southern Wastes. The Purple Star Sage from 30,000 years ago? Yi Hongqian's starry eyes sparkled brightly, her blinking revealing immense interest. Yang Xuanzhan nodded without uttering a word. He had already shown his utmost sincerity. The choice now rested with Yi Hongqian. Done deal. Yi Hongqian agreed without hesitation. Should I achieve sainthood, I'll spare no effort to help you eliminate Lu Fengming. However, even with the Red Dust Demon Sect's support, we still couldn't contend against Lu Fengming, who's reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Not to mention, the Mystic Talisman Palace still has the Jade Firmament Saint standing guard. Yang Xuangan's heart sank. If they were to strike at Lu Fengming, the Jade Firmament Sage would never stand idly by. It must be understood that the Jade Firmament Sage cultivated the Lai Taiji Yuanfu scripture/I and would never be threatened by Lu Fengming. Once Lu Fengming achieves the rank of Saint King, the profound Talisman Palace will become unprecedentedly powerful, and the Jade Sky Saint will also reap immense benefits from this, all under heaven's stir with self-interest. Thus it has been throughout the ages. He stands against the entire profound Talisman Palace. This matter requires further deliberation. The most urgent priority now is achieving your ascension to sainthood. Yang Xuanzhan's gaze deepened as he continued, with two saints in the Red Dust Demonic Sect, Lu Fengming wouldn't dare act rashly against us. The Wanxiang Saint of the Red Dust Demonic Sect boasts an 8,000-year lifespan and wields late-stage Saint Realm cultivation. He stands as the publicly recognized strongest expert in the Southern Wastelands. This singular saint alone explains why the Red Dust Demonic Sect can seemingly rival the Xuanfu Palace as equals. Understood. Yi Hongqian nodded and said, but there's one thing I must clarify beforehand. Without sufficient strength, I cannot possibly drag the entire Red Dust Demon Sect into risking our lives for you. I understand. Yang Xuanzhan looked at Yi Hongqian and said, then swear your oath. I, Yi Hongqian, hereby swear to form an alliance with Yang Xuanzhan, advancing and retreating together, sheltering him for 500 years. If I break this vow, may my soul scatter to the winds. Yi Hongqian swore a heavenly oath. Yang Xuanzhan breathed a sigh of relief. 500 years might not be long, but it was ample time enough. Within 500 years, if this matter remains unresolved, it would mean there's little hope left. This jade slip records all the secrets of the Violet Mansion of the Purple Emperor, including the formation to break the Beidou killing array. Take it. Yang Xuanzhan's heart bled as he spoke. Yi Hongqian toyed with the jade slip, her smile radiant as she looked at Yi Su. Senior, I came with full sincerity, but unforeseen complications arose, making our trade impossible for now. Next time for sure. Yi Su felt displeased in his heart. Those who kept saying next time for sure with their mouths were almost always freeloaders. The status of the Ziwei sage is no ordinary matter. You two should take care, Yi Su said with a laugh. Senior, I can no longer go to the Ziwei sage's cave dwelling. Now, I'll have to stay here for a while. When I return to the profound Talisman Palace, I'll have no choice but to weave a lie, Yang Xuanzhan said with a bitter smile. You're truly impressive, Senior. Yi Hongqian looked astonished. You actually guessed even what was in my heart. Yang Xuanzhan, we've been friends for so long. I feel guilty for taking advantage of you this time. That purple star sage is incredibly powerful, and his cave abode must contain countless treasures. Come with me. You're willing to let me come along? Yang Xuanzhan was shocked. That was the sage's cave abode. Yi Hongqian actually dared to let him tag along? Yi Hongqian shrugged. It's not like you'd ever presume to become a sage yourself. Besides, we've been foes for centuries. Watching the ascent to sagehood right before your eyes, just think of how satisfying that would be. Yang Xuanzhan looked at Yi Su, his face full of grievance and bitterness. Senior, we must take our leave now. Yi Hongqian put away the jade slip and flew out of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion with Yang Xuanzhan, who looked as if he had just lost his parents. The southern barons are about to undergo a great upheaval. Yi Su murmured. Yi Hongqian's ascension to sainthood sent seismic shocks through the southern barons, an event of earth-shattering magnitude, while the involvement of Lu Fengming behind the scenes was nothing short of a thunderbolt. By then, the ripples from the southern barons would inevitably reach the western territories, eastern territories, northern frostlands, and even the central plains. The Tianji Pavilion, responsible for all of this, would thus gain fame throughout the Yuan realm. Hiding behind the scenes as a chess player truly has its own unique flavor, Yi Su mused, thoroughly enjoying the sensation. I wonder how Mu Yunsheng and his brother, along with Ning Wudao, are faring. He was still waiting for the two grand elders of the Tianjin sect to make their appearance. By the shores of the East Sea lies the Azure Dragon Sea. The sky is as blue as crystal, reflecting off the vast, undulating ocean surface with a gem-like radiance. But in the Azure Dragon Sea, blood flows for miles, the water littered with the corpses of sea monsters, among them 1,000 zheng-long azure dragon drifting lifelessly, its dragon blood staining the sea red. Mu Chenfeng, covered in wounds, collapses onto the dragon's massive body, breathing like an exhausted ox. Mu Yunsheng was slightly better off. He was utterly exhausted, yet his eyes burned with excitement and determination. After 3 days of relentless travel, they finally reached the eastern seashore and found the Azure Dragon God King. Even knowing the God King's weakness, the battle raged for 2 full days before they finally cut him down with their swords. The senior truly knows everything. Thanks to your guidance, we succeeded in slaying this fiend. Mu Yunsheng marveled with deep gratitude. Though the Azure Dragon God King was advanced in years, he remained a formidable deity. His death throes nearly cost Mu Chenfeng his life. Elder brother, quickly refine his inner world to break through to the God King realm. Mu Chenfeng urged Mu Yunsheng. Mu Yunsheng had already reached the peak of the heavenly deity realm several days ago. As long as he refined the inner world of the Azure Dragon Divine King, he would obtain immense divine power, advance to the creation realm, and achieve the status of a divine king. Second brother, stand guard for me. Mu Yunsheng channeled his divine power, slicing through the Azure Dragon Divine King's flesh and bones with his sword until a pale blue light cluster hovered quietly above the dragon's heart. Within the pale blue light cluster, the faint silhouettes of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies could be glimpsed. The difference between a divine king and a celestial god lies within the inner world. A divine king wields vast magical power to manipulate laws, condensing an inner world within themselves, gradually forging a complete realm. When the inner world fully expands, it can become self-sufficient and form an independent realm. Of course, this requires prolonged cultivation. Even those at the emperor level may not achieve such a feat. The inner world harbors vast divine power, and refining it yields endless benefits. Mu Yunsheng gazed fervently as he sat cross-legged atop the dragon's body. His magic enveloped the azure light cluster while his divine powers surged. One mystical rune after another flew from his fingertips, imprinting themselves upon the luminous mass. One by one, the runes coalesced into an array, completely enveloping the inner world. Buzz! The divine patterns connected into a continuous sheet, radiating golden brilliance. Mu Yunsheng channeled his magical power, pouring his vast energy continuously into the formation to refine the inner world of the Zhonglong Divine King at the fastest possible speed. Mu Chenfeng swallowed a divine pill, healing his injuries while standing guard for Mu Yunsheng. The sun rises and the moon sets, the starry night shifts. The inner world of the Azure Dragon Divine King grew smaller and smaller. The refined power of creation was absorbed by Mu Yunsheng, his aura growing increasingly formidable. His divine body was now as translucent as jade, revealing even his heart and organs within. Within his body, a golden light mass was also taking form. He was constructing his own inner world. The moment of success would mark his ascension to the Divine King. After consuming the divine elixir, Mu Chenfeng's injuries slightly improved, restoring a portion of his spiritual energy as he began focusing all efforts on guarding Mu Yunsheng's breakthrough. Rumble! On this day, thunderous roars suddenly echoed from within Mu Yunsheng's body, as if rolling tempests churned inside, while mighty rivers manifested from the depths of his inner world. Towering mountains rose from the earth, stretching endlessly into the distance. In the celestial dome, a divine sun hung at the horizon, its rays illuminating the land. The inner world has formed. Of course, this is merely the most rudimentary inner world. As his cultivation strengthens, Mu Yunsheng's inner world will achieve the cycle of sun and moon, the changing of seasons, and eventually evolve life forms such as trees. Big brother, you've succeeded? Mu Chenfeng exclaimed excitedly. Mu Yunsheng opened his eyes, a trace of divine light fleeting through them. His injuries had fully healed, and his cultivation had naturally reached the creation realm. He was now a divine king. Exactly as the senior predicted, Mu Yunsheng said with a smile. Second brother, once we return to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, we'll seek an opportunity for you. This ancient dragon's accumulated wealth should be sufficient. Let's hurry back then. Mu Chenfeng looked tense. The commotion here has been too great. After so many days, it's likely to attract those old eels from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Mu Yunsheng's expression turned solemn. The East Sea Dragon Palace ruled over the entire East Sea, ranking among the top forces in the Eastern Domain. Having existed for 1,000,000 years, the East Sea Dragon Palace alone could probably match the 10 great powers of the southern wilderness. This azure dragon, though not belonging to the Dragon King's palace of the Eastern Sea, still belonged to the Dragon Clan. Slaughtering dragons in the East Sea, that's a capital crime. The two immediately took the Dragon God King's dragon body and flew out from the shores of the East Sea. One day later, a dragon boat sailed into the Tsanlong Sea. The seven-tiered dragon boat was extravagantly ornate, resembling a magnificent star palace as it traversed the East China Sea. Just from the appearance of this vessel alone, its owner was evidently someone of immense wealth or nobility. What's going on? Why is there such a strong scent of blood in the Tsanlong Sea? On the dragon boat, a young man with a seductive beauty nestled in each arm suddenly caught the heavy metallic tang of blood drifting in the air. A yellow-robed elder standing nearby immediately activated his divine sense, his semi-saint level consciousness enveloping half of the Tsanlong Sea. A few breaths later, the elder furrowed his brows slightly and bowed as he replied, "Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, most of the Tsanlong Sea seems to have been slaughtered. The surface is littered with the corpses of sea creatures." "Isn't this the domain of the Tsanlong Divine King?" The Ninth Prince's expression turned icy. "It is," the elder answered. "Bring the Azure Dragon God King before me," the Ninth Prince commanded. Instantly, the robed elder in yellow transformed into a streak of black light, darting from the dragon vessel straight toward the lair of the Azure Dragon God King. Moments later, the yellow-robed elder returned to the dragon vessel. "Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, something has happened to the Azure Dragon God King." With a grim expression, the yellow-robed elder continued, "The dragon's nest has been shattered, and there are traces of human presence lingering at the site. Traces of divine abilities still linger on the sea's surface, and judging by their nature, they closely resemble those of practitioners from the Southern Wilderness Heavenly Heart sect." He had ventured into the Southern Wilderness and witnessed the divine arts of the Heavenly Heart sect before, so he vaguely recognized the divine powers wielded by Mu Yuncheng and Mu Chunfeng. The Heavenly Heart sect? The Ninth Prince's eyes turned icy. The Southern Wilderness lies hundreds of thousands of miles from here. Did members of the Heavenly Heart sect come all this way just to butcher the Tsanlong Divine King? Possibly not impossible. The black-robed elder replied, "Perhaps it's to refine the inner world of the Azure Dragon God King and ascend in cultivation." "Ha!" The Ninth Prince's gaze turned icy. "Southern wasteland cultivators coming to my Eastern Sea to slaughter dragonkind, how dare they look down upon my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? Old Huan, let's make a trip to the Southern wastelands with me." The elderly man in yellow robes froze in surprise. "Ninth Prince, are we not going to Taiyue City anymore? Rumor has it that fragments of the shattered Buzhou Divine Seal are there. If we could obtain even a single fragment, we could secure our place when Mount Buzhou emerges once more." Their journey had been undertaken precisely for the sake of those Buzhou Divine Seal fragments. The elder in yellow robes never expected the Ninth Prince to change his intentions mid-course. "No matter." The Ninth Prince smiled faintly and said, "For over 100,000 years, legends have circulated, yet no one has ever laid eyes on Mount Buzhou. This time, I merely used it as an excuse to travel. I hold little hope for the Seal of Buzhou. Since my birth, I've journeyed through Central Province, the Western regions, and the Northern Frostlands. Only the Southern Seas remain unvisited. The Southern Wasteland is barren, where even sages can be counted on one hand," remarked the elderly Taoist in yellow robes. "My decision is final." The Ninth Prince swept his wide sleeves, pushing aside two women as he declared, "To the Southern Wasteland we go." Chapter 30, Ning Wudao Ascends to Divinity. The Western Regions, the Forest of 10,000 Poisons. The Forest of 10,000 Poisons is perpetually shrouded in a gray haze of poisonous miasma, teeming with venomous insects and ferocious beasts. It is a land of extreme peril that strikes fear into the hearts of all cultivators in the Western Regions. At this very moment, in the heart of the wicked poison forest, a terrifying killing intent surged straight into the heavens. The source of this killing intent was an underground palace. From hundreds of thousands of miles away, you could still deduce the path to break the stalemate. Your wisdom is truly unfathomable, senior. The killing intent that had just erupted came from none other than Ning Wudao. His heart was filled with awe, brimming with endless emotions. Without Yisu's guidance, cracking the Sky Capital Divine King's Sky Capital Soul Refining Array would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even with Yisu's information, it still took him 2 days. The core of breaking the array lies in the intent to kill. With a heart set on slaughter, Ning Wudao successfully broke through the formation. Suppressing his excitement, he flew into a divine temple at the center of the underground palace. Heavenly Capital Temple. Within the temple, iron chains crisscrossed the air, suspending a bronze coffin mid-sky. "Youngster Ning Wudao disrespects you." Ning Wudao exhaled a turbid breath, flicked his finger, and a sword beam severed the chains, sending the bronze coffin crashing down. With a sweeping palm strike, he sent the coffin lid flying away. Inside the coffin lay the flawless corpse of a divine king. Even in death, it exuded an overwhelming aura of majesty. Beside the heavenly capital divine king lay a divine blade and a longbow. The blade's edge was chipped, clearly having suffered severe damage. The longbow, too, was arrowless and incomplete, bearing signs of ruin. Divine King's weapon. Ning Wudao's face lit up with joy. Even though these two Divine King's weapons were incomplete, their power still surpassed ordinary divine weapons. However, the purpose of Ning Wudao's journey was not for the Divine King's weapons. His gaze fell upon the chest of the Heavenly Capital Divine King. The Heavenly Capital Divine King had crossed his arms, and on his chest lay a scroll of golden bamboo slips. Ning Wudao reached out and picked up the bamboo slip, encountering no danger whatsoever. Unrolling it, he saw it bore an extremely peculiar script, neither seal script nor talismanic symbols, but something resembling pictographs. Yet Ning Wudao felt an unparalleled excitement. Recognizing the writing on the golden bamboo slip, his pulse quickened. This is the script of the celestial demon lineage. Ever since awakening his celestial demon bloodline, he had mastered the innate divine abilities of the lineage. Though he had never seen these characters before, he could clearly discern their meaning. This is a cultivation technique, the Heaven Demon's immortal slaying method, a technique that, when mastered to perfection, can slay immortals. Just its name alone brims with lethal intent. The elder truly didn't deceive me. Ning Wudao was overjoyed. What he needed most at the moment wasn't ascending to godhood, but finding a technique that perfectly suited him, one that could replace the seven slaughter divine art and prevent the golden toad demon god from controlling him. Yisu understood his thoughts, hence presenting him with this monumental opportunity. The Heaven Demon immortal slaying technique has 4 volumes, but unfortunately only the first volume is here, which only allows cultivation up to the sage realm. Ning Wudao felt slightly regretful. Nevertheless, the Heaven Demon immortal slaying technique resolved his most urgent crisis. Ning Wudao stared at the corpse of the Divine King in the coffin, summoning it with a mighty pull. The body of the Heavenly Capital Divine King flew out from the casket, and with a single palm strike, he shattered it into pieces. A golden orb of light hovered in midair. The inner world. However, as the Divine King of Tiandu suffered fatal wounds and perished, the inner world became incomplete. Its golden light grew exceedingly dim, and over the passage of time, the inner world continued to crumble. The power of the inner world was now drastically diminished from its peak. For Ning Wudao, it was already more than enough. He sat cross-legged, invoking the Heaven Demon immortal slaying technique, and with a tremendous gaping maw like a black hole, swallowed the inner world of the Heavenly Capital Divine King in one gulp. Boom! A tremendous force surged into Ning Wudao's body. With a muffled groan, blood immediately streamed from his 7 orifices. Yet, Ning Wudao's expression remained resolute. He gritted his teeth and endured the nearly explosive surge of power, frantically circulating the heavenly demon slaying immortal art to refine his inner world. Crack! One day later, terrifying heavenly tribulation ominously descended upon the 10,000 poison forest. The divine thunderbolt pierced through the poison clouds and struck the underground palace. Heavenly demon star devouring art. Ning Wudao opened his mouth wide and, instead of resisting the heavenly tribulation, directly swallowed and refined it. Boom! 2 forces clashed. Ning Wudao mobilized the law of slaughter, crushing the destructive energy and devouring the first divine thunderbolt in one decisive move. Now, he had mastered 2 laws at once, the law of slaughter and the law of devouring. Ning Wudao was inherently a once-in-an-era genius. Were it not for the golden toad demonic deity, he would have ascended to godhood 80 years prior. Thus, mastering 2 divine laws immediately upon becoming a deity was entirely ordinary for someone of Ning Wudao's caliber. Boom! Another divine thunderbolt descended. Ning Wudao proceeded in the same manner, devouring and refining. 3 heavenly tribulation lightning strikes in a row were all absorbed by Ning Wudao as nourishment. His aura surged instantly, reaching the peak of the early stage heavenly god realm. Completely refining the Heavenly Capital Divine King's inner world would boost my strength to at least mid-stage divine realm, possibly even late-stage divine realm. Meanwhile, the commotion in the 10,000 poison forest also drew the attention of nearby cultivators. Someone underwent divine tribulation and ascended to godhood in the 10,000 poison forest? Could it be that a venomous creature has achieved divinity? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Nothing surprising, someone else commented. In the venomous forest, even saint-level poisonous creatures exist. What's a mere divine-level poisonous creature? Everyone, shall we go take a look? Someone suggested, once the heavenly tribulation passes, that poisonous creature will surely enter a weakened state. If we can slay it, we could fetch a handsome price. That makes sense. Some people were tempted and itching to act. Before you even get a chance to act, the venomous creatures of the 10,000 poison forest will probably make their move first, sneered a heavenly god. The 10,000 poison forest was a world ruled by venomous creatures, a brutal jungle where the law of survival reigned supreme, and fratricide was an everyday occurrence. Hearing this, everyone immediately abandoned their plans. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as a 100-jon-long octagonal venomous spider burst through the underground palace ruins, its 2 amethyst-like purple eyes locking onto the Heavenly Capital Divine Hall at the far end. Its colossal body was too massive, each movement caused the underground palace to crumble incessantly. Ning Wudao was abruptly startled by the sudden explosion. Immediately halting his refinement of the inner world, he turned toward the palace entrance. His expression darkened the moment he spotted the venomous spider. This was a clear harbinger of malice. With a sudden thought, he picked up the divine blade left by the heavenly capital God King, his killing intent surging. "Since you've come, then stay forever." Ning Wudao sneered coldly, striking first for dominance as his blade sliced toward the venomous spider. Boom! The entire underground palace was split in two, as the terrifying aura of killing intent transformed into countless blade energies, shattering the void, and slashed straight toward the venomous spider. Crack! With this slash, the venomous spider was cleaved clean in half, utterly powerless to resist. It was merely at the nascent heavenly deity realm. Even if Ning Wudao didn't wield his divine sovereign weapon, the venomous spider stood no chance against him. However, even though it was split in two, the venomous spider's vitality remained remarkably tenacious. Both halves of its body writhed violently as they plummeted toward the ground. Roar! Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar erupted as two enormous, furry hands reached down from above. One hand seized half of the venomous spider's body and crushed it alive. Purple venom splattered everywhere, corroding the underground palace's structures into dust, yet it seemed to cause not the slightest harm to the owner of that massive hand. Another one coming? Ning Wudao's heart skipped a beat. This venomous creature appeared far more formidable than the poisonous spider. It must have been the commotion from my tribulation that drew these venomous creatures, Ning Wudao thought to himself. The forest of 10,000 poisons was indeed a terrifying place. Within just half an hour, it had already attracted numerous god-level venomous beings. This is no place to linger. With a single thought, Ning Wudao lifted the coffin and soared into the sky. This bronze coffin is also a treasure. Perhaps it could be exchanged for information at the senior's place. By the time Ning Wudao flew out of the underground palace, several more powerful auras descended as massive, mountain-sized venomous creatures charged toward the ruins, shaking the earth. Ning Wudao trembled with fear. The southern wasteland was truly too weak within the Yuan realm. Even a single jungle infested with countless poisons in the western regions held no fewer deities than the southern wilderness lands. He urgently activated the heavenly demon slaughter immortal technique to conceal his aura and quietly fled. Ning Wudao flew out of the poisonous jungle, identified his direction, and headed straight for the southern wilderness. Several days later, Ning Wudao returned to Linglong City once more. His heart was filled with endless emotions. Back then, though he was revered as the holy son of the heavenly demon palace, his heart was plagued by worries for his life. Today, however, he had ascended to the realm of a heavenly god, wielding the power to control his own destiny. All of this, every last bit, was bestowed upon him by Yi Su. Ning Wudao landed on the ground and walked into Linglong City like an ordinary person, making his way to the Tianji Pavilion. Upon entering the Tianji Pavilion, he found Yi Su engaged in a game of chess with Yi Xianer. The pieces were black and white, but it wasn't the traditional game of Go, it was Connect 5. This world had never seen Connect 5 before. When Yi Su proposed teaching Yi Xianer this new game, she was overjoyed, and the two played for the entire day. Ning Wudao entered, yet Yi Xianer remained completely unaware of his presence. Yi Su was aware of his arrival, but he was engrossed in the game of chess and had no time to attend to Ning Wudao for the moment. Ning Wudao wasn't in any rush either. He stood quietly to the side, patiently waiting for the two to finish their game. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Xianer was the first to connect 5 pieces in a row. As if she had accomplished a great feat, she clapped her hands and giggled, "Senior, I've finally beaten you once." Yi Su smiled without speaking. "You, when did you arrive?" Suddenly, Yi Xianer caught a glimpse of Ning Wudao from the corner of her eye. Her smile froze instantly, replaced by an expression of extreme awkwardness and embarrassment, her face turning beet red. "You've been here for a quarter of an hour," Yi Su said with a laugh. "This junior pays respects to the esteemed senior," Ning Wudao said, bowing deeply. "Congratulations to you." Yi Su smiled. "You've gained quite a bit this time. All because of your generosity, senior. I dare not take credit for myself." "You've become a god?" Yi Xianer exclaimed in surprise. Ning Wudao nodded. For Yi Xianer, Ning Wudao also didn't dare to slack off. Being able to stay long-term at the Celestial Secrets Pavilion was proof enough of the extraordinary relationship between Yi Su and Yi Xianer. "Senior, this junior has come this time to stay at the Celestial Secrets Pavilion for a few days, to fully refine the inner world of the Heaven Capital Divine King and further consolidate my cultivation base." Ning Wudao pleaded earnestly, "I beg senior to grant me permission." "Of course, that's possible." Yi Su fixed his profound gaze on Ning Wudao, as if he could see right through his very soul. "If you have any other motives, just say them all at once. I can't be bothered to deduce them. Your wisdom is profound, venerable one." Ning Wudao's gaze turned slightly cold, a flash of killing intent flickering briefly as he said, "I'd like to trouble you once more, senior, to deduce and provide specific details about my adoptive father." Chapter 31, In a Hurry to Return and Kill One's Father. Know yourself and know your enemy. and you shall win every battle. Ning Wudao gazed at Yi Su with fervent eyes. You're too hasty, Yi Su said calmly. Right now, you should focus on consolidating your cultivation and fully refining the inner world of the Sky Capital Divine King. Wait until you have enough strength before returning to the Heavenly Demon Palace. At that time, I will tell you the information you want. Your guidance is correct. This junior will remember it well. Ning Wudao's expression turned solemn. He had been too eager to kill the golden-toed demon god. This could become an obsession that might hinder his cultivation instead. Yi Su's words caused Ning Wudao to have a sudden revelation, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Practice quietly. Yi Su flicked his sleeve, sending Ning Wudao into an isolated spacetime dimension. Senior, you've always made deals with people solely because you love collecting treasures, Yi Sienna thought to herself, narrowly avoiding saying outright that their esteemed senior was utterly money-grubbing. Yi Su couldn't be bothered to correct her. After all, the image she had of him in her heart was already set in stone. But why take in Ning Wudao this time and even offer him free guidance? Yi Sienna asked in puzzlement. You'll understand later. Yi Su smiled meaningfully. To make the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion stand above all realms, he certainly couldn't rely on himself alone. After all, he was merely at the Divine Spring realm now. Not even daring to step beyond the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's threshold, he needed spokesman. Ning Wudao was a candidate. Even Yi Hongchen and Yang Xuanzhan were considered. However, one of them was on the verge of attaining sagehood and possessed an overly lofty temperament, while the other merely sought survival. Neither was particularly suitable. But Ning Wudao was someone he would personally nurture, so of course, he would invest more thought into him. System, how many providence points do I need to inquire about the top 100 young geniuses from the Southern Wilds? Yi Su wondered silently. This was an idea Yi Su had conceived long ago. By establishing rankings with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion as the standard, it would henceforth become the ultimate authority. The Southern Wilds was just the starting point. 30,000 Heavenly Secrets points are required. 30,000? Yi Su frowned slightly. 30,000 Heavenly Secrets points weren't actually expensive, considering that the greater the potential of the item being inquired about, the more points it would cost. But such a large amount still made his flesh ache with pain. Check now. Let's wait a bit longer, Yi Su thought to himself. Your humble junior Mu Yunsheng, Mu Chenfeng, pays respects to our elder. 3 days later, the Mu brothers entered the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Great Ancestral Master. Honored Great Uncle Master. Seeing her own family, Yi Sienna was overjoyed. Girl Yi, just a few days apart and you've broken through again? Mu Yunsheng showed astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Yi Sienna had cultivated to the peak of the Divine Spring realm. This cultivation speed was simply unbelievable. Of course, Yi Sienna was extremely proud. During her time at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, aside from chatting and playing chess with Yi Su, she had been solely focused on cultivation. Yi Sienna possessed extraordinary innate talent, enabling her to comprehend even a trace of the Tianjai's profound mysteries, which accelerated her cultivation progress tremendously. Esteemed Taoist Mu, congratulations on attaining the Divine King realm, Yi Su said with a smile. All thanks to your guidance, senior. This junior has come specifically to express gratitude. Mu Yunqing took out a Qiankuan ring from his sleeve and said, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it, senior. Yi Su took a look. Inside the ring was the dragon bone of the Tsanglong Divine King, which could be used to forge divine weapons. He immediately exchanged it for Heavenly Secrets points. 500 Heavenly Secrets points, not bad. Esteemed senior, this junior also wishes to seek an opportunity for my second brother. Mu Yunsheng pondered for a moment before speaking. Mu Chenfeng stared intently at Yi Su. The rules are clear to you, Yi Su said. Please have a look, senior. Mu Chenfeng took out a Qiankuan ring, which was a relic of the Azure Dragon Divine King. It is well known that dragons love to collect treasures, and the Azure Dragon Divine King possessed an abundance of them. Although most were mediocre, it was still better than nothing. The two had already calculated that Mu Yunqing's last exchange for an opportunity required nearly 15,000 heavenly mystery points. The treasures within this Qiankuan ring could roughly cover that amount. Exchange. Yi Su took the Qiankuan ring and silently commanded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 15,500 heavenly secrets points. Check for opportunities suitable for muching foam. Purple Zenith Sage's Cave, Cosmic Myriad Flower. Oh, it's actually in the Purple Zenith Sage's Cave? Yi Su looked surprised, but after a moment's thought, he understood. The Purple Micro Saint's Cave dwelling possesses the providence that enabled Yi Hongchen and Yang Xuanzhan to become saints, which doesn't mean it lacks the providence to help one ascend to God King status. The Sumeru Myriad Phenomenon Flower is a providence divine herb, second only to saintly herbs. This treasure encompasses infinite phenomena and contains an inner world, bearing striking resemblance to a god king's internal cosmos. Any cultivator at the peak heavenly god realm can naturally break through to the god king realm by refining it. Take this jade slip and proceed to Mount Taizong. Yisu said solemnly, if you encounter Yi Hanchen and Yang Xuanzhan, just show them the jade slip. They won't give you any trouble then. The sect master of Endless Red and the palace lord of Mysterious Talisman? Mu Yuncheng and Mu Chenfeng were stunned. These two individuals were semi-sage level existences, pride of the southern wilderness who had dominated their peers for centuries. They had always been at odds. Why would they appear in the same place now? And what a coincidence that they should appear precisely at the land of creation. After some contemplation, both arrived at the same speculation. There must be an even greater opportunity hidden within the depths of Taizong Mountain. A man whose heart is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, Yisu said calmly. Just follow my arrangements honestly. This junior understands. Mu Yuncheng and his brother immediately reined in their thoughts, not daring to entertain any wild ideas. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and Ning Wudao was pulled out from another dimension by Yisu. Senior, I've completely refined the inner world of the heavenly capital God King, Ning Wudao declared, his aura overwhelmingly powerful, having reached the late-stage heavenly god realm. His killing intent was condensed, his gaze razor-sharp. He was like an unsheathed divine sword, incapable of concealing his edge. I didn't misjudge you, Yisu nodded with satisfaction. Though you've advanced directly to late-stage heavenly god, your foundation remains incredibly solid. Quite impressive indeed. All of this was thanks to Ning Wudao's 80 years of suppression, accumulating profound strength to unleash a sudden surge, allowing for a rocket-like rise in speed. The holy son of the divine demon hall? Mu Yuncheng and Mu Chenfeng stared at Ning Wudao with astonishment, exclaiming, you've actually reached the late-stage heavenly god realm? The two wondered if they were seeing things. Ning Wudao and Qi Qingxi were considered peers, yet while Qi Qingxi had only just attained godhood, Ning Wudao had already advanced to the late-stage heavenly god realm. Mu Chenfeng felt intensely ashamed. Though he was centuries older than Ning Wudao, the latter's strength had already caught up to his own. It's me. Facing Mu Yuncheng and the other, Ning Wudao showed none of the meek deference he had displayed before Yisu. Standing tall, he met their gaze evenly and asked, have the two of you also come to purchase opportunities from the senior? Mu Yuncheng nodded. To have cultivated to the late-stage heavenly god realm at such a young age is truly a blessing for the Sky Demon Hall, Mu Yuncheng said, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. Ning Wudao remained silent. He turned his gaze to Yisu, channeling his magic power, and the coffin of the heavenly capital god king immediately floated in midair. Senior, is this coffin sufficient to inquire about his information? System, how many divine providence points can this coffin exchange for? Yisu's face darkened. Ning Wudao had actually sent him a coffin, but he still tried to convince himself that this coffin could also be a treasure worth heavenly secrets points. 2,400. How many heavenly secrets points are needed to inquire about the golden toad demonic god's information? 3500. An unsurprising answer. Yisu shook his head at Ning Wudao. Although this coffin is made of divine material, its value still falls short. Ning Wudao took out that longbow again. Including this longbow, he had finally gathered 5,000 heavenly secrets points. Query. Yi Xiu issued the command. Golden Toad Deity, Heavenly God Realm Perfection Cultivation. True form is a golden toad, lifespan of 1900 years. Cultivation method, 7 slaughter divine art. Divine abilities, 7 slaughter god-slaying sword formation, black abyss sinister palm, supreme soul annihilation technique. Within moments, all information about the golden toad deity flooded Yisu's consciousness. Mu Yuncheng frowned. The golden toad demon sovereign was the master of the heavenly demon palace, and Ning Wudao was both the holy son of the palace and the demon sovereign's adopted son. Why would he want to know all the information about the golden toad demon sovereign, even at a great cost? After all, a damaged divine king weapon and a bronze divine coffin are both priceless treasures. But those unaware of the inside story would never figure it out even if they thought themselves into knots. This jade slip contains all the information you seek. Yisu smiled and inscribed the information onto a blank jade slip before handing it to Ning Wudao. Taking the jade slip, Ning Wudao found all the information matched what he knew about the golden toad demonic god while revealing numerous unknown details, like the 7 killing immortal sword array, like the great annihilation divine art. With the jade slip in hand, Ning Wudao had a 90% certainty of slaying the golden toad demonic god. Many thanks, senior. Ning Wudao bowed respectfully and said, this junior shall take his leave first. Ning Wudao transformed into a streak of golden light that flew out of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, heading straight for the direction of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Why did he leave in such a hurry? Mu Yuncheng and Mu Chenfeng exclaimed in astonishment. He's in a hurry to go back and kill his father. Yisu said calmly. Kill his father? Mu Yuncheng was quick-witted and instantly grasped all the lingering questions. Does he intend to kill the golden toad? Yisu nodded. The two brothers looked at each other. At last, they understood why Ning Wudao was willing to spend a fortune to obtain the Jinchan demigod's information from Yisu. It turned out it was for patricide. The Heavenly Demon Palace truly carries on its legacy, Mu Yunsheng exclaimed with admiration. It's just a pity that the Heavenly Demon Palace is too far away and located in demon territory. Otherwise, this old man would truly love to pay a visit. With Ning Wudao merely at the late-stage Divine Realm cultivation, while Jin Chan has already reached the peak of the Divine Realm, just half a step away from advancing to the Divine King Realm, how could he possibly be Jin Chan's match? Mu Chunfeng frowned in doubt. Of course, Ning Wudao alone is no match for Jin Chan. Mu Yunsheng looked at Yi Su and said, but behind Ning Wudao, there's an elder plotting strategies. Mu Chunfeng suddenly understood. Why are you two still standing there? Get moving. Yi Su said, if we delay any longer, by the time you reach Taicang Mountain, even the daylilies will have gone cold. We'll go right away. Mu Chunfeng suddenly came to his senses. Your Highness, the aura of that Tianqin sect member vanished precisely at this location. The yellow-robed elder and the ninth prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace arrived before the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The elderly man in the yellow robe stared at the Tianji Pavilion with a slightly cold gaze. Despite his cultivation at the half-saint level, he couldn't see through the Tianji Pavilion, nor could his divine sense penetrate it. The aura he had been chasing had also completely vanished upon entering the Tianji Pavilion, leaving no trace whatsoever, truly peculiar. The source of all this likely lay within the Tianji Pavilion. Perceive the future, master past and present, discern yin and yang, sever the five elements, even heaven's secrets may be divined. The ninth prince stared at the couplet on the door, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile, mocking, or perhaps disdainful. Though the southern wasteland is barren, those who talk big are certainly not few. The ninth prince snorted with a smirk, what an interesting place. Old Huang, let's go in and take a look. Chapter 32, The Dragon Palace of the East Sea. The ninth prince and Old Huang entered the Tianji Pavilion, while the Muyun brothers were also preparing to leave. So, it was the two of you who slaughtered the Sanlong Divine King in the Sanlong Sea? The ninth prince's cold gaze fell upon Mu Yunsheng and Mu Chunfeng, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Mu Yunsheng and the others stood frozen in place. The secret's out, they both thought simultaneously. The East Sea is governed by the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, and though the Azure Dragon God King may be a marginal figure, he is still a member of the Dragon Clan. Mu Yunsheng never expected that the death of the Azure Dragon God King would draw the attention of the East Sea Dragon Palace. His Highness is asking you a question, why aren't you answering truthfully? Old Huang sneered coldly, unleashing an invisible pressure that weighed heavily upon the two men. Your Highness? Mu Yunsheng and his brother exchanged glances, their faces pale with terror. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, those who could be addressed as Your Highness were none other than the Dragon King's sons, figures of incomparable nobility. Slaying the Azure Dragon God King actually drew the attention of a prince? Yi Su's brows twitched slightly as information about the two individuals surfaced in his mind. East Sea Dragon Palace. In the annals of the metaverse history, he had read descriptions of the East Sea Dragon Palace. This colossal entity, dominating the East Sea for millions of years, is led by the Dragon Clan and rules over the East Sea. It stands as one of the most supreme forces across the entire primordial world. The East Sea Dragon Palace once gave birth to a dragon emperor. As for the identities of the two individuals, one was the ninth prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, with early-stage Divine King cultivation, while the other was the prince's personal servant, possessing demi-saint level strength. Fellow Taoist, it's true that we killed the Azure Dragon Divine King, but the Celestial Heart sect has nothing to do with it, Mu Yunsheng admitted immediately, knowing they couldn't escape this calamity. Before the ninth prince, he was like an insignificant ant. There was no helping it, the East Sea Dragon Palace was overwhelmingly powerful. Though the Tianqin sect ruled the southern wastes, in the eastern region, they were merely a slightly larger ant. The East Sea Dragon Palace could crush them with just a flick of a finger. Since you've confessed your guilt, then accept your execution, the ninth prince said coldly. At your command. Upon receiving the order, Old Huang's eyes flickered as two streaks of sword radiance slashed out, aimed directly at Mu Yunsheng and Mu Chunfeng. The two men closed their eyes as if resigned to their fate. Before a half-saint, they possessed no power to resist. Senior, please save Grandmaster and Granduncle swiftly. Yi Xianer clutched Yi Su's left arm with both hands, weeping like a rain-drenched pear blossom in a pitiful manner, her eyes filled with desperate plea. Though she didn't fully grasp the context, she knew one thing clearly. Mu Yunsheng and Mu Chunfeng were about to face calamity. Fellow Taoists, came the cold pronouncement, daring to kill my guests within my Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, do you too cherish death so dearly? Yi Su slightly furrowed his brows as two streaks of sword light abruptly vanished. Old Huang's expression turned fearful. He had always been wary due to the peculiar nature of the Secrets Pavilion, yet Yi Su effortlessly shattered his divine technique with just one move. Moreover, he hadn't even sensed the slightest fluctuation of magical energy. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. Mu Yunsheng and Mu Chunfeng overflowed with gratitude, kowtowing repeatedly. They hadn't actually held much hope for Yi Su's intervention, after all. Their adversary was from the East Sea Dragon Palace, but things took an unexpected turn. Yi Su made his move. Yi Su had his own considerations. Mu Yunsheng and his companion had purchased the information from Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Now that an accident had occurred, as the master of the pavilion, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Otherwise, without any after-sales guarantee, who would dare to buy information from Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in the future? The two immediately scampered behind Yi Su like disciplined children hiding behind an adult, an utterly absurd and comical sight. So you must be the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? The ninth prince stared at Yi Su with an ambiguous half-smile. He still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Yi Su nodded. I am the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Does your excellency intend to interfere in the affairs of the East Sea Dragon Palace? The ninth prince stroked the jade ring on his right index finger, his tone calm yet laced with killing intent. Aolai, think carefully, the price for killing me is one you cannot bear, Yi Su said indifferently. Even if you are the ninth prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Swish! Aolai's expression drastically changed, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Su. Do you know who I am? Have you forgotten that couplet? Yi Su said coolly, divining the secrets of heaven, with your capability? Aolai clearly didn't believe Yi Su's words. Even his father, a quasi-emperor, couldn't penetrate the workings of the heavenly laws or grasp the changes of celestial mysteries. How could someone from such a remote and backward place like the southern wasteland possess such formidable power? Elder Huang, Aolai called out. Several moments passed, but there was no response. Old Huang. Aolai turned to look at Old Huang. The old man remained motionless as a puppet, his eyes vacant as he stared straight ahead, with not the slightest ripple of magical energy emanating from him, as if he were dead. You, at last, Aolai felt fear. To silently suppress and kill a half-saint would require at least the power of a saint king. In other words, the young man before them, the so-called master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, was at the very least a saint king. Don't worry, Yi Su smiled. He's not dead yet. However, he wasn't behaving earlier, so I extracted his soul and tossed it into a purgatory to teach him a lesson, lest he keeps thinking about killing people at the drop of a hat. I know you must think I'm bragging, so let me give you a live demonstration. The next second, an image materialized within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. It depicted a hellish purgatory teeming with endless demonic spirits and asuras. Elder Huang's primordial spirit, like willow catkins in the wind, was being frenziedly torn apart and devoured by vengeful ghosts day after day, year after year, seemingly without end. Whenever Elder Huang's primordial spirit was completely devoured, the cycle would begin anew. Aolai's legs went weak. No longer daring to show the slightest disrespect, he stared at Yi Su and stammered, Senior, who exactly are you? I am who I am, a firework unlike any other. Yi Su suddenly recalled a line from a song. Ahem. He cleared his throat lightly, collecting his thoughts before speaking. I am the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. There is nothing under heaven I do not know, nothing I do not comprehend. Aolai fell silent. Had this been mere moments earlier, he would have scoffed in disdain. However, after witnessing Yi Su's power, he dared not harbor even a trace of contempt or hostility. Those two old men are clients of my Tianji Pavilion. The reason they went to the shores of the East Sea to slay that Song Dragon God King was based on intel I provided. Could you do me a favor and let this matter pass? Yi Su smiled radiantly, his warmth as comforting as a spring breeze. But he had already made up his mind. If Aolai refused, he would have no choice but to kill him. Although Aolai possessed great value, the reputation of the Tianji Pavilion mattered more. If word got out that a client had met with misfortune under the Tianji Pavilion's watch, their standing would be ruined. At the very least, nothing must go wrong under his watch. The Azure Dragon God King was merely the feeble remnant of the dragon race, hardly worth mentioning. Aolai forced a faint smile and said, let this matter end here. I assure you that I won't trouble them or Tianjin sect again. My deepest gratitude to you, Elder, and to your highness, the ninth prince. Mu Yunqing and Mu Chunfeng, the two old men, repeatedly cowed out in gratitude. Still not leaving? Yi Xiu glanced at them. Right away. After bidding farewell, Mu Yunsheng and his companion rushed out of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in a hurry, as if afraid Aolai might change his mind. Yi Xianer's eyes were also filled with gratitude. Senior, I have agreed to your request. Please release Elder Huang and spare his life. Aolai bowed respectfully, his former arrogance completely gone. Of course. As Yi Su finished speaking, the vision of the Azura's purgatory disappeared. Elder Huang's eyes regained focus, still filled with overwhelming fear. When he came to his senses, he found himself back in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. You have a sound mind, or else you'd be finished. Yi Su laughed. He had restored Elder Huang's primordial spirit, but if the Elder's Tao heart collapsed, he could only become a madman. This, Elder Huang didn't understand what had happened. Aolai frowned and said, why aren't you thanking the Pavilion Master for his magnanimity? Thank you, Pavilion Master. Old Huang hunched his back in a deep bow, his soul reeling from the arrest. Something monumental must have occurred within the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Knowing Aolai as he did, the dragon would never have acted this way otherwise. Esteemed senior, this is the shell of a 100,000-year-old mystic tortoise, containing profound mysteries. Since you excel in divining the secrets of heaven, this object might hold some value for you. Aolai held a piece of dark cyan tortoise shell in both hands, its surface covered in mysterious and intricate runes. In the hands of this junior, such an item is like a pearl hidden in dust. Only in your possession, esteemed elder, can it truly fulfill its purpose. Please accept this gift, elder. Old Huang's eyes quivered. The turtle shell was priceless. Even a sacred artifact might not be enough to exchange for it. How could the ninth prince bear to give it to someone he'd just met? Yisu smiled faintly. A gift delivered to his doorstep was naturally something he would accept. Exchange. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 18,000 heavenly mystery points. Upon hearing this news, Yisu's smile instantly brightened even more. Truly worthy of a prince from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, such grand generosity at the first move. Yet another major client. At this thought, Yisu's gaze toward Aolai grew blazing with intensity. Chapter 33, Falling God Ridge. Sensing Yisu's scorching stare, Aolai's heart trembled. Could it be the senior has those kinds of preferences? Put. Aolai's thoughts were instantly discerned by Yisu, causing him to spit out the tea he had just sipped. Old Huang and Aolai exchanged bewildered glances. A legendary figure like him, choking on water, what a bizarre sight under heaven. Your Highness, the senior knows everything. If there's information you seek, perhaps you could ask for his assistance, Old Huang said gravely, offering his suggestion to Aolai. Remember, the guidance of a master can save centuries, millennia, or even tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. For practitioners, a single word of advice often outweighs tangible treasures. Elder Huang, you've been at the half-saint realm for 300 to 500 years. If you aspire to break through to the saint realm, this hall can cover the expenses for you. Aolai seemed in no hurry to do business with Yisu. Instead, he let Elder Huang consider the offer. Old Huang's eyebrows twitched slightly, clearly tempted. Your Highness, this old man lacks not resources, but enlightenment. Old Huang smiled bitterly. What you say is true. Yisu nodded and said, your mental state is flawed, hindered by inner demons. If you cannot rid yourself of these demons, you will never break through to the realm of a sage in this lifetime. Swish! Old Huang's turbid eyes immediately became radiant with divine light. He looked at Yisu, half kneeling as he said, Senior, please enlighten me. The rules here, you newcomers probably don't know yet, require payment before business. Yisu picked up his teacup and spoke leisurely. Senior, I have 5 saint weapons here. I wonder if they might be exchanged for a single word of your guidance. Aolai flicked his sleeve, and a divine bow along with a quiver of sacred arrows materialized in the air. Both the bow and arrows were saint weapons, and this pair of sacred artifacts formed a complete set. Then, a demonic sword, a bronze battle halberd, and a jade flute flew out from Aolai's sleeve. 5 sacred artifacts. Yisu sighed inwardly, thinking that the East Sea Dragon Palace indeed possessed vast wealth and profound heritage. Just one prince's collection could rival 1/3 of Xuanfu Palace's entire assets. Exchange. Yisu's thoughts stirred slightly, and the 5 sacred artifacts vanished. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 67,000 destiny points. The value of these 5 sacred artifacts was clearly above that of Yang Xuanzhan's sacred artifacts. System, check for a method to help Huang Joyo eliminate his inner demons, Yisu inwardly commanded. Mount Buzhou requires 200,000 heavenly secrets points to pinpoint the exact location. Tomb of the Lotus Demon Emperor requires 180,000 points of heavenly secret to query the exact location. Palace of the Marshal Saint Panwu requires 40,000 heavenly secrets points to uncover its precise location. Tomb of the 100 Battles Saint King requires 30,000 fate points to inquire about its specific location. One after another, blessed paradises manifested themselves, and Yi Xian locked onto the Battle Saint King's cave dwelling. This was left behind by a Saint King after passing away. Search for the Tomb of the 100 Battle Sacred King. Tomb of the 100 Battle Sacred King. The 100 Battle Sacred King, who came from Central Continent 70,000 years ago, succumbed to his severe injuries and passed away at Falling God Ridge. He left behind the legacy of the 100 Battle Divine Art, along with a small Bodhi tree aged 280,000 years, bearing a single small Bodhi seed capable of dispelling the inner demons of Huang Joyo. Yisu's heart stirred slightly. This 100 Battle Sage King was not a native of the southern wastelands. He had suffered severe injuries in the central plains before fleeing to the southern wastelands, where he ultimately succumbed to his wounds and perished in the Fallen God Ridge. Just by its name alone, one could tell that the sunken God Ridge was also a place of ominous dread. This is the forbidden zone of the southern wastelands. The Fallen God Ridge stretches over 100,000 miles. From ancient times to the present, almost no one who entered has ever emerged alive, and none know the true origins of the fallen god ridge. However, the burial god ridge contains the tombs of many sages and even great saints. No wonder it only costs 30,000 destiny points. Yi Su thought to himself. The burial god ridge is a hell-level dungeon. No wonder the tomb of the 100 battles Saint King can be obtained for just 30,000 divine mystery points. System, is there a safe route map? The system provided a method to crack the 100 battles divine restriction, but safely reaching the tomb of the 100 battles Battle King still proved exceptionally difficult. Pay more. The system replied succinctly. Yi Su wanted to curse. Was his own ally trying to screw him over? At this thought, Yi Su turned to Ao Lai and Old Huang. Raise the price. Your Highness, this old man still has some savings. Let me handle this, Old Huang said. Ao Lai frowned. Master Huang, my word carries the weight of 9 sacred tripods. Do you take me for someone who goes back on his word? A few mere sacred artifacts pale in comparison to a sage's worth. I still know what truly matters. Senior, with these 2 additional sacred artifacts, it should be sufficient, shouldn't it? Suddenly, a sun and moon manifested within the celestial mechanism pavilion. The sun, coiled like a golden crow, loomed as a radiant wheel in the sky, and that crescent moon was a sacred weapon shaped like a curved blade. The lunar and solar forces complemented each other. This too formed a set of sacred artifacts. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 43,000 heavenly secrets points. Yi Su was overjoyed. This set of sacred artifacts was extremely precious, 1 yin and 1 yang, and the amount of heavenly secrets points they could be exchanged for far exceeded Yi Su's expectations. Display the roadmap, Yi Su commanded. In the next instant, 20,000 destiny points vanished, and information on a safe route from Linglong City to the tomb of the 100 battles Sage King surfaced in Yi Su's mind. Yi Su took out 2 jade slips, recording the method to break the 100 battles divine prohibition and the route map separately, then handed them to Ao Lai. The fallen god ridge is fraught with dangers, but as long as you follow the route map, you should be fine, Yi Su warned Ao Lai and his companion, his gaze steady. Remember this well. At the fallen god ridge? Old Master Huang and Ao Lai couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch uncontrollably when they heard the name Fallen God Ridge. As the 9th Prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Lai was no stranger to the Fallen God Ridge. The desolation of the southern wastes and its inability to prosper are closely tied to the existence of Fallen God Ridge. Ao Lai's second uncle was the one who barged into Luotian Ridge 400 years ago, attempting to seize the opportunity to break through to the Great Sage Realm. To this day, there's been no word of his whereabouts. Old Huang wiped the sweat from his brow, his lips trembling as he stammered, Senior, are you certain this humble one can walk out of Falling God Ridge alive? It wasn't that Old Huang lacked faith in Yi Su, it was just that Falling God Ridge's terrifying reputation was well earned. Countless mighty experts from the Central Plains, Eastern Domain, Western Territories, and Northern Frontier had met their end there. Even in the primal world, Falling God Ridge ranked among the most dreaded forbidden lands. Yi Su frowned slightly. System, inquire about Luotian Ridge. How many providence points are required? Yi Su asked. Seeing the terrified expressions of Old Huang and Ao Lai, his interest was piqued. He knew of Luotian Ridge's existence from the Yuan world's historical records, but it was only mentioned briefly, with no detailed explanation. A place that even the people of the East Dragon Palace fear so much must be quite interesting. Specific inquiry requires 20 million heavenly secrets points. General inquiry requires 3 million heavenly secrets points. Put. Yi Su sprayed another mouthful of tea. This time, he was genuinely choked by it. A fuzzy search alone would cost 3 million points of heavenly fortune, and right now, he only had a mere 160,000. As for a specific search, it requires a full 20 million. He recalled that even an immortal scripture might not cost this much. Could Luotian Ridge hold the secret to immortality? Or perhaps, it's related to the path of immortality itself? Chapter 34 Father-Son Match, Part 1. Senior. Noticing Yi Su's absent-mindedness, Elder Huang called out softly. Ahem. Yi Su snapped back to reality and glared at Elder Huang with displeasure. Do you doubt my capabilities? I dare not, Senior. Old Huang apologized immediately, his heart still filled with trepidation. It wasn't that he didn't believe, but the Falling God Ridge was infamous. Even great sages and quasi-emperors faced the risk of perishing there. How much more dangerous would it be for a mere half-saint like himself? Just follow my instructions precisely, and you'll reach the destination safely, Yi Su said coolly. Remember, do not stray from the path, or even I won't be able to save you. I shall remember your words, Elder Huang said solemnly. Then why aren't you going yet? Yi Su glared at him, hesitant and timid. No wonder you're plagued by inner demons. If you continue like this, even if you achieve sainthood this time, you'll never progress beyond it. Elder Huang was profoundly shaken, suddenly enlightened. You speak wisely, Senior, he replied respectfully. Your Highness, I must trouble you to wait for this old man here. When I return, I shall have reached the realm of the sages. I will not fail your Highness's expectations. Ao Lai nodded. Take care on your journey, Elder Huang. Whoosh! Elder Huang clutched the jade slip tightly and soared out of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Aolai, it's your turn now, Yisu said. Aolai glanced at Yi Xianer. Yi Xianer froze in surprise. The opportunity for sainthood had never bypassed her before, yet now Aolai actually intended to dismiss her? But Yi Xianer had no time to react before she was sent into an isolated dimension by Yi Su. Yi Xianer puffed up her cheeks, looking utterly aggrieved. For Yi Su, making money was undoubtedly the top priority. Senior, there's actually something I'd like to ask about. With old Huang gone and Yi Xianer disappeared, Aolai grinned wickedly, shedding his usual cold and solemn demeanor to reveal a more roguish, street thug expression. Yi Su chuckled. Go ahead. Aolai cleared his throat, putting on a serious front, but his very next words betrayed his true colors. Senior, I wish to know specific details about a certain disciple from the Pure Land, her preferences, personality traits, anything related to her. I want to know it all. A female disciple, isn't she? Yi Su remarked with a knowing smile. Nothing escapes your omniscience, Senior. I couldn't possibly hide it from you, Aolai flattered. The Pure Land was one of the top forces in the Eastern Domain, on par with the East Sea Dragon Palace. Moreover, the disciples of the Pure Land are predominantly female, and with a legacy spanning over 1,000,000 years since ancient times, they have produced more than one great emperor. In terms of heritage, they even surpass the East Sea Dragon Palace. Aolai's thoughts were occupied by a young disciple of the Pure Land named Jisinu, who had cultivated for only a few decades but had already achieved the peak of the heavenly god realm. Even within the Pure Land, she was considered a top-tier genius. From the moment Aolai laid eyes on Jisinu in the Haotian Divine City, he was captivated by her temperament and beauty, unable to get her out of his mind day and night. The reason he had just asked Patriarch Huang for an opportunity was partly out of recognition for the old man's unwavering loyalty, and partly because he wanted to send Patriarch Huang away. Otherwise, as the ninth prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, a supreme divine descendant, behaving so meekly would damage his dignified image in Patriarch Huang's eyes. Yisu chuckled lightly and said, Fair ladies are gentlemen's favorites, quite natural indeed. You needn't be so secretive about it. Senior speaks wisely. Aolai's eyes flickered with a sly grin. That's precisely why I must trouble you for some assistance. System, check the specific information about Jisinu. Ding. Spend 10,000 heavenly fortune points. Query successful. Jisinu, true disciple of the Pure Land, possesses the profound capital time-light sacred body. Orphaned at a young age, she was taken in as a personal disciple by the Pure Land's seventh elder, Luningmei. Resilient and gentle by nature, she has cultivated for 46 years and has reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. Cultivation technique, Time-Light Heart Sutra. Supreme powers, the Great Freedom Space-Time Domain, Grand Unification Supreme Power, Thousand String Sword Technique. Tao Companion, none yet. Potential, Emperor's Aptitude. Yisu secretly marveled, the golden-toed demon god from the celestial demon hall was also at the peak of the divine realm, yet querying his information cost only 5,000 celestial secrets points. Jisinu, whose cultivation level matched, ended up paying exactly double. Indeed, the greater the potential, the higher the inquiry cost. Elder, any news yet? Aolai asked eagerly. Same as always, Yisu said. Transaction completed. Senior, I wonder if this sacred artifact will suffice? Aolai produced another ancient zither, forged from the bones of a saint king, radiating intense energy. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 14,000 heavenly secrets points. It'll barely do, Yisu sighed. Considering Aolai had contributed 100,000 heavenly secrets points on this trip, Yisu decided not to push his luck with exorbitant demands. Thank you, Senior, Aolai said gratefully. Yisu took out a blank jade slip, recorded all the information on it, and tossed it to Aolai. Aolai felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Aolai, don't say I didn't warn you. If this woman doesn't encounter any mishaps in her cultivation, she will undoubtedly achieve enlightenment as an emperor in the future, Yisu said with profound insight. Winning Jisinu's favor won't be easy for you. Jisinu, what a beautiful name. Aolai was drowning in joy. Wait a minute. Senior, did you just say she could prove the Tao and become an emperor in the future? Aolai abruptly raised his head, feeling shaken, overjoyed, yet also somewhat bewildered. As far as he knew, not even the current East Sea Dragon Palace had any living great emperor. A living great emperor would be a figure standing at the pinnacle of the primordial world. Yisu nodded, looking at Aolai with a smile and said, The future is long, and there's no need for you to worry too much. Though Jisinu possesses extraordinary talent, you're not far behind. What's more, if you're willing to do business with me, I'd be delighted to see lovers finally united. Upon hearing this, Aolai slapped his forehead excitedly and exclaimed, That makes perfect sense, perfect sense. With your vast knowledge of past, present, and future, and your help, how could I possibly fail to win her heart? Senior, can you truly foresee the future? Aolai looked at Yisu with eager anticipation. Yisu said expressionlessly, you can't afford the price. The future Yisu could see was actually static. Under unchanged circumstances, his predicted future would be correct, but his intervention disrupted the natural order, breaking the static timeline. Thus, unless Yisu stopped doing business, the future would return to its original course. But this was impossible. Aolai instantly deflated like a punctured ball. It's all right. After a few breaths, Aolai quickly regained his composure and said, with guidance from a senior, how could I still be inferior to her? The boy is teachable, Yisu thought to himself. He concluded in his heart Aolai would be a long-term client. It seems I'll have to cultivate clients like Aolai and do Yuahang to sustainably drain the pond while fishing, Yisu mused to himself. Yisu quietly waited for Aolai to speak. However, the young man remained completely absorbed in the jade slip's contents, still grinning foolishly after the time it takes to burn an incense stick. With a thought from Yisu, Yi Xian'er appeared in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The little girl was still angry. Lately, she had been locked up at the slightest provocation, leaving Yi Xian'er with a face full of grievance. Suddenly, Yi Xian'er noticed Aolai's expression and asked in confusion, Senior, what's wrong with him? Dumbfounded. Yisu sighed and shook his head. Ask what love is in this world, that it makes life entwined with death. Senior, did you compose this poem? Yi Xian'er's resentment vanished instantly. She propped her chin with both hands, leaning on the table, her bright eyes fixed intently on Yisu. No. Yisu shook his head. Celestial Demon Hall. In the southern desolate lands, countless demons and spirits roam. The Celestial Demon Hall serves as a gathering place for all manner of creatures, a faction composed of demons, ghosts, and spirits, where no trace of humanity exists. For the major powers, the Heavenly Demon Temple is an anomaly. However, the Heavenly Demon Temple must exist. Only by maintaining the existence of the Heavenly Demon Palace can the southern border demonic creatures be better managed, preventing them from wreaking havoc everywhere. Among the mountain ranges, a towering gate stood imposingly. Behind the gate rose architectural complexes in a savage style, wild and simplistic, completely different from the cities built by the human race. The entire Heavenly Demon Hall spans tens of thousands of miles, vast and sprawling. Ning Wudao flew past the mountain gate, heading towards the Great Hall of the Heavenly Demon. In the sky and on the ground, demonic beings were locked in fierce combat, the scent of blood lingering in the air. Such was the norm at the Heavenly Demon Hall. Since Ning Wudao's arrival, this scent of blood has hardly dissipated. He detested this odor, unable to suppress his frown. A quarter hour later, Ning Wudao entered the core complex of the Heavenly Demon Hall, where the architectural style was refined and magnificent, much like human cities. Only demonic cultivators who have reached the transformation stage qualify to reside in this place. Saint, you finally returned. An elderly man at the Divine Tribulation realm came forward to greet him, anxiously saying, Zhao Qingshan was killed, and you didn't return for so long. This old man thought that I was the one who killed Zhao Qingshan. Ning Wudao looked at the old man and said indifferently. The old man, who had been chattering incessantly, stared at Ning Wudao in astonishment upon hearing these words. Where is my adoptive father? Ning Wudao replied calmly, I need to discuss something with him. The elder keenly sensed something amiss, but when confronted with Ning Wudao's inquiry, he made no attempt to conceal the truth. The hall master is at the Heavenly Demon Hall, he said. He has long since given orders that once you, the Holy Son, return, you are to proceed directly to Heavenly Demon Hall. You may withdraw now. Ning Wudao proceeded toward the Heavenly Demon Hall. Holy Son. Walking along the broad avenue, the bustling crowd consisted entirely of core disciples from the Heavenly Demon Hall, who all bowed respectfully upon seeing Ning Wudao. Ning Wudao ignored them indifferently. Today, the atmosphere within the Heavenly Demon Hall was unusually oppressive. Dark clouds loomed overhead, blotting out the sun, as if a storm was brewing. A moment later, Ning Wudao arrived at the Heavenly Demon Hall. Inside the Heavenly Demon Divine Hall, a tall, middle-aged man clad in golden robes sat upon the elevated seat. He silently observed Ning Wudao. His eyes held joy, astonishment, but above all, greed. Godfather, I'm here. Ning Wudao stared directly at the golden-toed demon god without a trace of fear. Ha ha ha, good son. For over 200 years, I've waited over 200 years. You've finally broken through and attained godhood. The golden-toed demon god stood up, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. His expression turned ferocious as he laughed wildly. Once I devour you and refine the celestial demon bloodline, this venerable one will break through to the divine king realm in one fell swoop. Moreover, by seizing the celestial demon's spiritual essence, even achieving sainthood wouldn't be impossible. Did you save me just for this purpose? Ning Wudao gazed at the nearly deranged golden-toed demigod, clinging to his last shred of hope. Even a sliver of pity and concern from the golden-toed demigod would have been some consolation to Ning Wudao. At least it would prove he wasn't merely a tool. Correct. The golden-toed demonic deity nodded. Ning Wudao laughed, a bitter laugh, a cold laugh. From Ning Tianan to the golden-toed demonic deity, they had all merely treated him as a tool. One had sold him cheaply, the other had treated him as nourishment. Is my life really this worthless? Wu Dao, I've raised you for over 200 years. If you still cherish our father-son bond, surrender yourself quietly. Let me devour you and fulfill my wish. The golden-toed demon god stared at him with burning eyes, licking his lips eagerly. Chapter 35, Father vs. Son, Part 2. Go ahead. Ning Wudao said indifferently, having completely severed his last trace of hesitation. Since the golden-toed demonic god intended to devour him, there was only one path left for him to take: patricide and usurpation. Ha! Truly worthy of being the one I've chosen. Far from being angered by Ning Wudao's decision, the golden-toed demonic god was instead brimming with excitement. That's fine too, it'll let me savor your flesh and blood bit by bit. Boom! Ning Wudao activated his magic power, unleashing the aura of a celestial deity realm. The entire Sky Demon Palace trembled under this overwhelming pressure, its vaulted ceiling collapsing instantly into a cloud of drifting ash. The golden-toed demon god stood upon his throne, gazing at Ning Wudao with undisguised disdain. Everything about Ning Wudao was under his control. Ning Wudao couldn't escape his grasp. What's happening? The great heavenly demon hall collapsed, the aura of heavenly gods shattered the void, and the demonic cultivators all turned their gaze toward the hall, terrified. Their first thought was that enemies had invaded the heavenly demon hall. Yet, at first glance, it was Ning Wudao and the golden-toed deity. Ning Wudao stood in mid-air, his gaze icy, gripping a fractured divine blade. His killing intent surged skyward, transforming into countless blade energies that rent the heavens asunder. The golden-toed deity clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze lingering on the divine blade as he chuckled. It seems you've indeed undergone a remarkable transformation to ascend to the celestial deity realm. Come then, let this father witness your true capabilities. Many demon clans were shocked. Were the Hall Master and the Holy Son really about to duel? The few heavenly demon hall elders who knew the inside story were beside themselves with excitement. They understood this was the Hall Master's attempt to devour Ning Wudao. If successful, the heavenly demon hall would gain a divine king. The Holy Son is far too insolent. The Hall Master is his adoptive father and the ruler of the Heaven Monster Hall. In official terms, he has transgressed against his superior. In private, such behavior is downright unfilial. We hope the Hall Master will teach him a proper lesson. Those unaware of the truth continued clamoring for Ning Wudao to be punished. Boom! Ning Wudao activated the Heaven Demon Immortal Slaying Art as divine patterns surged into his sacred blade. With the power of the law of slaughter in motion, he wielded the blade like a god of death, striking down toward the golden-toed divine spirit. Crack! The void was split cleanly in two as the terrifying killing intent transformed into countless blade energies, fully merging with the sacred blade. Good son, every divine ability and technique you wield was taught to you by your father. How can you possibly stand against me? The golden-toed divine spirit sneered, lightly grasping with one hand to seize the void within a 10-mile radius. The void became a shield, meeting the blade head-on. Bang! The divine blade swung down with devastating force, shattering the void shield in a single stroke. Waves of lethal energy erupted violently, instantly tearing through the golden-toed demon god's protective magic. Ning Wudao brandished his sacred saber, aiming a decapitating slash at the demon god's throat. The golden-toed demonic deity's expression slightly changed. This isn't the 7-kill divine art. Ungrateful child, you switched to a different cultivation method? Furious, the golden-toed demonic deity realized Ning Wudao's switch to another method meant he had slipped beyond his control. No longer could the deity exploit flaws in his cultivation techniques or divine abilities. Mysterious nether malevolent palm. The golden-toed demon lord's right palm turned bluish-black as it grasped the divine blade, with dark miasma coiling around the weapon like chains, spreading toward Ning Wudao. With a flick of his arm, Ning Wudao made the divine blade tremble and slice through the demon lord's palm, causing thick black blood to gush out. Left with no choice, the golden-toed demon lord was forced to let go. The palace master is injured. The elder's pupils contracted sharply. The hall master of the heavenly demon hall was at the peak of the heavenly god realm, on the verge of advancing to divine king. How could he possibly be wounded by the newly ascended heavenly god Ning Wudao? How is this possible? I forgot to tell you, I'm not at the early stage of the heavenly god realm, but at the late stage. Ning Wudao stood with his blade ready, slaughter divine patterns swirling around him. Impossible! The golden-toed demon god roared in fury. How could you possibly reach the late stage of the heavenly god realm in just a few days? I don't believe it. With a single thought, the golden-toed demon god unleashed divine swords from his dantian, none other than the 7 slaughter divine swords. He practiced the 7 killings divine art, yet in a far more comprehensive manner. Having ascended to godhood for centuries, the golden-toed demon god had long refined 7 divine swords, forming the 7 slaughtering deity sword formation. When these 7 divine weapons converged into the array, their power was utterly terrifying. Ning Wudao sneered inwardly. He had thoroughly uncovered the true nature of the golden-toed demon god. Before him, the golden-toed demon god was like a nude person, stripped of all secrets. Boom! Rumble! 7 divine swords flew out, and 7 towering pillars of sword light descended. The interwoven sword patterns completely sealed the heavens and earth. 7 slaughtered Tao Palace. The golden-toed demon god let out a thunderous roar as 7 divine palaces emerged behind him. To align with the 7 slaughtered divine art, he had cultivated these 7 palaces. These 7 palaces contained his lifelong accumulated magical power. Boom! 7 torrents of mana, vast as rushing rivers, poured into the 7 slaughter god-slaying sword formation. 7 sword beams crisscrossed as they descended, their radiance filling heaven and earth, reducing everything to fragments. The Hall Master will surely prevail. Numerous disciples of the heavenly demon hall roared in unison. From beginning to end, no one thought to intervene, everyone just watched the spectacle unfold. Ning Wudao sneered coldly, "In my eyes, your entire body is riddled with flaws." Whoosh! Ning Wudao activated the heavenly demon immortal slaying technique, weaving strands of divine patterns onto his celestial blade. As he closed his eyes, a divine eye slowly opened upon the blade itself. With a gentle blink from that divine eye, a beam of sacred light erupted forth, shattering the blockade of sword energy before crashing squarely into the 3rd sword pillar. Bang! That towering sword pillar collapsed with an earth-shaking roar, shattering the 7 killers' god-slaying sword formation in an instant. Ning Wudao abruptly opened his eyes, radiating a divine brilliance. With a single swing of his divine blade, it transformed into a 100 zhang-long behemoth, resembling a mountain of swords, crashing toward the 6 sword pillars. A thunderous boom. The divine blade shattered the 6 sword pillars. The 6 flying swords, severely damaged, caused Jinchan the demon god, who was spiritually connected to them, to suffer grievous wounds as well, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. The golden-toed demon deity had no time for fear. In a flash, he transformed into a golden toad over 100 zhang tall, its body covered in bulging warts, and leapt forward to collide with the divine blade. Strands of divine light shimmered across the golden-toed demon deity's body, gleaming like colored glaze. This was the glazed golden body. He had mastered this divine ability to perfection. Even a single strike from a divine king would not faze him. The Hall Master has revealed his true form. Numerous disciples of the celestial demon hall wore complex expressions. It was widely known that when a demon showed its original form in battle, it signified they had reached the brink of desperation. In other words, the golden-toed demon god was going all out. This sight was truly staggering. A newly ascended heavenly deity actually forced the palace master to this extent? Is the heavenly demon bloodline truly this powerful? Boom! Ning Wudao showed no mercy as his 100 zhang divine blade came crashing down on the golden-toed demonic deity. The radiant glazed divine light shone brilliantly, barely withstanding Ning Wudao's strike. However, before the golden-toed demon god could even catch his breath, Ning Wudao swung his blade once more, swift, ruthless, and precise, slashing directly at the 9-inch mark on the demon god's back. No! The golden-toed demon god roared in shock, fury, and despair. Boom! The divine blade fell, shattering the glazed golden body. A dozen zhang-long gash appeared on the golden-toed demon god's back, nearly splitting his entire body in two, as black blood gushed onto the ground. The golden-toed demon god's massive body lay collapsed like a small mountain. He spoke in a human voice. "Why you? How did you know the fatal weakness of the glazed golden body? How did you know the flaws in the 7 slayers' god-slaying sword formation? How do you know these things?" During the battle, Ning Wudao struck with swift precision, consistently targeting the weak points, leaving the golden-toed deity unable to utilize his full strength. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the peak of heavenly god realm, there was no way he would have suffered such a miserable defeat. Facing Ning Wudao, he could barely fight back. The golden-toed demon sovereign reflected that when he imparted these divine abilities to Ning Wudao, he deliberately left weak points. Multiple vulnerabilities existed in the techniques Ning Wudao cultivated. This was done to counter Ning Wudao. As for the divine abilities he himself practiced, only he knew their weak points. Yet, Ning Wudao had now pinpointed his fatal weakness with pinpoint accuracy and subdued him in a single strike. How was this possible? Could Ning Wudao possibly deduce his own fatal weakness from these divine abilities? Absolutely impossible. The Hall Master has been defeated. A deathly silence fell over the numerous demons, their morale utterly crushed. Yet there were those who rejoiced. These were all staunch supporters of Ning Wudao. Ning Wudao approached the golden-toed demon god, looking down at him with superiority. "Did you really think I wouldn't discover the fatal flaw you left in your divine ability?" he said. "Since 80 years ago, I have known all of your schemes. So, I endured for 80 years, never ascending to the celestial god realm, all in search of a way to deal with you. Heaven rewards the faithful. I've finally found it." Ning Wudao sent a secret message directly into the golden-toed demon god's violet palace. "I should be the one thanking you." Ning Wudao sneered coldly. "If you hadn't sent me to uncover the secrets of Kunlun Valley, I wouldn't have deduced the existence of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion from it." Heaven's Secrets Pavilion? The golden-toed demon god had never heard this name before. Still unwilling to accept it, he asked, Was all my information revealed to you by Heaven's Secrets Pavilion? Good. Whoosh! Suddenly, the golden-toed demonic deity's golden eyes erupted with divine purple light as two converging divine beams merged into one, instantly freezing the world in an icy stillness. As this divine beam flashed by, it froze the void like a purple sword energy slashing directly into Ning Wudao's Zifu. This particular divine technique was called the Extreme Soul Extinguishing Art. True to its name, it was a ruthless technique designed specifically to target the primordial spirit. Since I know all your divine abilities, how could I possibly be unprepared? Ning Wudao sneered. The grating soul severing art is specially designed to annihilate divine souls. You never taught me this technique, never mentioned it to me. Even the Heavenly Demon Temple's scripture repository has no record of it. You obtained it from a secret realm. You were always so clever, why are you being so foolish now? Ning Wudao had long been prepared. The moment the Taiji soul annihilating art was unleashed, he countered it with the Heavenly Demon Star devouring technique, suppressing and refining it. His murderous gaze fixed upon the golden-toed demon god, his killing intent surging. Wudao, have you forgotten who pulled you out of the beast-fighting arena over 200 years ago? That's me. The golden-toed demon god nearly snarled. For over 200 years, it was I who raised you, nurtured you. Only through my efforts have you achieved what you are today. I am your adoptive father. If you kill me now, what will the world think of you? We've come this far, why keep up such hypocrisy? Ning Wudao looked at the golden-toed demonic deity with disdain and said indifferently, what about the opinions of the world? I never cared about their judgment before, let alone now. So what if it means killing one's master to seize the throne? Foster father, I can bear this. Besides, isn't this the tradition of the Heavenly Demon Hall? Ning Wudao laughed, his expression as ferocious as an Azura. No! The golden-toed demon god roared in despair. Heavenly Demon Star devouring art. Ning Wudao circulated his mystical cultivation technique, unleashing the heaven-swallowing divine art. With a single inhale, his mouth transformed into a black hole as talismanic symbols enveloped the golden-toed deity's body. The golden-toed deity's physical form shrank smaller and smaller, ultimately flying straight into Ning Wudao's mouth. Ning Wudao restrained his aura and swept his gaze across the surrounding Heavenly Demon Temple disciples. The crowd stood petrified in terrified silence. No one dared to utter a word, not even deities. Killing your master to seize the throne, what a righteous saint. At that moment, a cold snort echoed through the void. A foot stepped out from the rift in the void, followed by an elderly man in black robes with a youthful face and white hair. His triangular eyes stood out prominently, exuding a sinister and chilling aura. With a gaze as venomous as a serpent's, he stared fixedly at Ning Wudao. Greetings, Grand Elder. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Hall knelt and proclaimed in unison, the Holy Child is without virtue, having met the Supreme Elder. Seeing this person, Ning Wudao straightened his robes and bowed slowly with measured grace. Chapter 36, The New Hall Master. Ning Wudao remained composed and at ease, showing not the slightest trace of fear. The black-robed Elder Supreme stared at him coldly, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Elder Supreme, Ning Wudao committed patricide, an unforgivable crime. If we do not execute him, it will inevitably encourage others to follow his example. A Heavenly Demon Sect elder knelt on the ground, pleading for justice. He was a trusted confidant of the golden-toed demon god. With the death of the golden-toed demon god, he lost his backer. If he didn't kill Ning Wudao, he would inevitably face retribution sooner or later. The instigator of this evil deed, may he be left without descendants. The elder wailed in grief. Ning Wudao remained calm and composed. His battle with the golden-toed demon god was so earth-shattering that it alarmed the entire demon god hall. This supreme elder possessed cultivation at the Divine King realm. Could he really have remained unaware all this time? It's no coincidence that this person only appears to question the crime after he had already slain the golden-toed demon god. Ning Wudao's guess was correct. The black-robed Elder Supreme had been secretly observing the battle all along. The cultivation model of the Heavenly Demon Hall resembled raising goo insects. Competition thrived not just among disciples, but elders as well. The strong rule supreme. It's the brutal law of the jungle. Do you share this view too? The black-robed Grand Elder swept his gaze across the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Reporting to the Grand Elder, since our Hall Master treated the Saint Child as mere livestock, the Saint Child acted in self-defense when slaying his father. This subordinate believes there are extenuating circumstances. A Heavenly God Realm Elder said respectfully. This old man also believes the Holy Son had no choice. Another Heavenly God spoke up. Ning Wudao's face remained expressionless, devoid of any trace of gratitude. These two old relics were the Great Elder and Second Elder of the Sky Demon Palace, both heavenly gods who had long suffered oppression. Now that the golden-toed demon god had been slain, naturally they were immensely pleased. The two were also aware of the situation within the Heavenly Demon Hall. The Grand Elder would never kill Ning Wudao. It must be understood that Ning Wudao possessed extraordinary combat prowess and was exceptionally young, making him a rare prodigy worth nurturing carefully. In the near future, the Heavenly Demon Hall might gain another sage. Please, Grand Elder, show him mercy. Numerous high-ranking members of the Heavenly Demon Hall knelt in unison, pleading on Ning Wudao's behalf. Among them were many who had previously mocked and ridiculed him. Once the golden-toed demon god died, they immediately changed their stance. Elder Shui, you were the one the Hall Master trusted most. Elder Hu from the Heavenly Demon Hall, who had demanded Ning Wudao's execution, was both furious and terrified. He pointed at a pale-faced middle-aged man and shouted angrily, "The Hall Master's body is barely cold, yet already you support Ning Wudao. How could you betray his trust like this?" And you, Elder Hu called out name after name, but no one paid him any heed. By the time he finished calling the names, Elder Hu was utterly broken and despondent. Bang! His physical body suddenly erupted, exploding into a mist of blood. His primordial spirit was devoured in one gulp by the black-robed Elder Supreme, chewed twice, before Elder Hu completely dissipated into nothingness. How to deal with this old man cannot yet decide. The black-robed Elder Supreme declared, "Ning Wudao, the sacred ancestor demands your presence." Hearing this, Ning Wudao's expression flickered. The sage ancestor of the Sky Demon Palace was a demon saint who had lived for over 10,000 years, known as the Fire Phoenix Demon Saint. Yes, Ning Wudao nodded. Swoosh! The two transformed into streaks of light, darting into the depths of the Heavenly Demon Hall. The kneeling crowd gradually rose to their feet. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder, wearing beaming smiles, announced to all, assuming no mishaps, Ning Wudao shall henceforth be the new Hall Master. Yet there was one unspoken thought between them. Should any mishap occur, the new Hall Master would be chosen from among the two of them. The deepest part of the Heavenly Demon Palace concealed a minor void. As the two arrived, the void abruptly split open, and a rainbow bridge extended from within, as if welcoming them to enter. The Ancestral One specifically requested to see you. Go in. The black-robed Supreme Elder gazed at the minor void with reverence, yet dared not step inside. Ning Wudao stepped onto the rainbow bridge without hesitation. The next moment, the rainbow bridge carried Ning Wudao into the miniature void as the spatial passage closed behind him. Gurgle. This miniature void was a world of flowing magma. 3 suns hung overhead, while beneath him surged terrifying rivers of molten lava. Ning Wudao's mind grew solemn. This was no ordinary magma. Even someone of his cultivation would likely be reduced to ashes upon falling into it, both body and soul utterly annihilated. The rainbow bridge carried Ning Wudao upward toward the central sun. Strands of 7-colored divine radiance rose from the bridge, enshrouding him and protecting him from the sun's scorching flames. Upon the sun, a towering phoenix tree stood robust and flourishing. This phoenix tree is extraordinarily divine, its entire body entwined with crimson divine patterns, flourishing with dense foliage that absorbs the essence of the sun. Atop its canopy stands a grand palace. A Taoist clad in simple robes sat cross-legged on a bamboo mat, deep in meditation. Ning Wudao landed outside the palace and respectfully declared, "Disciple Ning Wudao seeks an audience with the revered sage ancestor. Enter." The Flame Phoenix Demon Saint's voice came through, soft and charming, revealing it was actually a woman. Ning Wudao's heart stirred slightly. Even after more than 200 years in the Heavenly Demon Hall, he had only just learned that their ancestral saint was a woman. He stepped into the Phoenix Divine Hall, where a graceful, barefoot woman sat cross-legged with her back to him. Whoosh! A divine radiance suddenly soared from the direction of the Fire Phoenix Demon Sage. Ning Wudao's expression turned grave as he instinctively sought to activate his mystic arts to resist, but the divine light had already merged into his flesh. Boom! Ning Wudao's entire mana seemed to ignite, his whole body burning as if aflame. The golden-toed demon god he had swallowed turned to ashes, transforming into vast and refined mana that surged through every limb and vessel of his body. Ning Wudao instantly realized that the Fire Phoenix Demon Saint was aiding him in refining the golden-toed demon spirit to enhance his cultivation. He immediately activated the heaven-destroying demon slaughtering technique and sat cross-legged in meditation. 2 hours later, with the assistance of the Fire Phoenix Demon Sage, the golden-toed demon god was completely refined by Ning Wudao, allowing his cultivation to smoothly advance to the peak of the heavenly god realm. Many thanks, Ancestor. Ning Wudao kowtowed in gratitude. I have always known of your existence, said the Fire Phoenix Demon Sage, turning around. Ning Wudao finally got to behold the true visage of the sage. She was a woman of flawless beauty, with skin as smooth as creamy jade, so fair it seemed to shame the frost and outshine the snow. Every movement of hers carried an intoxicating charm, capable of stirring the deepest hidden desires within one's heart. Merely a single glance at her made it impossible to look away. Though dressed simply, her peerless elegance remained impossible to conceal. Ning Wudao barely glanced her way but immediately lowered his gaze. A trace of surprise flashed in Flame Phoenix Demon Saint's eyes. How could a demon at the celestial realm's perfection level withstand her allure physique? Celestial demon bloodline, the most elite among the demon race. Flame Phoenix Demon Saint gazed calmly and said, "Though you're only a half-demon with impure bloodline, your potential remains extraordinary. However, this sovereign did not immediately take you in as a disciple for cultivation. Golden Toad's schemes were known to this sovereign from the very start. Do you know why this sovereign never aided you? Instead, why summon you only now? Ning Wudao said solemnly, if this disciple cannot pass the Golden Toad's trial, then I am unworthy of the ancestors' regard. On the contrary, if I can slay the Golden Toad single-handedly, it will prove I am qualified to receive the ancestors' cultivation. Exactly so. The Phoenix Demon Saint chuckled lightly, her charm captivating all who beheld her. Would you be willing to become this venerable one's disciple? Flaming Phoenix Demon Saint gazed at Ning Wudao. This disciple is willing. Ning Wudao answered without hesitation. Though his heart had grown cold and he refused to trust anyone, that didn't mean he was a fool. Becoming a disciple of a saint would certainly bring him nothing but benefits. Moreover, the Fire Phoenix Demon Saint was merely one of his supports. In Ning Wudao's heart, the most important pillars of support were the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and Yi Su. Very well, he agreed. The Phoenix Demon Saint smiled, revealing gleaming white teeth, using the gentlest tone to utter the most terrifying words. If you had refused just now, you'd already be dead. Ning Wudao shuddered. He looked at the Phoenix Demon Saint, who still wore an intoxicating smile, but Ning Wudao felt a chilling coldness seep into his heart. He couldn't see through the Fire Phoenix Demon Saint. This was an even more terrifying master than the Golden Toad Demon God. This venerable one observes that the cultivation technique you practice isn't one of our Heaven Demon Temple's peerless arts. Would you be interested in cultivating this venerable one's technique instead? The Fire Phoenix Demon Saint inquired. Ning Wudao shook his head. This technique was obtained through a fortuitous encounter of mine. It perfectly matches the Heaven Demon bloodline. Practicing it allows this disciple to exert his power to its absolute limit. Ning Wudao neither wished to nor dared to cultivate the Fire Phoenix Demon Saint's techniques. Who knew if she might become the next Golden Toad Demon God? Very well. The Fire Phoenix Demon Saint didn't insist. A token flew out from her sleeve as she said, "This is my personal token. Seeing it is equivalent to seeing me in person. Starting today, you shall be the new master of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Many thanks for your guidance, master." This outcome was within Ning Wudao's expectations. If you have any requests, this sovereign may consider granting them, said the Phoenix Demon Saint. Ning Wudao pondered for a moment. After a long pause, Ning Wudao took a deep breath and said, "Master, if the Heavenly Demon Palace wishes to flourish, it must establish rules. The so-called jungle law where the strong reign supreme is not suitable for our sect." This very principle had caused Ning Wudao immense suffering. Yet paradoxically, he had also benefited from it. But in his heart, Ning Wudao despised him to the core. The Phoenix Demon Saint smirked slightly, saying, "You wish to establish rules for the Celestial Demon Palace? Aren't you afraid you'll become the next Golden Toad?" This disciple wishes to make the Celestial Demon Palace the ultimate teacher for all demons in the Yuan realm. Ning Wudao declared with resolute conviction, each word ringing like steel. For a moment, even Phoenix Demon Saint couldn't determine whether the person standing before him was a rebellious son who had slain his father to seize the throne, or merely a reformer. "You are the master of the Heaven Demon Hall. Decide what to do yourself instead of troubling me with such trivial matters." Phoenix Demon Saint frowned slightly, her expression showing impatience. This disciple understands. Ning Wudao nodded. The Phoenix Demon Saint did not object, which meant she agreed with Ning Wudao's idea. As long as the revered sage ancestor stood by his side, Ning Wudao feared nothing. To reform the Heavenly Demon Hall was what he desired most to do. You may cultivate under the Phoenix Tree for 10 days to consolidate your cultivation. If there's nothing else, you may leave now. The Fire Phoenix Demon Saint waved his hand dismissively. The sleeve swayed, revealing a flash of snowy white, but Ning Wudao paid no heed. This disciple takes his leave. Ning Wudao bowed and withdrew. Boom! Suddenly, Flaming Phoenix Demon Saint's beautiful eyes turned fierce as she flew out of the divine palace and landed on the phoenix tree. Flames danced in her pupils, as two divine beams pierced through the void, gazing intently at a certain direction. Ning Wudao's expression changed slightly. Anything that could make a saint-level expert react so intensely must be an earth-shattering event. Could it be related to the senior? "Master, has something happened?" Ning Wudao asked in confusion. A few moments later, the Fire Phoenix Demon Saint descended from the branch, his expression grave. "The southern barren lands have birthed a new saint. Judging by the aura, it must be Yi Hongchen of the Mortal Dust Demon sect." Chapter 37. Yi Hongchen achieves sainthood. Southern wastelands, mountains of 10,000 peaks. A tattered, disheveled old beggar walking along a wild mountain path with a bamboo staff in hand suddenly felt something and gazed toward the east. That was the direction of Mount Taitsong. In the vast sky, immense thunderous light was brewing, with calamitous clouds stretching thousands of miles, as if an apocalyptic tribulation were about to descend. The old beggar revealed a mouthful of blackened and yellowed teeth, his eyes brimming with contentment. "That ghostly lass has finally lived up to this old man's expectations, achieving sainthood at last," the old beggar murmured with deep satisfaction, taking step after deliberate step toward the distant Mount Taizong. His steps were exceptionally slow, yet with each stride, he traversed over 100 miles, a clear manifestation of the supernatural art of shrinking the ground to inches. Immersive translate. The profound talisman palace. In the dimly lit shrine, Lu Fengming opened his eyes. Instinctively, he looked toward the last azure lamp, but its flame still flickered weakly, it hadn't yet been extinguished. It wasn't Yang Xuanzhen who achieved sainthood. Lu Fengming growled through clenched teeth, his eyebrows and long hair that had been hanging limp suddenly bristling as he revealed eyes brimming with murderous intent. Who dares to steal the fortunes of my profound rune palace? He stepped out of the divine hall. At this moment, the jade firmament sage of profound rune palace arrived, a graceful youth holding a folding fan, exuding charm and elegance, his aura overwhelmingly powerful. Junior brother Gu, did you feel it too? The jade saint stared at Lu Fengming, a jolt of astonishment flashing through his heart. Gu Lingxiao attained sainthood after him, yet the aura emanating from Gu Lingxiao at this moment surpassed even his own. Moreover, the murderous intent radiating from Gu Lingxiao sent chills down the spine of even the esteemed Jade Heaven Saint. Lu Fengming nodded and said, the one who attained sainthood must have been Yi Hongchen. I think so too. The sage of Yushao nodded. Yi Hongchen and Xianzhan were the most outstanding talents of their generation in the southern wastelands, the ones most likely to achieve sagehood. I had thought Xianzhan would become a sage first, never expected it would be Yi Hongchen instead. Shall we take a spin? Fine. Lu Fengming suppressed his killing intent and flew out of the Xuanfu Palace with the Jade Zenith Sage, heading straight for Taizong Mountain. The tribulation of sainthood was vast and boundless. The commotion caused by the heavenly tribulation nearly affected half of the 100,000 mountains, its aura enveloping heaven and earth. Birds and beasts trembled in fear of celestial might, crouching and quivering. The boundless tribulation clouds continued to expand, now stretching across 3,000 miles. At this moment, all the major powers in the southern barrens were shaken. The emergence of a saint caused far greater shockwaves than the ascension of a deity ever could. For thousands of years in the southern barrens, not a single saint had been born. The ancestral giants of Heart Heaven Sect, Cauldron Alchemy Sect, Harmony Union Sect, Limitless Sect, Artifact Immortal Sect, and Skycorp's Path were all jolted awake from their prolonged slumbers by the disturbances of sainthood. One by one, they burst forth from their coffins and flew toward Mount Taizong. Old Huang witnessed the descent of the heavenly tribulation while journeying toward Luotian Ridge. Someone in the southern wastelands is about to achieve sainthood? Old Huang exclaimed in astonishment. What a pity! Had I not received guidance from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's master, I would surely have made my way there. Old Huang suppressed the turmoil in his heart and flew toward Falling God Ridge. Linglong City. Yisu also stepped out of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, reaching the entrance as he gazed in the direction of Mount Taizong. He dared not step beyond the shelter of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, for he had revealed far too many heavenly mysteries and carried far too much celestial condemnation upon his back. One step further might summon divine retribution upon him. That's the direction of Taizong Mountain. Yi Xianer murmured, then quickly grew anxious. Both our grand elders are there. This was a tribulation of the saints, powerful enough to level everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. Mu Yunqing and Mu Qinfeng seemed to be at Taizong Mountain as well, right by the Purple Star Saint's cavern. It's really lively. Ao Lai also stepped out of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. He looked at Yisu and said, Senior, would you like to come take a look? What's there to see? Yisu smiled and said, their opportunities were all given by me. Ao Lai was instantly rendered speechless. Senior, I'll go join the excitement over there. To avoid further embarrassment, Ao Lai immediately flew out of Linglong City. Ever since Han Donglio's precedent, the city lord of Linglong had lifted the no-fly edict, no longer daring to act so arrogantly. Senior, I want to go see too. Yi Xianer shook Yisu's arm, pleading pitifully. I'm not stopping you. Go if you want. Yisu turned and walked back into the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. He wanted to, but it was just a passing thought. For a long time, he might never leave the Tianji Pavilion. Yi Xianer lowered her head in dejection. With her current cultivation level, whether she could safely reach Taizong Mountain remained uncertain. The Taizong Mountain Range, a towering 10,000 jiang mountain, had completely fractured, revealing a barrier imprinted with magical inscriptions, a miniature realm that served as the Purple Star Sage's cave abode, hidden deep within the heart of Mount Taizong. Now, this colossal mountain was collapsing, its structure crumbling entirely, exposing the Purple Star Sage's cave to the heavenly tribulation. Mu Yunqing and Mu Chenfeng, the two brothers, trembled uncontrollably under the mighty wrath of the heavens. Big brother, are we going to die here? Mu Chenfeng curled into a ball, overwhelmed with worry. Following Yisu's directions, they entered the Ziwei Sage's cave. Upon seeing Yisu's token, both Yi Hongchen and Yang Xuanzhan allowed them to pass without obstruction. The two successfully obtained the Sumeru Myriad Illusion Flower, but just as they were about to leave, Yi Hongchen attained sagehood. Heavenly tribulation brewed, its wrath locked onto the Ziwei sage's cave. The duo didn't dare take a single step outside, knowing that if they were unlucky, even a single bolt of tribulation lightning could strike them down. With their fragile bodies, they couldn't afford to endure even one blow from the heavenly thunder. Yi Hongchen has already achieved sainthood, nearly a heavenly tribulation for a saint. How could it possibly stump her? Yang Xuanzhan glanced at the two brothers and snorted coldly. He looked at Yi Hongchen, his gaze filled with both envy and jealousy. This fortune should have been his. He should have been the one to become a saint. Yang Xuanzhan let out a long sigh. Yi Hongchen sat cross-legged in the void. Her face was youthful like a child's, but her aura seemed to merge with heaven and earth, becoming one with the universe. At the sage realm, one comprehends the laws governing the operation of heaven and earth, gains enlightenment of the Tao of nature, and achieves unity between humanity and the cosmos. With every gesture and movement, they could borrow the power of heaven and earth. This is the terrifying aspect of a saint. Fighting against a saint is like battling an entire world. Even the mightiest divine king would struggle to oppose one who has survived the heavenly tribulation. Yi Hongchen's eyes were tightly shut, his aura continuously shifting. Strange phenomena manifested from the void one after another, as if depicting a person's lifetime, or perhaps countless cycles of reincarnation. Yi Hongchen was in the midst of enlightenment. After obtaining the cultivation notes of the purple tenuity sage and refining the spiritual essence from the sage's inner world, Yi Hongchen had plunged into this state of profound enlightenment. Her primordial spirit underwent repeated cycles of reincarnation in the depths of her consciousness sea. With each cycle, her comprehension of the Red Dust Tribulation Sutra deepened continuously, ultimately reaching a qualitative transformation. Then, sainthood followed as a matter of course. Yi Hongchen opened her eyes. The endless visions vanished, and she seemed to have transformed into an ordinary person, with not a trace of a saint's formidable aura remaining. She landed on the ground, looked at Yang Xuanzhan, and said, "So this is what becoming a saint feels like." Yang Xuanzhan, puzzled, stared at Yi Hongchen and asked, "What happened? Do you really want to know?" Yi Hongchen smiled. Yang Xuanzhan pondered for a moment, then laughed at himself. At this moment, he didn't want to know. He dared not become a saint. You currently have inner demons. Even if I explained the entire process of sainthood to you in complete detail, you still wouldn't be able to achieve it. Having broken through to the realm of a sage, Yi Hongchen could see right through Yang Xuanzhan's heart with her insight into human nature. Yang Xuanzhan's mood weighed heavily upon him. "All of you, enter my purple mansion," Yi Hongchen said with a smile. "Otherwise, when the heavenly tribulation arrives, I won't have the extra energy to protect you." She opened her purple mansion, swiftly absorbing Mu Chenfeng, his brother, and Yang Xuanzhan inside. Boom! The first wave of heavenly tribulation descended. The heavenly tribulation of the saint consists of 6 layers. Each layer is more terrifying than the last. 3,000 miles of tribulation clouds expanded, spewing forth vast, rolling thunderbolts that merged into one, refining into a hundreds of miles wide great annihilation divine thunder, crashing down toward Mount Taizong. Boom! This heavenly tribulation had not yet fully descended when all living beings within 3,000 miles of Taizong Mountain were reduced to ashes. Taizong Mountain shattered, and the protective barrier of purple star sage's cave dwelling collapsed. The great destruction divine thunder came crashing down directly. Yi Hongchen drew a circle with his hand. This circle continuously expanded until, like a black hole, it completely devoured the great destruction divine thunder. Thus, the first layer of the heavenly tribulation was successfully overcome. Yi Hongchen was completely relaxed. Boom! Once again, the second lightning tribulation descended. Yi Hongchen still casually drew a circle. In the blink of an eye, the fifth heavenly tribulation arrived. 3,000 miles of tribulation clouds instantly coalesced into a divine sword, which slashed straight into Yi Hongchen's Tao heart. This tribulation targeted the very core of one's cultivation, the Tao heart. Yi Hongchen furrowed his brows slightly. The heavenly tribulation struck directly into his Tao heart, and in that fleeting moment, endless inner demons sprang forth. Countless tumultuous thoughts flooded Yi Hongchen's sea of consciousness. Even these inner demons took physical form, wreaking havoc within the violet mansion of his consciousness. Yang Xuanzhan and the other two trembled with fear, terrified of being caught in the fallout. Yi Hongchen's primordial spirit stepped into the violet mansion, enduring the demons gnawing without so much as a twitch. After what felt like an eternity, countless strange phenomena began manifesting upon Yi Hongchen's primordial spirit. Every vision represents an inner demon, devouring all the countless thoughts that spawn these demons. Is this the profound mystery of the mortal tribulation scripture? Yang Xuanzhan gazed at this scene and suddenly understood the scripture's true essence. Where the heart resides, there lies the mortal world. Yi Hongchen's cultivation has always been tempered in the mortal realm, attaining godhood within the mundane world, and achieving sainthood amid earthly desires. But her Taoist heart had never wavered. Thus, she could effortlessly subdue her inner demons. Boom! The final tribulation had arrived. Yet it was neither a divine thunderbolt nor a demon-slaying sword, but a magnificent chapter. This single article, radiant and dazzling, coalesced from the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, descended into Yi Hongshan's purple mansion. Within her purple mansion, countless celestial harmonies began to resonate. It seemed to be a gift bestowed by the cosmos itself. It was the grand tribute to her ascension as a saint. Don't listen, Yang Xuanzhan warned with terror in his eyes. It will make you dissolve into the Tao. This was the most terrifying ordeal. The path of transformation. Once bewitched by the Tao's resonance, one's primordial spirit and flesh would be manipulated by the powers of heaven and earth, ultimately becoming a mere fragment of the cosmos assimilated into the heavenly Tao itself. The heavenly tribulation of the saint was most terrifying at this stage. Yang Shenkin could see clearly, but Yi Hongshan, engulfed in the great tribulation, could not hear his voice, nor could she share his perception. All she could feel was how her physical body and the laws she cultivated resonated with heaven and earth, rejoicing in unison. She yearned to merge with the heavens and earth, to become one with them. Thus, she shall remain eternal for all time. Palace Master Yang, what's going on? Mu Yunsheng asked in confusion. Yang Xuanzhan replied, this is the heavenly Tao's trap, a trial that every sage must undergo. Throughout history, countless have fallen at this very juncture. Once tempted by the heavenly Tao, one becomes part of it, actively dissolving into the Tao. HSS. Mu Yunsheng drew a sharp breath. He never imagined that the process of transcending tribulations to attain sainthood could be so perilous. A single misstep would lead to eternal damnation. The heavens are truly dog-like. Mu Chenfeng spat out the words. Second brother, remember the divine law hangs 3 feet above our heads, mind your tongue. Mu Yunsheng delivered a smack to his head. Mu Chenfeng hastily clasped his hands together in prayer, lifting his gaze as he chanted, Heavenly Lord, this youngster knows no better, spare me your wrath. That old rascal is practically a living treasure. But Yang Xuanzhan couldn't bring himself to laugh. He was utterly terrified. This wasn't because his friendship with Yi Hongshan was particularly strong, but because Yi Hongshan achieving sagehood meant he'd gained another ally against Lu Fengming. Don't let me down, Yang Xiangan said. Chapter 38, tension rising to a climax. The Tao's melody drifted faintly. Yi Hongshan was utterly enchanted. Her comprehension of heaven and earth deepened with each passing moment. She felt as though she had merged with the heavenly Tao itself. Suddenly, a terrifying tremor surfaced in Yi Hongshan's heart. I refuse to merge with the heavenly Tao. I am Yi Hongshan. I won't become an emotionless machine of rules. I will remain a living, breathing human being with flesh and blood. Yi Hongshan suddenly awoke to the truth. If she continued allowing the heavenly Tao to assimilate her, she would transform into a heartless machine, bereft of joy or anger, sorrow or love. This contradicts the principle of the Mortal Trials Sutra. Only by dwelling in the mundane world could she transcend it. Let me ask, how can one know the warmth and coldness of earthly life without witnessing its luxuries? How then could one attain true liberation? Yi Hongshan opened her eyes, revealing a gaze as clear as water. In the blink of an eye, Yi Hongshan escaped the trap of Tao transformation. She has her own way. As Yi Su witnessed, Yi Hongshan's Tao heart was resolute. The moment she sensed something amiss, she immediately extricated herself from the trap of Tao dissolution, thereby avoiding assimilation into the heavenly Tao. As Yi Hongshan regained consciousness, the divine resonance faded, and the brilliant verses dispersed. A stream of pure energy poured into Yi Hongshan's body, consolidating her foundation and aiding her complete transformation, elevating her thoroughly to the realm of saints. At this moment, Yi Hongshan had truly and completely achieved sainthood. Congratulations! Yang Xuanzhan's gaze was complex, filled with envy and jealousy, yet also carrying a sense of relief. At last, a perfect ending. Congratulations, sect leader Yi. Mu Yunsheng and Mu Chenfeng bowed in unison to offer their congratulations. In the firmament, the tribulation clouds dispersed, revealing endless azure skies as if the heavenly tribulation had never existed. However, the mighty Taitsong mountain spanning nearly 10,000 miles had been leveled to the ground by the great annihilation divine thunder, with all birds and beasts perished, vegetation obliterated, and the earth scorched black and cracked. The power of thunder had destroyed life across 10,000 miles. The way of heaven is merciless. Yi Hongshan sighed softly as she sensed the devastation across the vast expanse. Guilt weighed upon her heart, for the ascension of a single saint had annihilated all living beings within 10,000 miles of Taitsong Mountain. This was precisely the profound truth of the mortal tribulation scripture. Yi Hongshan would never conceal her emotions, nor would she become like Qixingxi, who was nearly an unfeeling machine. Her heart was the mortal world, her body in the mortal world, capable of intimately feeling everything. Yi Hongshan gazed at the violet monarch's cave abode. Though the barrier had been shattered by thunderbolts, with Yi Hongshan present, the violet monarch's cave dwelling remained undestroyed. Within the cave dwelling, spiritual energy swirled densely, with lush vegetation thriving throughout, a true paradise land of immortals. Behind the gathered disciples sat a practitioner in the lotus position. Cross-legged with hair cascading to the ground, his hands formed mudras resting upon his knees, maintaining perfect meditation posture. Though his expression remained serenely benevolent, one could almost believe he still lived. He is the Purple Star Sage. Though dead for over 30,000 years, as a sacred sage, his body never decays. Hence, the Purple Star Sage still appears as healthy as a living person. How did he actually die? Yang Xuanzhan asked in confusion. He had examined the Purple Star Sage's body. While there were injuries, they shouldn't have proved fatal. His Dao heart has perished. Yi Hongqian spoke, her voice youthful yet imbued with authority, as if her words were absolute truth. He was indeed severely wounded. But what truly caused his fall was the death of his Dao heart. When she first entered the cave abode and saw the Purple Star Sage, she hadn't known the cause of his death. Now that she had achieved sagehood herself, she finally understood the true reason for the Purple Star Sage's demise. The Dao heart has perished. For a cultivator, no matter how powerful they may be, the death of the Dao heart signifies utter downfall. The Dao heart perished? Yang Xuanzhan frowned in deep contemplation. Could there truly exist a divine art in this world capable of destroying the Dao heart of a sacred being? I don't understand either. Yi Hongqian shook her head. Even though she had achieved sainthood, she still couldn't comprehend what had caused the Violet Glory Sage's Dao heart to perish. Boom! Suddenly, two terrifying forces descended upon the void above Taitsong Mountain, unmistakably Lu Fengming and Yu Xiao the sages. Upon their arrival, the two sages released their divine senses and instantly locked onto the Violet Mansion sage's abode. A moment later, two dreadful auras manifested. The sheer majesty of the sages oppressed Mu Yunqing and Mu Chenfeng to the point where they could barely breathe. Every bone in their bodies creaked under the pressure, nearly forcing them to their knees. Master? Uncle Yu Xiao? Yang Xuanzhan's expression flickered slightly as he turned his gaze toward the two figures. Nephew, you're here too? Sage Yu Xiao's eyes brightened momentarily, surprise flashing across his face at the sight of Yang Xuanzhan. With Yi Hongqian achieving sainthood, why was Yang Xuanzhan present here as well? Xianzhan, what exactly happened? Lu Fengming stared at Yang Xuanzhan, his aged eyes deep as abysses, seeming ready to swallow Yang Xuanzhan whole. Yang Xuanzhan instinctively avoided Lu Fengming's gaze and immediately pointed at Yi Hongqian, answering, Master, your disciple arrived a step too late. Yi Hongqian seized my opportunity. Without delay, Yang Xuanzhan recounted the fabricated tale he had prepared earlier to Lu Fengming. This was something he and Yi Hongqian had already agreed upon. Yi Hongqian's ascension to sainthood would undoubtedly shake the southern barons, and the saints of the southern barons would surely rush to Taitsong Mountain. By then, Yang Xuanzhan would inevitably face questioning. Yi Hongqian, how dare you seize the fortunes of my profound talisman palace? Saint Chadezher's handsome face twisted with rage as inch by inch, the void fractured, transforming the surrounding 100 miles into a sea of chaos. Lu Fengming's killing intent was palpable. His hatred was barely concealed. Having painstakingly nurtured Yang Xuanzhan to the verge of sainthood, only for Yi Hongqian to steal him away, Lu Fengming yearned to crush Yi Hongqian on the spot. Yet, in an instant, he reigned in his murderous aura. On the surface, he's just an early-stage sage. He couldn't afford to reveal himself yet. At least, not yet. The opportunity of a saint belongs to the virtuous. Yi Hongqian glanced at Yang Xuanzhan and remarked coldly, Yang Xuanzhan has committed countless misdeeds in his time, how could he possibly be considered virtuous? Yang Xuanzhan's mouth twitched, taking the benefits and still mocking me in the process? Mu Yunqing and Mu Chenfeng were left in the dark. Big brother, those two. Mu Chenfeng attempted to speak up. Shut your mouth. Mu Yunqing pinched Mu Chenfeng's arm, making him gasp in pain. He wasn't as single-minded as Mu Chenfeng. When the brothers arrived at the Violet Sage's cave dwelling, Yi Hongqian and Yang Xuanzhan were chatting merrily, looking nothing like enemies but rather like old friends reunited after years. Yet at this moment, Yang Xuanzhan was clearly embellishing the story while Yi Hongqian chose not to expose him. There was undoubtedly some secret between them. Could those two be having an affair? Mu Chenfeng muttered under his breath. Mu Yunqing's face darkened with exasperation. Elders, Yi Hongqian said with a faint smile, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, surely you wouldn't bully a junior like me by relying on your seniority? The sage of Yuxiao snorted coldly. I won't make things difficult for you, he said. Just produce the 6 holy artifacts, and I shall let this matter pass. Mu Yunqing and his companion rolled their eyes in exasperation. 6 sacred artifacts, wouldn't that bankrupt the Red Dust demonic sect entirely? Yi Hongqian had already attained sainthood, so of course she wouldn't agree. Moreover, with Yi Hongqian achieving sainthood combined with the eternal phenomenon sage of the Red Dust demonic sect, they now possessed 2 saints. That eternal phenomenon sage was moreover a powerhouse at the late stage of sainthood realm. At this moment, the Red Dust demonic sect's strength had clearly surpassed that of the mystic talisman palace. The skies over the southern wastelands are likely about to change. Are you asking this junior to turn traitor? Yi Hongqian shook her head slightly. I beg your pardon, honorable seniors, but this is truly beyond my capabilities. If the 2 seniors wish to act, then make your move. It seems you believe achieving sainthood has made you invincible under heaven. The Jade Wave sage smirked coldly, unleashing his full aura as a sage, causing the heavens and earth to shift colors. The clear skies for 10,000 li turned pitch black, with thunder rumbling ominously. Black dragons descended from the firmament in droves, shaking heaven and earth with their might. Yi Hongqian's gaze sharpened slightly. The Jade Sky Saint was not at the initial stage of the legendary sage realm, but rather at the mid-stage. Even Yang Zuanghan was shocked. Indeed, all sages are crafty old foxes, each hiding their true depths exceedingly well. Lu Fengming is the most shameless. Yang Xiangan silently added in his heart, "Little girl, I had already become a saint before you were even born. How dare you oppose me?" Saint Yuxiao's sleeves billowed as vast magical power surged forth. The black dragon transformed into thunder, blanketing 10,000 miles of the land as it launched a devastating strike toward Yi Hongqian. Then let this venerable one see just how much confidence you have. Chapter 39 The Sage of Zhongzhou. With a mere thought from Yi Hongqian, Mu Yunsheng and Mu Chunfeng were drawn into her violet palace. Soaring into the sky, her fingers fluttering like butterflies, she conjured a divine and intricate seal technique. The space around Yi Hongqian seemed to dissolve, plunging everything within a 10-li radius into chaos. Boom! Rumble! The thunderbolt fell into the chaos, triggering a massive explosion akin to the creation of heaven and earth, unleashing boundless mystical phenomena. Yi Hongqian groaned as the chaos rapidly evaporated, shrinking to a mere mile in radius within moments. Yang Xuanzhan felt uneasy, his heart clenching with tension for Yi Hongqian. If Yi Hongqian were to perish in this place, all his efforts would come to naught. "Little girl, your skills are merely this much. Who gave you the audacity to challenge me?" The Jade Shao sage sneered, causing the vast sea of thunder 10,000 miles around to tremble, as a colossal divine dragon swam through the tempestuous waves. Forged from lightning itself, it was monstrously fierce. From the sea of thunder emerged a dragon claw, vast enough to blot out the sky and eclipse the sun, clutching the very ground where Yi Hongqian stood in its grasp. Crack! With just a slight squeeze, chaos was shattered into oblivion, and Yi Hongqian's divine technique was utterly broken. Bullies preying on the weak, is this the Xuanfu Palace's way of doing things? Suddenly, a deep, aged voice echoed between heaven and earth. An old beggar stepped out from the void, striding into the sea of lightning, his bamboo staff striking the divine dragon's head. Boom! With that single gentle tap, the 10,000 zhang-long divine dragon instantly began to crumble inch by inch until it completely vanished into nothingness. The bamboo staff struck down, sending ripples through the void. These ripples spread endlessly, devouring the thunder like a black hole in their wake. The vast sea of lightning vanished completely within mere moments. The sudden turn of events filled Yang Xuanzhan with immense joy, though he dared not show it. Lu Fengming narrowed his sinister eyes, showing not a trace of surprise. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. Even the arrival of the old beggar had not escaped his notice, but to conceal his cultivation level, Lu Fengming had to pretend to be oblivious. It turns out to be senior brother Wan Xiang. Sage Yuxiao withdrew his magical power and clasped his hands with a smile. Hundreds of years apart, yet senior brother remains as formidable as ever, truly commendable. I was merely testing the capabilities of my junior Yi. As expected of your true disciple. The sage of Yuxiao changed his expression utterly, no longer displaying his aggressive demeanor. His words now betrayed a trace of fear towards the old beggar. After all, he is the sage of all creation, the first publicly recognized supreme powerhouse of the southern barren lands, an ancient undying being who has lived for nearly 10,000 years. Master! Yi Hongqian's expression softened slightly as she bowed to the old beggar. Though she knew the old beggar would arrive, if he'd come any later, she couldn't guarantee whether she could withstand the Jade Sky Sage's onslaught. Moreover, there was also Lu Fengming, a sage at the peak of perfection, watching like a tiger eyeing its prey. However, Lu Fengming hadn't made a move, clearly unwilling to reveal his identity too soon. The old beggar nodded slightly with a gratified smile. In the 100,000 mountains, I sensed your aura and knew you'd attain sagehood. Dear disciple, you have finally lived up to my expectations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, powerful auras manifested one after another across the Taizong mountain range. Sects of all sizes, along with half-saints who had long slumbered underground, rushed to the mountains hoping to claim their share. Yet upon seeing the Jade Firmament Sage, the Myriad Phenomenon Sage, and Lu Fengming, every observer suppressed their ulterior motives. In the southern wilderness, with 3 of the most supreme saints present, they feared they might only get to sip some broth. Friend Fire Phoenix, you may also show yourself. Sage Wanxiang tightened his grip on the bamboo staff, gently tapping towards the western void. The bamboo staff tapped before him, yet ripples spread across the void 1,000 miles away. Fire Phoenix, the demon saint, appeared from the void in flowing Taoist robes, her countenance bewitchingly beautiful. She had arrived long ago, but remained hidden in the shadows, quietly observing the situation. Ah, what a lively scene! By then, Aolai had also arrived. On the dragon boat, Aolai embraced beauties on both sides with his usual air of frivolity. Is this someone from the East Sea Dragon Palace? The Jade Sky Sage's expression flickered slightly as his gaze fell upon the dragon vessel, where the emblem of a 5-clawed golden dragon was imprinted. The dragon's tail appeared thick and weighty, exuding an aura of profound mystery. In the primordial realm, only the East Sea Dragon Palace adopted the five-clawed golden dragon as their clan insignia. What a coincidence! Why are people from the East Sea Dragon Palace also in the southern wastelands? Frowned the quasi-saint from the artifact immortal sect. Ancestor, I'm here. Mu Yunsheng and his companion flew out of Yi Hongchen's purple mansion. Mu Chenfeng immediately spotted the two semi-saint ancestors of Tianqin's sect and grew visibly excited. What are you two doing here? One of the white-robed ancestors frowned. Ancestors, it's a long story. Mu Yunsheng hesitated slightly before answering. I'll explain everything to you after we resolve matters at Mount Taizong. Since the ancient ancestor has emerged, it's only natural to pay a visit to the divination pavilion. The white-robed ancient ancestor nodded. The other quasi-saint from Tianqin's sect was an elderly woman, her face wrinkled all over. Hearing Mu Yunsheng's words, confusion flickered in her eyes as well. A saint's death site, what a splendid place indeed. Aolai descended the dragon ship with two beauties in his arms, his gaze fixed on the purple star saint's cavern abode. I wonder if there's a share for this prince. You jest, sir. A half-sage protested indignantly. This is the southern wastes. A sage's relics naturally belong to us southern cultivators to handle. How dare you? In Aolai's arms, a woman with delicate makeup and a charming, fox-like face cooed. For our prince to take an interest in this ruin is a blessing bestowed upon this sage. With all these sages present, how dare a mere half-saint like you presume to speak? That half-sage was the patriarch of the Corpse Dao sect, his face deathly pale as if on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing the enchanting fox woman's words, his expression darkened like coal, yet he dared not refute her. After all, she was affiliated with the East Sea Dragon Palace, someone not to be trifled with. So, it's a prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The myriad-formed sage's gaze shifted, landing on Aolai as he inquired. The East Sea Dragon Palace has dozens of princes. Might I ask which one you are, young friend? The ninth prince, Aolai, he declared with pride. In front of Yisu, he was a well-behaved darling, but before the cultivators of the southern wastelands, he was none other than the ninth prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, naturally brimming with arrogance. So it turns out to be His Highness the ninth prince. Even Phoenix Demon Saint's expression shifted with reverence. The East Sea Dragon Palace wielded immense power, and every prince was a contender for the Dragon King's throne. No one could afford to underestimate them. Since the ninth prince is interested in exploring this saint's ruins, it would be this saint's honor. Saint Yu Shao also flattered. Just some trivial relics of a sage, hardly worth my interest. Besides, someone has already beaten us to the saint's legacy. Aolai spoke with barely concealed disinterest. He had only come here to enjoy the spectacle. Brother Wanxian, Brother Yuxiao, and Sister Huofeng, the three of you are highly respected. As for the distribution of the sacred relics, we humbly await your decision. A demi-saint addressed the three saints. May the three saints adjudicate, the demi-saints chorused. Although the Violet Mausoleum had already been claimed by Yi Hongchen, the relics left behind by the saints remained priceless. If they could obtain something useful, their path to sainthood would be within reach. Senior Brother Wanxiang, your Red Dust Demon sect has already taken the most important item. Surely you must be satisfied by now? Saint Yu Shao fixed his gaze on Saint Wanxiang. Phoenix Demon Saint also chuckled coquettishly. Senior Brother Yu Shao speaks wisely. Saint Wanxiang replied indifferently. As far as this old man knows, the Master of Profound Talisman Palace is also within the Saint's relict. Doesn't that imply Profound Talisman Palace should be content as well? The Jade Sky Sage's expression turned frosty. Were it not for the fact that he couldn't win in a fight, he would have slapped the Myriad Phenomena Sage to death. According to Yang Xuanzhan, this particular relic was actually discovered by him first. Yet Yi Hongchen seized the opportunity and ascended to sainthood in one fell swoop. The Myriad Phenomena Sage's words were tantamount to poking directly at the Xuanfu Palace's most sensitive spot. Master, it's just a ruin, no need to compete with them. Yi Hongchen chuckled. Let them deal with the headache themselves. We won't get involved. I'll defer to your judgment, the Eternal Sage said with a smile. Then let us proceed with the division. The Phoenix Demon Saint gazed at the Jade Firmament Sage. Agreed. The Jade Heaven Sage nodded. All the semi-sages were itching for action. From this moment onward, I shall take over the cave abode. All of you, disperse. At that very moment, a cold voice echoed through the void, lingering endlessly. A young man clad in black robes traversed 10,000 li in a single step. The voice had barely sounded when he had already descended upon Mount Taizong. Another saint? Numerous quasi-saints tensed up. Judging from this person's words, it was clear he meant no good. Lu Fengming's pupils constricted. The aura emanating from this black-robed saint was actually at the peak of the saint realm. Even he couldn't help but feel profound unease. Why has the southern wilderness suddenly produced so many foreign experts? Lu Fengming felt a hint of unease. The sage of Jade Firmament said solemnly, Senior Brother, what do you mean by this? The Phoenix Demon Saint also fixed his gaze upon the black-robed sage. 3,000 years have passed. I never thought that when we meet again after you left the Jinwu Divine Sect, Senior Brother Ziwei, you would already have fallen. The robed sage's eyes held boundless sorrow. Both the Purple Star Sage and he originated from the true martial divine sect of Central Province, being fellow disciples of the same generation who shared the same lineage. But over 30,000 years ago, when two factions clashed, the true martial divine sect declined to its lowest point in history. Unwilling to be drawn into fratricidal conflict, the Ziwei sage left the true martial divine sect alone and journeyed to the southern wastelands, seeking to establish a new lineage there. Yet reality is always cruel. The Violet Emperor sage was regarded as an invader by the Southern Desolation sages, who joined forces to attack him. Though he managed to escape their encirclement, the Violet Emperor sage felt utterly disheartened. In the end, his Tao heart perished, and he passed away in meditation atop Mount Taitsong. The black-robed sage had come today precisely because he had locked onto the aura of the violet-robed sage, intending to retrieve his remains and return them to the true martial divine sect for burial. No wonder the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master said the violet-robed sage's identity was extraordinary. It turns out there was this connection, Yi Hongqian thought to herself. Yang Xuanzhan had also realized this matter. The true martial divine sect, one of the colossal giants of the Central Plains, a behemoth capable of matching even the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Little did they expect that the Purple Star Sage would actually be a disciple of the true martial divine sect. With this thought in mind, the two exchanged a glance. If the black-robed sage were to learn that over 30,000 years ago, it was the sages of the southern wastelands who acted, driving out the Purple Star Sage and indirectly causing his death, would he turn his wrath upon the entire southern wastelands? Who has inherited senior brother Purple Star's legacy? At that moment, the black-robed sage turned his gaze toward Yi Hongqian. Was it you? Yi Hongqian's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, this junior is. The black-robed sage's gaze was complicated. Senior brother Ziwei's life was full of hardships, obsessively devoted to the Tao without any disciples. Since you've inherited his legacy, you might as well be considered half his disciple. If you have the chance, you should visit the true martial divine sect. The crowd watched with both envy and jealousy. Ascending to the true martial divine sect, the status of the red dust demonic sect would then become unshakable. I understand, senior, Yi Hongqian nodded in response. The black-robed sage gave a slight nod. Without paying heed to the Jade Firmament sage, the Crimson Phoenix demon sage, or others, he stepped into the ruins. None of the many quasi-saints or the three saints of the southern wastes dared to step forward. It wasn't just because of the black-robed saint's formidable cultivation, but also due to his mysterious origins. What should we do? The quasi-saints wore expressions of bitter frustration. What else can be done? Get lost, all of you. The Jade Sky Sage flew into a rage, flicked his sleeve, and stormed off. Lu Fengming and Yang Xuanzhan also took to the skies and departed. Before leaving, Yang Xuanzhan cast a deep glance at Yi Hongqian. The semi-sane ancestors of various sects gazed wistfully at the ruins of the Ziwei sage, their hearts brimming with grievances and unwillingness, which ultimately dissolved into resigned sighs before they dispersed one after another. Master, let us depart as well, Yi Hongqian said. The robed sage clearly didn't want to be disturbed, otherwise he wouldn't have dismissed everyone. The sage of all things nodded. I'd like to pay a visit to the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. The sage of myriad forms said with a smile. Chapter 40, Who is this big shot? Ancestral Elder, hurry and come with me to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Mu Yunsheng transmitted his voice urgently, his expression filled with anxiety. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Since when has there been such a place? Could it be an organization established by sages from foreign lands here in the southern wilderness? The white-robed ancestral elder frowned deeply, his face full of bewilderment. The white-haired old woman also gazed blankly. The two of them had slept for too long, utterly oblivious to the changes in the outside world. The Tianji Pavilion was established just a month ago. These two had been in slumber for over a century. How could they possibly know of its existence? Let's talk as we walk. Mu Yunsheng patted his head, almost forgot. Ancestor, how much fortune have you got on you? The white-haired ancestor looked wary. Ancestor, why are you looking at me like that? You watched me grow up, did you really think I'd covet your savings? Mu Yunsheng was both amused and exasperated. Let me handle this, eldest brother. Mu Chunfeng exclaimed excitedly. Get lost, the white-haired patriarch snapped, sending Mu Chunfeng flying with a slap before turning to Mu Yunsheng. Explain yourself properly. Mu Chunfeng was utterly unreliable, and the white-haired patriarch knew exactly whom to trust. Mu Yunsheng silently mourned for his brother for a second before speaking. The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion can deduce celestial mysteries and uncover all secrets. The reason I was able to ascend to Divine King status came from intel provided by the Pavilion Master. The cave abode of the Saint of Zitherveen was also purchased by Yang Xuanzhan and Yi Hongqian from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Swish! Upon hearing those final words, the white-haired old ancestor and the white-haired crone's eyes gleamed brilliantly, like wolves spotting fresh meat. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master only conducts transactions, he doesn't interfere in worldly disputes. To trade with him, you must exchange treasures for information. Mu Yunsheng paused for a second. The information is absolutely accurate, just rather expensive. Is there truly such a master in this world? The white-haired old woman exclaimed in awe. Their reactions were almost identical to those of the Muyin brothers when they first heard Qixingxi's words. The two brothers nodded emphatically. Then hurry up and take us to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the white-haired elder urged impatiently. They already possessed several millennia of lifespan. If they failed to break through to the Saint realm within the next century, they would likely face their ultimate demise. Once they perished, the Tianqin sect would inevitably decline. By then, whether the sect could continue to exist remained an unknown variable. We'd willingly spend everything we own, both of us would spare no expense, the white-haired elder woman declared solemnly. Master, there's something your disciple must tell you, Yi Hongqian said solemnly. The second-generation ancestor of the Xuanfu Palace, Lu Fengming, who created the 9 rebirths Nirvana scripture, is still alive to this day. He is none other than Yang Xuanzhan's master, Gu Lingxiao. The myriad sage's footsteps abruptly halted. His pupils contracted to pinpoints as he looked at Yi Hongqian in utter disbelief. Lu Fengming, with the aid of the 9 revolutions Nirvana Sutra, has already devoured 8 sages. Once Yang Xuanzhan attains sagehood, he too will not escape this calamity. And if Lu Fengming swallows Yang Xuanzhan after he reaches the sage realm, he will ascend to the rank of Sage King. Yi Hongqian explained the whole story to the Sage of Myriad Beings. The Sage of Myriad Beings fell into silence. Then why not kill Yang Xuanzhan? The Sage of Myriad Beings immediately found a solution. I have already reached an agreement with Yang Xuanzhan to assist him in killing Lu Fengming, Yi Hongqian said slowly. The inheritance of the Ziwei Saint is Yang Xuanzhan's price. Not a bad deal either. The Sage of all things pondered for a few breaths before saying, attempting to kill an ancient monster who has lived for over 100,000 years is no easy feat. I will find a way to handle this matter. You needn't pin your hopes on those decrepit quasi-saints among the sect masters, they won't be of any help. We must seek external assistance. Yi Hongqian nodded. Originally, her plan with Yang Xuanzhan was to have Yi Hongqian achieve sainthood first and then contact the various sects. But when Yi Hongqian attained sainthood, she realized just how vast the gap was between a saint and a demi-saint. 100 demi-saints wouldn't stand a chance against Yi Hongqian, who had just entered the realm of sainthood. Of course, there were exceptionally talented individuals, but the southern wasteland clearly had none. Let's set this matter aside for now, the sage of all phenomena said. First, we'll go to the Tianji Pavilion, Linglong City. With the speed of 2 sages, they could traverse the entire southern wasteland in half a day. In just half an hour, they arrived at the Tianji Pavilion. Truly extraordinary. The myriad sage gazed at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, his heart trembling with awe. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper their understanding of the pavilion's divine mysteries. Welcome, fellow Taoists. Yi Su's voice echoed, Siener, serve our guests tea. The two walked into the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The sage of 10,000 phenomena gazed at Yi Su, displaying neither arrogance nor humility. He viewed Yi Su as an equal. Not just Yi Su toward all people in the world, the sage of 10,000 phenomena treated everyone with impartiality. This was the principle he had comprehended through his travels in the mortal world. Status has its rankings, but character knows no nobility or baseness. Fellow Taoist, are you the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Venerable Wanxiang smiled. This old man is the 7th generation sect master of the Red Dust Demon sect, now nothing more than a wandering cultivator. Greetings to the pavilion master. The information about Venerable Wanxiang surfaced in Yi Su's mind. This Venerable Wanxiang was an interesting figure. After attaining sainthood, he resigned as sect master and spent nearly all 4 seasons traveling the world. He had visited the Eastern Domain, the Western Domain, and Central Continent, even venturing into the Godfallen Ridge. Moreover, the Sage of Myriad Forms had once been a monarch and also lived as a beggar. He had experienced nearly every aspect of human life. The creator of the Mortal Tribulation Sutra truly possessed extraordinary talent, Yi Su sighed softly. To comprehend the Tao within the mortal world and attain enlightenment amidst worldly affairs, only someone who has reached the level of fellow Taoist Myriad Forms can truly see through the illusions of mortal existence. Why would the pavilion master say such a thing? The all-encompassing sage laughed. Ordinary people don't have as rich an experience as you, fellow Taoist, ha ha, Yi Su said with a faint smile. The all-encompassing sage's heart tightened. Master, before our senior, none of us have secrets worth hiding. There's no need for surprise, Yi Hongqian said with a smile. So that's how it is. Though Sage Wanxiang finally understood, the feeling of being seen through still left him quite uneasy. Your visit isn't merely a social call, is it? Yi Su remarked. Senior, since you can see through people's hearts, surely you must know why we've come? Yi Hongqian blinked her eyes. This time, I'm here to fulfill a promise and do business with you. You're looking for the 5th generation sect master? Yi Su chuckled. The myriad sage's hunched figure trembled, his eyes flashing with excitement. It had been a long time since he had shown such emotion in front of others. The 5th patriarch? Yi Hongqian was also startled. She stared at Eternal Sage, her expression puzzled. Clearly, she was unaware of this matter. Based on the timeline, the 5th patriarch lived over 30,000 years ago, around the same time when Violet Sage ventured into the Southern Barrens. But wasn't he supposed to have ascended to immortality long ago? Why then was her master still searching for him? Could it be that the ancestor master is still alive? You truly are a master, fellow cultivator. Wanxiang Shangrun looked up, his eyes slightly reddened. I've come here precisely to entrust this matter to you, fellow cultivator, to deduce the whereabouts of the 5th generation sect master of our Red Dust demonic sect. Master, what exactly is going on? Yi Hongchen asked in confusion. Is Grandmaster still alive? The 5th generation sect master of the Red Dust demonic sect was named Lin Qianma. She was the only one to cultivate the Red Dust tribulation scriptures to perfection, reaching the great perfection stage of the Saint Realm. Yi Su spoke slowly. Patriarch Yi, since you also cultivate the Red Dust Tribulation Sutra, you should know that mastering this sutra to perfection allows one to grasp a trace of reincarnation power and be reborn. Yi Hongchen nodded. The Red Dust Tribulation Sutra was the secret legacy of the Red Dust Demon sect, passed down only to its chosen heir. Because this method is too mysterious, I can tell you another secret. Yi Su continued, the 5th generation sect master is actually the 1st generation sect master. Your grandmaster was the creator of the Red Dust Tribulation scripture. Bang! These words struck Yi Hongchen's mind like a muffled thunderclap. The myriad sage remained motionless. It was clear he had long known about these matters. If it weren't for this, Yi Su wouldn't have been able to learn about it, as he had glimpsed it from the inner thoughts of the all-encompassing sage. Fellow Daoist, your insight is unparalleled. A glimmer of hope appeared in the all-encompassing sage's eyes. Please, fellow Daoist, enlighten this old man about my master's whereabouts. Ahem. Yi Su cleared his throat. Yi Sienna rolled her eyes. It's time to talk business again. Esteemed elder, these are 5 sacred artifacts. Might they help us uncover our ancestors' whereabouts? Yi Hongchen produced all 5 sacred artifacts in one go. These were items she'd prepared to purchase her path to sainthood. Exchange them. Yi Su reached out his hand and received the 5 sacred artifacts. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 50,000 Providence points. How many heavenly secrets points are needed to inquire about Lin Qianma's information? Yi Su asked. Fuzzy search requires 60,000 heavenly secret points. 120,000 heavenly secret points are required for specific inquiries. Put. Yi Su spat out his tea in surprise. Which big shot is this now? Just to inquire about a single piece of information costs 1.2 million heavenly secrets points? Senior, what happened to you? Yi Hongchen asked in amazement. It's alright. Yi Su shook his head and said, too little. Yi Hongchen's expression turned strange. Esteemed senior, this is the weapon of a Saint King. Please take a look. The myriad saint produced a chessboard, its black and white pieces distinct, containing profound and mysterious principles. The sacred king's weapon. Yi Hongchen looked at her master in astonishment. This was truly extravagant. This chessboard could easily serve as the Red Dust Demon sect's ultimate sect treasure. But the myriad sage didn't care. He only wished to find traces of his revered master. Yi Su gazed deeply at the myriad sage, sighing inwardly. What is love in this mortal world? Congratulations, host. You have obtained 60,000 heavenly secret points. I won't make things difficult for you. If you want detailed information about Lin Qianma, the price you'd need to pay far exceeds this. Even if you bankrupt yourselves, you still couldn't afford this intel. Yi Su said calmly, so, all I can give you is a rough clue. System, fuzzy search. Soon, Yi Su's mind was filled with a new piece of information. Name, Lin Qianma, Lin Miaochang. Identity, founder of the Mortal Tribulation Sutra, 1st generation leader of the Mortal Demon sect, 5th generation leader of the Mortal Demon sect. Divine ability, Tribulation Finger of the Mortal World, Myriad Phenomenon Teleportation. Technique, Scripture of Mortal Tribulations, Complete Edition. Location, Myriad Realm Sea, Sin Dragon's Lair. Yi Su slightly furrowed his brows. Lin Qianma has another name. Without even any cultivation level, this is truly vague. Yi Su smiled bitterly in his heart. 60,000 heavenly secrets points, just to get such a vague piece of information. What a scam this system is. He looked at the Sage of Myriad Phenomena and said, Lin Qianma is still alive. She's in the Myriad World Sea, at the nest of the sinful dragon. The Myriad World Sea. The Sage of 10,000 Realms murmured. To be alive is enough, to be alive is enough. The old beggar wept uncontrollably, utterly disregarding Yi Hongchen's presence. Yi Hongchen's expression turned solemn. The Sea of Myriad Worlds, as its name suggests, is a chaotic sea spanning countless realms, a place of extreme peril. Even a great emperor might perish upon entering. Is our patriarch truly in the Sea of 10,000 Realms? My disciple, let us depart. Venerable Wanxiang raised his head with resolute determination. Master, are you going to the boundless sea? Yi Hongchen was filled with apprehension. The place was far too perilous. Though his master was a sage, in the boundless sea, even someone like that would be nothing more than a tiny ant. I'll first help you eliminate Lu Fengming and fulfill your heavenly oath, said the sage of all things. With that, he bowed to Yi Su in gratitude and strode out of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Yi Hongchen hurriedly followed. Little girl, you must promise not to divulge any of the secrets you've seen or heard, or there won't be a next time, Yi Su warned. Yi Xianer nodded vigorously like a pecking chick. The secret she had heard today was utterly shocking. The founding ancestor of the Red Dust demonic sect was actually the 5th-generation ancestor, and still alive at that. Just how powerful must that Lin Qianma be? At the same moment, the Sea of Myriad Realms. This was a chaotic sea, akin to primordial chaos before the separation of heaven and earth. Over endless ages, it formed into a vast celestial ocean that flowed between countless realms. In a dragon's lair exuding ancient savage aura and filled with malice, a veiled woman with delicate fingers as white as spring onions and a graceful figure seemed to sense something. Before her lay the dismembered remains of a sinister dragon, carved into countless pieces. Yet even after being split into innumerable fragments, each part of the dragon's body appeared still alive, pulsing with extraordinarily vigorous vitality, continuously roaring and howling. Every severed fragment alone radiated an aura no weaker than that of a sage of myriad forms. The woman paid no heed. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she murmured, "Who was spying on me just now?" That sensation had left her profoundly unsettled. Chapter 41 Selling everything to become a saint. The ones who just left, could they possibly be the myriad phenomena sage and Yi Hongchen? The white-haired elder of the Tianqin sect showed a flicker of emotion. It's definitely them. The white-haired old woman nodded. Mu Yunsheng said, "Elders, they must have already met the master of the Tianji Pavilion. We shouldn't delay any longer and should head to the Tianji Pavilion at once." The four immediately entered the exquisite city. Junior Fu Tianqing greets the master of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. The white-haired elder wore a reverent expression, showing no trace of being an ancient monster who had lived for thousands of years. Instead, he appeared completely humble, behaving with utmost deference like a junior. Fu Tianqing, Commander Zhao Chang of Linglong City and the City Lord were walking towards the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Upon hearing the name Fu Tianqing, both men immediately furrowed their brows. Why does this name sound so familiar? Zhao Chang pondered. He's the patriarch of the Tianqin sect. The City Lord of Linglong showed a look of reverence in his eyes. I never imagined this senior would emerge from seclusion and even personally visit the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to pay respects. My lord, have you forgotten about Yang Xuanzhan and Yi Hongchen? Zhao Chang muttered. Of course, the City Lord of Linglong hadn't forgotten. A few days ago, both Yang Xuanzhan and Yi Hongchen arrived together, leaving him restless with unease. Especially Yang Xiangan, as the master of Xuanfu Palace, had previously sent people to cause trouble at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The City Lord of Linglong had expected a battle to break out, yet peace prevailed in the end. This proves that the senior is truly a hidden giant among the reclusive experts. As for the two of them preparing to visit the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, it was Yi Su who had informed them. The junior disciple, Linglong City Lord, pays respects to all esteemed seniors. The Lord of Linglong City approached Fu Tianqing and the other three, bowing deeply in greeting. Fu Tianqing's face broke into a smile. Great Master Ancestor, Great Master Uncle, you've finally returned. Yi Xianer clearly treated the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion as her second home, rushing out to greet them the moment she heard their voices. Yunsheng, is she also a disciple of our Tianqin sect? Fu Tianqing looked at Yi Xianer, his expression full of admiration. Such a young age, yet already reached the early stage of the Dharma form realm, truly a blessing for our Tianqin sect. Mu Yunsheng also sighed in amazement. Old ancestor, just a month ago, this girl was still at the peak of the true spirit realm, yet within a month, she has advanced to the early stage of the Dharma form realm. In the final analysis, it was because she had spent the entire month at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Fu Tianqing and the white-haired old woman exchanged a glance, their expressions visibly shaken. This master of Tianji Pavilion truly appears to possess extraordinary abilities. Xianer, come quickly and pay your respects to the ancestor, Mu Yunsheng said. Ancestor? Yi Xianer blinked her eyes. She had never seen Fu Tianqing or the white-haired old woman before, but she obediently bowed in greeting. Child, as our first meeting, take this jade hairpin as a greeting gift. The white-haired old woman stroked Yi Xianer's beautiful hair and handed her a cyan jade hairpin. Fu Tianqing also brought out a bronze mirror, saying, Child, since that elder has kindly taken you in here, don't disappoint her good intentions. Practice diligently, so you may bring honor to the Tianqin sect in the future. Xianer understands. Clutching two semi-divine weapons in her hands, Yi Xianer was overjoyed as she welcomed everyone into the Tianji Pavilion. Yi Su was savoring his tea. Seeing the Tianqin sect disciples, he didn't rise from his seat but remained leisurely reclined in his Grand Master chair. He had already discerned the origins of these two individuals, merely achieving sainthood. City Lord Linglong, please take a seat and wait for a moment, Yi Su said with a laugh. Senior, please don't mind me. This junior can wait, Linglong City Master hurriedly replied. Yi Su actually ignored Fu Tianqing and his companion to speak with him first,
making him feel both flattered and overwhelmed.
Senior, you must already know the purpose of our visit, Fu Tianqing said. Naturally. Yi Su nodded.
These past few days, many have come to buy information from me, seeking to achieve sainthood.
Fu Tianqing's expression darkened. Does the senior still possess opportunities for enlightenment? The vast primordial world holds countless opportunities to attain sainthood. How many do you desire? Ahem.
Mu Yunqing seized the moment to speak, offering an embarrassed chuckle as he interjected, Senior, if I may remind you, you once promised our Tianqin sect an 80% discount when purchasing information.
I remember, Yi Su said helplessly. This line made it sound like he was trying to scam them. Then we'll take two. Fu Tianqing glanced at his wife and asked, Senior, is there possibly a place where two people can attain sainthood simultaneously? Let me take a look. Yi Su commanded, System, run a query. Tomb of the Great Sage Panwu requires 40,000 heavenly secret points.
This location is situated in Luotian Ridge, known for its intricate and sinister nature.
The system provided a vague piece of information. Luotian Ridge again? Yi Su frowned.
Even he only knew that Luotian Ridge was an extremely dangerous place, and nothing more beyond that.
Moreover, the fact that location of a great sage's tomb cost only 40,000 heavenly secrets points seemed somewhat suspicious.
There is indeed a place, but it's in Luotian Ridge, Yi Su replied.
Luotian Ridge?
Upon hearing those words, Fu Tianqing and the white-haired elder trembled uncontrollably, while Mu Yunqing and Mu Qinfeng's pupils contracted sharply, overcome with terror.
Yi Xianer was utterly bewildered.
She recalled how old man Huang and Ao Lai had been utterly terrified just hearing the name of Falling God Ridge.
What kind of place was this anyway? Senior, is this the only one? Fu Tianqing asked with a bitter smile. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, he simply didn't dare.
The Falling God Ridge is too perilous. Hardly any cultivator who enters it comes out alive. So far, the only known person to have survived and left the Falling God Ridge is the Sage of Myriad Phenomena.
Within the southern wastes, he is the only one.
Yi Su said nonchalantly, if you don't dare to go there, I can look into the eastern or western domains, perhaps there are other opportunities.
Senior, how many treasures are required for this opportunity? The silent white-haired elder woman finally spoke up and asked. Yi Su smiled and replied, 5 holy artifacts are needed. 5 holy artifacts?
Fu Tianqing and the white-haired old woman exchanged bewildered glances. For the Tiangxin zone, these 5 sacred treasures represented nearly the entirety of their foundational assets. This is already the price after giving you a 20% discount, Yi Su chuckled. 5 sacred treasures roughly equated to 50,000 heavenly secrets points. If it were the Red Dust Demon sect or the Profound Talisman Palace, Yi Su would definitely have demanded an even bigger price. But the Heavenly Heart sect was just too poor, there wasn't much wealth to squeeze out of them.
Ancestor, Senior is truly fair.
Just moments ago, the Sage of All Phenomena from the Red Dust Demon sect spent 5 sacred artifacts, with one of them even being a weapon of a Saint King, Yi Xianer said. She had made an agreement with Yi Su beforehand, so she didn't reveal any specifics.
Fu Tianqing shuddered violently. I can give you some information.
Yi Su smiled mysteriously and said, this is the tomb of a great sage.
SSS.
The words great sage stirred the hearts of everyone present.
The mightiest cultivator beneath quasi-emperor level. A great sage's tomb, just 5 sacred artifacts to obtain precise information is absolutely a bargain.
My dear wife, if the Tianqin sect doesn't produce another saint within 200 years, we'll face extinction. Fu Tianqing took a deep breath. So whatever it takes, even if we have to sell the cauldrons and scrap the iron, we must achieve sainthood.
We've been silent for too long, our blood has gone cold.
Fu Tianqing's gaze was solemn. A cultivator's life is a battle against heaven and man, walking the razor's edge between life and death.
How could one hope to achieve sainthood without paying the price? I want to enter the Godfall Ridge.
I'll stay with you, the silver-haired old woman said as she tightly grasped Fu Tianqing's hand.
Their fingers intertwined as the elderly couple exchanged a steadfast gaze. Esteemed Senior, this is everything my wife and I have accumulated. Could you tell us if it's enough?
Fu Tianqing gathered every possession from his lifetime into a Qiankuan ring and placed it in Yi Su's hands.
They possessed only 3 sacred artifacts.
More items included miraculous divine medicines, divine elixirs of creation, and countless divine materials for refining treasures, along with cultivation techniques and supernatural powers. They had indeed exhausted all their wealth.
System, how many destiny points can be exchanged? 49,000 destiny points.
Leave behind 2 sacred artifacts and exchange all the rest.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained 28,000 providence points. Yi Su's face darkened.
Even after the 2 elders sold everything they had, they barely scraped together less than 50,000 providence points. With a thought from Yi Su, a golden bronze mace landed in Fu Tianqing's hand, while a paintbrush flew back into the old white-haired woman's grasp. These 2 sacred artifacts are on loan to you, Yi Su said with a smile. You'll need to return them to me after you return from the great sage's tomb. The 2 elders froze momentarily before quickly understanding Yi Su's intention. Yi Su was afraid that without sacred artifacts in hand, they wouldn't be able to demonstrate their full strength.
Old man, thank you, elder.
Fu Tianqing knelt on the ground, his voice nearly choked with emotion.
There's no need for thanks. The reason I did this is because I need your Tianqing sect's help with something, Yisu said. Senior, just give the order. Whatever this old man can do, I will spare no effort. Such trivial matters can be left to Mu Yunsheng and the others to handle. Are you all just going to stand there and watch?
Yi Xiu stared at Mu Yunsheng. Hurry up and help your ancestor to his feet.
Oh.
Mu Yunsheng snapped back to his senses and, together with Mu Chenfeng, helped the two elders to their feet.
System, retrieve detailed information on the tomb of Panwu-Dasheng. Ding. 4,000 heavenly secrets points deducted.
Information flooded into his consciousness.
Yi Su instantly comprehended everything. So this is an outer mansion, no wonder it only costs 40,000 providence points. Yi Su murmured. He looked at the two elderly men and began explaining slowly. Fellow Taoists, this great sage is known as Panwu the Great Sage, who perished at Falling God Ridge. I will provide you with a map to safely navigate your way to Falling God Ridge, but the formation mechanisms within Panwu Great Sage's tomb test one's Tao heart. You'll have to face them yourselves. This, Fu Tianqing and the white-haired elder woman wore grave expressions. A tomb burying a great sage inevitably possessed numerous lethal formations. Even saints and saint kings could be obliterated. How could two quasi-saints possibly survive?
The two had thought Yi Su would have a solution, but he didn't.
It wasn't that he didn't want to give one, he simply couldn't produce it.
The restriction formations of the outer mansion shared similarities with those of the Divine King's tomb of Heavenly Capital, both primarily testing one's Tao heart.
Even the system couldn't crack them. Don't worry,
Yi Su smiled and said, the tomb of great sage Panwu is divided into inner and outer sections. The opportunities for attaining sainthood that you seek are located in the outer section, and there are as many as 9 of them. As long as you proceed with caution, your chances of achieving sainthood are quite high.
Remember, do not let greed consume you.
Yi Su recorded the specific details on a jade slip and handed it to the two elders. The expressions of the two elders softened slightly. What they sought was merely the chance to attain sainthood and dared not covet the inner legacy of Panwu the Great Sage. Old ancestors, take care of yourselves.
Mu Yunqing's eyes brimmed with tears.
Yi Xianer and Mu Chenfeng also wore solemn expressions. Falling God Ridge is the most terrifying forbidden land in the southern wastelands. For these two elders to go there likely means an eternal farewell.
Don't worry about us. Fu Tianqing smiled with sudden enlightenment. Stay here properly and follow the arrangements of our seniors.
If you see the emblem of Tianqing sect materialize above Falling God Ridge, that will mean we've succeeded. Old dear, let's go. The elderly couple soared away into the sky.
City Lord Linglong, Mu Yunsheng, the two of you come here.
Yi Su smiled warmly, beckoning to them with a wave.
Chapter 42, Heavenly Pride Ranking. How may this honored one command us?
Mu Yunsheng and the City Lord of Linglong stepped forward, bowing respectfully as they awaited instructions.
System, how many providence points are required to inquire about the top 100 prodigies across the entire primordial world? Yi Su pondered internally before posing the question. Fuzzy search requires 160,000.
Yi Su slightly furrowed his brows.
Too expensive. His financial foundation was too weak to bear such a cost.
Then search for prodigies under 200 years old in the southern wilderness, Yi Su said.
Make it a fuzzy search. Search successful. Ding. With a soft chime, 3,000 destiny points were deducted from Yi Su's account. A detailed inquiry requires 30,000 providence points. But Yi Su doesn't need specific information for now, he just needs to create a ranking list. Messages flooded into Yi Su's mind. A total of 50 individuals were listed on the roster. The selection included humans, demons, and spirits alike. Across the myriad realms, countless races flourished, gods and demons alike. Since the establishment of a celestial prodigy ranking was intended, it naturally had to encompass all intelligent beings across these infinite worlds, ensuring absolute fairness. Yi Su recorded the information on jade slips, dividing them into 2 copies, which he handed to the City Lord of Linglong and Mu Yunsheng respectively. Senior, may I take a look? Mu Yunsheng asked. Yi Su nodded.
Mu Yunsheng poured his divine sense into them.
In an instant, a ranking list came into view. Yuan Realm Southern Wasteland Prodigy Rankings. Jining, 120 years old, Divine Tribulation Realm Perfected, bearing the mark of an emperor.
Ji Mingyue, 110 years old, Divine Tribulation Realm Perfected, possessing the demeanor of an emperor. Ning Xian, 142 years old, Divine Tribulation Realm Perfection, Emperor's Caliber. Lu Xiaojun, 169 years old, Divine Tribulation Realm Perfection, Great Sage's Caliber. Li Ruofeng, 158 years old, Divine Tribulation Realm Perfection, Great Sage's Caliber.
Mu Yunsheng frowned deeply. After scanning the area, he actually couldn't find any disciples from the Tianqing sect. The city lord of Linglong was also completely baffled. What purpose could this ranking list possibly serve? Why is it that he hasn't heard of any of those top-ranking individuals? Lu Xiaojun and Li Ruofeng, he was indeed aware of them. One was the strongest of the younger generation in the Mystic Rune Palace, while the other was the foremost talent among the youth of the worldly demon sect. Beyond that, Mu Yunsheng had never heard of such a thing. Senior, Mu Yunsheng looked at Yi Su with a puzzled gaze. Is this the ranking of Southern Wilderness's prodigies? He hoped Yi Su could explain. A ranking of prodigies? Yi Xianer's expression shifted slightly. Then, has our sect master made the list? Shi Qingxi was the eternal deity in her heart. Yi Su said, this ranking only includes geniuses under 200 years old and below the heavenly god realm in the Southern Wilderness. The evaluation criteria include combat prowess, potential, and Dao heart. But why haven't I heard of any of those people on the list? Mu Yunsheng said in surprise. Could it be that he's living in another world? Yi Xiu frowned. Having never heard of those names, how could this be possible? The city lord of Linglong likewise chimed in. Like Elder Mu, I too have never heard of the likes of Jining or Ji Mingyue. Yi Xiu was stunned. System, are you messing with me? Yi Xiu asked. The southern barren lands, including the fallen god Ridge. The system simply replied to Yi Su. Lu Ocean Ridge? Yi Su's eyes lit up. You mean this list includes practitioners from the Divine Descent Ridge? What kind of place is Fallen God Ridge? 3 million destiny points, available for vague inquiry. 20 million karma points available for detailed inquiry. Hearing these words, Yi Su's face darkened like water. A system devoid of human warmth. But from the changes on the leaderboard, Yi Su faintly sensed something peculiar. Within the Luotian Ridge, there were cultivators present. The so-called land of extreme ill omen refers exclusively to outsiders. Among those people, some came from Luotian Ridge, Yi Su remarked casually. The crowd was visibly stunned. There are living beings inhabiting Luotian Ridge? This is truly an earth-shattering secret. As is widely known, ever since the various sects were established and took root in the southern wilderness over 100,000 years ago, the Godfall Ridge has existed. Historical records indicate that Godfall Ridge is one of the most perilous places in the primordial realm, having existed for millions of years, with almost no one daring to venture inside. Judging from the information listed on the leaderboard, the cultivators from Godfall Ridge are vastly superior to those in the southern wilderness. Each one possesses the potential to become an emperor. Senior, what should we do? Mu Yunsheng asked for guidance. This ranking list was created by Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. City Lord Linglong, you shall erect a stele in Linglong City and engrave the ranking of talents onto it. Fellow Taoist Mu, you will be in charge of spreading the word. Yi Su stood up, hands behind his back, and declared, from this day forward, I want Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to gain fame throughout the land, ensuring its name is known across the world. Yes, the city lord of Linglong was extremely excited. This senior has finally taken action. Even if Linglong City benefits just a little, it would be an immense blessing. Senior, are the disciples of my Tianqin sect really that inferior? Mu Yunsheng asked cautiously. Yi Su smiled and said, once this ranking is released, many people will surely be dissatisfied. There are also cultivators listed here who don't belong to God's Fall Ridge. You can easily send Yuchinga to challenge them. Whether it's true or false, one test will reveal the truth. Yuchinga stands as the most formidable disciple of the current generation from Tianqin sect. Belonging to the same cohort as Qi Hongshou, she has already achieved the perfected stage of the divine tribulation realm. Which one of them hails from the southern barrens? Mu Yunsheng inquired. Yi Su cast a glance at him. How vast can the southern barrens possibly be? With control over several provinces, obtaining information about a single person should be as simple as turning over your hand, hardly worth troubling me for. Forgive this junior's oversight, pray do not take offense, venerable elder. Mu Yunsheng gave an awkward smile. He made up his mind to start investigating one by one as soon as he returned to Tianqin sect. If they were rogue cultivators, he would bring them back to Tianqin sect for training. Thinking of this, Mu Yunsheng's eyes lit up. If there truly were wandering cultivators, as the first person on the contact list, he would undoubtedly gain the advantage. Many thanks, senior. Coming to this realization, Mu Yunsheng suddenly felt immense gratitude toward Yi Su, bowing deeply in respect. Consider this as part of your reward, Yi Su said with a smile. Let's begin. This junior shall take his leave first. Linglong City Lord, Mu Yunsheng and the others withdrew from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The people who can make it onto the list must be truly remarkable, right? Yi Xianer's eyes shone with admiration. Yi Su patted her head and said with a smile, focus on your cultivation. Your talent is no weaker than theirs. In the future, you'll definitely make it onto the Southern Wasteland Prodigy ranking, maybe even the Primordial Realm Prodigy ranking. There's a Primordial Realm Prodigy ranking too? Yi Xianer was astonished. Yi Su nodded. The next goal was the Primordial Realm Prodigy ranking. Of course, there will also be the Divine Weapon ranking, the Mystic Arts ranking, and the Divine Abilities ranking. When it comes to creating rankings, Yisu is quite experienced. What is the city lord doing?
At the heart of Linglong City, a colossal statue was toppled, while a towering stone stele, 99 zhang tall, rose from the ground. The city lord of Linglong personally inscribed the information from the jade slip onto the stele. He gripped a spirit brush, its strokes as thick as rafters, tracing name after name. These names, as if imbued with sentience, were deeply branded into the stone stele. At the pinnacle of the stone stele were 3 bold characters in gilded gold.
Celestial Secrets Pavilion.
Beneath them in a line were 7 more bold characters in gilded gold.
Yuan Realm Southern Wastelands Prodigy Rankings.
Then came the names, one after another. City Lord, how generous of you to actually use the infinite stone gifted by Zen Master Woliang to carve the Heavenly Pride rankings.
Zhao Chang said with evident heartache. This infinite stone possessed extraordinary properties.
Though inscriptions were carved upon it, they could be altered at any time. Moreover, the Woliang stone is incomparably hard. Even a cultivator who has reached the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm would find it difficult to shatter.
The Heavenly Pride ranking? One cultivator after another gasped in astonishment. Could someone actually have compiled a ranking of the most outstanding talents across the entire southern barren lands? This is truly a monumental undertaking.
However, when everyone saw the 3 words Sky Secrets Pavilion, all doubts vanished. In Linglong City, the Sky Secrets Pavilion master is akin to a god.
Anything produced by Sky Secrets Pavilion is absolutely unparalleled.
The Linglong City Lord finished carving and announced to the crowd, "Esteemed guests, this is the Southern Wastelands Heavenly Pride ranking crafted by the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, which includes practitioners from the Fallen Divinity Ridge. 50 names in total, representing the most elite talents of the Southern Wasteland."
Fallen Divinity Ridge? A cultivator asked doubtfully, isn't that a forbidden land of the Southern Wasteland? There are practitioners living there? This is a ranking compiled by the Celestial Secrets Pavilion.
Another cultivator added, the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion is peerless in this world, comprehending the heavenly Tao and surveying the underworld. Nothing in this existence can escape his perception. If the Pavilion Master says there are cultivators in the Fallen God Ridge, then there most certainly are.
Ripples of shock spread outward.
Yet even so, this single pebble managed to stir waves 1,000-fold.
This news is utterly astonishing.
In the most terrifying forbidden land of the southern wilderness, living creatures actually exist, and they were detected by the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion.
Look quickly.
A cultivator pointed at Lu Xiaojun's name and exclaimed, Lu Xiaojun of the Profound Symbol Palace, who dominates the younger generation of the southern wilderness, is actually only ranked 49th. Li Ruofeng of the Mortal Dust Demons sect is ranked 50th. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Nearly all the cultivators of Linglong City had gathered by the stone monument, forming a massive crowd. Strands of runic patterns materialized in the air, coalescing into a barrier that isolated the assembled crowd.
This is the formation laid down by the city lord of Linglong.
Though they couldn't hold back the Supreme Master, the cultivators of Linglong City still found it impossible to breach his formation. In at most half a month, the Celestial Prowess ranking will spread across the entire southern wasteland. The Lord of Linglong City was in high spirits. With the existence of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Linglong City was destined to become the heart of the southern wastes.
My lord, do you think this ranking might reach the Divine Descent Ridge?
Zhao Cheng suddenly asked.
Not necessarily.
The Linglong City Lord chuckled darkly. This is going to give the sect masters and leaders of Nanawan's major powers a real headache.
There are living beings in Luotian Ridge. This piece of news won't just shock everyone in Nanawan. Once it spreads to the eastern and western domains, it will likely attract even more people.
Take the Xuanfu Palace, for example. They consider themselves the leaders of Nanhuang, yet their strongest disciple only ranks 49th on the Heavenly Proud list.
I'm afraid they will have difficulty accepting this. The Southern Wilderness Heaven's Pride ranking?
At this moment, a hidden eye watched the stone steal from the void.
It was a half-saint. It turned out he had come to Tianji Pavilion in pursuit of news. However, he never expected to be utterly astonished the moment he arrived in Linglong City.
This Tianji Pavilion master truly operates on a grand scale. The quasi-saint exclaimed in astonishment, if all the information on the list is true, then the Mystic Pavilion's capabilities are far more mysterious and formidable than I had imagined.
But what do they mean by Godfall Ridge in their discussion? Are there cultivators at Godfall Ridge too? That shouldn't be possible.
He lingered quietly in the void for half an hour, committing all the information on the Heavenly Pride's ranking to memory before disappearing back into the void and heading toward the Mystic Pavilion.
Old Ghost Fei, wait for me. Suddenly, a voice called out, you're going to the Mystic Pavilion too, right? Let's go together. You're here too? The quasi-sage turned his head and saw a grey-robed elder appearing behind him. And me. Another figure emerged. Ha ha ha, who would have thought we'd all bump into each other? Our meeting is fate. Let's go together. In an instant, 9 figures appeared in the void.
These 9 individuals were extraordinarily powerful, each possessing the strength of a semi-saint. They had evidently been waiting for quite some time, yet they held back, not entering the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion immediately.
The next second, 9 half-saints descended upon Tianji Pavilion. Yisu opened his eyes and said, "We have a visitor." Chapter 43, Me, the Bearing of a Celestial Emperor. This place is quite mysterious. The gray-robed elder had gloomy eyes and an aura of sinister energy, his entire body exuding the scent of death, like an old man on the verge of passing. However, this aura of death was not merely the weariness of age, it was the unmistakable miasma of a corpse. He originated from the path of heavenly corpses, cultivating through corpse refinement and spending years in the company of zombies. As a result, his face was gaunt, his body emaciated as dry wood, appearing utterly terrifying. The master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is rumored to be the mastermind behind the emergence of the Kunlun Valley and the Purple Star Sage's Grotto. Yi Hongqian's ascension to sagehood was entirely dependent on the information provided by the master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Another quasi-sage spoke up. The dwelling place of such an exalted figure is naturally extraordinary. Enough chit-chat, let's go in. A half-sage couldn't wait any longer and stepped into the Tianji Pavilion first. Yisu, clad in emerald robes with strikingly handsome features, had eyes as radiant as stars. He looked at the 9 individuals of varying appearances and smiled, saying, "Please take a seat, fellow Taoists." As his voice faded, 9 stools materialized behind each of them. "So, you are the master of the Divination Pavilion, senior?" The 9 individuals did not look down upon Yisu just because he was a youth barely 20 years old. Having cultivated to their level, they naturally understood that true great supernatural beings possessed the ability to remain forever young. Just like Yi Hongqian, who practiced the Mortal Tribulation Sutra and appeared like a mere child. "It's me." Yisu chuckled lightly. "I presume all fellow Taoists share the same purpose as Taoist Fu?" Taoist Fu? The crowd exchanged glances and immediately understood. The so-called Taoist Fu refers to Fu Tianqing. According to their investigation, the Tianqing sect was the first to come into contact with the Tianji Pavilion. Fu Tianqing and his companion proceeded directly to the Tianji Pavilion immediately after sealing the Violet Mansion of the Sage, a logical course of action once matters there were settled. They were only a step too late. "Senior, this junior wishes to purchase a sagehood opportunity. I wonder if senior still has any in hand?" Unable to restrain himself any longer, the gray-robed elder from the Corpse Tao sect was the first to speak. 5 holy artifacts. Yisu stretched out 5 fingers. Hiss. Hearing the quote, the 9 gasped in shock. "This is way too expensive." Yisu smiled and said, Yi Hongqian also paid 5 sacred artifacts for a single piece of information. "Naturally, I can't show favoritism. However, seeing how sincere you all are, I can offer you 2 choices. Please speak plainly, senior." Seeing there might be a turning point, the 9 half-saints felt their spirits lift. The first option is naturally to sacrifice 5 holy artifacts. The second option. Yisu paused for a moment and said, "If all 9 fellow Taoists purchase together, I can give you a 30% discount." Yi Sienna rolled her eyes. Based on her understanding of Yisu during this period, she felt he was about to scam someone. A money fanatic doing business would never voluntarily lower prices, would he? The gray-robed old man frowned and said, "If we buy together, then will each of us get a chance to become a sage?" "I need to correct that." Yisu said, "What I provide is information, not opportunity. However, the place I direct you to indeed holds a real opportunity to become a sage. Of course, whether you can attain sainthood depends entirely on your own abilities." Old Ghost Fei from the Artifact Immortal sect was clearly a sly fox. Sensing something amiss, he solemnly remarked, "Senior, offering a 30% discount at once, surely it's not just because of bulk purchasing, is it?" Yisu was getting a headache. These old things, living for thousands of years, had turned every one of them into crafty foxes. However, he never intended to hide it in the first place. Yisu said, "This treasure trove contains 9 sagehood opportunities, but since Fu Tianqing and his Tao companion have already claimed 2, there remain 7 chances. Among you, it's quite possible only 7 can achieve sagehood. Of course, fewer may succeed." The 10 titans of Southern Wasteland all maintained competitive relationships with each other. If they could slay a demi-saint and weaken a major power, surely someone among the 9 would be eager to do so. Any agreement among these 9 to jointly purchase the artifact would only be temporary. Once inside the tomb of great sage Panwu, betrayals would likely follow. The 9 fell deep into contemplation. "I promise." Old Ghost Fei was the first to agree. "I agree as well," replied the gray-robed elder from the Corpse Tao faction. After a moment's consideration, the remaining 7 individuals also gave their assent one after another. Among the 9 quasi-saints, some like Fu Tianqing had formed Taoist partnerships, while the weakest were Old Ghost Fei, the quasi-saint from the Corpse Tao, and the quasi-saint from the Alchemy Cauldron sect. These 3 also showed signs of joining forces. "Since no one objects, let's settle the bill," Yisu laughed.
feeling utterly delighted. The 9 quasi-saints took turns presenting their treasured collections. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Su obtained 26 saintly weapons, dozens of divine king armaments, along with various primordial divine herbs and supreme-grade materials, all of them fine treasures.
Yi Xianer was drooling. Redeem.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained 360,000 heavenly mystery points.
This time I'm really going to make a fortune.
A single great sage's tomb, just its outer chambers alone, had already netted him nearly 400,000 in income. Yi Su was beside himself with joy. The 9 men looked as if their flesh had been cut, having handed over 70% of their lifelong savings to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion.
This is the tomb of a great sage, located at Luotian Ridge. No surprise.
At the mention of Luotian Ridge, the 9 men trembled in fear, sweat beading on their foreheads.
Don't be afraid. Yi Su smiled and said, I'll provide you with the route to the great sage's tomb. As long as you follow the path, no harm will come to you. Wait, old Ghostface's eyes narrowed slightly. Senior, did you just say it's the tomb of a great sage?
Hearing this, the 8 quasi-saints' eyes gleamed with red light. The southern barren lands haven't seen the birth of a saint king in over 100,000 years, let alone a great sage. Such beings rank among the mightiest just beneath quasi-emperors.
The place they were heading to was actually the tomb of a great sage? Keep your petty schemes to yourselves.
Yi Su said indifferently, this great sage's tomb has inner and outer sections.
What you need is in the outer section.
Of course, if you're not satisfied with that and insist on venturing into the inner tomb to explore the great sage's legacy, then you'll be on your own. We will surely bear our elders' teachings in mind. Old Ghostface said sternly.
You may set forth now, Yi Su said. Many thanks for your guidance, elder. The 9 individuals bowed in unison to Yi Su.
Then they departed one after another.
Senior, if they encounter our ancestor, could our ancestor be in danger? Yi Xianer asked worriedly.
I thought you were heartless and wouldn't even think to ask, Yi Su said, looking at her.
Yi Xianer was deeply troubled. It was just because the demi-saints from various sects were present that she couldn't ask. Don't worry, Yi Su said. Both of them are demi-saints. No matter what, they're still stronger than a lone wolf.
If they have the ability, they can achieve sainthood first. Yi Xianer felt slightly relieved. System, purchase the creation heart scripture for me, the cultivation method below the divine realm.
Ding! Congratulations, host.
You have spent 5,500 heavenly secrets points to purchase the cultivation techniques for the Dharma form realm, Tao Palace realm, and Divine Tribulation realm. Instantly, the 3 scrolls of techniques appeared in Yi Su's mind.
How many heavenly secrets points are needed to reach the Divine Tribulation realm? Yi Su asked again.
10,000 heavenly secrets points.
10,000 heavenly mystery points, that's not too expensive. He currently possesses so many heavenly mystery points that elevating him straight to the realm of a sage would be effortless. Who could have imagined that in just one short month, he could amass such a fortune of heavenly mystery points? I believe I should be ranked first on the Myriad Realms Heavenly Genius ranking from now on. I, Yi Su, possess the majesty of an Emperor of Heaven. Yi Su chuckled darkly. Host, would you like to enhance your cultivation immediately? Upgrade immediately. Boom! Suddenly, an incredibly vast surge of spiritual energy erupted within Yi Su's physical body out of nowhere. A true spirit measuring 49 Zhang, 9 Qi, and 9 Cun opened its eyes. The divine spring connected his purple mansion and Dantian, completing the grand circulation of his magical power. In almost an instant, Yi Su broke through to the Fa Xiang, Dharma form, realm. The spiritual essence transformed and grew continuously. In the Fa Xiang realm, the spiritual essence transforms into a primordial spirit, enabling the divine ability of manifesting the Dharma form. Yi Su's spiritual essence, nourished by spiritual energy, grew frenziedly. Each breath added an inch to its height. Within the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, it had already reached 99 Zhang, 9 Qi, and 9 Cun. This was the pinnacle of the Dharma form realm. Yi Su felt as if he had grasped the power of heaven and earth. With but a thought, he could command all. He had cultivated to the peak of the Dharma form realm. Heaven and earth as my mirror, borrowing the cosmos power. Through the ages, those cultivators who attained this level were as rare as phoenix feathers. Each had to endure excruciating cultivation to reach it. Yet Yi Su achieved it effortlessly. Yi Su's spirit soared with exhilaration. Yet the breakthroughs continued unabated. But as his magical power filled his Dantian and the Creation Heart Sutra circulated, the first Tao Palace began to take shape, vivid and lifelike, resembling a sacred temple, a heavenly grotto. Countless mystical runes etched themselves upon it, each containing boundless Taoist wonders. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion also resonated in harmony. The ethereal sound of the Tao resonated deep in Yi Xianer's heart. Yi Xianer attained enlightenment once more. She sat cross-legged in meditation as her cultivation naturally circulated, her spiritual power flowing seamlessly like water. Without any hindrance, she effortlessly broke through to the mid-stage of the Dharma aspect realm. Had others witnessed this spectacle,
they would undoubtedly be consumed by boundless envy and jealousy. No wonder Fu Tianqing and others repeatedly cautioned Yi Xian'er.
The Celestial Secrets Pavilion was Yi Xian'er's destined opportunity and fortune.
The cultivation of the Dao Palace realm involves injecting all of a practitioner's accumulated insights into constructing Dao palaces, with a maximum of 9 palaces achievable in one's lifetime. 9 represents the numerical limit. This is the ultimate boundary of the Dao Palace realm. Forging the Dao Palace was destined to be an exceedingly lengthy process. Even Yi Su was no exception. In fact, his process might even be slower, because he could not only forge 9 Dao Palaces within the Purple Mansion, but also refine the Celestial Court in one fell swoop. Only by achieving this could Yi Su construct even more Dao Palaces of varying attributes. It must be known that the Heart Sutra of Creation encompasses all paths of the Dao. Once the Celestial Court is forged, it would give birth to a immortal chi, capable of shattering the barriers of the void and drawing an endless celestial energy from the boundless void, allowing for unlimited growth. This foundation is of paramount importance, directly tied to Yi Su's path to becoming the Celestial Emperor. The Grand Dao resonance echoed through the Violet Mansion, where a chaotic tide erupted, enveloping 800 miles in purple mist.
Countless runes swirled within the turbulent chaos like frothing waves. After unknowable ages,
the runes absorbed the purple mists and devoured the chaotic energy, gradually forming the indistinct silhouette of a Dao Palace.
As increasing torrents of purple energy poured into the structure, the hazy Dao Palace grew ever more clearly defined. Chaos Dao Palace. Forged from the primal chaos chi, this Dao Palace possesses the might of chaos, overwhelmingly formidable. But the cultivation hadn't ceased. The second Dao Palace began to coalesce.
Yi Su also immersed himself in cultivation, contemplating the mysteries of the Creation Heart Sutra, engaging in practice to experience the distinctions between each realm and every Dao Palace.
Chapter 44, The Tomb of the Great Sage.
Old dear, ahead lies the fallen god Ridge. Fu Tianqing and the white-haired old woman sped like shooting stars, arriving before layers of mountain ridges after half a day's journey. The sky above Luotian Ridge remained perpetually overcast all year round, as if veiled in a thin layer of gray mist, exuding an oppressive and mysterious aura. Such weather has persisted since the birth of Luotian Ridge, continuing unchanged to this day. Fu Tianqing pondered for a moment and muttered, Luotian Ridge has existed for over 10 million years by now, hasn't it? The white-haired old woman added, 12 million years. The mere thought of the terrifying legends made Fu Tianqing's hair stand on end. Existing for 12 million years yet remaining the most dreadful forbidden land in the primordial world, this alone speaks volumes about the eerie nature of Luotian Ridge.
Let's go inside. Fu Tianqing took a deep breath. I trust you, elder.
The two stepped into the falling god Ridge. Whoosh! In an instant, it seemed like the world had transformed. They could no longer see the clear skies of the southern wasteland. The heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, roaring with thunder like the pounding of giant drums. Turning their heads, they saw boundless ridges stretching endlessly, pitch black and barren, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Not far away, lay an enormous skeleton as massive as a mountain, likely the remains of some unknown ferocious beast. Even in death, it exuded an aura of terrifying might. This place is really eerie, Fu Tianqing said. At this moment, they could no longer find their way back, there was only moving forward. The two of them steeled themselves and ventured deeper, following the route Yi Su had provided. Roar! A fierce beast's howl resounded, as if primordial savage beasts were locked in combat. The sound carried far into the distance, filling the void with the pungent stench of blood and decay. Woo-woo! Before they had gone far, Fu Tianqing and his companions saw a billowing black mist drifting towards them. The black mist shrouded half the sky, writhing incessantly, with eerie sounds emanating from within, as if some monstrous creature lurked inside the dark fog. Fu Tianqing and his companion immediately subdued their auras. They didn't know what this was, but Yi Su had warned them never to touch any strange phenomena within Falling God Ridge. This creeping darkness clearly belonged to that category of forbidden phenomena. Roar! Half a cup of tea later, Fu Tianqing and his companions saw a monster hundreds of zhang long, covered in blue-green dragon scales, with the head of an ox, the body of a tiger, and the tail of a deer. Its aura was overwhelmingly powerful. The monster was feeding and seemed unaware of the black mist creeping towards it. Fu Tianqing's heart tightened slightly. This creature's strength was immense, no less formidable than a half-saint. However, as the dark mist surged forward, the bull-headed tiger-bodied monster finally sensed the danger. Turning its head to look, it immediately emitted an ear-splitting, bizarre roar. Instinctively it fled, but the instant it took its first step, the black mist engulfed its entire body. Several breaths later, the dark mist drifted away into the distance. Only a skeleton remained on the ground. Fu Tianqing seemed to hear the sound of chewing emerging from the black mist. This damned place isn't fit for humans at all. Fu Tianqing's entire body trembled as his lips began to quiver. The white-haired old woman spoke with awe in her expression. The master of Tianji Pavilion is truly an extraordinary man to discern the peculiarities of Luotian Ridge from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Fu Tianqing fully agreed. Were it not for Yi Su's guidance, they too might have been devoured by the black fog. From their observations, the black fog possessed consciousness. To put it another way, there were monsters within the black fog capable of detecting living auras, manipulating the fog's movement to engulf any creatures they encountered, devouring both flesh and primordial spirits. That semi-holy level monster did not put up the slightest resistance from start to finish. This indicates that the creatures of the black mist are exceptionally powerful. Old dear, do you think those bones we saw earlier might all be the work of this ghostly thing? Fu Tianqing thought of the massive skeletons along their path. It must be him, the white-haired old woman said. Let's hurry into the tomb of the great sage Panwu, Fu Tianqing urged anxiously. The heavily warded tomb of the great sage Panwu might actually be safer than the outside. The two immediately held their breath and made their way toward the sage's mausoleum. This falling god ridge is only about 100,000 li in circumference. How come we still haven't arrived after walking for a whole day? The white-haired old woman wondered in confusion. With their footspeed prowess, they could cover hundreds of thousands of miles in half a day. Could they be trapped in some formation? Fu Tianqing shook his head. I followed the route our senior provided exactly without any deviations. It's likely that Falling God Ridge exists as its own separate realm. 2 days later, the two of them carefully navigated around the eerie mist as if treading on thin ice, finally arriving at a massive mountain range. Here, two peaks intertwined, forming jagged shapes like fangs. The great sage's tomb stood right at the entrance of these fawn-like peaks. However, that area appeared completely empty, devoid of any peculiarities. Is this really the burial site of the great sage? The white-haired old woman furrowed her brows. Why can't I sense even a trace of magical aura? Fu Tianqing walked toward the entrance. Boom! He channeled his magical power, unleashing his divine abilities as he threw a punch straight at the jagged fangs. Boom! A fist materialized out of thin air, yet even the fabric of space in Luotian Ridge remained unmoved. The immense force struck the jagged peaks, causing the entire mountain to tremble slightly. The white-haired old woman was even more astonished. Had this been in the Yuan realm, Fu Tianqing's punch could have leveled a 10,000-foot peak. But here in Luotian Ridge, it couldn't even shatter the void, nearly shaking a mountain ever so slightly. Clang! A clear and resonant toll of a bell rang out. As Fu Tianqing's punch landed, amid the jagged and intertwined teeth, a massive bronze bell covered in rust unexpectedly materialized, sending ripples through the void. Fu Tianqing's magic power was completely absorbed by the great bell. Buzz! The great bell trembled slightly, sending out ripples as if a void passage had opened beneath it, revealing the silhouette of a spatial entrance. The two gazed into the entrance, seeing only a vast expanse of whiteness that obscured everything from view. The elder didn't deceive us, Fu Tianqing said, looking at the white-haired old woman. Had she meant to, we wouldn't have made it this far. Besides, have you ever seen a swindler lend out something they've already obtained? The white-haired old woman looked ashamed. So this is the great sage's tomb? The white-haired old woman stared at the massive bronze bell. This bell is extraordinary, it must have been the weapon of a saint king. More than that, Fu Tianqing said, being able to stabilize a spatial entrance in the falling god ridge would likely require a sacred saint divine weapon to accomplish. Don't even think about it. This sacred weapon guards the entrance, none of us can lift it. Even if you take it, the great sage's tomb will immediately collapse amidst the spatial storms. The white-haired old woman reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Fu Tianqing spoke the truth. The bronze giant bell anchored the great sage's tomb, preventing its movement through the void while simultaneously opening a spatial portal, awaiting destined individuals to enter and inherit the legacy of Panwu Great Sage. Let's go! Fu Tianqing's gaze was resolute. Since we've already reached the Great Sage's tomb, there's no need to hesitate any longer. Within this lies a formation that tests one's Tao heart. Once thoughts of retreat arise, endless inner demons will manifest to torment the mind. Without doubt, we too shall perish within this formation. Understood. The white-haired crone stilled her wandering thoughts and exhaled a pure breath. Just as the two were about to step into the great sage's tomb, a sound came from behind them. Both immediately went on high alert. Fu Tianqing promptly drew his golden bronze mace, his aura surging with the flow of saintly energy. The white-haired old woman also raised her divine brush, standing ready for battle. The two initially thought it was monsters from the falling god ridge, sensing their presence, descending upon this place. But after a moment, they saw 9 silhouettes leaping forward. Elder Fae from the Artifact Immortal sect and the grey-robed demi-saint from the Heavenly Corpse Path, along with others, all hurriedly arrived at the great saint's tomb. Old Fu, long time no see, how have you been? Old Ghost Fae clasped his hands and smiled. Old Ghost Fae, what are you doing here? Fu Tianqing's brow furrowed as realization dawned. Did the Master of Sky Mechanism Pavilion send you? Chapter 45, Elder Huang attains sainthood. Apart from that, Fu Tianqing couldn't think of any other reason. Old man Fu, the outer tomb of the Panwu Great Sage holds 9 saintly opportunities. Surely you don't mean to claim them all for yourself? The grey-robed quasi-saint from the corpse Tao cackled ominously. I fear your ambition outweighs your lifespan. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. With 9 saintly ascension opportunities and 11 half-saints, how should they be distributed? This group consisted almost entirely of ancient, time-worn cultivators who had practiced their entire lives solely for the sake of attaining sainthood.
The opportunity lies right before your eyes, who wouldn't be tempted?
Old Man Face snorted coldly.
Fellow Taoists, the chance to attain sainthood isn't something you can pluck so easily. To seize this opportunity, you must first pass the trial of the formation. With your impetuous temperaments and overwhelming greed, how could you possibly overcome that trial? In my opinion, this formation alone will weed out quite a few of you.
Hearing these words, the atmosphere eased slightly.
Old Fei makes a valid point.
The middle-aged man from the Joy Union sect chuckled lightly. With his handsome features and refined demeanor, he was none other than Joy Union's great sect master, a half-saint cultivator. As the name suggests, the Joy Union sect specialized in dual cultivation and was jointly ruled by two sect masters. Instead of scheming against each other and needlessly expending our energy, we should be focusing on how to break this formation, said the charming woman from the Joyous Union sect, her voice honeyed and her demeanor alluring.
That makes sense.
The rest of the group nodded in agreement.
Humph.
The grey-robed semi-saint flicked his sleeve with an unkind expression. Fu Tianqing's gaze turned sharp, murderous intent rising in his heart. The path of celestial corpses primarily focused on refining corpses, employing sinister and ruthless methods. The reason the grey-robed semi-saint dared to challenge both of them alone was because he possessed a celestial corpse with semi-saint level strength. If they truly came to blows, Fu Tianqing and his companion wouldn't gain any advantage either.
Enough talk, let's see what you're made of.
The old ghost Fei took the lead, darting first into the spatial rift. The others followed close behind.
9 palaces, 9 gates, the heart's locked path of refinement.
A majestic voice resonated above the crowd, brimming with authority and grandeur. Welcome to the 9 Paladins Heavenlock formation.
Boom! In 9 directions, 9 enormous gates emerged simultaneously. The gates bore divine markings, their aura profound and mysterious, appearing like 9 entrances. The 9 palaces referred to Qian Palace, Qin Palace, Zhen Palace, Jin Palace, Central Palace, Sen Palace, Li Palace, Koan Palace, and Dui Palace. Any practitioner of array formations would be familiar with them. The 9 palaces are profoundly mysterious, and the Great 9 Palaces formation is even more enigmatic. Staring at the 9 gates before them, everyone frowned tightly. Generally speaking, among these 9 gates, only one is the gate of life, all the others are gates of death, said Old Ghost Fei, the ancestral elder of the Artifact Immortal sect. When it came to formation mastery, he was undoubtedly the most profound among them. Unless we find the gate of life, we're doomed. How are we supposed to test it? The grey-robed half-saint said coldly. 9 gates, 1 wrong step means death. We only have a 1 in 9 chance.
Old Ghost Fei, you seem to have forgotten that the senior told us this is an array that tests one's Dao heart, Fu Tianqing said. As long as one can transcend the trial of the Dao heart, it counts as passing. Therefore, I believe this 9 palaces heavenly lock array cannot be approached with ordinary reasoning.
What if the astral pavilion master is wrong? The grey-robed half-saint sneered.
Old Ghost Fei's eyes flickered slightly. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master possesses boundless magical powers. Since he could guide us to the sage's tomb from hundreds of thousands of miles away, his judgment about the formation probably isn't wrong either, Old Ghost Fei said.
Old partner, you take the Jin position, I'll take the Central Palace. Fu Tianqing couldn't be bothered arguing with them.
After giving brief instructions to the white-haired old woman, he flashed through the central gate.
They're betting with their lives.
The quasi-saint of Qingling sect's pupils contracted sharply.
We've already stooped to buying information.
If we don't gamble with our lives now, becoming sages will be even more impossible. The refined man from the Joyful Union sect smiled faintly and turned to his companion, saying, I'll enter the Qian Palace, you take the Kuan Palace.
The two of them left one after another.
A quarter of an hour later, the group filed through a towering gate. The grey-robed half-saint's eyes gleamed with malice as a 3-zhang-tall celestial corpse, forged from divine metal and etched with bizarre mystical runes, emerged from his dantian. Its golden visage bore fang teeth, radiating a ferocious aura as thick miasmic energy billowed from its form. He charged into the Jin Palace. Crack! After the 11 half-saints rushed through the portal, a massive 9 palaces formation diagram manifested upon the 9 divine gates, as though a machine had been activated. Mysterious divine patterns danced through the void, unfolding countless enigmatic wonders. Clang! The bell's resonance echoed through the outer mansion. At this moment, the 9-palace heaven-sealing array unleashed its full power.
All 11 demi-saints found their Dao hearts brought into question.
As Fu Tianqing said, this was an array designed to test one's Dao heart. There were no gates of life or death within it. For those who failed their spiritual trial, even the gate of life would become the gate of death. Every single person had become trapped in this interrogation of their Dao heart.
it's still Luotian Ridge. Inside a gloomy underground palace, the fighting spirit remains unyielding, and the heroic souls never fade.
Old Huang from the East Sea Dragon Palace is locked in combat with one soul of warriors after another.
This is the tomb of the 100 Battles Sage King.
Old Huang had been fighting for 3 days. He was nearly exhausted. Each slain warrior spirit transformed into a surge of battle intent that flooded his consciousness, keeping Old Huang's spirit fiercely exhilarated, yet his magical power was rapidly waning.
An unknown amount of time later,
Old Master Huang fought his way through the underground palace and saw a colossal giant. The giant had heroic features, clad in armor, his head reaching the heavens and his feet planted firmly on the ground. In his hand, he held an axe capable of cleaving the sky, his eyes blazing with divine light and unyielding battle spirit. Even in death, he still maintained the posture of a warrior.
The warrior spirit never perishes. Is this the Battle Saint King?
Elder Huang looked up at the Battle Saint King with awe in his heart. This was a true cultivator, born for battle even in death. His fighting will remain unextinguished.
And then, Old Huang saw the small Bodhi tree.
The entire tree was as translucent as agate, imprinted with mysterious patterns. Though only about 10 feet tall, it appeared like a tender sapling beneath the feet of the Battle Saint King. Merely by approaching the small Bodhi tree and sensing its aura, Old Huang entered a state of ethereal clarity, his mind free from distractions. Upon the small Bodhi tree hung a single Bodhi seed, agate-like in appearance, exuding an aura of pristine purity.
Bodhi seed. Old man Huang cried tears of joy. For days, he had been ceaselessly battling heroic spirits, utterly exhausted, all for gaining this single Bodhi seed. After all, he was obstructed by inner demons. Without eliminating them, there would be no path to sainthood. Even if he obtained the 100 Battles Saint King's legacy and refined the inner world of the 100 Battles Saint King, achieving sainthood would remain impossible. This Bodhi seed is his most important goal. You are truly a divine being, Elder.
Old Huang was overwhelmed with gratitude. He had finally glimpsed the opportunity to attain sagehood.
All of this was entirely due to Yisu. Today, this old man shall achieve sainthood in one fell swoop. Old man Huang trembled as he plucked the Bodhi seed. The seed burned with a scorching heat, searing his skin, yet he paid it no mind. Composing himself, he swallowed the Bodhi seed whole. In that instant, the demon lurking deep within his Taoist heart erupted violently. Old Huang confronted his inner demon, terrifying, twisted, sinister and evil. This inner demon had been Old Huang's lifelong nightmare. Whir! The Bodhi seed entered his abdomen, transforming into a hazy glow that enveloped Elder Huang's body.
The pure chi ascended to the purple mansion, as gentle and warm as the first rays of sunlight, shining upon the inner demon. At this moment, the inner demon ceased its spread, held at bay. Streams of enlightenment flooded into Elder Huang's heart, and he attained sudden awakening. Old Huang's aura continued to grow stronger. In the purple mansion, that inner demon was gradually being weakened. The demon roared and howled ferociously, yet it couldn't disturb Old Huang's state of mind in the slightest. With the help of the Bodhi seed, he fell into a sudden enlightenment.
1 day, 2 days,
the demon of the heart was continuously weakened by the power of the Bodhi seed until it finally dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing within Old Huang's Tao heart.
With the demon of the heart eliminated, Old Huang's Tao heart achieved completion. Boom!
A mighty aura erupted from his body as Old Huang opened his eyes, radiating divine brilliance, with his hair and beard billowing wildly. He stepped into the sacred realm.
Chapter 46, 10 Saints Transcending Tribulation, Part 1. Boom!
Above the tomb of the 100 Battles Sacred King, amidst the dark heavens of the falling God Ridge, a sudden clap of thunder resounded. Then, dark clouds spanning 6,000 miles merged into one, filled with boundless tribulation light, brewing the great destruction divine thunder. The mighty celestial might enveloped a radius of 6,000 miles. Roar! Unlike Taitsung Mountain, the ancient ferocious beasts of Luotian Ridge each raised their heads and roared, their voices filled with defiance, as if challenging the heavenly authority. A figure darted through the falling God Ridge. It was none other than the Sage of Myriad Forms. After parting ways with Yi Hongchen, the Sage of Myriad Forms ventured alone into the falling God Ridge. He appeared intimately familiar with its dangers, navigating through perilous paths with only minor scares. Clearly, this was not the Sage's first visit. When he first stepped into the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Yisu knew that the Myriad Phenomena Sage had been to the falling God Ridge and managed to leave alive. This time, the Myriad Phenomena Sage entered the falling God Ridge precisely to deal with the matter of killing Lu Fengming. Inside the falling God Ridge, someone is actually undergoing the Sage Heavenly Tribulation? The Myriad Phenomena Sage was endlessly astonished and murmured, "Which clan's expert has ascended to sagehood?" However, the Myriad Phenomena Sage wasn't overly surprised. As far as he knew, the ancient clans within Luotian Ridge possessed unimaginably profound foundations. Even quasi-emperors existed among them. With merely 6,000 miles of tribulation clouds, this individual paled in comparison to Yi Hongchen, proving him to be nothing more than a minor character. If Elder Huang were aware of Sage Wanxiang's thoughts, he would likely weep aloud. Becoming a saint had been his lifelong pursuit.
better not meddle in this.
The all-encompassing sage's expression turned grave as he rubbed a translucent blue jade pendant in his hand.
The pressing matter now was to enlist external forces to eliminate Lu Fengming.
Only by settling matters in the southern wastes could he set his mind at ease and enter the myriad world sea to seek Lin Qianhua.
The myriad phenomena sage vanished into darkness. The heavenly tribulation has arrived? Old Huang's expression turned grave.
He had witnessed the might of a sage's heavenly tribulation at Mount Taizong. Considering his own tribulation would be weaker than that southern wasteland sage, he reckoned it shouldn't pose much of a problem.
Crack!
The first heavenly tribulation came crashing down. The defensive formation around the 100 Battles Sage King's tomb was shattered, but the tribulation's power was significantly diminished. Old Huang effortlessly withstood the first great annihilation divine thunder.
Then came the second strike. Boom!
By the time the fourth divine thunder descended, Elder Huang's expression changed. The power of this heavenly tribulation was terrifying beyond measure. Before it even struck, cracks like spiderwebs spread across the void, and an overwhelming aura of heavenly law enveloped every corner.
Whoosh!
The majestic divine power intertwined with the laws of heaven, transforming into a devastating calamitous thunderbolt that swept through the tomb of the 100 Battle Saint King in one fell swoop, leaving behind only the Saint King's body and the Bodhi sprout. Unfazed, Old Huang fully activated a sacred spear, yet the accumulated battle will of heroic spirits within his consciousness unexpectedly began to shift.
Old Huang, as if possessed by the god of war, surged with boundless combat intent, challenging the heavens themselves.
Suddenly, the 100 Battle Saint King beside him moved, his eyes opened with such intensity it seemed worlds were crumbling within them, while the heaven-splitting axe in his hand emitted a faint, resonant hum.
Clang, clang, clang.
The arm of the 100 Battles Sacred King moved, its armor scattering a shower of dust while gleaming with a metallic sheen.
Boom!
Though the 100 Battles Sacred King had perished, his battle spirit remained unquenched, awakened by Elder Huang's fighting will. Gripping his divine axe, he strode into the heavens and swung it toward the great destruction calamity lightning.
Boom, 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 boom. With a single axe strike, the 100 Battle Sacred King cleaved through the great destruction calamity thunder.
Yet at the same moment, the great destruction divine thunder struck the 100 Battle Sacred King, his body collapsing inch by inch, his armor shattering piece by piece. Only his fighting spirit remained immortal. A quarter hour later, the 100 Battle Sacred King had completely shattered the great destruction calamity thunder. The battle-hardened Sacred King who fought throughout his life also fell.
The divine axe clattered to the ground, its radiance dimmed. Old Huang was stunned.
The 100 Battles Sacred King had actually awakened, shielding him from the heavenly thunder. In that moment, Old Huang felt both joy and sorrow. The last trace of this sacred king in the world had been completely erased. How could this old man be worthy? Old Huang wept bitterly, tears streaming down his aged face. He understood that the reason the 100 Battles Sacred King had acted was simply because his battle aura had disturbed the Sacred King's lingering obsession, compelling this sage king to raise his axe against the heavens even in death. The more he realized this, the more profound Old Huang's sorrow became. "Senior, your legacy shall be carried forward by me," Old Huang declared solemnly. "Having weathered countless battles, my heart refuses to perish. Saber drawn and horse steadied, my fighting spirit soars beyond the heavens. Kill!" Gripping the divine axe, Old Huang concentrated his battle intent into the weapon and swung a mighty slash towards the heavens. Boom! 60,000 miles of calamity clouds instantly condensed, transforming into a demonic heartsword that slashed into Elder Huang's Taoist heart.
Yet within mere moments, the tribulation of inner demons was broken by Elder Huang.
Having consumed the Bodhi fruit, he no longer feared the mischief of inner demons.
The next instant,
the power of heaven and earth poured into him, and Elder Huang also fell into the danger of Tao dissolution.
1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. Only after 3 full days did Elder Huang finally emerge from the trap of Tao dissolution.
The storm clouds of tribulation had already dispersed. He had now become a true saint. Old Huang gripped his divine axe as an esoteric cultivation method emerged in his mind.
The 100 Battles Divine Art.
This cultivation technique's practice method is extremely unique. It condenses combat intent and nourishes strength through battle. The stronger the combat intent, the greater the power. Theoretically speaking, the 100 Battles Divine Art has no limits or cultivation restrictions. Even an ordinary person, as long as their Tao heart is sufficiently resilient, can reach extraordinary heights of power. However, this 100 Battles Divine Art only contains cultivation methods up to the Saint King realm. As for the Great Sage realm, there are no records. This seems to be a technique personally created by the 100 Battles Sacred King,
muttered Elder Huang in a low voice. This trip was truly worthwhile. Old Huang's expression lit up with excitement.
Not only did he obtain a divine weapon of the Sacred King, but he also mastered a heart technique of the Sacred King level, and even overcame his inner demons in one stroke, achieving the realm of a sacred sage. Yisu, Aolai, and the 100 Battles Sacred King were all his great benefactors, especially Yisu. In Old Man Huang's view, without Yisu's guidance, he would almost certainly never have attained sainthood in his lifetime. I must leave as soon as possible. Old Man Huang felt a shiver run down his spine. He gathered the remains of the Battle Saint King, intending to carry them out of Falling Godreach for a proper burial. Crack! As he stepped out of the Battle Saint King's tomb, the skies to the east suddenly darkened, oppressive thunderclouds churning across the heavens as the aura of the heavenly Tao thickened profoundly. Old Huang's eyelids twitched. There are still practitioners inside Luotian Ridge? Judging by these signs, it seems someone else is about to face the sage tribulation. Having just survived his own heavenly tribulation, Huang found these signs all too familiar. It clearly was the celestial tribulation of a saint. However, what perplexed old Huang was that, aside from himself, there were actually other cultivators bold enough to enter Luotian Ridge. Are cultivators nowadays all this fearless? Forget it. I'll figure it out once I'm out of here. Old Huang collected his thoughts and prepared to leave Luotian Ridge. Boom! Another thunderclap boomed. From due east, another terrifying aura descended as the second tribulation cloud began to gather. Yet the two heavenly tribulations didn't merge with each other, it was more like they existed in separate dimensions. But in Elder Huang's eyes, they were manifesting in the exact same location. What's going on? Someone else daring to undergo the sage heavenly tribulation? Old Huang was utterly shocked. Wasn't Falling Godreach supposed to be a land of supreme peril? How has it become a place where anyone can just come and go now? After all, even the second palace master of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Aolai's uncle, a peak great sage king expert, had vanished without a trace after entering Falling Godreach. How do these two half-sages dare to attempt this? Could it be a senior practitioner? Old Huang suddenly thought of Yisu. Most likely His Excellency, Old Huang thought to himself. Crack! The third sage heavenly tribulation erupted. 3 saints undergoing tribulation simultaneously? Old Huang's expression grew peculiar. Senior, just how many opportunities have you actually sold? Then, as Old Yellow was still reeling in shock, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 9 saintly tribulations erupted simultaneously above Emperor Panwu's tomb. Viewed from outside, the 9 tribulations appeared to overlap, resembling 9 celestial layers. Old Huang stood numb with shock. He couldn't help but curse silently in his heart. The same place has produced 9 saints. Are saints really that worthless these days? Chapter 47, 10 Saints Heavenly Tribulation, Part 2. Tomb of the Martial Saint Panwu. The outer mansion, the detached palace. Old Ghost Fei felt as if he had walked an extremely long path, his Tao heart-tempered and refined through countless trials, narrowly escaping death several times, until he finally arrived within a grand hall. Inside the grand hall, a golden light source floated, radiating countless golden rays and emanating the aura of a sage. This was the inner world of a sage. Have I passed the trial of the formation? Old Ghost Fei felt overwhelming joy in his heart. Throughout this journey, though outwardly serene, his Tao heart had endured relentless torment, so much so that he nearly perished. Now at last, he beheld what he had endlessly dreamed of. Upon the golden light source, interwoven runes pulsed, containing the profound mysteries of a sage. The inner world of a sage differed greatly from that of a divine king. A sage had already begun attempting creation, and within those runes lay their enlightenment, their comprehension of the fundamental laws. Old Ghost Fei sat cross-legged, guiding the golden light source with his energy. His mystic power enveloped the golden radiance as his divine consciousness surged into it. In that instant, boundless enlightenment rushed upon him like tidal waves. Vast divine power flooded into Old Ghost Fei's physical form, plunging him immediately into a wondrous state as if comprehending the Tao while remaining perfectly lucid. This state bore striking resemblance to Yi Hongshan's condition. Every person attaining sainthood must almost inevitably pass through this stage. After an unknowable length of time, Old Ghost Fei's mind became perfectly clear. He had achieved sainthood. What followed was a terrifying heavenly tribulation, a calamitous cloud covering 5,000 miles, manifesting above the Li Palace. The 9 palaces' celestial lock formation, each palace a universe of its own. The celestial tribulation broke through the blockade of the Li Palace's gates and descended upon the palace. Before long, another celestial tribulation descended. That was Fu Tianqing's direction, located at the central palace. Fu Tianqing was the first to attain sainthood, triggering a heavenly tribulation. Old Ghost Fei was deeply concerned. Could the heavenly tribulations merge? According to the laws of heaven, if 2 individuals undergo tribulations simultaneously, there's a high chance they might intertwine, thereby brewing an even more terrifying cataclysm. He had just attained sainthood and absolutely couldn't withstand a heavenly tribulation of doubled power. Not just him, Fu Tianqing was also worried. But what happened next exceeded both their expectations. The heavenly tribulations seemed to be isolated in separate spaces, never merging. After that, the heavenly tribulations descended one after another, 9 in total. These 9 heavenly tribulations existed across different dimensions.
This is because every gateway conceals an inner world within.
With their vital energies in decline, attaining sainthood requires them to refine the inner world of a saint, otherwise, achieving sainthood would be impossible. Thus, even if a sect has 2 quasi-saints, each must enter separate gateways to seek their own fortunes.
Ha ha ha.
In the Gen Palace, a quasi-saint chuckled bitterly, his face ashen and gaunt like withered wood. Shaking uncontrollably, he stumbled into the grand hall of the palace and gazed at the white-haired crone who had refined her inner world to achieve sainthood. His laughter uglier than tears, he collapsed to the ground in despair.
He had ultimately been one step too late. Put.
The quasi-saint spat out a mouthful of aged blood, then lowered his head sorrowfully as his eyes remained fixed on the Gen Palace.
Eyes wide open in death.
He had endured countless hardships and overcome trials of the Tao-heart, only for the white-haired old woman to seize his chance at sainthood. Unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed before the Gen Palace.
The half-saint of Qingling's sect met the same fate.
She fell directly on the midway path.
11 half-saints, 9 ascended to sainthood, while the remaining 2 became mere handfuls of yellow earth. Boom! Rumble!
9 saintly tribulations descended, their terrifying celestial might enveloping the outer mansion of Manhwa the great saint. Deprived of its 9 inner worlds, the 9 palaces' heaven-sealing formation suffered devastating damage as its 9 gates began to crumble. A chill ran through the hearts of all present.
If the 9 palace heavenly lock formation is broken, wouldn't they return to the same space? Would they then face the fusion of the 9 heavenly tribulations? The crowd panicked.
They must keep the tribulation outside the door. In the next moment, the 9 sacred artifacts unleashed their divine might as the 9 newly ascended saints began mobilizing their magic power, activating their divine abilities to withstand the great annihilation divine thunder, overcoming the final hurdle to their sainthood.
The ninefold heavenly tribulation appeared interconnected, its movements overwhelmingly vast.
The myriad sages' eyelids twitched.
9 sages, undergoing tribulation simultaneously?
The myriad sage gazed toward the tomb's direction, utterly astounded. Even in the divine descent ridge, this was a grand spectacle.
Something's wrong.
Sage Wanxiang's eyes narrowed slightly. If 9 sages were undergoing tribulation simultaneously, the aura and power of the heavenly tribulation should be far stronger than this.
They are in different times and spaces. That's really interesting.
The sage of myriad forms grinned strangely. In just a few short days, 10 sages achieved enlightenment at Godfall Ridge.
The auras of these 9 seem remarkably familiar to me. Hey, Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, you truly are formidable.
The moment those 9 sages achieved sainthood, their auras were immediately perceived by the omniscient sage. These were clearly the ancient elders from various sects of the southern barren lands, who had been in deep slumber for years.
With only half-step ascendant cultivation, they dared to enter the Godfall Ridge and managed to achieve sainthood in one stroke. If someone hadn't guided them from behind, the omniscient sage would never believe it. And the only one capable of this is the Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion.
This matter will likely cause quite a stir.
The sage of myriad phenomena gathered his thoughts and continued on his journey.
On the other side, old Master Huan was also dumbfounded. He had seen his fair share of grand occasions, yet he was still stunned by the sight before him. 9 saintly figures emerged in a single day, all undergoing tribulation simultaneously.
The divine descent ridge is truly terrifying.
Old Huang had never met these quasi-sage experts from various sects before, so naturally he couldn't tell whom they were, and could only attribute everything to the eerie and mysterious nature of Luotian Ridge.
I'd better leave quickly.
Gripping his divine axe nervously, old Huang felt he had already achieved his purpose on this trip and saw no reason to linger in Luotian Ridge any longer.
Xuanfu Palace.
Lu Fengming felt something in his heart. He soared up to the mystic Talisman Palace, his gaze fixed in the direction of the God-fallen ridge. 9 saintly tribulations manifested in the heavens. Though countless inner worlds and folded spaces sprawled across the hundreds of thousands of miles surrounding falling God Ridge, they all existed beneath the same firmament. Thus, the spectacle of saintly tribulations was also visible across the southern wasteland.
9 saints undergoing tribulation? Lu Fengming's lips twitched violently. Who exactly are these 9 individuals?
Having lived for over 100,000 years, this was the first time he had witnessed such a grand spectacle.
Which faction could possibly produce 9 saints in a single day? Junior Brother Gu. Even Saint Yushao was startled, standing beside Lu Fengming as they gazed at Luotian Ridge. This situation is truly peculiar. The sage Yushao furrowed his brows in deep thought. What kind of place is Luotian Ridge?
The forbidden realm of the metaverse, where none return alive. At this very moment, someone was actually achieving sainthood at Falling Deity Ridge, and 9 of them at once. Where there's weirdness, there's evil lurking. Yang Xuanzhan also approached the twin saints and reported, disciple has received word that after the Violet Star Sage's cave manor incident concluded, all the sect elders immediately departed for the Mystic Pavilion. Not long after, they left one after another and entered the Divine Descent Ridge. Swish! Lu Fengming and the Jade Cloud Sage fixed their sharp gazes upon him. So you're saying that those good-for-nothings only managed to achieve sainthood at Falling God Ridge because they received guidance from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master? Lu Fengming suppressed his killing intent and rage, his eyes chillingly cold. Yes. Yang Xuanzhan felt his scalp tingle, but there was a hint of vengeful pleasure in his heart. Having been controlled by Lu Fengming for years, he could finally make Lu Fengming furious by leveraging the power of the Tianji Pavilion Master. It must be noted that once 9 saints emerge in the southern wasteland, the situation would descend into utter chaos. The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion truly possesses such formidable abilities? Sage Yusio voiced his skepticism. That's the Godfall Ridge even a great sage would face near certain death entering there. I find it hard to believe. The emergence of the Violet Sage's cave abode was predicted by none other than the master of the Mystic Pavilion, Lu Fengming said leisurely. The Jade Sky Sage's expression shifted slightly. This so-called master of the Mystic Pavilion has only appeared for a month, yet has already turned the southern wilderness upside down. His intentions are clearly malicious, Lu Fengming said coldly. Master, the Pavilion Master possesses profound cultivation and excels in mystical calculations. His strength is at least at the sage level, Yang Xuanzhan advised. Offending a sage would not be wise. His words also carried a provocative undertone. If Lu Fengming couldn't contain his anger and confronted the master of Tianji Pavilion about Yang Xuanzhan's opportunity last time, it might very well incur Yisu's wrath. Yang Xuanzhan had personally witnessed Yisu's capabilities, which were undoubtedly impossible for even a saint to achieve. Should Lu Fengming resort to violence, Yisu would undoubtedly crush him, kill with a borrowed knife. This was Yang Xuanzhan's most perfect plan, and also the one with the least risk. But Lu Fengming was a shrewd fox and clearly didn't fall for it. Looking at Yang Xuanzhan, he said to Saint Yushao, "Seeing your brother Yushao, I'll enter seclusion to overcome my 7th nirvana rebirth during this period. You should make a trip to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. It would be best if we could invite the master of the Heaven Secrets Pavilion back to the Profound Talisman Palace. But if we can't, we shouldn't force it." Yang Xuanzhan's heart sank. He understood perfectly well that with Lu Fengming's abilities, it was impossible for him to be confined to the 7th nirvana tribulation. This was merely an excuse. That old fox is so damn cautious. Yang Xuanzhan cursed inwardly. I was just thinking the same. Saint Yuxiao smiled faintly. The reputation of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master precedes him like thunder. I too wish to take this opportunity to see what kind of extraordinary being he truly is. Chapter 48, The 10 Saints' Heavenly Tribulation, Part 2, East China Sea. The furious waves surged as a massive dragon's head emerged from a whirlpool, gazing toward the falling god's ridge. His gaze was unfathomably profound, lost in thought. Someone actually achieved sainthood in Luotian Ridge? The divine dragon whispered, its exhaled breath causing the sea's surface to undulate restlessly. Luotian Ridge holds profound significance for the cultivators of the Yuan realm, especially for powerful practitioners like the Eastern Sea Dragon King, whose lineages span over 1,000,000 years. They know secrets far beyond ordinary comprehension. Such a major event has occurred at Luotian Ridge. Someone must go and investigate. The divine dragon contemplated for less than half a cup of tea's time when a black dragon appeared. The black dragon transformed into a woman clad in dark robes, radiating an overwhelming aura, none other than a sage king. "Greetings, Dragon King." The black-robed woman bowed respectfully. The Dragon King of the East Sea said, "There's an anomaly at Luotian Ridge. Go and see what's causing it. Remember, if the situation proves insurmountable, do not force it." "Understood, my lord." The woman in black transformed with a shake, morphing into a black dragon that soared into the clouds, swiftly flying towards Luotian Ridge. Immersive translate. Pure land. A woman clad in snow-white robes, untouched by dust, stepped barefoot from a sacred temple, her jade-like feet luminous. Her gaze flowed like water, with a trace of sorrow and resentment lingering between her delicate brows. Her voice, melodious and enchanting, commanded, "Summon the 7 elders at once." Before long, the 7th elder, Luningmei, arrived. "Greetings, sect leader." Luningmei stood in a flowing purple gown, her hair pinned up high, her demeanor indifferent like an iceberg. She was also a sage king. "Ningmei, someone has achieved sainthood in Falling God Ridge, an extremely peculiar matter. Go and investigate the truth of it," the woman in white said softly, her voice as melodious as a celestial tune. "Mount Luotian?" Luningmei frowned. Someone actually dared to achieve sainthood at Mount Luotian? Not just 1, but 9, the woman in white said. Luningmei's brows furrowed even deeper. As the woman in white had said, this matter was truly peculiar. "Take Heartfish and go for a walk in the southern wastes," the woman in white added. "These past few days, I've noticed changes in the celestial signs, and the southern wastes seem the most peculiar of all. Once, the southern wastes were the heart of the primordial realm, but with the shifting seas and the passage of time, they have fallen into ruin.
The current celestial changes may signify a transformation in the southern wastes. Lu Ningmei firmly believed every word the woman in white said.
Her sect's leader was not only a quasi-emperor but also mastered the cloud scroll technique. Capable of divining the heavenly Tao, her words were practically inviolable laws within the Pure Land.
I understand, my lord. Lu Ningmei nodded.
Ji Xinyu was her disciple, a brilliant talent. The woman in white had instructed her to take Ji Xinyu to the southern wastelands, clearly intending to cultivate the girl's potential. If the southern wastelands truly had fortunes reversing their decline, with Ji Xinyu's innate gifts, she would undoubtedly obtain great opportunities there.
With a bow of departure, Lu Ningmei withdrew and arrived at a mountain cavern.
With a wave of her plain hand, the barrier opened, and Lu Ningmei stepped into the cave abode. There, a woman with an oval face, willow-like brows, and ruby lips, without a trace of makeup, greeted her sight. She seemed like a maiden who had stepped out of a painting, seated cross-legged on a prayer mat, exuding such serene beauty that one couldn't bear to break the silence with words.
Master!
Ji Xinyu opened her eyes, their clarity like cut crystal, lucid and radiant. The sect leader has ordered you to accompany me on a journey to the southern wastes, Lu Ningmei said gravely. There may be changes brewing in the southern wastes, and perhaps an opportunity suited for you.
The southern wastes. Ji Xinyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly.
If she remembered correctly, in the 5 regions of the primordial realm, the southern wastes had almost always been ranked at the very bottom.
Come with me.
With a flick of Lu Ningmei's hand, the two vanished from the cave dwelling. On this day, not only the eastern region, but the western territories and the central continent were all startled by the sage's heavenly tribulation at Falling Divinity Ridge.
The uniqueness of Luotian Ridge destined the southern wastelands to be simmering with undercurrents.
On the vast land of the southern wastelands lies Luotian Ridge, the tomb of the great sage Manhwa. The heavenly tribulation's onslaught persisted for some time. As four massive destructive divine thunderbolts descended, the 9 palaces' heavenly lock formation became overwhelmed and was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the 4 heavenly tribulations had passed, and the remaining ones would test the Taoist's heart.
When the 5th tribulation, the demonic heart tribulation, descended, the calamitous clouds dissipated.
In their place remained only the oppressive, gloomy sky.
9 sages sat cross-legged in meditation, each enduring their own tribulation. An unknown amount of time later,
Old Ghost Fei was the first to regain consciousness. Having already weathered the 6-path sage heavenly tribulation, he began stabilizing his sage realm.
By now, the 9-palace heavenly lock formation had shattered completely. Old Ghost Fei spotted Fu Tianqing and the other 7 figures. The 8 of them still seemed to be struggling in the Tao transformation trap, each immersed in ecstasy but occasionally showing expressions of agony. Clearly, they were ensnared by the temptations of the heavenly Tao, unable to free themselves. I have attained the Tao. Suddenly,
the infinite sage of the Wuji sect burst into laughter, as if having attained enlightenment. He acted like a madman, his eyes devoid of even a trace of human emotion. His body turned into clear light, dissipating bit by bit, merging with heaven and earth.
Is this the path of dissolution? Old Ghost Fei's pupils shrank to pinpoints, utterly horrified.
The scene was too terrifying. The limitless sage dissolving into the path showed not a trace of fear, but rather madness, as if merging with heaven and earth meant achieving the ultimate Tao.
This is the trap of the Tao. Once one's resolve wavers, they will be lured by heaven and earth, ultimately becoming part of them. Cultivators practice by drawing energy from heaven and earth, and upon death, their power returns to it.
Such was the path of the limitless sage.
Fellow Taoist Limitless.
Old Demon Fei stared at the dissipating form of the limitless sage and immediately roared, desperate to pull the sage from the trap of dissolution. But it was too late. Before the echoes of his voice faded, the limitless sage smiled as he merged with heaven and earth, from beginning to end, without a trace of fear. Old Ghost Fei felt a mix of emotions.
He couldn't help the supreme sage Wuji. Fu Tianqing opened his eyes and looked at Old Ghost Fei. His white hair had turned black, the wrinkles on his face had vanished, and he seemed decades younger, brimming with vitality. Old Ghost Fei, you were indeed the first to achieve sagehood, Fu Tianqing said with a smile. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you too.
Old Ghost Fei clasped his hands with a smile, then solemnly said, Fellow Taoist Wuji has returned to the Tao.
All is fate. Fu Tianqing sighed softly, showing little emotion.
Having cultivated to their level, they no longer placed much importance on friendship. Even the death of an infinite sage only earned them a sigh of lament.
2 incense sticks later, the 6 had all crossed the tribulation of sublimation one after another. The 8 sages congratulated one another. When this old man returns, I must properly thank the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. If not for the pavilion master, this old man would have had no hope of achieving sagehood in this lifetime, said the sage of alchemy, stroking his white beard with a smile. That's not quite accurate, the corpse Taoist said indifferently. This was merely a transaction. We owe him nothing. No one bothered to argue. The corpse Taoist was notorious for being selfish, ruthless, and venomous, but his strength was undeniably formidable, so no one dared to offend him. Now that we've all attained sagehood, there's no point staying here. Let's leave the divine descent ridge.
The middle-aged scholar from the Harmony sect smiled faintly, exuding a warmth that felt like a spring breeze.
His companion chimed in, this damned place makes me uneasy. It feels like someone's watching me. I feel the same way. Fu Tianqing's Tao companion, Su Qing, also spoke up. After surviving the sage tribulation, she had regained her youth and beauty.
Standing beside Fu Tianqing, they made a handsome couple, a perfect match of talent and beauty.
Hoof,
the corpse Taoist snorted coldly, his gaze greedily fixed on the inner sanctum.
Could it be that none of you wish to enter the inner sanctum and obtain the legacy of the great sage Panwu? If you want to die, then go alone.
Old Ghostface said icily, the master of the divination pavilion has made his stance clear.
If you don't believe him, this old man dares not take the risk. I'll take the first step. I'll go with you. Wait for me. All the sages departed together. Only the corpse Taoist remained alone. Fortune favors the bold. The corpse Taoist cackled wildly. Good that you've left, lest you interfere with my plans.
If I can obtain the great sage's legacy, I'll have a chance to cultivate into a great sage myself, unifying the southern wastes and dominating the prime realm.
He sat down in the full lotus position and began consolidating his cultivation. At the same time, above the tomb of the great sage Panwu,
one after another, eyes gradually emerged, all turning to gaze at the departing group and at the Sky Corpse Taoist.
How did these outsiders get in?
An eye made sounds, yet communicated through thought.
With semi-saint cultivation, they actually broke into Panwu Great Saint's tomb, breached the formations, and refined the core energy of the arrays? How could this group have such incredible luck? Don't forget, there's also that old man who achieved sainthood. He too came from the southern wilderness. Eyes exchanged silent conversations amongst themselves.
In such a short time, they managed to avoid all dangers and locate the tomb with precision. There must be someone highly skilled guiding this group from the shadows.
A dark, inky eye slowly spoke. Just kill them?
A voice filled with killing intent chuckled sinisterly.
Just a bunch of ants.
Another deep and resonant voice spoke up, saying, the main objective is to find the mastermind behind all this.
The eye turned its gaze toward the corpse Taoist and said indifferently, ask him, and you'll know. Chapter 49, sounds quite extraordinary.
The corpse Taoist, filled with longing, remained completely unaware of the danger he was in. He circulated his mystic arts, marshalling his mana to consolidate his saint realm. Wisps of sinister energy emanated from his flesh, combining with his ferocious, elderly face to create an eerie dread. Beside him stood a golden-armored corpse general, motionless as a mountain with corpse energy soaring skyward. After the corpse Taoist attained sainthood, this mentally linked celestial corpse had also advanced tremendously in power. The next step would be to awaken sentient intelligence and ascend to the saint realm.
This was the corpse Taoist's next plan. Suddenly,
a strand of white light descended, transforming into a gentle and refined man in white robes, exceptionally handsome, his every movement exuding an air of elegance and nobility, his gaze indifferent, looking down upon all living beings.
Immediately after, one eye after another manifested into human form, descending one by one.
The cultivators came in all shapes and forms. One of them was clad entirely in peacock feathers, as if a peacock had taken human form. Another had crimson hair that seemed like a burning flame, his blazing aura distorting the very space around him. There was even a cultivator with a human face and tiger's body, sporting 9 tails and hands that resembled tiger claws. These individuals, whether human or divine, emanated extraordinary powerful auras, every one of them at least at the Saint King level. The moment the group descended, the corpse Taoist abruptly opened his eyes. He stared in astonishment at this group of peculiar figures, his expression grave. Their auras were overwhelmingly powerful. Even though he had achieved sainthood, he still felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance.
Esteemed seniors, have you also come to explore the tomb of great sage Panwu?
The corpse Taoist forced a smile, withdrawing from his cultivation state as he secretly channeled his spiritual energy, watching the group with wary caution.
No one answered him.
Are you distinguished seniors from the western regions, the eastern regions, or perhaps the central plains? The corpse Taoist inquired again.
Yet still, no one responded to him.
They stared at the corpse Taoist as if a group of cats were watching a lone mouse.
It's been a long time since I've seen outsiders practicing cultivation. It seems they still know nothing about Falling God Ridge. Have they forgotten its horrors?
The Sage King adorned in peacock feathers smiled cryptically.
I wonder if his flesh tastes good.
The divine cultivator with a human face and tiger body licked his lips. Another divine being with 8 heads and human faces, 8 legs and tails, covered in blue-yellow scales sneered, this old bastard practices the corpse refining path, his meat's probably rotten.
Enough talk,
let's get to work, a red-haired practitioner of Zhiron's lineage said impatiently. The corpse Taoist panicked. Even a fool could tell the group before him meant trouble. Esteemed seniors, this junior knows not where I've offended you. I beg for mercy. Corpse Taoist fell to his knees with a thud, desperately pleading for his life. He wasn't a complete idiot either, judging from their words. They most likely came from the Divine Descent Ridge. As for that cultivator with a human face and tiger body, Corpse Taoist recognized him. This was Lu Wu. Lu Wu was a divine clan from the primordial era, born with divine power and extraordinary bloodline. That 8-headed, human-faced divine race was known as the Tianwu clan, utterly vicious and savage. These ancient divine clans had origins of tremendous significance. During the primordial era, both humans and demons were merely their prey. Could the reason Mount Luotian was so terrifying lie in its status as territory of these primordial gods? The corpse Taoist was trembling with fear, filled with endless regret. If only he hadn't been corrupted by greed earlier and had left with Fu Tianqing and the others, he might not have found himself in such peril. But regret came too late. The white-robed man asked indifferently, "Are you from the southern wastelands?" This lowly one is the sect leader of the corpse Tao from the southern wastelands. The corpse Taoist immediately replied. The status of the white-robed man seemed to be quite high. As soon as he spoke, the chattering divine beings all fell silent in unison, handing the corpse Taoist over to the white-robed man. When you entered Falling God Ridge, you were only at the semi-saint level. Given the dangers along the way, it would have been impossible for you to penetrate this deeply with your cultivation. The white-robed man continued. How did you get here? A chill ran down the corpse Taoist's spine. This must be the reason why the white-robed man and his companions hadn't taken action yet. Senior, if this junior explains the whole story, would you spare my life? The corpse Taoist's eyes flickered as he made his proposition. Boom! The godman of the Zhiron clan made his move. His hand shot out, instantly traversing layers of void to seize the corpse Taoist by the throat. The terrifying flames began to burn, spreading across celestial corpse Taoist's flesh. If you don't explain yourself within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, this fire will reduce both your primordial spirit and body to ashes. The man of the Zhiron clan said expressionlessly. I'll talk. The corpse Taoist was utterly terrified. Before this group of people, he was but an ant. Where did he have the right to bargain? Senior, please take a look. The corpse Taoist took out a jade slip and respectfully presented it to the white-robed man with both hands. The white-robed man channeled his magic power, lifted the jade slip, and poured his spiritual sense into it. The white-robed man's expression gradually grew solemn. Brother Ji, what is contained within this? The man of the Zhu clan asked impatiently. Judging from the white-robed man's expression, the contents of the jade slip must be extraordinary. A route map. The man in white robes handed the item to the Zhu clansman. After everyone had finished reviewing it, their expressions turned extremely grave. This route map was extraordinarily detailed, perfectly avoiding all the dangers of the Divine Descent Ridge. Anyone who wasn't a complete fool could follow it and would undoubtedly find the tomb of great sage Panwu. Could there really be someone in the outside world capable of drawing such a flawless route map? Who gave this to you? The white-robed man glared sharply at the corpse Taoist with piercing eyes. Scorched by divine flames, the corpse Taoist's voice turned hoarse as he struggled to speak. The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Master of the Divine Secrets Pavilion? The Holy King of the Peacock Divine Clan furrowed his brows slightly. Never heard of it. What is his background? The Heavenly Corpse Taoist shook his head and said, The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is extremely mysterious. He appeared in southern wastelands Linglong City just a month ago. This person is quite peculiar. He only engages in business dealings and avoids any worldly conflicts. Business? The white-robed man smiled faintly. Explain this more clearly. The master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion claims to know everything under heaven and earth, across ancient times and the future. Yi Hongchun of the southern wildlands achieved sainthood with his assistance. The 8 companions who traveled with me also bought information from the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, thereby attaining sainthood. Hearing this, the man in the white robe wore an expression of solemn gravity. The elite warriors of the divine race likewise narrowed their eyes sharply. This master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion sounds quite extraordinary indeed. To enable 9 half-sages to safely navigate the dangers of Falling God Ridge, locate the tomb of a great sage, and all 9 achieving sagehood together, that's truly remarkable. This alone was enough to make them take it seriously. It's been so long since I left Falling God Ridge, I had no idea such a remarkable figure existed in the southern wastes. The man in white robes mused. What should we do with this person? The sacred sage king of the Luwu divine clan fixed his gaze on the heavenly corpse Taoist. Kill him. The fewer who know of our existence, the better, the Zhiron clansman said coldly. Poof. The peacock divine clansman sneered. As I recall, that myriad-form sage seems to be a friend of the G clan, isn't he? The white-robed man's eyes turned chilly. Got a problem with that? Wouldn't dare. The peacock divine clansman wore an insincere smile, his eyes icy cold as he glared at the zombie Taoist, his killing intent surging violently. "Esteemed senior, spare my life, spare my life." Zombie Taoist kept begging for mercy. He had only just achieved sainthood, he didn't want to die. At this moment, the corpse Taoist finally remembered Yisu's warning not to covet the treasures within Panwu Great Sage's inner sanctum. Roar! With a single gulp, the Luwu tiger devoured the corpse Taoist along with his corpse puppet.
Before a saint king, the corpse Taoist stood no chance of resistance.
"Now that we understand the cause, let us each return and deliberate," the white-robed man said indifferently.
The divine clans of falling Godridge were far from united.
They all appeared here together, drawn entirely by the commotion of the 9 celestial tribulation.
With those words, the white-robed man transformed into a streak of white light and vanished into the void. Chapter 50, The Ancient G-Clan.
An incense stick's worth of time later, the white-robed man appeared before a mountain valley. He took out a token, infused it with magic power, and a beam of golden light shot out, illuminating the void. Golden divine patterns materialized one after another, slowly opening a spatial passage.
Senior brother Jizha.
At that moment, Sage Wanxiang also arrived at the valley and immediately called out upon spotting the white-robed man.
Jizha turned around with a smile and said, "Junior brother Qi, what brings you here?" He and the myriad Phenom sage were old acquaintances, so to speak.
All this can be traced back to Lin Qianma. "For the mortal dust demon sect, and also for my master," the myriad Phenom sage said with a laugh, his eyes revealing a trace of nostalgia. 936 years ago, the myriad Phenom sage obtained a faint clue from a jade pendant left behind by Lin Qianma. The information contained within that jade pendant pointed to Luotian Ridge. At that time, the sage of myriad phenomena felt both curiosity and fear towards the falling god Ridge. Yet, having tirelessly pursued traces of Lin Qianma and finally obtaining a lead, he had no reason not to venture into the falling god Ridge. Thus, the sage of myriad phenomena entered the falling god Ridge. Upon his first arrival, the sage of myriad phenomena found himself in a life and death crisis. But at the moment he was about to fall, the jade pendant burst into radiant brilliance, and a beam of sword light swept away all obstacles. Sensing the sword energy, members of the G-clan arrived soon after. It was during this time that the Sage of Myriad Phenomena and Jizha first became acquainted. Later, the Sage of Myriad Phenomena learned that Lin Qianma had once entered Falling God Ridge and visited the G-clan. This jade pendant had been a gift from the current G-clan leader. This was also the reason why the Sage of Myriad Phenomena managed to emerge alive from Falling God Ridge. After all, the G-clan's heritage dates back to the primeval era, spanning tens of millions of years of history. Within the clan, not only have numerous great emperors emerged, but even true immortals have been born beyond reckoning. Among the numerous primeval divine clans scattered across Falling God Ridge, the primeval G-clan stands as a dominant power in its own right.
Although the Sage of Myriad Forms didn't know what agreement existed between Lin Qianma and the ancient G-clan, it was certainly something beneficial. Junior brother Qi, your visit this time, could it be you've encountered some trouble? Jizha gazed at the jade pendant hanging from the Sage of Myriad Form's neck and ventured a guess. Back when the G-clan made this promise, they declared that one day, should the Myriad Phenomena Sage find himself in a life or death crisis, he could use this jade pendant to call upon the G-clan's aid in accomplishing one task.
The Myriad Phenomena Sage nodded. It is indeed quite troublesome. Killing Lu Fengming, relying solely on him and Yi Hongchen, was simply impossible. Had it not been for the Myriad Phenomena Sage's urgent desire to journey to the Myriad Realm Sea in search of Lin Qianma's traces, he would never have squandered such a monumental favor. But nothing is more important than Lin Qianma.
Come with me to meet the patriarch first.
Jizha walked side by side with the venerable Wanxiang into the spatial passage. Then with a sweep of his sleeve, the spatial tunnel gradually vanished. This world was bred from the inner cosmos of a true immortal. The sun and moon alternate, the seasons cycle, no different from the outside world.
The G-clan's world boasts picturesque landscapes and vast territories.
From ancient times to the present, it has continuously flourished, with the clan's population now numbering in the hundreds of millions, a truly thriving lineage. Cities rise one after another from the earth, crouching across the land like colossal beasts. Rivers flow, mountains rise tier upon tier. The two soared into the G-clan's main city, a sprawling metropolis whose borders stretched beyond sight, its palaces standing solemn and majestic in dense clusters.
The two arrived at the G-clan's sacred temple. Inform the patriarch I request an audience. Jizhu addressed a young attendant in cyan robes. Understood.
The azure-robed youngster's gaze swept over the Sage of Myriad Phenomena, seemingly puzzled as to why Lord Jizha would bring an outsider into the G-clan's world, but he dared not ask questions. He hurried off to announce their arrival.
Moments later, the young attendant returned and escorted the two to a tranquil study.
Upon entering the study, they were met by the sight of a middle-aged man with graying temples holding a scroll, looking toward them.
The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Qi, It has been many years. I trust you've been well since last we met?
Your humble junior pays respects to the clan leader.
The sacred sage of all things wouldn't dare address him as fellow Taoist.
Though he couldn't discern the cultivation level of the Ji clan's patriarch, he knew with certainty the man was no weaker than a quasi-emperor, perhaps even a true emperor himself.
Don't be so formal. The Ji clan leader smiled faintly, dismissed the blue-robed attendants, set aside his scroll, and approached the two visitors.
Have a seat first. The two sat at the stone table, while Jija stood nearby.
Have you come this time to hold me to my promise? Asked the Ji clan leader. Indeed, that is our intention.
The universal sage nodded and said, I would like to invite senior brother Jija to accompany me to the southern wastelands to assist me in slaying a perfected Saint Realm cultivator.
A perfected Saint Realm? Jija frowned. Junior brother Chi, for the sake of just a single perfected Saint Realm cultivator, you would waste such a promise? Could it be that the demonic sect of the mortal world is under threat? Or have you been threatened by him?
The all-encompassing sage shook his head.
If neither is the case, then why waste your promise?
Jija asked in confusion.
This leads to the second matter.
The all-encompassing sage said, I've received news about my master.
Swish!
The clan leader of the Ji family's eyes turned sharp. Thousands of years had passed, yet he could never forget that day when the woman in red stepped into the Ji family. Her beauty was unmatched in her era.
But they had met only once. After that, there was no further contact.
Where is she? Asked the patriarch of the Ji clan. The world sea, at the Isle of the Sinful Dragon, replied the sage of infinite manifestations. The patriarch of the Ji clan frowned slightly.
The world sea was vast and boundless. Only the most exceptional cultivators could enter its depths and survive. How did the sage of myriad forms know everything so clearly?
To tell the truth, I bought this information from the master of the mystic pavilion. The sage of myriad forms said, this person comprehends heaven and earth, possessing extraordinary divine abilities, this time causing the southern wasteland to produce 9 new sages at once.
One of them has already died, Jija said solemnly, though initially he hadn't fully believed the words of the corpse Taoist.
But coming from the mouth of the myriad phenomena sage, it made him take it extremely seriously, so seriously that he had to believe it.
How did you know? The Ji clan patriarch looked at Jija.
Jija proceeded to inform the two of them about the matter concerning the tomb of the great sage Manhwa.
Has the celestial corpse Taoist perished?
The sage of myriad forms wore a complicated expression.
Greed truly never ends well. He was indeed a remarkable individual.
The patriarch of the Ji clan gazed profoundly into the distance. What caught his attention wasn't Yisu's feat of elevating 9 to sainthood in one move, but rather his ability to deduce Lin Xianma's whereabouts. The origins of Lin Xianma were well known to the patriarch of the Ji clan. Even at the peak of the Ji clan's power, they dared not show disrespect to Lin Xianma. Fellow Taoist Chi, a mere sage isn't worth wasting such a promise, the patriarch of the Ji clan declared in a resonant voice, refusing the request of the myriad phenomenon sage.
I understand your desire to seek your master,
but the sea of 10,000 realms is far too perilous.
With your current cultivation, it would be wise to wait a while longer.
Perhaps, before too long, I can send someone, or even go myself into the sea of 10,000 worlds.
When that time comes, I can take you with me. Could it be? The myriad sage trembled uncontrollably, staring at the patriarch of the Ji clan with disbelief.
The clan leader nodded slightly with a smile. Congratulations, clan leader. The all-embracing sage offered his congratulations.
That day may not be far off, the Ji clan leader said with a smile. You've waited thousands of years, what's a little more time to endure? This junior accepts your wisdom.
My interest lies more with the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The Ji clan patriarch commanded Jija, saying, Jija, take Jining with you and make a trip to the southern wilderness. Find out who this Heavenly Secrets Pavilion master really is.
Remember, don't act rashly.
Rest assured, clan leader, the sage of 10,000 forms chuckled.
The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion master is approachable.
As long as we don't push too hard, he won't make things difficult for us. If Yisu ever found out about this, he would certainly disagree with the sage of 10,000 forms assessment.
I'm not exactly approachable.
On the contrary, figures like the sage of myriad phenomenon can approach people via mountains of gold.
Boom!
Suddenly, at this very moment, a deafening explosion resounded across heaven and earth. The commotion seems to have come from Falling God Ridge. The patriarch of the Ji clan furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze turning cold. How bold of someone to cause trouble at Falling God Ridge. Jija, take my divine sword and investigate the situation.
Chapter 51, A Wisp of Sword Chi Slays a Saint King.
Jija spread his hands wide. As his words faded, a wisp of azure light descended into Jija's palms. When the radiance dissipated, the sage of myriad phenomena beheld a bronze ritual sword. Its blade was engraved with archaic seal script from antiquity, the ancient blade humming softly, brimming with spiritual vitality. Those who dare violate our G clan, no matter how distant, shall surely perish. Within the sword's blade, it seemed as though someone was chanting, the murderous aura resonating sharply. This was an emperor's sword that had birthed a weapon spirit. As these words fell, a razor-sharp killing intent enveloped the heavens and the earth. Yes, Jija sheathed the emperor's sword and said to the sage of 10,000 forms, Junior Brother Chi, come with me. The two stepped out of the study, and Jija took out a communication talisman, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a handsome, tall youth dressed in a high crown arrived with majestic strides. His eyes shone like stars, brimming with boundless brilliance. His aura was sharp as an unsheathed divine sword, striking awe into all who beheld him. Ji Ning, the foremost genius of the Ji clan in this generation, and top-ranked on the Southern Wastelands Heaven's chosen leaderboard. The top-ranked prodigy of the Southern Wildlands Heavenly Pride list truly lives up to his reputation, sighed the myriad-formed sage. Top of the Heavenly Pride list? Ji Ning, puzzled, asked, Uncle Chi, what do you mean by that? I forgot you've lived in the Ji clan for so long without venturing out, unaware of affairs beyond our borders. The myriad sage chuckled softly and explained, a few days ago, the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion compiled a list called the Supreme Talents Ranking, featuring 50 individuals. It encompasses all the geniuses across the southern barren lands, including those from the Godfall Ridge. You are ranked first on that list. Really? Jija was astonished but then considered that if the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion could deduce Lin Qianma's whereabouts, figuring out Ji Ning's status would be as easy as blowing off dust. How intriguing. Ji Ning chuckled lightly, unable to conceal his surprise. Although I reside permanently in the Ji clan, I've never revealed myself in the mundane world. Yet, I unexpectedly appear on this so-called Heavenly Prodigy rankings. I wonder who else is on the list. The sage of myriad phenomena took out a jade slip. Before coming to the Ji clan, he had already made a copy of the list. Ji Mingyue, Ning Xian. Ji Ning's expression was one of astonishment. Those listed on the ranking were all renowned young geniuses descended from the great ancient emperor clans and god clans of the falling god ridge. This proved the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion master wasn't just making baseless claims. As for his own ranking, Ji Ning paid it little mind. He firmly believed he deserved the top spot. Ji Ning, don't take this ranking too seriously, but don't underestimate the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion master either, Jija cautioned. Even our clan leader holds this person in high esteem, which clearly indicates genuine capability. This time I'm taking you out to meet the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. The sage of all phenomena's eyes flickered slightly as he said, the matter of the prodigy ranking will eventually reach the falling god ridge. When that time comes, you'll have troubles on your hands. Let soldiers come and we'll stop them with generals. Let waters come and we'll block them with earth. What have we to fear? Ji Ning said confidently. The three of them flew out of the Ji clan's world. Above Luotian Ridge, powerful cultivators stood towering in the air, and the one who had just struck was unmistakably a Saint King. Have people from the western regions also arrived? Sage Wanxiang's gaze fell upon the Saint King, who held a holy hammer in his hand. With a single strike, he had shattered the heavens above Luotian Ridge, unleashing a spatial storm that churned the skies and disrupted the natural order. As he surveyed the scene, astonishment welled up within him. Not only the western region, but also the eastern region and central state have sent envoys, clearly indicating that the 10 saints' heavenly tribulation at falling god ridge has shaken the entire Yuan realm. If not for the vast distance between the northern cold region and the southern region, experts from there would likely have come as well. Saint King Tu Shan, you're far too arrogant. A Saint King from the western regions glared at the two-mountain Saint King who held the sacred hammer and sneered. The falling divine ridge has been a forbidden land in the origin realm for tens of millions of years. You dare to provoke it heedlessly, beware of doom striking you. Ha ha ha, the Fox Mountain Sage King said disdainfully, even if I strike with this hammer and shatter the heavens of falling god ridge, I'd face no calamity. Arrogant fool, death is near. The black-clad woman from the East Sea Dragon Palace cast a cold glance at the Fox Mountain Sage King before turning her gaze to falling god ridge. The heavenly tribulation of 10 saints had long since dissipated, but its impacts sent tremors through the entire primordial world, gathering numerous sacred kings. Lu Ningmei and Ji Xingyu were also in the void. The two gazed at falling divine ridge, refraining from reckless action. Swoosh! At this moment, a divine radiance shot out from falling god ridge. Old Huan looked utterly terrified, as if fleeing for his life. It wasn't that he was too timid, he was simply terrified. Though his cultivation level was weak, his knowledge was extraordinary, and he understood full well the implications of the 10 saints' heavenly tribulation. One that's actually alive? Seeing Elder Huang, the saintly kings from the western region, eastern region, and central continent all fixed their gazes intently. Grab him and interrogate him. The western region's saintly king who had just spoken let out a cold laugh. His massive hand stretched out, divine power erupted, and the space around Elder Huan was imprisoned by terrifying force. He could only watch helplessly as the enormous hand descended. Damn you to hell! Old Huang cursed loudly, clearly not expecting anyone to be lying in wait.
This is a member of my East Sea Dragon Palace. Are you declaring war against the East Sea Dragon Palace?
The woman in black recognized old Huang. With a single finger thrust, she shattered the spatial confinement of the Western region's Sage King and struck his palm with her fingertip.
A loud bang erupted.
The Sage King's palm was pierced through, divine blood flowing freely as it fell into the divine descent ridge.
Roar!
A shadowy figure flashed by, devouring the Sage King's divine blood. This humble one pays respects to the esteemed one. Old Huang recognized the woman in black and, relieved, quickly bowed in greeting.
Weren't you with the ninth prince? Why have you come to Falling God Ridge?
The woman in black furrowed her delicate brows.
Suddenly seeming to remember something, her expression changed dramatically as she asked, "Is the ninth prince also at Falling God Ridge?"
The ninth prince is not at Falling God Ridge. The woman in black slightly relaxed her expression.
This matter is a long story to tell.
Please allow this humble one to explain it to you later, my lord. Who would have thought that among those who achieved sainthood would actually be someone from the East Sea Dragon Palace? Lu Ningmei's gaze rested on old Huang, her eyes flickering as though deep in thought.
Master, isn't the Fallen God's Ridge a place of extreme ill omen? How dare a quasi-saint enter it? Moreover, achieving sainthood within the Fallen God's Ridge and emerging alive? Ji Xinyu asked for advice. I recall the sect leader mentioning that the southern wastelands would undergo changes. Perhaps this is one of them, Lu Ningmei replied uncertainly. For now, let us master and disciple observe quietly and await developments. Damn it!
You lot are supposed to be mighty figures of your domains, yet now you're cowering like cowards. Just fucking charge into Falling God Ridge and see what happens. With a furious roar, Holy King Tushan swung his sacred hammer toward Falling God Ridge.
Clang!
The void shattered, with cracks spanning thousands of miles, like a celestial scar tearing through the Falling God Ridge. Rolling heavenly thunder descended, ripping apart the barrier of the Falling God Ridge.
It's been so long since we've encountered someone this audacious. The Peacock Divine Clan Sage King, adorned in iridescent feathers, wore a cold smile as murderous intent surged within him.
He brought this fate upon himself, we can't be blamed. What a pity. Without the command token, I can't leave Luotian Ridge and feast on this grand banquet, lamented the Sage King of the Tianwu divine tribe, regret evident on his face. On the other side, Jisha's expression turned icy. I gave you one chance. Since you didn't cherish it, let me send you to the afterlife. Summon the Emperor's sword. Clang! The Bronze Emperor's sword emitted a resonant hum that shook the heavens. At this moment, all the sages of the ancient god tribe turned their gazes towards Jisha's direction. Beyond the Falling God Ridge, the same kings also heard that sword hum. They searched for its source but found their view obscured by the celestial phenomena of the ridge. Yet that sword's resonance resonated through heaven and earth, like the roar of a dragon piercing the nine skies. Swish! A wisp of bronze sword chi condensed from the Emperor's sword, thin as a cicada's wing, instantly penetrated the barriers between Luotian Ridge and the Yuan realm, slashing towards the two-mountain sacred king. The sage of all things shook his head with a light sigh. You had the path to heaven but chose not to take it, now you knock at the gates of hell unwelcome.
Have you no sense of proportion? Did you really think you could trifle with Luotian Ridge? Ji Ning's gaze was icy.
For countless millennia, this was not the first time the Emperor's sword had been unsheathed. Whenever the Emperor's sword is drawn, it must taste blood.
What is this? The sacred king of Tushan was struck with terror.
As that wisp of sword energy wafted toward him, the heavenly thunderbolts instantly turned to nothingness. The celestial scar gradually healed as, before the eyes of all present, the sword slash pierced straight into the flesh of the sacred king of Tushan. Clang! The sacred hammer cracked into two halves and plummeted into the Falling God Ridge. Countless fissures spread across the body of the Fox Mountain's sacred king before, with a sharp crack, it exploded into dust.
All this happened in the blink of an eye. The Sage King of Tushan couldn't even react before being executed by the Emperor's sword.
Outside the Falling God Ridge, countless people stood frozen in terror. The forbidden land of the Origin Realm truly lives up to its notorious reputation. Chapter 52, The Sovereign of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, The Eternal Legend. Not a single soul pitied the sacred king of Tushan. Even great sages and quasi-emperors tread the Falling God Ridge with utmost caution.
Yet a mere sacred king dared to shout arrogantly upon Falling God Ridge and even attack it? If death didn't claim him, who else deserved it more?
This sacred king of Tushan hasn't cultivated for long, and in the western region, he's merely a minor sect elder.
His understanding of the divine descent ridge is far too limited.
The western region's sacred king sighed. He overestimates his own capabilities. The woman in black attire had a chilling gaze. The second lord of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace had vanished without a trace in the divine descent ridge, and to this day, there had been no news. Despite this, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace dared not send anyone into the divine descent ridge.
There are living people in the divine descent ridge?
Ji Xinyu was shocked, realizing that sword light must have come from a cultivator.
Naturally,
Lu Ningmei said, Godfall Ridge has survived since the ancient times, fraught with countless dangers and opportunities. Even the presence of a great emperor wouldn't be surprising.
Then why don't they come out? Ji Sinyu asked in confusion. Lu Ningmei shook her head. The fallen god rage concealed far too many secrets.
Likely only those at the sect master's level would know a fraction of the truth. Her own status was too low to possibly uncover anything.
Perhaps that old man knows something. Lu Ningmei turned her gaze to old Huang.
Not just her, every sage king from various domains was now watching old Huang intently.
To emerge alive from the divine descent ridge inherently signifies extraordinary prowess. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
At that very moment, more figures darted out from the divine descent ridge, none other than the 8 sages of the southern wasteland. Old Ghost Fei wore a grave expression. That sword energy from earlier, dazzling beyond compare and emerging from the divine descent ridge, had filled him with profound dread.
The same went for the other 7.
However, when the 8 of them stepped out of falling god ridge, they were stunned by the sight in the sky.
One powerful saint king after another gazed at them with expressions of surprise, shock, or curiosity.
Pure Land, East Sea Dragon Palace, True Martial Divine Sect, Witch God Hall.
Old Ghost Fei and Fu Tianqing felt their scalps tingle with fear.
The situation seemed severe.
Gather round.
This venerable one has some questions for you fellow cultivators. The true martial divine sect sage who had appeared at the Purple Star Sage's cave waved them over with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, sending chills down their spines.
They simply didn't dare to disobey.
Sage kings from various domains gathered, all staring at the 8 figures.
Why did you all emerge from Luotian Ridge together? Was it you who triggered the sage heavenly tribulation at Luotian Ridge?
The holy king of the western regions fixed his blazing gaze on the group.
Indeed. Old Ghost Fei swallowed hard and said, "We were fortunate enough to receive guidance from an eminent figure, which allowed us to safely enter Luotian Ridge and obtain the opportunity to achieve sainthood."
An eminent figure, scoffed the saint from True Martial Divine Sect.
Is there truly such a formidable master in this world? If he's truly this formidable, why would he willingly give up the chance to achieve sainthood? Lu Ningmei also asked. Fu Tianqing said, "This esteemed master is none other than the Lord of the Destiny Pavilion in Linglong City. The Lord of the Destiny Pavilion only engages in transactions, never involving himself in worldly conflicts.
As long as you possess sufficient treasures, you can purchase any information from his hands."
At this point, they didn't dare conceal anything and revealed the entire truth without reservation.
After all, once you conceal it, you might pay with your life.
Any news?
Lu Ningmei's gaze sharpened. She had never met anyone more skilled in divination than her own sect leader, and was intensely curious about the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master.
Any news?
The 8 voices answered in perfect unison, utterly certain.
The Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is the true God. The 8 were filled with awe and admiration.
How am I to know if what you say is true or false? Snorted the sage of the True Martial Divine Sect.
It seems you're forcing me to use the soul-searching technique.
Every word we speak is true, without the slightest falsehood.
Everyone hurriedly said, but no one answered them.
Old Huang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If not for the mysterious woman in black protecting him, he might have met the same fate. Lu Ningmei said calmly, "They are saints from various southern wilderness sects, with their roots in the south.
If their claims were false, anyone could directly challenge them. Why resort to such despicable means?" Exactly. The black-clad woman from the East Sea Dragon Palace nodded.
"My subordinate just informed me that he also achieved sainthood by purchasing information from the master of the Mystic Pavilion."
Everyone turned to look at old Huang. The 8 members of the Fu Tianqing group showed astonished expressions. Were there really others like them? "If I'm lying, may the heavens strike me dead," old Huang declared. "So be it."
The sage king of the western region smiled softly. "Then we'll trust you for now.
Go now. Many thanks to you esteemed seniors. Many thanks, elder."
Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, hastily saluted everyone else, bowed to Lu Ningmei, and quickly departed.
Exquisite city, Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Lu Ningmei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, "It seems we'll have to make a trip to the Celestial Secrets Pavilion." With various thoughts occupying their minds, the crowd gradually dispersed. Luotian Ridge. With a single strike from the Emperor's sword, the Saint King of Two Mountain was slain. Sheathing all its killing intent, Jizha stored the sword back into his violet mansion before turning to Venerable Wanshang and Jining, saying, "Let us depart." He produced a command token adorned with an archaic seal script character G. All clans of Luotian Ridge must possess a command token to enter or exit the area. These tokens are forged through the laws of Luotian Ridge, capable of concealing one's aura and evading the perception of the primordial realm's heavenly decree. The G clan stands as one of the major powers within Luotian Ridge, yet even they possess only 9 command tokens in total, each use diminishing their limited supply. Moreover, once leaving Luotian Ridge, the token's power rapidly depletes.
Failure to return within a set time frame will cause the token to disintegrate into ashes. Without the protection of the command talisman, the aura of those who leave would be exposed.
Sensing this,
the heavenly Tao would descend divine punishment until the person is utterly annihilated. Thus, the ancient god clans of Luotian Ridge have almost never left the ridge.
A single misstep would result in complete obliteration.
Jizha channeled his magic power to activate the command talisman. On the command talisman, the character slowly flew into the void, unleashing a wondrous power that forcibly opened a new spatial passage between Luotian Ridge and the Yuan realm. This spatial passage can only last for 3 breaths. Hurry inside. Jizha darted in without hesitation. Sage Wanxiang and Ji Ning swiftly followed, charging into the spatial passage. Boom! 3 breaths later, under the dual pressure of the Yuan realm's rules and the sinister forces of Luotian Ridge, the spatial passage collapsed with a deafening roar, restoring everything to its original state.
Did they make it out?
The same kings of the Peacock Divine Clan, the Shurong Divine Clan, and the Tianwu Divine Clan watched the scene unfold, their expressions shifting dramatically.
Their gazes held a mix of envy, jealousy, and bewilderment.
I've lived for so many years, yet I've never stepped out.
The sacred king of the Zhurong divine race was filled with envy. Why would they enter the Yuan realm? The Peacock divine raceman asked in surprise and suspicion.
Probably because of the chaos in the falling god ridge this time. A blue-robed human man frowned and said, to suddenly have 10 saints emerge, all safely unharmed, it's just too strange. Among them, the master of the Celestial Insight Pavilion deserves the most credit.
This matter must be reported to the clan leader. With those words, the man in green robes transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished deep into falling spirit ridge.
Ji Qing makes a valid point. The Peacock Divine Clan man furrowed his brows and said, if we don't figure out the background of the Tianji Pavilion master, we won't be able to rest or eat in peace. Since we haven't left Luotian Ridge anyway, why not take this opportunity to visit the Yuan realm and check out what's really going on with the Tianji Pavilion?
Everyone nodded in agreement.
That was the plain truth. If the master of Tianji Pavilion possessed such immense power that people could come and go freely from Luotian Ridge, the place would fall into chaos. Who knew what kind of catastrophe might unfold?
For countless millennia we've held on, and now hope finally dawns. We absolutely cannot let anyone ruin this.
Chapter 53, Scheming Against Xuanfu Palace. Old Ghost Fei, fellow Daoist Fu, everyone, please hold your horses. Old Ghost Fei and his 6 companions hastily departed from Luotian Ridge. Before they had gone far, a voice reached them from behind. Venerable Wanxiang appeared with urgent haste, calling them to stop.
Brother Wanxiang?
Upon seeing Venerable Wanxiang, the group's anxious hearts settled, and they greeted him with clasped hands, their expressions tinged with respect. On the surface, Venerable Wanxiang was a late-stage sacred sovereign, standing as the foremost figure in the southern desolate lands. Although they had attained sainthood, they still could not compare to the all-embracing sage, and thus treated him with the utmost reverence.
I wonder what business you have in stopping us, brother? Fu Tianqing frowned.
Congratulations to all 7 fellow Taoists on attaining the sage realm. The sage of all things smiled faintly and cupped his hands in congratulations.
Just a stroke of luck.
Old Ghost Fei chuckled. I reckon your purpose runs deeper than that, Taoist brother?
Indeed.
The sage of all creation said, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Speak freely, Tao brother. The middle-aged Confucian scholar from the Harmony Blossom sect said with a smile.
Execute Lu Fengming.
The myriad sages' words rang with conviction. At these words, all 7 sages furrowed their brows.
Lu Fengming?
Wasn't he the 2nd-generation sage of Xuanfu Palace, the genius saint who created the 9 revolutions Nirvana scripture? But he already passed away peacefully over 100,000 years ago.
What does Sage of Myriad Phenomena mean by this?
I know you find this absurd, Sage of Myriad Phenomena said calmly. Let me explain in detail, and then you'll understand the truth of the matter. Lu Fengming has always been alive. He is none other than the 2nd sage of the present-day Xuanfu Palace, Gu Lingxiao.
Back then, Lu Fengming created the 9 revolutions Nirvana Sutra. The sage of all phenomena recounted leisurely. Are you suggesting that Lu Fengming used the 9 revolutions Nirvana Sutra to usurp another's body, never truly dying, but instead changing his appearance and surviving for 170,000 years? Fu Tianqing's expression was grave, filled with skepticism towards the words of the all-sage's sage. 17,000 years, such a long time without making any further progress. If it were really Lu Fengming, then he might as well have lived those years like a dog, scoffed Old Ghost Fei disdainfully. The various sages nodded in agreement, supporting Old Ghost Fei's viewpoint.
Back then, Lu Fengming was at the peak of his glory, single-handedly creating the scripture of ninefold nirvana and establishing the Xuanfu Palace's dominance over the southern wastelands in one fell swoop. Such a brilliant and extraordinary individual, yet trapped at the sage realm for over 100,000 years, unable to break through the shackles. This is nothing short of a joke.
In my opinion, there are 2 reasons.
First, Lu Fengming's Tao heart has developed flaws. He sought to take an unorthodox path, which led to its imperfection. Second, Lu Fengming was willing to spend over 100,000 years nurturing 9 successors only to devour their cultivation.
This undoubtedly suggests a far greater scheme. The Sage King realm is certainly not his ultimate goal.
Saint Wanxiang said coldly.
Brother Dao, even if what you say is true, Wouldn't it be better to just kill Yang Xuanzhan? That would render Lu Fengming's scheme ineffective without us having to risk confronting Lu Fengming directly? The middle-aged scholar voiced his opinion. Compared to killing Lu Fengming, eliminating Yang Xuanzhan was clearly a better option.
At least, there would be no risk of them perishing. Dealing with an ancient monster who has lived for over 100,000 years, no one would remain unafraid, not even if they had already become saints. The myriad saint's face remained calm, as he had long anticipated everyone's thoughts and wasn't the least bit surprised. He fixed his gaze on old Ghost Fei, Fu Tianqing, and the others, saying, with the deaths of the two quasi-saints from Wuji Hall, the corpse Taoist, and the green spirit saintess, their territories must naturally be properly divided. If we kill Lu Fengming and wipe out the Xuanfu Palace, I'll take none of these treasures, they'll all be divided among you fellow Taoists.
What do you think? The seven sages' breaths grew fervent. The legacy of the four great sects was an immense fortune.
Of course, I'll also contact fellow Taoist Fire Phoenix, I doubt she'll refuse, added the myriad-form sage. The seven individuals exchanged glances. Including the Fire Phoenix Demon Saint, the Eternal Sage, and Yi Hengqian, they would have 10 saints, while the Xuanfu Palace only housed 2. The Jade Firmament Saint wasn't worth mentioning, the one they truly feared was Lu Fengming.
With 10 saints, surely they could prevail against a single Xuanfu Palace? Faced with such immense temptation, all 7 saints found their resolve wavering.
Since Brother Wanxiang has shown such sincerity, it would be ungracious of me to refuse. The alchemy sage of the Alchemy Cauldron sect nodded in agreement.
After some deliberation, Old Man Fei said, then let's do it. What should we do?
The middle-aged scholar asked. These people are all shrewd individuals. Once the benefits outweigh the risks, they won't hesitate for a moment.
10 days from now, you will go to the Red Dust Demon sect. The Sage of Myriad Forms cautioned, this matter is strictly confidential. It must not be revealed to outsiders to avoid alerting the enemy. Done deal.
The sages nodded in agreement.
See you again in 10 days. The sages bid farewell one after another and returned to their respective sects.
The myriad sage seemed greatly relieved. Without the Ji clan's assistance, he had to devise his own plans. Fortunately, all the semi-saints from various sects had become saints, otherwise, the myriad Phenom saint might not have found allies so quickly.
I'll have to make another trip to the Heavenly Demon Hall. With a light's eye, he flew toward the Heavenly Demon Hall. Tianqin sect. Fu Tianqing and his companion returned to the sect. Welcome, ancestor. Mu Yunqing and his brother, having received the message earlier, led Li Yuanshu, Shi Qingxi, and others to greet the 2 saints. This ascension to sainthood shall secure the legacy of Tianqin sect for millennia to come. Fu Tianqing let out a long sigh. You have done an invaluable service. Chen Feng, during this period, you should stay at the Tianqin sect and focus on refining the Sumeru myriad flower to break through to the Divine King realm, Fu Tianqing instructed. Your disciple will heed the command, Mu Chenfeng replied. As for those on the heavenly proud rankings, let Yunqing investigate. If there are any exceptional talents, recruit them into the Tianqin sect. Even if they cannot be recruited, we should still establish good relations. Your disciple knows what to do. Nowadays, everyone regards the words of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master as the ultimate truth. Those listed on the Heavenly Proud ranking are undoubtedly geniuses of our generation. If we can win them over early, they may very well become the pillars of the Tianqin sect in the future. You may all return to your duties. Fu Tianqing swept his gaze across Qi Qingji.
Her cultivation had stabilized, and her demeanor had grown even more aloof. Her eyes showed not a trace of emotion.
Qingxi, Yi Xianer is at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion.
You should keep in touch with her more often, Fu Tianqing said to Qi Qingxi. If you have time, you should also visit the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion.
Yes.
Qi Qingxi's voice was ethereal, cold, and emotionless. The twin saints turned and left. The 2 sages arrived at an ancient grand hall named the Hall of Heavenly Tao. From the very founding of the Tianqin sect, it had stood here in solemn perpetuity. In the great hall, there stands an incense burner. A purple incense stick stood in the censer, though it had long burned out. At this moment, Fu Tianqing took out another purple incense stick and slowly placed it into the censer, lighting it. The purple incense ignited. One mystical symbol after another swirled forth, the purple smoke seemingly piercing through the barriers of the void, constructing a passage in the emptiness. Fu Tianqing stirred his magical power, writing down character after character as they transformed into runes flowing into the void channel. Beyond the passage lies the Zhangzhou Dao sect. This is the only way for Tianqin sect to communicate with the Taoist sects of Central Plains. At the founding of the sect, there was once a connection. The single purple incense had been lit at that time.
Unfortunately, the Taoist sects of Central Province offered no response.
This time, Fu Tianqing reported to the Central Province Taoist sects all the information from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the peculiarities of Falling God Ridge, and the movements of the major factions. This is our best opportunity to reach out to Central Province. If they continue to ignore us, then perhaps from now on, the Tianqing sect need not maintain any further connection with the central province Taoist sections.
Fu Tianqing's gaze was filled with complexity.
Su Cheng leaned against Fu Tianqing's shoulder and murmured softly, "Such a great upheaval occurred in Falling Godridge. People from the true martial divine sect in the western regions have all arrived, yet no one from the Taoist sects has come.
This matter has always been somewhat strange.
It's been over 100,000 years since we've been able to establish contact with the central continent.
Who knows what's happening there now?" The incense slowly burned away, its smoke curling into nothingness. The void passage slowly faded away.
Not a trace of anomaly remained. Fu Tianqing's eyes gradually dimmed as he let out a turbid sigh, embracing Su Qing while slowly stepping out of the Heavenly Dao Temple.
Creak!
With a flick of his sleeve, the Heavenly Dao Hall was sealed shut.
Hum!
The instant the pair closed the Heavenly Dao Hall, a wisp of violet radiance burst forth from the void.
Chapter 54. A meeting with the Master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Linglong City.
With a troubled expression, Zhao Chang reported to the city lord of Linglong, "My lord, since the release of the Heavenly Pride rankings, the floating population in Linglong City has exceeded 3 million during this period.
Cultivators from major sects have been secretly infiltrating Linglong City, including forces from the 10 great powers."
The city lord of Linglong, however, remained composed and unfazed. The Heavenly Pride's ranking was released, with disciples from the 10 great sects only having Lu Xiaojun and Li Ruofeng ranked. Even famed talents like Yu Qingge of the Tianqing sect, renowned throughout the southern wastelands, were conspicuously absent from the list. This immediately sparked massive controversy over the Heavenly Pride's ranking. In recent days, countless young cultivators had gathered in Linglong City, undoubtedly with ambitions to compete for the top spots.
Unnecessary anxiety.
The city lord of Linglong said calmly, "With the ancestors present in Linglong City, no one can stir up trouble. What we must do now is solidify the impression in people's minds, make them believe Linglong City is subordinate to the ancestors and that we merely serve as their spokespersons."
That makes sense. Zhao Cheng's eyes gleamed with astuteness.
With the upheaval at Falling Godridge 2 days ago, Linglong City will likely become even livelier in the coming days.
The city lord of Linglong cautioned, "Maintain good order in Linglong City.
As for other matters, we need not worry, there are likely none who would dare to act recklessly here. The last person who dared to cause trouble in Linglong City now has grass 3 feet tall growing over their grave." The two stepped out of the city lord's residence, where the celestial podium stood surrounded by a bustling crowd.
"Zhao Cheng, at your service."
With wise eyes twinkling, the Linglong city lord smiled and said, "Bring forth the most precious divine materials from the city lord's treasury to forge an arena 9 zhang and 9 chi tall, and 99 zhang wide.
We shall create the perfect stage for them. Brilliant as always, my lord." Zhao Cheng was filled with admiration. Why hadn't he thought of such a method?
He immediately went to the treasury, selecting the treasures collected by the Linglong city lord, and also had precious metals and spiritual ores transported from various regions.
Following orders, he began constructing the Heavenly Pride Arena.
The cultivators worked with astonishing efficiency. In just half a day, an indestructible, impregnable arena rose from the ground, its entire surface engraved with spiritual runes that emitted a sharp aura of killing intent. The city lord of Linglong mounted the fighting platform, gazing down at the crowd below. "My friends, you have come here with but one purpose, to challenge those on the ranking list. This arena is the battlefield I have personally prepared for you.
If any among you wish to compete, you may step onto the platform and await your match,"
the city lord of Linglong said with a smile.
"Lord City Master, it's been days already.
Not a single figure from the Heavenly Pride ranking has shown up. Where's this so-called martial tournament?" A cultivator grumbled impatiently. Ever since the Heavenly Pride ranking was announced, he had rushed to Linglong City, eagerly anticipating the sight of these elite talents, yet not a single one had appeared.
Could this Heavenly Pride ranking be nothing more than a farce? Someone questioned skeptically.
"You may doubt the Linglong City Master, but never question the Celestial Pavilion," a solemn-voiced cultivator intoned.
"The Pavilion Master knows all things under heaven, there is nothing beyond his understanding. Is it really that impressive?"
The crowd buzzed with endless discussions.
"Uncle Jizha, it seems the reputation of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has already taken deep root in people's hearts. The two from the ancient Ji clan had already entered Linglong City."
Instead of rushing to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, they first stopped before the Heavenly Proud rankings to observe. When he saw his name appearing in the first place, Ji Ning felt an odd sensation. The ancient Ji clan had endured for tens of millions of years, with emperors as numerous as clouds and even several true immortals born within its lineage. To think that he would personally be listed on some ranking was truly bizarre. "Have you noticed that the people on the Celestial Prowess list only have their names, cultivation level, and potential listed, with no other specific information?" Jizha said solemnly. "Ha ha ha." The voice of Linglong City's lord came through with laughter.
This friend has keen eyes indeed, spotting the issue at a glance.
Admirable, truly admirable. To be honest with you, I was ordered to release the Celestial Prowess list. The reason why the Heavenly Pride ranking lacks specific information is because the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master deliberately concealed the details of these outstanding talents to prevent others from uncovering their backgrounds.
Are you implying that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master knows the identities of those on the list? Ji Ning's eyes turned sharp.
Of course.
City Lord Linglong nodded. Who might you be? Ji Zhe asked.
I am the City Lord of Linglong, handling some trivial matters for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the City Lord of Linglong replied with a smile.
Hearing this, Ji Zhe couldn't help but regard the City Lord of Linglong in a new light.
Though merely at the early Divine Tribulation realm, a level unworthy of Ji Zhe's attention, the City Lord's words subtly hinted at his connection to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, making it impossible for Ji Zhe to dismiss him. Throughout the journey, the sage's teachings and insights into the 10 saints' heavenly tribulations filled Ji Zhe with awe for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master's divine powers. That is indeed remarkable.
Ji Zhe chuckled lightly. Might I ask for your esteemed name, fellow Daoist? Inquired the City Lord of Linglong.
A mere name is but a label.
My lord, we have urgent matters to attend to, until we meet again.
With those words, Ji Zhe and Ji Ning vanished into thin air.
City Lord Linglong was utterly astonished.
Without a doubt, true masters. Immersive translate. Ji Zhe, you're truly unkind to abandon us and leave Luotian Ridge. Before the Tenji Pavilion, the red-haired man from the Zhurong Divine Clan voiced his displeasure. Standing beside him were numerous other deities from divine clans.
After Ji Zhe left, these ancient god clans hidden in the falling god ridge could no longer restrain their restlessness, and sent numerous saint kings to infiltrate the southern wilderness.
The 10 saints' heavenly tribulation was hardly a significant event. Behind the scenes, however, the Mystic Pavilion was teeming with unpredictable schemes and intrigues. They had to know just who controlled the Mystic Pavilion, and how much did it know about the affairs of the falling god ridge. Thus, a group of divine beings flooded into Linglong City.
Ji Ning,
a man clad in multicolored plumage, with bewitching features, cast his gaze upon Ji Ning and smirked. What merits do you possess to claim the top spot on the Heavenly Pride rankings?
I was just about to ask the same thing. Another proud talent from the ancient divine clan scoffed with disdain. How could some nameless mystic's fabricated ranking possibly represent our true strength?
I believe we should use our fists to rearrange this ranking. The blue-robed youth from the Ji clan smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to the young maiden beside him. The maiden had jet-black hair cascading like a waterfall, an exquisitely sculpted oval face with skin like congealed jade. Her graceful silhouette resembled the finest porcelain, exuding an aura of serene elegance. She stood gracefully, as radiant as a painted scroll, and time seemed to stand still. Her beauty was different from those of Yi Hongchen and Shi Qingxi.
Ji Mingyue, have you nothing to say? Xu Wake, the foremost genius of the Zhurong divine clan, with fiery red hair and a blazing temper, addressed the young maiden.
What does it matter, first or second? Ji Mingyue's voice was gentle and serene as she spoke quietly. I cultivate not for strife, but for the great Tao. Therefore, the Celestial Pride list holds no meaning for me.
What a meaningless statement.
Ning Xian, clad in rainbow-feathered robes, spoke in a piercing yet cold voice. If cultivation isn't about competing for supremacy, then it's utterly meaningless. Proving one's Tao is contention, achieving sainthood is contention. The world is like a bitter sea, with hundreds of boats racing and thousands of sails competing.
If you don't contend, you'll remain trapped in this sea of suffering, never reaching the other shore.
Ji Zhe frowned slightly and glanced at Ning Xian. These words made perfect sense. Well said. The sacred king of the Peacock Divine Clan patted Ning Xian's shoulder with a pleased expression. Ji Zhe spoke up. If you want a contest, now is not the time.
Don't forget why we came to the southern wastelands.
In unison, the group turned their gaze toward the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. The higher one's cultivation level, the more profoundly one could perceive the pavilion's profound mysteries. This Heavenly Secrets Pavilion stands here as if it belonged to another world, its marvel almost akin to the hidden realms within the Divine Descent Ridge.
However, those inner worlds were derived from the evolution of the inner realms of emperors or even true immortals.
The Sky Secrets Pavilion before me was no more than a few dozen feet in diameter, hardly grand by any measure. It seemed the rumored ingenuity of the pavilion master was nothing more than exaggerated hearsay. Very well, then we shall meet this Heavenly Secrets Pavilion master and see just how capable he truly is. The assembled Sage Kings laughed loudly, and without seeking an audience, strode directly toward the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion.
Chapter 55, Return to Original Form. Celestial Secrets Pavilion.
After several consecutive days of cultivation, Yisu succeeded in forging 9 divine palaces in one fell swoop, achieving the Heavenly Court. Within his purple mansion, a vast heavenly court spanning 800 miles floated above the chaos. Inside this heavenly court stood 9 layers of divine halls, unmistakably the 9 divine palaces. Mysteriously, wisps of immortal chi streamed in from an alternate dimensional void, traversing spatial rifts to pour into the heavenly court, nourishing Yisu's primordial spirit and physical body.
He had now reached the Divine Tribulation realm.
After several days of cultivation, spending 10,000 destiny points, Yisu successfully broke through to the great perfection of the Divine Tribulation realm. A seed imprinted with profound runes hovered quietly at the core of the heavenly court, absorbing immortal energy and growing stronger with each passing moment. The Celestial Court and Divine Seeds represent the ultimate realms of the Tao Palace realm and Divine Tribulation realm. Attaining the Celestial Court signifies the great perfection of the Tao Palace realm. Condensing the Immortal Seed represents the pinnacle of the Divine Tribulation realm. This is Yisu's Tao foundation. In the future, he will rely on the Heavenly Court and the Immortal Seed to ascend as an immortal emperor. These 10,000 heavenly secret points were truly worth it, Yisu said with delight. Having spent just over a month in the Yuan realm, he had already reached the peak of the Divine Tribulation realm. If those over 500,000 heavenly mystery points were all spent, it could likely elevate him to sainthood, or even make him a saint king.
Has that little girl also broken through?
Yisu's gaze fell upon Yi Xianer, who remained in a state of enlightenment. She had already reached the early stage of the law manifestation realm, yet still hadn't emerged from her enlightenment. Due to Yisu's breakthrough, Yi Xianer's cultivation had advanced yet another level.
TSK Tisk. Yisu's gaze flickered subtly. There will surely be a place for you on the future Heavenly Pride rankings. Suddenly, powerful auras descended upon the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Yisu restrained his own energy and with a single thought, sent Yi Xianer into another dimension to avoid any disturbances. Several breaths later, a group of divine beings with diverse appearances filed in one after another. The only ones who could be considered normal were the 4 individuals from the Taigu Ji clan and the Ji family. The rest were either half-human, half-beast hybrids, or in complete beast form. In an instant, Yi Xiu discerned the origins of everyone present. Luotian Ridge? The ancient divine clan? A legacy spanning tens of millions of years? Though inwardly astonished, Yisu betrayed no emotion on his face. Slowly raising a cup of tea, he glanced at the assembled company and remarked with deliberate calm, "Fellow Taoists, have you come to conduct business? Are you the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion?" The various saints stared at Yisu, their expressions diverse and unreadable. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of aura around Yisu, and with such a youthful face, could this young man really be the renowned master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? They had long speculated about Yisu's identity, assuming he was most likely an old geezer. But truly seeing Yisu in person still brought an unexpected shock. "It's me," Yisu said calmly. "If it's business you want, then let's talk business. Otherwise, you may leave." "Humph." The sacred king of the Peacock Divine Clan snorted coldly. After living for so many years, no one had dared to be this insolent in his presence. Anger flickered in his eyes. "Before we conduct business, I have one question to ask you." The sacred king of the Zhurong Divine Clan fixed his gaze on Yisu. "Was it you behind the scenes orchestrating the 10 Saints' heavenly tribulation? I also have a question." The sacred king of the Ji clan chuckled lightly. "How did the pavilion master come to know the precise route through Falling God Ridge, enabling a group of half-saints to perfectly evade its dangers and enter Panwu Great Sage's tomb? Was that heavenly ranking list truly the work of the pavilion master?" Jizha also spoke up. "Forgive my ignorance, but how did you manage to uncover the information about the major divine clans of Falling God Ridge and select the most outstanding members of the younger generation?" The crowd fired off a barrage of questions one after another like a string of exploding firecrackers. Yisu sipped his tea unhurriedly, completely unperturbed. "I've already told you, the Celestial Secrets Pavilion is a place for business," Yisu said indifferently. "If you want any information, you must offer something in exchange." "Hoof." The Peacock Sacred King's gaze turned sharp. "Do you have any idea who we are?" "They're just the ancient remnants of the Fallen God Ridge." Yisu dismissed it with a wave. "You might strut your stuff in front of outsiders, but to me, you're nothing more than a bunch of people who've lost their freedom. A plucked phoenix is worse than a chicken, not to mention you're just a mere peacock. How dare you?" The Peacock Sacred King was enraged. Yisu's final remark struck right at the heart of his deepest wound. In those bygone days, the Peacock divine race had been so glorious, yet a sudden catastrophe had crushed all the primordial imperial clans, divine races, and immortal lineages of the primordial realm beneath the tiny Mount Luotian, never to leave for eternity. Only in the most recent million years, as the seals began to loosen, did they occasionally manage to venture beyond Luotian Ridge into the primordial realm or the Sea of 10,000 Worlds. He knows a great deal. Jizha was inwardly alarmed. The Falling God Ridge was a prison. This was something almost no one in the entire Yuan realm knew about. Because of a certain seal from back then, the heritage of the Yuan realm had nearly been lost. Yet, There were those in other realms who were aware of this. Could it be that this person is an ancient monster from another world? At this thought, Jizha grew somewhat more wary. The primordial realm was but a drop in the ocean of the myriad realms sea, where there existed worlds far more powerful than the primordial realm, and even true immortals dwelled. The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion before him was very likely from another world. The man in cyan robes from the Ji clan also noticed this, his heart tightening with suspense. Do you wish to strike against me? Yi Xiu stared at the peacock sacred king, his expression a mix of amusement and something inscrutable. A chill ran down the peacock sacred king's spine. Yi Su's smile sent chills down his spine. He looked towards the gods, only to see the Flame Emperor Saint King and the sovereign of the Skywater God clan both gazing at him with strange smiles. The man in green robes in Ji Zhiyun appeared calm, yet their eyes occasionally flickered towards him. It seemed everyone was waiting for him to make a move. All I want is an apology from you. The Peacock Saint King took a deep breath, staring coldly at Yi Su. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to offend. Yi Su's expression was one of astonishment. It had been so long since anyone dared to attack him at the Celestial Secrets Pavilion that oddly enough, he felt somewhat excited. Observing Yi Su's expression, the Peacock Sage King's eyes flickered with hidden thoughts. To him, it seemed like Yi Su was showing weakness. Apologize? Never in this lifetime. Reclining leisurely in his rocking chair, Yi Su swayed gently back and forth as he casually remarked, "If you want to fight, then let's fight." Boom! The Peacock Sage King wasted no more words. Surging with magical power, his hands transformed into razor-sharp claws as he tore violently forward, seemingly intent on shredding both the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and Yi Su into pieces. But then something utterly unexpected happened. The Peacock Sage King's strength actually proved insufficient to tear through space. He was frozen in place. Time seemed to stand still. The Peacock Sacred King remained utterly motionless. Hiss! A chill ran through the gathered Sacred Kings. It wasn't that the Peacock Sacred King had changed his mind, but rather that he'd been suppressed by tremendous magical power. He couldn't summon his magic, nor could he even move his physical body. Moreover, the space within the Tianji Pavilion is even more robust than that of Luotian Ridge, so much so that even a Saint King cannot destabilize it. This place is truly terrifying. Thankfully, I wasn't the one who acted. The Saint Kings of the Tianwu Divine Clan and the Zhurong Divine Clan trembled with fear. Senior, please spare his life. Ning Xian appeared composed, showing no trace of panic as he bowed respectfully towards Yi Su and said, "Uncle Yu harbors no murderous intent. I hope you can spare him this once. Those who dare to act against the Celestial Secrets Pavilion have never met a good end." Yi Su's gaze turned icy. Swish! Ning Xian's figure flickered as he appeared before Yi Su, respectfully presenting a jade box with both hands. "A small token of my esteem, hardly worthy of your regard," Ning Xian said reverently. Yi Su's divine sense swept into the jade box, revealing within it a purple divine marrow, the legendary creation god marrow rumored to grant second life. As long as one's soul remained intact, it could revive even a saint. The value of this treasure far surpassed that of any sacred artifact. Ahem! Yi Su cleared his throat, discreetly putting away the jade box before saying, "Given your sincerity, I'll spare his life. But while he may escape death, he won't escape punishment." The crowd's lips twitched, just as the rumors said. The master of Tianji Pavilion was money-grubbing and would sell his soul for profit. Yi Su saw right through what everyone was thinking. His face darkened with frustration. How could they call him a money-grubber when he was clearly conducting a fair trade? Though the world holds countless souls, not a single one is a true confidant. Yi Su sighed softly, clenching his fist in regret. "Thank you, Elder," Ning Xian said respectfully. "No matter what, as long as Ning Yu survives, it's the best outcome." Who told him to be so arrogant? Just consider it buying a lesson with money. Put! Yi Su flicked his finger, sending a divine light flying into the Peacock Sage King's forehead. The next moment, Ning Yu's physical form underwent a drastic transformation, from human shape back into a multicolored peacock. All her magical powers were sealed away, leaving her to emit a sorrowful cry. "I've reverted you back to your original form for 3 years. Yi Su said indifferently. "Do you admit defeat or not? Dare you still resist?" Ning Yu repeatedly nodded. Although he had been reduced to his original form, he retained his spiritual intelligence and knew what to do. A crowd stood silent as cicadas in winter. Such methods, so miraculous and profound, couldn't possibly be achieved even by a great sage. Could this youth before our eyes actually be a quasi-emperor? Or perhaps, a living great emperor? Chapter 56, The Great Change Approaches. Everyone looked at Ning Yu with pity. Ning Yu didn't dare utter a single complaint. Just escaping with her life was fortunate enough. Yi Su's thunderous methods instantly awed the crowd, leaving the saints of Luotian Ridge filled with trepidation, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. "Now, we can properly discuss business," Yi Su said with a smile. "I will judge the value of your questions. Who's first?" Nearly all the clans at Luotian Ridge trace their lineage back to the primordial era,
with profound foundations and substantial wealth. Absolute fat cats.
If Yisu didn't take advantage of this, he'd truly be letting himself down.
I'll go first. Jizha stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute to Yisu, then transmitted a voice message. Dare to ask, Senior, do you know Lin Shenma's current whereabouts, or her present situation?
A single quasi-emperor weapon, I can tell you.
Yisu also transmitted his voice. Jizha's expression stiffened.
With only a Saint King cultivation, how could he possibly produce a quasi-emperor weapon? Moreover, it wasn't something he had the authority to decide.
Seeing this, Jizha had no choice but to settle for second best and asked Yisu, Senior, how can I achieve the breakthrough to Great Saint?
The tomb of Great Sage Panwu presents an opportunity.
Great Sage Panwu was the one who fought his way into Luotian Ridge 8,000 years ago to build his own tomb and leave behind his legacy. If one could pass his trials, this junior would have already obtained the inheritance long ago. Jizha sighed. This man was a rare genius who sought to extend his lifespan through Luotian Ridge and achieve a second life. Yet from ancient times to the present, those who have managed to live a second life in Luotian Ridge can be counted on one's fingers. Yisu's gaze flickered slightly. The eeriness of Luotian Ridge had been revealed to him in glimpses through the ancient divine race before him. Throughout history, many great cultivators nearing their end had ventured into Luotian Ridge, all seeking the method of reincarnation to live a glorious second life.
Panwu Great Sage was one such figure.
He was a powerhouse on the verge of attaining quasi-emperor realm, possessing incomparable strength, yet even he couldn't withstand the erosion of time and ultimately perished within Luotian Ridge. Jizha's ambition was clearly to acquire the complete legacy of the martial emperor, advancing to the realm of a great sage. A bitter smile flickered across Jizha's lips. The Ji clan had many formidable experts, but above the great sage realm, aside from the clan leader, all elders and ancestors remained in secluded slumber, conserving their strength for future schemes.
Thus, Jizha couldn't summon any great sage elders to safeguard him.
As for the Ji clan leader, it was even more impossible for him to intervene on Jizha's behalf. I possess 2 great sage divine weapons, and I can tell you how to obtain their legacy, Yisu transmitted through secret voice.
Deal.
Jizha agreed without hesitation. He only carried 1 great sage divine weapon himself and a few sage king divine weapons, but by pooling his resources, he could scrape together the price Yisu demanded. Of course, he still possessed the imperial sword. However, this sword was the ancestral leader's ceremonial blade, and he dared not sell it to Yisu. Jizha took out weapon after weapon in one breath, along with several bottles of saint-grade elixirs, nearly 90% of his entire fortune, and handed them all to Yisu.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained 280,000 heavenly secrets points.
Yishushin was thoroughly satisfied. Counting the creation divine marrow from the peacock divine tribe, he had already amassed 300,000 to 400,000 heavenly secrets points. System, query all information about the tomb of the great sage Panwu.
Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully spent 190,000 heavenly secrets points on the query.
Within the inner sanctum of great sage Panwu's tomb, and 9 palaces and 8 gates formation is set, with the Jing Gate of the Gen Palace serving as the path of survival. After deciphering the formation, one will encounter the heroic spirit of great sage Panwu.
The heroic spirit will test the seeker's Tao heart. Upon success, the inheritance can be obtained.
In just a few breaths, great sage Panwu's information appeared in Yisu's mind. Yisu took out a jade slip and handed it to Jizha, saying, the information you seek is all stored within this jade slip. I'll toast you with tea instead of wine, wishing you immediate success. Jizha bows in gratitude to his senior.
Jizha knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. The saints gazed at this scene, their eyes flickering. Everyone was speculating, what news had Jizha received from Yisu? No need to thank me. Yisu chuckled lightly. This is just a transaction. You give me what I want, and I'll tell you what you're curious about. Any other questions?
Jizha shook his head. There were many things he wanted to know, but he had the self-awareness to understand he couldn't offer a price that would satisfy Yisu.
Next, I'll take care of it.
The sacred king of the Zhurong divine clan had a fiery temper and spoke immediately. Without any pretense, he got straight to the point. Junior wishes to know Senior's origins.
Yisu was slightly stunned. For so long, the sacred King Zhurong was the first to ask such a question. Me?
Yisu smiled inexplicably, remarking lightly, the universe is vast, even stars are but specks of dust, and I am merely another grain in its boundless expanse. Zhurong the sacred king furrowed his brows.
If the esteemed one refuses to reveal their origins, surely you can at least tell me your name?
A sacred king weapon.
Deal.
The fire god Sage King, with his vast wealth, immediately produced a Sage King weapon. Yisu was overjoyed, his name was actually worth so much.
My name is Yisu.
So it's Senior Yi, the fire god Sage King said with a cupped hand salute. At the same time, everyone's minds were desperately searching for the name Yisu, but from ancient times to the present, they had never heard of any great supernatural being by that name.
Do you have any other questions? Yisu asked again. The holy King Zhurong said, not for now. He patted Zhuwak's head and said, Young man, don't you want to ask the senior why you're only ranked 4th on the genius ranking?
Zhuok nodded. Senior, I believe my talent is unparalleled. Even among the history of my Zhurong divine clan, I can rank at the very top.
Why am I inferior to Ji Ning, Ji Mingyue, and Ning Xian?
He had seen the genius ranking. Ji Ning, Ji Mingyue, and Ning Xian all possessed the bearing of future emperors. Though he also possessed the potential of a great emperor, Zhuok was too proud. How could he admit to being inferior to another?
Ji Mingyue and Ji Ning also showed expressions of curiosity.
They had remained in Falling God Ridge without taking a single step outside, so how had Yisu learned of their existence and thus ranked them on the prodigy list? I have peered into the celestial secrets and deduced the workings of the primordial world. The rankings I've compiled are naturally without error. Yisu said, moreover, you're only ranked 4th on the Southern Wasteland's Heavenly Pride list.
Placed in the Yuan realm, you might not even make top 4. Shuwok's expression stiffened. If you wish to analyze the reasons, you can pay me, and I'll tell you everything about Ji Ning, Ji Mingyue, and Ning Xian, Yisu said slowly. Inside the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, the young geniuses wore nervous expressions. Of course, you could also ask me, Yisu added, glancing at Ji Ning and the others. No need. Shuwok shook his head with an air of pride. If we could only win first place by knowing their trump cards, then being first would be utterly meaningless. Brother Wuk is refreshingly straightforward. I share the same thought, Ning Xian said with a hearty laugh. Ji Mingyue and Ji Ning exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing emotions as serene as still water. Members of the Tianwu Divine Clan, Luwu Divine Clan, and others had varying expressions. Their thoughts all surfaced in Yisu's mind. To understand people's hearts is to know human nature, Yisu mused. The ability the system has given me is truly terrifying yet formidable. He was like an omniscient being, where no thought could escape his perception in his presence. No one could hide their secrets before him. Since no one has questions they wish to ask, let's move on to the next matter. Yisu's gaze swept over the crowd before finally settling on a man in blue robes from the Ji clan. Speak your mind if you have anything to ask. The blue-robed man had sword-like brows and star-bright eyes, radiating an aura of righteous dignity. After a moment of quiet deliberation, as if carefully weighing his words, the blue-robed man spoke several breaths later. As we all know, the fallen god Ridge is approaching a once in 10 million years upheaval, yet the exact timing remains unknowable. As these words were spoken, the expressions of the divine clans at Falling God Ridge became extraordinarily vivid. Some were filled with dread, while others brimmed with anticipation. The blue-robed man's remarks touched upon matters they had all wanted to ask about, yet dared not voice aloud, nor wished others to know they harbored such thoughts. After all, whoever could predict the exact timing would gain a decisive advantage. I'd like to ask the pavilion master if it's possible to divine the day of great change? The green-robed man gazed intensely at Yisu. Ji's expression was complicated. He had wanted to ask the same question, but with so many eyes watching, he had withheld it for the sake of the Ji clan's future. Unexpectedly, it was a member of the Ji clan who took the initiative to speak up. Ji Ning and the others felt their hearts stirring with emotion. Even Ji Mingyue, who was usually as calm as still water, now had gleaming eyes that sparkled brilliantly. With great changes looming ahead, no one among the deities of Falling God Ridge could remain indifferent. The primordial realm was what they considered their ancestral home. The couplet of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion has already made it clear, throughout all realms and worlds, there is nothing I do not know. Yisu slowly rose to his feet, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. It all depends on whether you can offer me a price I'm satisfied with. Chapter 57, The Secret of Falling God Ridge. System, how many providence points are needed to query the exact date of the Great Change? 600,000. The price was within expectations. From the moment Jiju and the others stepped into the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Yisu had already unraveled the many mysteries of the Falling God Ridge. 12 million years ago, the many primordial divine clans of the primordial realm were sealed within layers of space and time by an immensely powerful force, suppressed beneath Falling God Ridge. In its prime, the primordial realm stood as the center of all the heavens and myriad worlds, its territory vast beyond measure, nearly boundless. The mastermind behind the scenes folded the space of the primordial realm, trapping the primordial clans within infinite dimensions, causing the realm's territory to shrink drastically. With their lineages severed, the primordial realm fell from its position as the pinnacle of the myriad worlds to the very bottom. However, the likes of Jiju remained far too insignificant to uncover deeper layers of these secrets. Yisu also had no way of knowing who the mastermind behind sealing the ancient races truly was. To be able to mobilize the burial ground and seal half of the primordial world, this individual, or this organization, must possess the power of a true immortal, Yisu thought to himself. The burial ground spanned the spacetime of the God's Fall Ridge like a giant chain, binding the ancient races and sealing them within infinite spacetime, making escape impossible. Yisu had read about the burial ground in the historical records of the primordial world. It was one of the most perilous places ever born since ancient times. If the God's Fall Ridge was a forbidden zone in the primordial world,
then the burial ground was indisputably the #1 forbidden land across all heavens and realms.
To be able to seal the various races of the primordial world with burial earth, just how immense must this power be?
Yi Xiu shook his head with a sigh. If today's visitor had been the patriarch of the ancient divine clan, or some high-ranking and powerful figure, then he might have been able to learn the ultimate secret of the Godfall Ridge.
Name your price, Pavilion Master.
The man in green robes swept his gaze across the crowd. If it's within acceptable limits, I trust our fellow cultivators wouldn't begrudge a mere trifle of worldly possessions.
Ji's eyes widened. So you're suggesting we all chip in together?
The sacred kings of the Zhurong divine clan and Tianwu divine clan also wore expressions of astonishment. If we can ascertain the precise timing, our 6 clans will have sufficient time to prepare. When the great upheaval arrives, we can establish our dominion over the primordial realm and settle matters with a single decisive stroke.
The blue-robed man said solemnly, could it be that you're even unwilling to part with mere worldly possessions?
The ancient divine clans within Luotian Ridge have all been passed down from the era of antiquity, possessing immensely profound heritage. Though some races perished over countless millennia, many ancient divine clans still remain. Their 6 clans merely inhabit a remote corner of this land.
Of course not. Jija shook his head.
He simply hadn't expected the blue-robed man to play mind games with them.
2 quasi-emperor weapons, Yi Su said lightly.
A single quasi-emperor weapon could fetch about 500,000 heavenly secret points, so with 2, Yi Su could profit a 40% margin. These fools were begging to be fleeced, and of course he would take full advantage. Otherwise, if we miss today, we'll have to wait a long time.
This expensive? Jija took a deep breath. What do you all think? The man in green robes looked around at the assembled saints, soliciting their opinions.
Agreed. Representatives from the Zhurong divine clan, Peacock divine clan, Tianwu divine clan, and Luwu divine clan nodded one after another. Then let's pool our resources. The blue-robed man was the first to produce an ebony divine ring.
Engraved with ancient seal script, it exuded a primordial aura, evidently a divine weapon of antiquity brimming with vitality.
This golden crow ring is a great sage artifact on the verge of manifesting its spirit.
Though it cannot compare with the quasi-emperor artifact, the gap isn't substantial, the blue-robed man explained.
Yi Su's heart stirred. These fellows truly came from wealthy and influential families.
The fortune of any one of them alone could probably rival that of all the cultivators in the southern wastelands.
This wooden sword was forged from a branch of the immortal tree. Please accept it, Pavilion Master. The sacred king of the Luwu divine clan presented a wooden sword, its blade remarkably simple in form yet exuding an aura of profound mystery. In ancient times, the immortal divine tree possessed miraculous powers, growing at the center of the primordial world, nearly indestructible and eternal. Yet, 12 million years ago, the immortal divine tree was felled, never to revive again.
Yi Su sighed.
The Pavilion Master's vast knowledge leaves this junior in awe, the sage king of the Luwu divine clan said respectfully. This fragment of undying tree branch had been passed down through his ancestral lineage, reaching his hands after more than 10 million years. Despite the passage of time, the wooden sword still retains its indestructible and immortal qualities.
Pavilion Master.
The Tianwu divine clan, Peacock divine clan, Ji clan, and Zhurong divine clan members presented their treasures one after another. The least impressive treasure was the golden crow ring offered by the green-robed man, which left everyone rather dissatisfied. After all, it was his suggestion, yet he contributed the least effort.
May we trouble the Pavilion Master to enlighten us?
The assembly requested with clasped hands.
System, run a query. 128 days later, at midnight. So soon?
Yi Su frowned slightly. The arrival of the heavens transformation was coming far too quickly, in barely 4 months. He looked at the crowd and said, the seal of Luotian Ridge will be lifted 128 days from now, at midnight.
4 months? Hearing Yi Su's answer, the crowd went wild.
At Falling God Ridge, even the youngest among them had lived for over 100 years. A mere 4 months was but a fleeting moment, gone in the blink of an eye.
In just 4 months, we shall see the light of day again and return to our ancestral homeland.
The sacred king of the Zhurong divine clan was the most emotional, tears streaming down his aged face. Luotian Ridge remained sunless throughout the year.
For over 10 million years, they had been unable to see the sun of the ancestral land. How tragically bitter was that?
Yi Su looked at the crowd, deeply moved. The group of sacred kings before him bore no resemblance to mighty beings. They appeared more like a group of prisoners on the verge of completing their sentences. That seal trapped us for over 10 million years. It's finally about to vanish, murmured Jija, his heart trembling as if the shackles had been lifted.
Don't celebrate too soon.
The blue-robed man poured cold water on their enthusiasm, saying, when the seal is broken, it will surely cause heaven and earth to collapse.
The upheaval will be so immense that all realms across the cosmos will know of it. At that time, whether the mastermind behind this will reappear remains an unknown variable.
Hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened with a mix of alarm and fury. But what dominated was a sense of helplessness. Over countless millennia, they remained trapped in Luotian Ridge, making no significant progress. If they couldn't prevail before, there was no chance of doing so now.
Master of the pavilion, I have one more question to ask. The man in blue stared at Yisu and said, we hope the pavilion master will divine a hexagram for us, whether the day of unsealing brings fortune or calamity.
Please, master, take action. The crowd knelt on the ground, shouting loudly. Ji Ning, Ji Mingyue, and the other youngsters frowned in confusion, unable to comprehend its meaning. The emotions Ji Zhou and others were experiencing were difficult for them to understand. But seeing their elders kneel, the young ones followed suit and knelt down as well.
Kneeling before me won't do you any good,
Yisu said indifferently. I only conduct business, not relationships.
Ji Zhou froze for a moment. How could he have forgotten?
This senior was truly a money grubber at heart.
Name your price, pavilion master.
The green-robed man knelt and clasped his hands in salute.
Please name your price, pavilion master. The crowd spoke in unison, their voices thunderous.
This seal's release would determine the fate of all ancient clans.
After all, it was only a seal last time. 4 months later, could there be a massacre to wipe out entire bloodlines? They didn't dare take that gamble. System, how many destiny points are required to query the future of the primordial clans 128 days from now?
Yisu asked. Within the Falling God Ridge, there are 96 ancient divine clans and 315 minor clans. 90% of them have been sealed away for tens of millions of years, while the remaining 10% are descendants of intermarriage between the various clans.
Checking the future of all ancient divine clans 4 months from now will cost 15 million. Stop.
Yisu felt his head swelling with frustration.
He rephrased his question and pressed on, then can you check whether the mastermind behind this will make a move? 10 million heavenly mystery points.
Yisu was at a loss for words. All the evidence pointed to the fact that the mastermind behind the scenes was of no ordinary background. Be advised, inquiring about Lin Qianma, a true immortal, requires only 1 million heavenly secret points.
The true mastermind behind sealing the ancient god clan is fully 10 times more terrifying.
The hidden connections behind this demand deep contemplation.
Divulging future matters consumes immense mental energy.
If you can produce 2 immortal artifacts, I might consider revealing heaven's secrets and divining the future for you. Yisu spoke casually, but I suspect you'd be unwilling to part with them. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched violently, not out of reluctance, but because they couldn't produce them.
Even a single immortal artifact would count as a treasure to protect an entire clan,
not to mention 2 such artifacts.
Yet everyone could understand. Divulging the secrets of heavens requires bearing celestial retribution. How much more so would predicting the future, an act that defies nature's order?
Thus, they could understand Yisu's demand. Pavilion master, I withdraw my earlier words. The green-robed man chuckled awkwardly, unable to afford the price.
Esteemed senior, I have a favor to ask.
Ji Mingyue took a step forward, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, a gentle smile playing on her lips.
I'd like to ask the pavilion master to divine for this junior. Will I still be alive a year from now? Chapter 58. So you're Ji Ning? Their eyes lit up. That's actually a good idea.
Calculating the fate of the primordial divine clan is immensely laborious, but Ji Mingyue is merely at the divine tribulation realm, involving limited karmic ties. It can absolutely be divined. Yisu looked at Ji Mingyue with astonishment, bright eyes, white teeth, a veritable beauty in the making. Most importantly, she was intelligent. If she survived for another year, it would indicate the primordial divine clan likely overcame their calamity, and the price she would have to pay couldn't possibly be as steep as 2 immortal artifacts.
Certainly.
Yisu smiled at Ji Mingyue, his smile profound and fathomless.
Trying to take advantage of me won't be so easy.
System, check whether Ji Mingyue is alive or dead a year from now, and what her situation will be. The next moment, Yisu spent 60,000 heavenly secret points, and Ji Mingyue's future circumstances appeared in his mind. 6 Supreme Sage Divine Weapons. Upon learning the answer, Yisu stated his price. Hiss. Inside the Tinji Pavilion, groans of pain erupted from the crowd. They had just been fleeced, and now they were about to be bled dry once more. But for the sake of their race, there was no other choice.
A few breaths later, the payment was made.
Yisu grinned from ear to ear. This transaction earned him a full 7-fold profit.
A year from now, you'll still be alive and well, and you'll have ascended to godhood. Yisu looked at Ji Mingyue and said impassively, what's more, you'll be ranked on the Yuan Realm's Genius Leaderboard. Phew.
Hearing these words, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ji Mingyue's survival suggests that the Ji clan may have also been preserved, and if so, there's a high chance they remain intact. I must remind you, this is just the most probable outcome of the future. Yisu poured cold water on the excitement, stating indifferently, the future is full of variables, any single action could alter it. Just like the existence of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, without it, Qin Haishan would never have ascended to godhood, nor would he have perished at the very moment of his ascension. Yisu had altered the fate of an entire group of people. In short, he influenced the southern wasteland, even the future of the Yuan realm.
This junior understands. Ji Mingyue nodded. The future was uncertain,
but getting a response from Yi Su was enough to set her mind at ease.
Senior, will the Yuan Realm's Heavenly Pride rankings be announced in a year?
Shu Wuk and Ji Ning, however, caught a crucial piece of information from Yi Su's words.
The Pride of the Yuan Realm rankings.
Yi Su smiled and said, the Pride rankings change constantly.
Any cultivator who surpasses those on the list will appear on it immediately.
So, she wasn't necessarily on the rankings the moment they were first released.
Does Elder mean you plan to release the Yuan Realm Pride rankings soon? Ji Ning speculated. Not bad.
Yi Su beamed with joy, clutching 1.5 million heavenly secret points in his hands, wealth that spoke of power and abundance. Now he was ready to begin preparations for the Yuan Realm's ranking of peerless talents. But it wasn't just the ranking of rising stars he aimed to compile, there were emperors to rank, quasi-emperors, and even the great sages.
Elder, will soon be returning to the Divine Descent Ridge. Would it be possible to catch an early glimpse? Ning Xian looked at Yi Su with hopeful anticipation. Don't worry,
Yi Su replied, it won't take more than 10 days. But, Yi Su paused, then continued with a playful smirk, if you want an early sneak peek, you'll need to pay a certain price first.
Everyone was speechless. How could there be such a money-obsessed expert under the heavens?
I know, though all 6 of you are on the Heaven's Pride ranking, none of you truly acknowledges the others.
Yi Su looked at the 6 talented youths and smiled faintly.
Coincidentally, the city lord of Linglong has set up an arena. You can gather there to compete and verify my conclusion. Senior's wisdom spans heaven and earth, so the Southern Wilderness Heaven's Pride ranking must be flawless.
We would never dare to question it.
Ning Xian, ever the smooth talker, immediately offered flattery.
Ning Xian, why the pretentious act?
Shu Wuk scoffed coldly. You may not say it aloud, but in your heart you've always believed Ji Ning and Ji Mingyue don't deserve to rank above you.
And you're not alone, I think the same. What qualifications do you 3 have to occupy the top 3 positions?
Shu Wuk, are you looking for a fight? Ning Xian frowned slightly. I merely wished to exchange pointers with you all,
Shu Wuk said with a cold laugh. Ji Ning turned his gaze toward the 2 youths from the Tianwu Divine Clan and Luwu Divine Clan, asking expressionlessly, brothers, do you also wish to exchange pointers with me?
Indeed we do. The 2 nodded in unison.
Good.
Ji Ning strode out of the Tianji pavilion and said, since we're going to spar, then let's follow Senior's instructions and compete before the world. This will also let people know the authenticity of the Southern Wasteland Genius ranking and the authority of the Tianji pavilion.
This kid, Jizha thought with a laugh. Ji Ning's words truly resonated with Yi Su's intentions. Hadn't he devised the genius ranking precisely to showcase the Tianji pavilion's authority? This was the Taiji Ji clan extending their goodwill. Humph. Ning Xian let out a cold snort.
He'd had the same thought, but Ji Ning had beaten him to it.
Senior, we'll take our leave first.
The group exited the Celestial Divination Pavilion, leaving only the Sacred Kings behind.
Aren't you leaving yet? Yi Su glanced at them. We'll be leaving right away. They exchanged glances, all reluctant to depart from the Tianji Pavilion.
It's time to arrange the Yuanjia Heavenly Pride ranking. Yi Su's thoughts were restless. At present, because of the 10 Saints' heavenly tribulation, almost all the major forces in the Yuan realm have sent people to Linglong City, and Linglong City has become a prosperous holy land.
And the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion became the protagonist.
Once the Heaven's Pride rankings are unveiled, news will spread throughout the entire primordial world in the shortest possible time.
The name of Celestial Secrets Pavilion will resound throughout primordial world. Immersive translate.
The group arrived at the arena, where a crowd of cultivators still gathered, engaged in endless discussions.
Make way, Ji Ning shouted sternly.
Many turned to glance at him, but upon seeing he was just a youth barely past 20, they paid him no further mind and continued pointing at the names on the Heavenly Pride ranking, resuming their chatter.
Clang!
Suddenly, a sharp sword cry rang out. Ji Ning stood among the crowd like a divine sword, with a piercing sword intent emanating from his body. Within a radius of hundreds of feet, every cultivator felt an icy, bone-chilling aura, as sharp as a winter gale.
All eyes turned toward Ji Ning. I am Ji Ning.
I wish to borrow the arena, please make way for me. His demeanor was humble and courteous, yet the aura of his sword was overwhelming. After all, this was Linglong City, the territory of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, so he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. What terrifying sword intent! To master sword intent at such a young age, this person must hail from a major sect with boundless prospects ahead.
Many murmured with envy. Wait!
Suddenly, someone came to their senses, eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Ji Ning, exclaiming, Are you Ji Ning, the one ranked first on the Heavenly Pride list?
That's me.
Ji Ning nodded, the feeling of being revered by thousands indeed filling him with immense satisfaction. Shu Wug and Ning Xian snorted coldly, both visibly displeased. Lord Ji, this arena is reserved for geniuses on the Heavenly Pride list and peers of similar standing. By standing on the platform, you're implicitly accepting any challenge.
Could it be someone intends to challenge you?
Someone who realized this promptly spoke up to inquire.
Indeed,
Ji Ning said frankly, if someone challenges me, naturally I can't refuse. This Heavenly Pride ranking was promulgated by the Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, but most people in the world are skeptical and don't believe the senior's judgment. Today, I shall prove the authenticity of the Heavenly Pride ranking.
Ha ha ha, good.
The Heavenly Pride ranking has been released for many days now, but today I finally get to meet someone worthy in person. At this moment, a rough and rugged voice echoed from the distance as a young man with a buzz cut, dressed in coarse hemclothes, burst into hearty laughter. His demeanor was wild, his features plain, yet his entire being exuded an untamed aura, like an unbridled mustang, free-spirited and unrestrained.
Who might you be?
Ji Ning furrowed his brows and asked with puzzlement. The flax-robed youth didn't conceal his cultivation level, so Ji Ning could tell at a glance that this was another Great Circle Divine Tribulation Realm cultivator.
Moreover, the flax-robed youth's vitality was even more vigorous than his own.
Shortly after the Heavenly Prides list was unveiled, most practitioners came from the Luotian Ridge, with only a handful from the southern wilderness. As a result, none of them were acquainted with one another. The only certainty Ji Ning had was that the flax-robed youth was also on the Heavenly Prides list. I am Chen Longxian, ranked 41st on the Heavenly Prides list. The flax-robed youth Chen Longxian clasped his hands in greeting. I've been in Linglong City for 2 days now, waiting for the talents listed on the Heavenly Proud ranking to appear.
Never imagined I'd encounter Brother Ji. Not just me. Ji Ning smiled warmly and pointed towards Ji Mingyue's group as he introduced them. This is Ji Mingyue.
Oh, Chen Longxian looked surprised. I didn't expect to see 6 of them right away. Numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 have all arrived, along with 2 other brothers ranked in the top 20.
Pleased to meet you all. Chapter 59, Gathering of Southern Wastelands Talents. Pleased to meet you.
Ning Xian and Zhu Wuk wore in different expressions. These distinguished scions of the divine clan showed little interest in Chen Longxian. The inheritance of the Yuan realm had broken lineages, and the southern wastelands suffered even more severely. Thus, although Chen Longxian shared the same list of prodigies with them, Ning Xian and the others carried an air of lofty arrogance, utterly disdainful of Chen Longxian, who ranked 41st.
Are they all geniuses from the prodigy ranking?
The cultivators were profoundly shocked, looking at the young prodigies with awe in their eyes.
Master, does Nanhuang also have divine lineages?
Ji Xinyu and Lu Ningmei stood by a window, sensing the commotion around the heavenly prodigy rankings as their gazes intensified. The sacred kings of the Luwu divine lineage and the Tianwu divine lineage had not shapeshifted. Ji Xinyu immediately recognized their origins, and surprise flashed across her features.
The Luwu divine clan? The Tianwu divine clan? Lu Ningmei's gaze sharpened slightly. These are divine clans from the primordial era of the Yuan realm. How could they appear here? Where did they come from?
And those people surrounding those youths, they're all at the Saint King realm.
The southern wastelands are barren. Since when do Saint King powerhouses emerge from such a place? Ji Xinyu added, Master, there's something else.
Since they rank on the Heavenly Pride list, it proves they are from the southern wastes, yet they have never appeared there before.
The master and disciple exchanged a glance.
Across the entire southern barrens, the only place where Saint King realm masters existed yet remained hidden from the world was Falling God Ridge. The people from Luotian Ridge have emerged. Lu Ningmei murmured softly, I fear they too were startled by the 10 saints' heavenly tribulation, which must be why they ventured out of the southern wasteland to visit the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion.
Should be. Ji Xinyu nodded slightly. Miss Ji. At that very moment, an untimely voice interrupted.
Aolai, along with the black-clad woman from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, and Elder Huang stepped onto the tavern's upper floor, making their way toward Ji Xinyu and her disciple. It's him. Ji Xinyu frowned slightly, her delicate eyebrows knitting together. She had met Aolai once before and was aware of his existence.
Mind your manners, Lu Ningmei said. This is the 9th prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Aolai was overjoyed.
The moment he heard Elder Huang's report, he immediately set out with the woman in black and Elder Huang, following Ji Xinyu's trail until they finally found her. His heart brimmed with joy, yet it was mingled with a hint of timidity, as if fearing his own behavior might be improper and offend Ji Xinyu.
9th prince, Lu Ningmei gave a slight nod. Senior Lu. Aolai spoke with great reverence, offering sufficient respect without appearing servile. Given his status, he could interact with Lu Ningmei as an equal. He was willing to address her as senior to give Ji Xinyu face.
In his possession was complete information about Ji Xinyu, including her preferences. Ji Xinyu, orphaned of both parents, had been raised single-handedly by Lu Ningmei as teacher, father, and mother.
Naturally, he had to curry favor with Lu Ningmei. Miss Ji. Aolai smiled, restraining his emotions. 9th prince, your highness. Ji Xinyu dipped into a curtsy. Miss Ji, we are of the same generation, there's no need for such formalities. Aolai made a gesture to support her but didn't actually touch Ji Xinyu.
If it's because of my status, Miss Ji, then it's even more unnecessary. Ji Xinyu looked at Aolai in surprise, her clear eyes like pools of water, concealing a trace of bewilderment. The elite disciples she usually encountered were all haughty and self-important, but Aolai, the 9th prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, was unexpectedly down to earth, earning him a sliver of her favor.
Senior Lu, have you also come regarding the 10 saints' heavenly tribulation? Lai inquired as he took his seat. Lu Ningmei nodded.
Actually, the 10 saints' heavenly tribulation was ultimately concocted by the Tianji Pavilion, Lai said with a laugh.
I'd love to hear the details. Lu Ningmei's expression shifted with interest.
The master of this Tianji Pavilion has unparalleled abilities, there's nothing under heaven he doesn't know, Lai explained with a grin.
The only flaw is his greed for wealth. Of course, for people like us, that's actually a good thing. As long as you can offer sufficient treasures, you can buy any information from the Master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion.
The reason old Huang achieved sainthood was because I offered some treasures to purchase information about a Saint King's tomb from the Master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion.
Lai recounted the entire sequence of events to Lu Ningmei and Ji Xinyu without holding anything back.
The woman in black slightly furrowed her brows.
What does your highness mean by this?
Although the Celestial Secrets Pavilion is already widely known, there is no particular friendship between the East Sea Dragon Palace and the Pure Land.
Why would Lai be so courteous to these master and disciple? Old Huang remained silent. He knew the truth, but no matter what, he couldn't speak of it. Otherwise, if the Dragon King of the East Sea finds out, Lai will be in deep trouble. I see. Understanding the whole story, Lu Ningmei finally realized the reason. Thank you, Ninth Prince, for clearing things up for me.
You're too kind, elder sister, the prince replied modestly.
Lai laughed and said, we all belong to the eastern region, sharing the same roots. We should visit each other more often in the future. Those words ring very true. Lu Ningmei smiled, though she wasn't sure what scheme Lai had up his sleeve.
But befriending him would certainly bring no harm to her and her master.
Things are really lively down there. Lai walked to the window and stood side by side with Ji Xinyu.
Ji Xinyu glanced at him sideways before turning back to gaze at the arena. Following Chen Longshan, a woman and a man appeared beneath the Heavenly Pride ranking.
Both hailed from the southern wastelands.
One is Lu Xiaojun from the Xuanfu Palace, the other is Li Ruofeng from the Red Dust Demon Sect. They ranked 49th and 50th respectively on the Heavenly Pride list,
placing them at the very bottom.
With the release of this Heavenly Pride list, the younger generation is bound to engage in fierce competition, Lai chuckled.
Ji Xinyu nodded.
I heard from the master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion that the Southern Wilderness Prodigy ranking is just a prelude. He will soon release the list for the Primordial World Prodigy ranking. Lai gazed at Ji Xinyu's jade-like profile and said, with your exceptional talent, Miss Ji, you will undoubtedly be on the list.
Your Highness the Ninth Prince flatters me too much.
Ji Xinyu's voice remained calm as she said, there are countless talented individuals in the Prime Realm, how could I possibly stand out among them? Lai smiled faintly and replied, you'll be on the Heavenly Pride's ranking, and so will I.
As soon as these words were spoken, a fleeting look of astonishment appeared on Ji Xinyu's face. They're about to begin.
Lai changed the subject, his gaze fixed on the numerous young prodigies.
Are you Ji Ning?
At Xuanfu Palace, Lu Xiaojun stood clad in tight-fitting attire, his gaze sharp and piercing. Gripping a top-tier spirit sword, he pointed its blade at Ji Ning and declared, across the southern wastelands, I have never once heard your name. Yet, against all odds, you rank first on the Southern Wastelands Heavenly Pride list. Li Ruofeng gently waved his paper fan and smiled, saying, this truly makes no sense. However, this is the Heaven's Proud list personally crafted by the Heaven's Secret Pavilion Master. Given his divine abilities and the grand scale of this endeavor, there's no need for him to deceive us. Ji Ning crossed his arms over his sword and calmly replied, no need to beat around the bush, speak your mind.
I challenge you.
Lu Xiaojun's fighting spirit surged as her sword echoed like a dragon's roar, shaking Linglong City to its core.
Perfect divine tribulation realm.
As the top genius of Xuanfu Palace, Lu Xiaojun had cultivated for over 100 years and long reached the peak of divine tribulation realm, just half a step away from ascending to celestial being. Yet on the Southern Wilderness Heavenly Pride ranking, she ranked only 49th. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't defeat the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, she would have stormed in to demand an explanation.
Ha!
Ning Xian sneered mockingly, a person ranked 49th wanting to challenge Ji Ning, who's ranked first, how utterly overestimating oneself. In my opinion, you'd better compete with Chen Longshan first. If you can defeat Chen Longshan, then you might barely qualify to face Ji Ning.
Who are you?
Lu Xiaojun moved his treasured sword, pointing it at Ning Xian.
Don't point that sword at me.
Watching this scene, Ning Xian narrowed his eyes like a bristling cat. In this lifetime, nothing infuriates me more than being threatened with a blade. You've got one breath to sheath your sword, or you'll regret it for the rest of your miserable life.
Zhu Wuk and the others watched Lu Xiaojun with amused smiles. Lu Xiaojun instinctively sensed a hint of danger.
Yet she couldn't sheath her sword. As the future palace master of Xuanfu Palace, she represented the dignity of their sect.
I'd like to see just what kind of price you can make me pay. Lu Xiaojun snorted coldly.
With a light tap of his toe, he soared onto the combat platform, pointing his sword at Ning Xian in an official challenge. Lu Xiaojun of Xuanfu Palace, ranked 49th on the Heavenly Proud list, requests a duel. Ning Xian, he's formally challenged you, Zhu Wuk chuckled.
Don't forget what you just said.
It seems our duel will have to be postponed, Jining.
No matter.
Jining flew down from the combat platform, yielding the battlefield to Lu Xiaojun. Upon hearing Zhu Wuk's words, Lu Xiaojun's eyelashes trembled slightly.
Ning Xian, ranked 3rd on the Tianjiao leaderboard? It seems I've run into a tough opponent.
Lu Xiaojun's eyes turned sharp as he instantly sensed overwhelming pressure. Even before taking action, she began feeling uneasy in her heart.
Chapter 60, The Heaven-Concealing Divine Talisman, the Pavilion Master emerges. System, is there any way for me to leave the Tianji Pavilion temporarily?
Yi Shou's divine sense flew out of the Tianji Pavilion, sensing the commotion on the Heavenly Pride ranking. His heart stirred with excitement. He longed to step outside and witness with his own eyes the grand spectacle he had orchestrated across the southern wilderness.
Veil of Heaven Talisman, 10,000 Tianji points per piece, can obscure heavenly secrets and conceal one's aura, but lasts only one day. A single-use item. Utterly extortionate.
Yi Xiu clicked his tongue in dismay.
A single Veil of Heaven talisman could almost rival a sacred artifact.
But at this moment, Yi Su was flush with wealth. A mere 10,000 heavenly secrets points was just pocket change to him, something he could easily afford to spend.
Congratulations, host. You spent 10,000 heavenly secrets points to obtain the Veil of Heaven talisman. Would you like to use it immediately? Yi Su nodded. Swish.
In the blink of an eye, the heaven-shielding divine talisman transformed into streams of divine runes that surged into Yi Su's flesh. But to Yi Su, it felt like nothing had changed at all.
System, next time I spend money, can you please not congratulate me? Do you have any idea how painful that just was?
Yi Su suggested. As expected, the system remained silent. With a thought from Yi Su, Yi Xianer appeared in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Having already consolidated her cultivation, she had grown utterly bored staying in the isolated spacetime. Senior, you finally decided to let me out, Yi Xianer said as if granted amnesty.
Let's go out for a walk. Great. Yi Xianer was overjoyed.
She had spent the entire month cooped up in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion with Yi Su without venturing outside. Finally, they could step out for some fresh air. The two stepped out of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Passers-by glanced at them curiously, though just briefly, before hurrying toward the ranking of young geniuses.
Those who have never entered the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion naturally wouldn't know Yi Su's appearance.
Taking that step out of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion felt immensely heavy. Yi Su could even feel his calf trembling. But once he moved beyond the pavilion's range, everything became as calm as drifting clouds and gentle breezes, without a single unusual stir.
Phew! Yi Su exhaled a turbid breath.
Yi Xianer, standing beside him, noticed his odd demeanor and asked with some confusion, Senior, why do you sigh?
Life isn't easy, even the pavilion master has to sigh.
Yi Su let out a long sigh. To outsiders, he was the seemingly omnipotent master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, but only he knew the truth. He was merely a minor cultivator at the Divine Tribulation realm.
The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was more like a prison. Unlike Falling God Ridge, this was one he had willingly walked into. Judging by my current rate of collecting Heavenly Secrets points, I'll soon achieve the rank of Emperor. But after attaining the Tao, I wonder if I'll be able to withstand the heavens' retribution?
Yi Su mumbled to himself. As he pondered, the two arrived at the Heavenly Pride rankings.
Lu Xiaojun and Ning Xian had already begun their battle.
Lu Xiaojun wielded her sword with one hand. Though she cultivated the supreme ultimate primordial talisman scripture, her swordsmanship was nothing short of miraculous, having even grasped a strand of sword intent. As her sword techniques erupted with divine power, her aura became razor-sharp. Ning Xian, clad in a radiant feathered robe and empty-handed, defended methodically without showing the slightest disadvantage. He seemed to have no intention of ending the battle quickly, focusing more on defense instead.
To Yi Su's eyes, it looked more like a cat toying with a mouse.
As time passed, Lu Xiaojun's imposing aura began to wane, and panic crept into her heart. From beginning to end, her attacks proved ineffective. Ning Xian effortlessly deflected Lu Xiaojun's offensive maneuvers without lifting a finger, all while never initiating a single counterattack himself.
Pavilion Master. Yi Su's arrival immediately drew the attention of the blue-robed man, Jizha, and the others present.
Everyone assumed expressions of reverence, hastily performing ceremonial bows toward Yi Su.
Many cultivators wore puzzled expressions.
The city lord of Linglong arrived belatedly, greeting, salutations, elder.
No need for formalities. The city lord of Linglong continued, esteemed elder, this junior has prepared an observation platform for everyone.
I humbly request your honorable presence to join me in moving to the viewing stand.
All right then.
Yi Su gave a slight nod, and the sage kings of the primordial god clan followed him to the observation platform. Chen Longxiang and Li Ruofeng watched Yi Su's retreating figure ahead as they whispered to each other.
Is he really the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Chen Longxiang inquired.
Li Ruofeng smiled bitterly and said, but that's someone like an immortal.
Since I've never met them, how would I know if it's really them?
However, judging by Ji Ning and the others' attitude, it's probably that senior.
Everyone arrives together at the observation deck.
This observation deck was also dozens of feet high, with many seats arranged on it.
Aolai, Ji Sinyu, and others had already been invited by the city lord of Linglong to take their places.
In addition, the Western region cultivators who had appeared at Luotian Ridge earlier and the black-clad man from the True Martial Divine Sect were also present on the deck. Yi Su's arrival drew everyone's attention.
Aolai pays respects to the elder. Aolai was sitting beside Ji Sinyu.
As soon as he spotted Yi Su, he promptly rose to greet him. The woman in black frowned slightly. "My lord, he is the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion," Elder Huang whispered into her ear, then bowed to Yi Su as well.
"Thanks to the pavilion master's great kindness, this old man was able to attain sainthood. This is your destiny."
Yi Su chuckled lightly. Among the many saint kings, he showed not the slightest unease, his expression composed and at ease.
Lu Ningmei and Ji Sinyu eyed Yi Su with suspicion.
Too young, Lu Ningmei thought to herself. The youthful innocence on Yi Su's face couldn't be hidden, no matter how hard he tried to appear mature.
But could a tender young lad command such awe from so many people? Lu Ningmei preferred to believe that Yi Su was some old monster skilled in maintaining youthful appearances.
"I've been staying at the Tianji Pavilion for over a month and haven't ventured out until now," Yi Su said as he took his seat, prompting the others to sit as well. Several strikingly beautiful maidservants approached, bearing fine wines and spirit-infused fruits. "Though nothing escapes my notice, seeing with my own eyes is another matter entirely," Yi Su said with a smile. "As the old saying goes, the eye of the heart perceives all living beings." Jija flattered, "We mortals can only see the surface with our physical eyes, but you, elder, perceive the world through the eye of the heart, grasping its very essence. Such is true divine power."
Bootlicker,
many silently cursed in their hearts.
"Senior, did you come out specifically to watch the martial arts competition this time?" Aolai inquired.
"Sort of." Aolai leaned in close to Yi Su and whispered, "Elder, I've already made a good start. Once these brats finish their competition, I'll head to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to seek your guidance properly." Yi Su's gaze swept imperceptibly past Ji Sinyu,
revealing a meaningful smile. Boom! At this moment,
a surge of sword energy erupted. A resplendent blade light shot into the heavens, its domineering sword intent sweeping across the void, carrying within it an unyielding determination and relentless persistence, as if seeking to cleave the very heavens and earth asunder with a single strike.
Ning Xian was finally getting serious.
He did not summon a magical weapon but instead wielded his hand like a blade, swirling mana around his palm before slashing it down toward Lu Xiaojun.
That guy finally made his move.
Zhuwak looked displeased, a whole quarter hour wasted for nothing. Ji Mingyue remained calm, her eyes as serene as still water, emanating tranquility. She resembled a frozen painting, showing not a trace of emotion about the outcome.
Ji Ning didn't pay attention to the outcome of the battle either.
He stood with his sword in his arms, eyes closed as if conserving his energy.
"It's over." Chen Longxian's gaze was grave.
"Young Master Lu has lost."
Bang!
Ning Xian's palm came down in a chopping motion, and with a crisp crack, Lu Xiaojun's treasured sword snapped in two. The 8 Dao palaces behind her were simultaneously struck by Ning Xian's blade, 4 of them instantly fissured with visible cracks.
Boom!
Ning Xian's palm froze merely an inch away from Lu Xiaojun's forehead. He held back. Lu Xiaojun was gasping heavily. She had prepared herself for death, yet Ning Xian unexpectedly stayed his hand. She looked up at Ning Xian, a trace of confusion in her eyes.
"Why hold back?"
Ning Xian replied indifferently, "Out of respect for your elders, I'll spare your life.
Next time, you won't be so lucky." With that, Ning Xian turned and left.
Lu Xiaojun collapsed to the ground, laughing bitterly without end.
She lost, utterly defeated. After cultivating for over a century, how could she not withstand a single move from a practitioner of the same realm?
And this was when Ning Xian hadn't even exerted his full strength. Witnessing this scene, Li Ruofeng felt his heart grow heavy. Even Lu Xiaojun had been no match for Ning Xian. How could he possibly have the qualifications to challenge them?
Where did this group of people even come from? "I'll go."
A rough voice rang out as Chen Longxiang appeared, dressed in coarse linen with dark, suntanned skin, his piercingly bright eyes being the only striking feature. He stepped onto the arena, clasping his fists in salute towards Zhuwak, and said, "Brother Zhu, I am Chen Longxiang from Black Dragon City, Yuzhou, Southern Wastelands. I request a duel." Another one seeking death, the young man from the Tianwu Divine Clan sneered.
"Zhuwak, he's calling you out for a duel. Aren't you going up yet?" Ning Xian also mocked. "Don't disgrace the Jerome Divine Clan's reputation."
Zhuwak stepped onto the fighting platform, his fiery red hair swaying with an air of defiance, his gaze proud and unyielding. "Chen Longxiang," he declared, "choosing me was not a wise decision."
Chen Longxiang smiled carefreely, revealing a row of neat, white teeth. "Let's just have a friendly spar." Chapter 61, A Warm Invitation. Boom! A savage aura erupted as dragon roars and elephant cries resonated through Linglong City.
Chen Longxiang had transformed, as if evolving from a simple youth into an ancient primordial beast. His robes burst open, revealing knotted muscles coiled like divine dragons across his flesh.
With blazing battle intent, Chen Longshan fixed his gaze on Zhu Wuk and declared, "Senior brother Zhu, let us begin."
Zhu Wuk's gaze sharpened momentarily as he let out a low chuckle. If his memory served him right, Chen Longshan ranked 41st on the Heavenly Pride list. Chen Longshan was a rogue cultivator, yet in his childhood he obtained the legacy of a great sage, cultivating the Chaos Dragon Elephant scripture, which granted him an exceptionally strong physique and extraordinarily profound spiritual power. Compared to him, Lu Xiaojun paled in comparison. Those on the Heavenly Pride list may possess the same cultivation level, but their actual strength varies.
But even Zhu Wujia would have to treat Chen Longshan's strength with caution. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique.
Chen Longshan roared as he charged towards Zhu Wuk. Above the void manifested a dragon and an elephant, their synchronized cries resonating through space. The terrifying divine power crushed the empty heavens, as if two supreme entities had descended to suppress the very nine hells.
Boom!
Under the overwhelming pressure of this densely concentrated divine power, Zhu Wuk's expression shifted slightly.
Skyfire Seal.
Zhu Wuk formed a hand seal, his crimson hair bursting into flames like wildfire. With a single palm strike, heaven and earth transformed into a sea of fire that melted the void, instantly enveloping Chen Longshan.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Longshan charged through the inferno, his body immediately catching fire, yet he pressed forward without hesitation.
Bang!
Chen Longshan charged into the sea of flames.
A dragon and an elephant transformed into two streams of vital essence that fused into his flesh.
Unfazed as the fire scorched his body, he threw a punch aimed straight at Zhu Wuk. The profound mystery of the Chaos Dragon Elephant scripture erupted at this moment, converging all his power into this single fist. With that punch unleashed, the sea of flames parted. This guy's strength is no trifling matter. Ning Xian smiled faintly. Even if I wanted to defeat him, I'd have to exert 60% of my power.
Lu Xiaojun was merely the weakest of them all. Killing him would require no effort at all.
But Chen Longshan was clearly a master. Ji Ning said coolly, "The cultivation technique this man practices is extremely extraordinary, focused primarily on physical body cultivation while still encompassing magical power. His ranking as 41st on the Heavenly Pride list is well-deserved." Ji Mingyue stood quietly, her graceful temperament evident as she calmly observed the battle between the two.
Perfect timing. Zhu Wuk laughed heartily.
As a member of the ancient divine clan, renowned for their formidable physical prowess, he felt not the slightest fear when Chen Longshan challenged him to a contest of raw strength.
Boom! Zhu Wuk's body trembled slightly as an overwhelming surge of vital energy soared skyward, condensed and unyielding like wolf smoke. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, bones cracking, as he met Chen Longshan head-on. Bang! The collision of their fists caused the void to tremble violently, space collapsing in fragments as the entire arena shuddered, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. The Jade City Lord watched with bated breath. This arena had been forged from the finest materials in his treasure vault, materials even a celestial god would find difficult to destroy. Yet, the moment Chen Longshan and Zhu Wuk made their moves, the fighting platform showed signs of collapse. This was utterly unbelievable. "Are these the true monsters of the Heavenly Pride rankings?" murmured the Jade City Lord in awe. The fame of these prodigies was indeed well-deserved. Despite being only at the peak of divine tribulation realm, their divine power could rival that of celestial gods. Zhao Chang was also dripping with sweat. The cultivators below the platform were brimming with excitement. Getting to witness a battle between two prodigies was simply the ultimate pleasure. Every single one of them was utterly absorbed, unable to bear missing even the slightest detail. On the observation platform, Sacred King Zhu Rong of the Divine Clan faintly furrowed his brows. Chen Longshan's physical body was even stronger than Zhu Wuk's by a margin. Purely in terms of physical strength, Zhu Wuk had already lost. However, the rankings on the Celestial Pride list are determined by overall abilities. There's no mistake in the Elder's ranking. Jizha smiled, as if to reassure the Flame Emperor, saying, "Zhu Wuk will undoubtedly win. Today's battle is merely proving the authenticity of the Celestial Pride list." Had they not met Yi Su, they might have harbored doubts. But the moment they emerged from the Tianji Pavilion, Yi Su's words became truth, became law. The sacred King Zhurong remained silent. "I wonder how my strength compares to theirs," thought Yi Su. He had forged a celestial court and cultivated a seed of immortal qi, constantly absorbing immortal spiritual energy. His cultivation had reached the peak of the divine tribulation realm. By all rights, he should have been ranked first on the Heavenly Pride list. Of course, Yi Su couldn't possibly appear on the Heavenly Pride rankings. After all, he was the omniscient and omnipotent one. How could he possibly be listed alongside a bunch of juniors? Yi Su sighed inwardly. On the arena, the battles raged with fiery intensity, stirring his own fervent emotions as he watched. If not for his identity as the master of the Mystic Pavilion, he would have loved to participate himself. After all, although he was the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, having lived 2 lifetimes combined barely made him 40 years old. Compared to Ji Ning and the others, he could still be considered a junior. Such an age of fiery vigor. Boom, boom, boom.
On the battleground, neither used their divine abilities, purely clashing with pure physical might in a battle of speed. Fist met flesh, filling the air with phantom afterimages. But after some time, Juwok was clearly at a disadvantage. Physical strength was Chen Longxiang's forte. Even as a member of the ancient divine clan, Juwok had to admit that he couldn't compare to Chen Longxiang. Chen Longxiang, I may be no match for you in physical strength, but my 4th place ranking wasn't earned through brute force alone. Juwok restrained his chi and blood. Now, let me show you what I'm truly capable of. Boom! With a single thought, Juwok manifested a Taoist palace, from which the divine flames of Zhurong spread forth, enveloping the entire arena. Slowly, the arena began to melt. The progenitor of the Zhurong divine clan was an innate deity, born from the first celestial flame. Hence, the descendants of Zhurong inherently possessed the power to command fire. Fire is fundamental to the Zhurong divine clan. Across the myriad realms, none can surpass the Zhurong divine clan's mastery of flames. Burn the mountains and boil the seas. Shu Wuxie unleashed his arcane power, the full might of his Tao palace erupting as divine flames poured forth like a volcanic explosion, swallowing and melting the heavens and earth. Chen Longxiang's expression changed dramatically. Chaotic heavenly palm. Chen Longxiang activated his law manifestation technique, his physical body expanding to 100 zheng tall as he bathed in a sea of flames. With a heaven-covering sweep of his gargantuan hand, he launched his attack towards Juwok. Whoosh! Whoosh! His palm swept through the air, releasing streams of chaotic energy that extinguished the Zhurong divine flames. Boom! Yet at this moment, Juwok pulled out a divine seal. Like an emperor of flames, he commanded the divine fire, sending streams of Zhurong divine flames charging toward Chen Longxiang like raging dragons. Boom 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 boom. The colossal fiery dragon crashed into Chen Longxiang, shattering his chaotic energy and igniting his entire body with the divine flames of Zhurong. I surrender. With Chen Longxiang's admission of defeat, the battle came to a close. Chen Longxiang channeled his magic power, stirring the chaotic energy to extinguish the divine flames. Though charred black and exuding the scent of roasted meat, he remained composed and unruffled. Brother Zhu, could you tell me your origins? Chen Longxiang asked. Few in the southern wastelands could wield the art of fire manipulation with such breathtaking mastery. You'll understand in due time. Juwok smiled faintly and said, this trip wasn't wasted after all. I've decided you're my friend now. Chen Longxiang grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth, the only bright spot on his otherwise darkened face. Who's up next? Juwok and Chen Longxiang stepped down from the fighting platform, as all eyes turned to Ji Ning, Ji Mingyue, and the two prodigies from the Tianwu divine clan and the Luwu divine clan. As for Li Ruofeng, the crowd completely disregarded him. Li Ruofeng gave a bitter smile. Although he was on the list, he truly wasn't qualified to step onto the platform. At this moment, Ji Ning, who had been standing with his sword in his arms all this time, ascended the platform. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said, I know you're all greatly dissatisfied with me being ranked first on the elite list. You wanted to fight with me, didn't you? Come on then. Whoosh! Isn't he afraid of being worn down by successive battles? Truly worthy of being ranked first on the heavenly pride list, so confident. What is Ji Ning's background exactly? Why have I never heard of him before? Numerous cultivators chattered in lively discussion. He's as arrogant as ever. Ning Xian curled his lips in a smile. Back in Falling God Ridge, Ji Ning had been exactly like this, yet his strength was extraordinarily formidable. Juwok, don't you want to challenge him and take his place as number one? Shu Wuyue gave him a cold glance. Ning Xian, don't try to use me as your pawn. If you want to challenge him, go first yourself. Did you think I wouldn't see through your scheme? The extraordinary talents of the primordial divine clan each harbored their own ulterior motives. At the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, several had boasted about challenging Ji Ning, yet when the moment arrived, not one stepped forward to lead the charge. Just as the crowd buzzed with discussion, a figure rose from the spectator stands and began walking toward Yisu's position. This man was none other than the black-clad figure from the true martial divine sect, the younger brother of the Ziwei sage, the Ziyang sage. Yisu felt a stirring in his heart as he turned his gaze toward the Ziyang sage, master of the heavens mystery pavilion. The Ziyang sage fixed his eyes on Yisu, as though attempting to discern some hidden clue from his expression. It's me, Jizha Aolai, and the others all stared at Holy Sage Ziyang. A few moments later, the Purple Sun Sage spoke slowly. In recent days, I've heard news that the location where my senior brother passed away was revealed by you? Yisu's heart skipped a beat. Upon careful reflection, only the Violet Sage seems to match the information revealed by the Purple Sun Sage. So it's someone from the true martial divine sect. Correct. Yisu smiled and said, when someone comes to buy information, I naturally must do business with them. Moreover, I can earn profits while those who buy information gain opportunities, a win-win situation. Why wouldn't I do it? Purple Sun Sage narrowed his eyes, staring at Yisu like a venomous snake. He seemed deeply displeased that Yisu had disclosed information about the Violet Sky Sage's dwelling. Do you want to settle scores with me? Yisu looked at him with an ambiguous smile, though panic was churning inside him. Right now, he was merely a minor cultivator at the divine tribulation realm. If the Violet Sun Sage truly decided to strike, he'd have no means to resist. His carefully crafted image of an expert would be shattered instantly. By then, he'd likely become a coveted prize, devoured piece by various factions.
Tension hung thick in the air.
The saints had varied expressions as they watched the two.
I wouldn't dare.
The Purple Sun Sage chuckled faintly and said, by doing this, the Pavilion Master has allowed Brother Ziwei to see the light of day again. It can be considered doing him a favor. The Purple Sun Sage continued, I've heard the Pavilion Master possesses the ability to see through people's hearts. I wonder if you can discern what I'm thinking at this very moment. Yisu propped his chin with one hand, reclining against the armrest, and smiled faintly.
Your heart is too filthy. If I were to see it, it would only dirty my eyes.
Humph. A flash of anger flickered through the Violet Sun Sage's eyes as he spoke coldly. To be frank, I'm here under my sect's orders to invite the Pavilion Master to visit Central Province.
If I refuse, would you resort to force?
Yisu asked with an amused smile on his lips.
Ha ha ha.
The Violet Sun Sage laughed heartily and declared, within Central Province, my true martial divine sect stands as a dominant power. When our sect leader extends an invitation, none dare refuse.
What a heartfelt invitation. Everyone present silently cursed in their hearts.
Pavilion Master, I've exhausted all pleasant words, give me a straight answer. The Purple Sun Sage said gloomily.
If you're unwilling, then blame me not for resorting to force. When that time comes, I'm afraid harmony will be broken.